Chapter 201. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zone 1, the journey was unimpeded. Seeing that Zheng Shushu was driving with Pei Xianke in the back, the guards immediately let them through. Throughout the entire base, anyone except Pei Xianke needed a pass to enter Zone 1, and had to undergo multiple layers of identity verification. It was clear how strict Zone 1 was. Even the guards of Zone 1 were Level 2 ability users. In the later stages of the apocalypse, Level 2 ability users were quite common. However, it had only been a year since the apocalypse. A Level 2 ability user would be a prominent figure outside. But here, they could only serve as guards in Zone 1. Inside the car, Yu Xiaohua withdrew her gaze, and glanced indifferently at Pei Xianke. The eastern base was indeed a place where hidden talents lurked. How many more surprises awaited her? Those legendary figures. She would finally see their true faces in this lifetime. After getting out of the car, no one approached. The guard stood there, seemingly used to it all. Zheng Shushu explained, "Miss Yu, this is the young master's order. In Zone 1, status is unimportant. These geniuses from various fields all have somewhat individualistic personalities. When the young master recruited them, he told them that in Zone 1, they have absolute freedom, no superior-subordinate relationships, and can simply focus on their research." The guards here were also hand-picked. Yu Xiaohua nodded. One monkey, one way to restrain it. Even if Pei Xianke is incredibly powerful, forcibly bringing these talents to the eastern base would only backfire. They have their own backbone. Pei Xianke not only offered excellent conditions and guaranteed their safety and that of their families, allowing them to focus on their research without worry, but also gave them complete freedom to conduct their studies and development. How could these talented people not willingly serve him? Pei Xianke spoke in a low voice. "Goodness, am I amazing." Zheng Shushu turned his head, looked at the sky, looked at the ground. Oh my god. Has the young master lost all shame now? He's such a grown man. Does he really have no presence at all? The young master isn't just torturing dogs, he's killing them. Yes, he's mercilessly and cruelly torturing this single dog. Is there no justice in this world? He really wanted to roar to the heavens. He's still here. But he didn't dare. Zheng Shushu could only pretend he couldn't see or hear. Yu Xiaohua curled her lips, looking at Pei Xianke. "Whether you're amazing or not, I don't know. I only know you're pretty shameless." After saying that, she turned and left. Zheng Shushu silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. It had to be Miss Yu. She spoke his mind perfectly. He loved hearing it. Pei Xianke turned and suddenly looked at Zheng Shushu. Zheng Shushu's smile instantly froze. Oh no, he'd been caught gloating. What should he do? Of course. He forced an even more sincere smile. "Young master, I think Miss Yu is flirting with you. I'm so envious. When will someone be so willing to treat me like that? I'm just not lucky enough." As she spoke, Zheng Shushu sighed regretfully. Pei Swan's lips curled slightly. Flirting not bad. Zheng Shushu watched Pei Swan's departing figure. God, please strike him dead with lightning. The young master's love-struck mind is getting worse and worse. It's completely beyond saving. Seeing this, Zheng Shushu quickly caught up with the two ahead. The three of them arrived together at the agricultural laboratory in Zone 1. Pushing open the door, a breath of fresh air rushed in, instantly invigorating the senses. Stepping into the laboratory, one was immediately drawn to the scene before them. In the spacious hall, people dressed in blue lab coats bustled about. They moved busily among various instruments and experimental equipment. Everyone was completely absorbed in their own world. They seemed utterly oblivious to the arrival of these three. Even Pei Xianke was the same. To them, nothing was more important than the experimental data. Zheng Shushu cleared her throat and coughed softly. This cough, in the quiet laboratory, sounded particularly abrupt, finally attracting the attention of everyone. Dozens of pairs of eyes slowly lifted, looking at the three of them. But their expressions were unusually calm. They merely nodded slightly. That was their greeting. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even have nodded. Some even showed obvious displeasure in their eyes, as if blaming them for interrupting their work. Zheng Shushu, fearing Yu Xiaohua's displeasure, wanted to explain. Yu Xiaohua shook her head. Geniuses think differently from ordinary people like us. Our presence has disturbed them. It's normal for them to be dissatisfied. Pei Xianke looked at the seriousness in Yu Xiaohua's eyes. Ordinary people? Did his queen have some misunderstanding about the term ordinary people? If her abilities only qualify her as ordinary, then what about everyone else? Zheng Shushu sighed. Did Miss Yu realize how much she resembled Versailles? Did the term ordinary people even apply to her? Even before the apocalypse, Miss Pei's strength was already undeniable, let alone now. That's excessive modesty. It's a blow to ordinary people like them. However, Pei Xianke remained calm. He led Yu Xiaohua directly to the changing room, quickly changed into sterile gowns, and then entered the laboratory. In the agricultural laboratory, various glasswares were displayed, neatly arranged on shelves, reflecting the faint light. These containers held different reagents and samples. Some were clear liquids, others were turbid solutions. However, after the apocalypse, the significance of this laboratory became even greater. Pei Xianke was remarkably prescient. When collecting supplies, he specifically emphasized collecting fruit and vegetable seeds and bringing them back to the base. He knew that in this harsh world, food supply would be a huge challenge. Having seeds meant that in the future, perhaps through some means, food could be replanted, ensuring the survival and development of the base. In the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was scrambling for fast food, rice, flour, and cooking oil, forgetting that these things could only sustain life temporarily. Over time, they would rot and spoil, becoming useless. But seeds are different. Even though the land and oceans are now polluted, human ingenuity might one day allow these seeds to take root and sprout again. These seeds became the hope of the base, even the future of humanity. Yu Xiaohua toured the entire agricultural laboratory and then left. He saw Zheng Shushu standing there. Opposite him was an elderly man, about 60 years old, wearing glasses and looking unwell. Pei Xianke said, "This is Elder Qin, the manager of the agricultural laboratory. Elder Qin has a somewhat eccentric temper, but everyone here respects him." Yu Xiaohua paused. Qin Shuxiong? Chapter 202. The moment those three words were uttered, everyone immediately looked at Yu Xiaohua, who was standing there, their eyes filled with confusion. Who is she calling? Who is Qin Shuxiong? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Yu Xiaohua looked at Qin Shuxiong, whose body was still robust. In her past life, this name was legendary, known to everyone in the apocalypse. Because he was the one who developed the first seed that could be artificially cultivated after the apocalypse. Many bases exchanged zombie crystal cores for the seed, feeding countless ordinary people. He had benefited humanity. Qin Shuxiong was a figure worthy of being called a god. Qin Shuxiong's gaze was piercing, passing over Zheng Shushu and looking directly at Yu Xiaohua. His eyes held a deep scrutiny. Few people knew his real name, because he had changed it once before. Everyone knows his current name, Qin Shu, not Qin Shuxiong. Why does this seemingly young girl know the name his family gave him before he was 10? Does she know him? Pei Xianke glanced at Yu Xiaohua. In the entire base, only he and Zheng Shushu knew the name Qin Shuxiong. He didn't say anything, and Shushu wouldn't tell her willingly. So how did she know? His darling really has many secrets. Qin Shuxiong pushed Zheng Shushu aside. Yes, pushed her aside. Zheng Shushu sighed helplessly. Old Qin was very stubborn. She wondered how Miss Yu knew Old Qin's former name. Now, Old Qin would definitely get to the bottom of it. Today, it was uncertain whether they could even go to the other laboratories. Even he was curious how Miss Yu knew such private matters. Pei Xianke looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone go back to your work." The crowd dispersed instantly. These research fanatics weren't interested in gossip. Qin Shuxiong stepped forward and looked Yu Xiaohua up and down. Yu Xiaohua let him look her over, remaining calm and composed. Qin Shuxiong was certain he didn't recognize this beautiful girl. She didn't look like any of his old friend's children. So who was she? Pei Xianke stepped forward. "Old Qin, this is Yu Xiaohua, my wife." Zheng Shushu knew it. The young master would seize any opportunity to show off his affection. Qin Shuxiong was stunned. A couple of days ago, he had heard this rumor. Young Master Pei had officially announced he had a girlfriend, the future mistress of the Pei family. This meant the entire eastern base had welcomed a mistress. The significance was self-evident. He just hadn't expected that the woman young Master Pei liked would be so young. She looks to be only in her early 20s. Can she really be so mature? Yu Xiaohua nodded to Qin Shuxiong. "Hello, Elder Qin." Qin Shuxiong nodded. Though he had doubts about Yu Xiaohua, he remained polite. "Hello, Miss Yu. If it's convenient for me to tell you, how do you know my name?" "Qin Shu is my current name, and the name Qin Shuxiong hasn't been mentioned for many years." "How do you know it?" Yu Xiaohua recalled a name and, without hesitation, said, "Shi Fengying. I know her. She mentioned you before." Upon hearing this name, Qin Shuxiong's expression immediately changed. His hands trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking at Yu Xiaohua, he had completely lost his composure, becoming extremely agitated. Even Pei Xianke was seeing Qin Shuxiong so unsettled and disoriented for the first time. Zheng Shushu quickly stepped forward and patted Qin Shuxiong on the back. "Old Qin, at your age, please don't get so agitated. Let's talk things out. You already have heart disease. You can't afford to get so emotional." Yu Xiaohua paused. It turned out that at this moment, old Qin's heart condition had already become seriously compromised. In his previous life, 8 years into the apocalypse, Qin Shuxiong died from a severe heart attack. Back then, it was too late. Even the post-apocalyptic drugs developed to alter the human body were useless. Now, his heart condition wasn't too severe yet. If timely intervention was provided, perhaps old Qin could live a few more years. Qin Shuxiong pushed Zheng Shushu's hand away, walked up to Yu Xiaohua, and looked at her. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Young lady, how do you know her? Is she all right?" "She..." Qin Shuxiong struggled internally. He dared not ask further. He feared receiving an answer he didn't want. Having lived so long, Qin Shuxiong lacked even the courage to speak about her. Yu Xiaohua knew what Qin Shuxiong wanted to ask. "Grandma sure died. She died a year before the apocalypse, but peacefully. When she passed away, her adopted son and daughter arranged her funeral. Her ashes were scattered in the Sea city. Grandma sure said she had made a promise with someone she deeply loved. If one day, whoever died first, their ashes would be scattered into the sea, carried away by the wind." Grandma sure lived next door to the Ning family. When they were little, Xiao Chong, and she loved being with her. Grandma sure always possessed a calm and kind aura. She loved children, but she never had one herself, because of a love that was torn apart in their youth. The man Grandma sure deeply loved was Qin Shuxiong. Because of that love hidden for so many years. Love in that era was so pure, some people spent their entire lives waiting and cherishing it. Grandma sure never married. Qin Shuxiong suddenly staggered, almost losing his balance. His eyes immediately reddened, his cloudy eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. He clutched his chest tightly. "She's dead, dead?" Pei Xianke and Zheng Shushu looked at Yu Xiaohua. Old Qin's reaction clearly showed that Shi Xiuying was someone old Qin had cared about for many years. Otherwise, why would old Qin be so heartbroken and so distraught? Qin Shuxiong said nothing, turned around, and staggered away. No one saw that when he turned away, tears were already streaming down his face. He was on the verge of collapse. Now, he needed some quiet time. The three of them left the lab. Once outside, Yu Xiaohua suggested they go back. In the car, Pei Xianke asked, "Who is Shi Xiuying?" Yu Xiaohua was silent for a few seconds, before speaking. "A very kind grandmother to me and Xuqiang. She's our next-door neighbor. When we were little, Xuqiang and I loved to stay by her side, and listen to her tell us stories of the past." Zheng Shushu said, "Then, Miss Yu, she and old Qin must have a very deep story, right?" Yu Xiaohua opened the window, and slowly began to speak. She and old Qin met when they were 18. At that time, Grandma Shi's family was a scholarly family. Her family hoped she would marry a childhood sweetheart of equal social standing. Grandma Shi didn't want to. She fell in love with old Qin, who was still in school. They shared the same ideals and interests, and had endless things to talk about. But they were both well-mannered and respectful, and never crossed that line. Later, their relationship was discovered by Grandma Shi's family. Chapter 203. Zheng Shushu said, "Old Qin has never mentioned his background. In those days, marrying someone from a different social class must have been incredibly difficult. It seems old Qin and this Grandma Shi missed their chance." Yu Xiaohua nodded. When she was little, the few moments of warmth she and Xiao Chong received were all from Grandma Shi. Grandma Shi never had children. So, she always liked to tell her and Xiao Chong stories from the past. When she wasn't feeling well, she said that as she got older, she didn't know when she would forget. She hoped someone would remember that she once had such a sincere love. People aren't afraid of death, but they are most afraid of being forgotten. Pei Xianke sensed her loneliness, reached out, and took her hand. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at him. Her heart stirred slightly. Zheng Shushu saw the scene in the rearview mirror, quickly turned her head, and continued driving. Yu Xiaohua let Pei Xianke hold her hand, and then spoke. At that time, Qin's family was extremely poor. Even the money for his schooling was collected from each household in the village. Qin had 2 older brothers and a younger brother. He carried the hopes of the entire village on his shoulders. Grandma Shi, on the other hand, came from a scholarly family. Even though Qin was very outstanding, his family background was an insurmountable barrier between them. No matter how his family threatened or tempted him, Qin didn't back down. Grandma Shi never agreed to separate from Qin. But fate played a cruel trick. At that time, something happened to Qin's family. His father was pierced in the thigh by a steel bar while working, requiring a lot of medical expenses. Zheng Shushu sighed. So, Qin compromised because of his father's situation, right? According to the normal course of events, at this point, old Qin should have taken the Shi family's money and left Grandma Shi. Their separation for such a reason seems understandable. In those days, many people had no choice in their actions. Yu Xiaohua shook her head. If that were truly the case, then why would Grandma Shi have cherished old Qin's memory and loved him her entire life? Why did she remain unmarried her whole life? Even in death, Grandma Shi upheld the promise she made to old Qin. No, if that were true, then he wouldn't be the man Grandma Shi should love. Pei Xianke said in a deep voice, a man like old Master Qin, even if he came from a poor background, wouldn't have his inherent pride so easily succumb to the Shi family's threats, nor would he abandon his integrity. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Yes, the Shi family approached old Master Qin with money, but he refused. Not only old Master Qin, but his father also refused the Shi family's money. Old Master Qin's father said that the Qin family could be poor, and he could even lose his leg, but the Qin family couldn't be without backbone. In the end, old Master Qin's father's leg still couldn't be saved, and Grandma Shi was very. She felt guilty, but her feelings for Qin Lao grew even deeper. Seeing no hope of stopping them, the Shi family resorted to their last resort. Shi's parents threatened suicide. They said if Grandma Shi didn't break up with Qin Lao, they would die. They even actually took poison and nearly died. The family had driven Grandma Shi to this point. At the same time, they also suppressed Qin Lao. Despite his excellent academic performance, it was useless. His future and the threats from his parents finally pushed Grandma Shi to the brink. She used her upcoming engagement to her childhood sweetheart as an excuse to break up with Qin Lao, deliberately saying many harsh words. But Qin Lao didn't blame Grandma Shi. He only told her to live a good life from now on. Inside the car, silence reigned. Pei Xianke said, old Master Qin knows Grandma Shi's hardships and all her struggles. He loves her, so he's willing to let go and not pester her. He just wants Grandma Shi to be happy. Zheng Shushu asked doubtfully, Miss Yu, didn't you say Grandma Shi never married? Yes, the whole engagement with her childhood sweetheart was just an excuse Grandma Shi used to deceive old Master Qin. After breaking up with old Master Qin, the Shi family, fearing they might regret it, quickly moved to City C. The Shi family thought that with time, Grandma Shi would forget old Qin, but how could they know that Grandma Shi's love for old Qin was something she could never forget? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years passed, and Grandma Shi gradually became known as an old maid. No matter how much the Shi family pressured her to marry, she refused. Later, she remained single, and at 40, she financially supported 2 children. Grandma Shi loved only old Qin in her entire life. He was the love of her life. In youth, a person's heart is like a blank sheet of paper, pure yet fragile, easily swayed by external influences. If, at this time, one encounters someone too dazzling, then that blank sheet of paper will likely be deeply imprinted, indelible. Grandma Shi was like that. In her youth, she met the person who would dazzle her entire life. From that moment on, her heart could hold no one else. Only this love, like a burning flame, warmed her heart, even until the last moment of her life. When Yu Xiaohua finished telling Grandma Shi's story, Zheng Shushu felt an indescribable surge of emotion. One can't help but wonder, what kind of deep affection and love could it be? What makes 2 people remember each other for a lifetime? Even until death? Yu Xiaohua probably didn't know that old Qin felt the same way. His love for Grandma Shi was equally deep and unwavering, never betraying her in the slightest. Their love was like the brightest star in the night sky, shining brightly no matter how time flowed. Pei Xianke gazed silently at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes like a deep pool. Goodness, old Qin didn't betray Grandma Shi. Old Qin never married in his life. Yu Xiaohua paused. In truth, she was somewhat surprised. Pei Xianke saw a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Goodness, when old Qin was 25, he came to Qin City and began agricultural research. He dedicated his entire life to the country's agricultural cause, mentoring generation after generation of students. He never married, had no children, and remained single to this day. Old Qin said he has only ever loved one woman in his life, and he will never marry because he will never love another woman. Zheng Shushu continued. Miss Yu, you don't know, when old Qin was 60, some students wanted to introduce him to a partner. Old Qin didn't give them any face at all, he directly refused, saying very harsh things. Since then, no one has dared to mention it again. Old Qin's students have all been speculating about who he could never forget. Today, we know, old Qin and Grandma Shi loved each other their whole lives. They probably both thought the other was living a happy life, without any disturbance. Someone once said, "Don't love someone who is good to you, love someone who is good to you." Chapter 204. Both Old Master Qin and Grandma Sure were extremely kind people. He thought she had married her childhood sweetheart, and was living a good life. She thought he had long since married and had children, living a happy and fulfilling life, and didn't bother him anymore. Thus, they missed each other for half their lives. But they both loved each other, even knowing there was no possibility of ever seeing each other again in this life. One remained unmarried for life, and the other remained unmarried for life. Sometimes, fate plays tricks on people. Lovers are destined to be separated by fate. Pei Xianke gazed at Yu Xiaohua. "My dear, are you sad?" Yu Xiaohua paused. Pei Xianke was becoming increasingly sensitive to her emotions. It's a pity. Grandma Sure thought Old Master Qin had already married someone else. If she had known before she died that Old Master Qin had never married anyone else, and that he had only ever loved her in this life. My goodness, life isn't always perfect. Meeting you made my life complete. His deep voice carried Pei Xianke's unique woody scent, very pleasant. Despite his domineering and sharp nature, he completely concealed his fierceness in front of her, becoming incredibly docile. Yu Xiaohua's heart stirred. She reached out and lifted his chin. The next second, his lips were on hers. Pei Xianke's eyes darkened, and he immediately took the initiative. Meanwhile, in front of them, Zheng Shushu had already familiarly pressed the button. Well, this 1,000-year-old bachelor, the young master, has been unstoppable since he tasted the forbidden fruit. The problem is, Miss Yu is really fierce. She really kissed him forcefully. In the afternoon, Pei Xingyue finally woke up. After sobering up, she remembered what happened last night. Pei Xingyue wanted to beat herself to death. How could she cry so much in front of her younger sister Xiaohua? Now, she was completely out of character. It's over. Her perfect woman image is ruined just like that. She swore that if she drank again, she'd be a dog. When Cyan brought in breakfast and saw Pei Xingyue, disheveled, pounding her head, she looked utterly hopeless, muttering something under her breath. When Cyan went over, "Does your head still hurt?" No matter what, when Cyan was always so gentle. Naturally, his gentleness was reserved for only one person. He had always had absolute favoritism towards Pei Xingyue. Even with disheveled hair, Pei Xingyue was still incredibly cute in his eyes. Pei Xingyue sighed. "Yesterday, I drank so much. I cried so miserably in front of Xiaohua. It was so embarrassing. I can't face Xiaohua anymore. Goodbye, my friend, I'm about to embark on a long voyage." When Cyan was used to her thought process, he smiled indulgently, put down the breakfast, and went to the bedside. "Get up. We need to go to the conference room this afternoon to discuss the mission. We're leaving for the Grand Canyon in 2 days. That high-level zombie needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. If left unchecked, it will definitely cause a disaster." Mentioning the Grand Canyon, and that high-level zombie that might have already reached level 5. When Cyan and Pei Xingyue's faces both became more serious. Pei Xingyue was never careless when it came to serious matters. She quickly got up, tidied herself up, and ate something quickly. Then, the two of them went to the conference room together. When they arrived, Wu Tian and the other two were already waiting, as were Ada and Air. They had just returned from a mission this morning, and neither of them expected to receive news of this massive explosion upon their return. The young master announced Miss Yu's identity to the public. And Miss Yu became a high-ranking commander in the military alliance, even bringing her entourage to the base to cooperate with their mission. What kind of incredible fate is this? In the short time it took, Ayer had already struck up a very good conversation with Wu Tian and the other two, thanks to his outgoing personality. As soon as when Cyan and Pei Xingyue entered, the group stood up. "Miss Pei, second master one." Pei Xingyue waved her hand. "Sit down. Since you're all with Sister Xiaohua, we're all friends, no need to be so formal." Wu Tian and the other two sat down. Ada stepped forward. "Eldest Miss, second master, just now, people from the Ning family came, saying they want to see you, second master." Upon hearing the Ning family name, Pei Xingyue's eyes instantly turned cold. If it weren't for leaving those Ning family scum to Sister Xiaohua to deal with, she would have already sent them to hell with a single sword. Wu Tian and the other two didn't know who the Ning family was. However, seeing Pei Xingyue's expression, they knew that the Ning family was definitely not a good family. Pei Xingyue asked, "What do they want to see you for?" When Cyan frowned. "I don't know. Perhaps Ning Mo and Ning Sun from the Ning family are both ability users. They submitted their assessment forms several times, trying to pass the assessment to join the guard team, but they haven't signed them yet. It seems they're getting impatient and want to see me. Pei Xingyue sneered. Ah duh, go tell the Ning family to have Ning Imo come again in half a month. Doesn't he want to join the guard team? He's overestimating himself. Later, I asked Xiao Hua what she thinks. Ah duh nodded. I understand, miss. Also, that Ning Xian. We've been monitoring the Ning family. Ning Xian has been getting very close to fourth master lately. It seems she wants to climb up the social ladder by associating with him. The Ning family has really gone mad. They're really willing to go to such lengths. Ning Xian is only 20, fourth master is old enough to be her father. The two were 40 years apart in age. This was practically a grandfather-granddaughter relationship, utterly absurd. Pei Xingyue wasn't surprised. She knew exactly what kind of person her fourth uncle was. She knew him best. In his youth, he was this kind of scum. If it weren't for the old man protecting his brother, he would have been beaten to death long ago. As for Ning Xian getting involved with him, it wasn't surprising either. The Ning family was a rotten family, sacrificing their own daughter for their future. This wasn't the first time Wu Tian and the other two had heard the name. That night, wasn't Li Mingwei trying to drug the eldest brother and hand him over to this so-called fourth master of the Pei family? How could the Pei family produce such a scoundrel? Go tell my fourth uncle that tomorrow, his good niece, will go see him. Tell him to be prepared. I definitely have a good chat with him. I go now, Wen Xian said. Go ahead. The eldest brother turned and went out to inform Pei Du of this momentous good news. If you were to say who in the entire Pei family could completely control Pei Du, it would be Pei Xingyue. From a young age, Pei Xingyue had always treated Pei Du like a horse, riding on his shoulders. Pei Xingyue had plenty of ways to deal with Pei Du. Every time Pei Xingyue visited, Pei Du would be furious, but he was powerless to do anything about it, and it would take him at least a few days to recover. The worst time was when Pei Du was so angry that he fainted, his heart started hurting, and he ended up in the hospital for half a month. Pei Du wanted to complain to Pei Jun. But Pei Jun ignored him and scolded him every time, saying it was pointless to argue with a child, and that he had no sense of elders. Pei Du would then get a thorough scolding, and eventually, he had no choice but to endure it. But later, Pei Xingyue stopped paying attention to him. A leopard can't change its spots. Pei Du simply couldn't shake his womanizing habit, but as long as he wasn't forcing girls, those who were willing were beyond his control. Chapter 205. When Ada went out, he ran into Pei Xianke and the others. Ada told him that Pei Xingyue was going to Pei Du's place tomorrow. Pei Xianke listened without saying anything, and told him to go to Pei Du and relay the message. The three of them had just entered the conference room. Pei Xingyue got up and pounced on Yu Xiaohua. Hee, her sweet and soft little darling, she's here. Just as she was about to touch her, the next second, she was mercilessly grabbed by the back of her neck by a large, steel-like hand. Stay away from my wife, Pei Xingyue. Don't be so greedy. Pei Xingyue snorted, released her hand, and Wen Xian stepped forward. Whoever's wife is the one who protects her. All right, Xingyue. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward. Wait a minute, I let you hug her as much as you want. These words instantly made Pei Xingyue beam with joy, and she gave Pei Xianke a defiant look. See? Sure enough, it's Xiaohua who loves me the most. I need her affection. Wu Tian and the other two stood there. This sounds a bit off. Kind of dirty. Wen Xian was also quite helpless. Sometimes, he really wanted to ask Yu Xiaohua for advice. How exactly did he coax Xingyu? How could he get the same treatment as her? Looks like it's time he got a lesson from Miss Yu. Pei Swank's expression was inscrutable. His sister was his rival in love. What to do? He couldn't kill her, he couldn't beat her, maybe lock her up. That wasn't out of the question. After they sat down, Wu Tian and the other two looked at Yu Xiaohua expectantly. Since coming to Qing City, they'd seen their boss far too few times. They longed to see her every day, but they just couldn't. Yu Xiaohua saw their gazes and nodded. The three of them immediately became happy. The meeting began with Wen Xian giving a brief overview of the mission. 2.5 months ago, a very powerful high-level zombie was discovered in the Milong Grand Canyon, 100 kilometers from Qing City. We sent 3 teams of special abilities to investigate, and in the end, we were almost completely wiped out. We only escaped thanks to our spatial abilities, but we still suffered heavy losses. Originally, Xianke wanted to lead the team himself, but the group looked at Pei Xianke. If he wanted to lead the team himself, why did he specifically write to the military alliance seeking cooperation? What was going on? Pei Xingyue explained. The old man insisted on intervening, saying that to ensure everything went smoothly, He listened to Yang Xian and wrote to the Kyoto Military Alliance for help. The old man is indeed worried about Xian Kei's safety, otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to Yang Xian. Although the old man favors Yang Xian, he's not so foolish as to be confused about such matters. He just wanted more peace of mind. She wasn't speaking favorably of the old man. However, the old man did indeed make this decision for the sake of extra security. Wu Tian and the other two finally understood. So, the Pei family patriarch had listened to his adopted son Yang Xian and sought cooperation with the Kyoto Military Region Alliance. And, coincidentally, the alliance leader, through all his scheming, had ultimately sent their leader to Qing City to cooperate with the Pei family. And finally, what a twist of fate! All eyes, without prior agreement, fell on Pei Xiankei and Yu Xiaohua, who sat there. They were like two dazzling stars, complementing each other and radiating an indescribable charm. The two sat together silent, as if they had stepped out of a painting. Some people seem destined to be together. Their presence is like a perfect painting. Every line, every color is just right, without the slightest flaw. When they sit together, an invisible harmony and tacit understanding exists between them. Even they can feel it. Yu Xiaohua's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. How much do you know about this zombie? When Cyan shook his head. Nothing. Our people can barely even get close to this high-level zombie. Besides the fact that, like other zombies, its weakness is in the chest, we know nothing else. We only know when we actually face it. Pei Xiankei said, this time, for the mission in the Misty Dragon Grand Canyon, I go with Guai Guai, Cyan, and the three of you, plus Air. Ada will stay with you and guard the base. Pei Xingyue slammed her hand on the table. No way, brat, don't try to get rid of me. I'm going too. I'm not a burden. Let's go together. Pei Xiankei glanced at her, offering no explanation. When Cyan spoke up, Xingyue, this time, you stay at the base. The old man needs someone by his side. The entire base needs someone to oversee things after we leave, otherwise, Yang Xian will definitely cause trouble while we're gone. We need a stable rear, and Xingyue, you're the best person to stay. With you there, the old man will listen to you, and Yang Xian won't dare use those underhanded methods. When Cyan's words were reasonable and well-founded, Pei Xingyue knew he was right and fell silent, but she was still somewhat unwilling to give up. The next second, Yu Xiaohua spoke up, Sister, you staying is the best outcome. Wait for us to return at the base. The next second, Pei Xingyue nodded directly, no longer hesitating. Yu Xiaohua's words were more effective than anyone else's. A simple sentence, a single sister, was enough to convince Pei Xingyue to stay. Okay, sister will listen to you. Whatever Xiaohua says, sister will do. If you tell sister to go east, sister will definitely not go west. I listen to you. Love you. When Cyan smiled wryly, he had been tricked again. Wu Tian and the other two also found it quite amusing. Their boss was practically a charmer for both men and women. Young Master Pei, Miss Pei, did their boss stir up trouble for the Pei family in their past life? In this life, his attraction to the Pei family is absolutely heaven-defying. The originally serious meeting instantly became much more relaxed. Pei Xiankei glanced at Pei Xingyue. Young sister, are you addicted to taking advantage? Pei Xingyue crossed her arms, neither of them looking at the other. After the meeting, it was finally decided that everyone would depart for the Misty Mountain Grand Canyon 3 days later. Pei Xingyue would stay at the base. In those 3 days, when Cyan would lead his men to prepare supplies and necessary items. The matter was thus settled. After the meeting, Wu Tian and the others left first. Pei Xingyue told Yu Xiaohua about what Ada had said about the Ning family. She already knew about the Ning family's presence at the eastern base, back in City B. The reason she didn't touch the Ning family was because in her past life, which faction had sent her to the laboratory? Back then, she was injected with injections every day, constantly in a daze. She didn't know who had tormented her to the point of being neither human nor ghost. In this life, although fate had changed, the Ning family still came to the eastern base. For their future, even without her, perhaps someone else would. She wanted to see who the Ning family had really hooked up with. Yu Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. Which district is the Ning family in now? Chapter 206. Pei Xingyue smiled. Sister Xiaohua, when the Ning family first came to the base, they wanted to curry favor. I, being very kind, gave them special treatment and sent them to District 3. 2 months later, I sent them to District 4, and half a month later, to District 5. After they got used to the good life, I sent them to District 10. They've been to every district now, and are currently in District 9. That's not an easy place to stay. Don't worry, they'd be thoroughly tortured. In front of Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xingyue was a caring and adorable older sister. However, she was the pampered young lady of the Pei family, while Pei Xianke had grown up in the underworld. But Pei Xingyue was no different. She had been involved with both the legitimate and criminal world since childhood. She was never one to be trifled with. When it came to tormenting people, Pei Xingyue dared to claim second place, and few dared to claim first. She had dragged the Ning family from heaven to hell time and time again in less than a year. From hell to heaven, back and forth, the Ning family was tormented to the point of cursing and swearing, but to no avail. Yu Xiaohua looked at Pei Xingyue's smug expression. If the Ning family wants to join the guard team, do they need to pass a special test? Since Ning Mo wants to join, could you arrange for me to fight him and tell him that if he beats me, he can join the guard team? Pei Shuang's gaze deepened. He immediately understood Yu Xiaohua's meaning. What kind of mask do you like? I prepare one for you. Pei Xianke already understood Yu Xiaohua's intentions perfectly. His little darling had no intention of revealing her face now. She planned to conceal her identity. She wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to teach Ning Mo a lesson, and perhaps not just a lesson. Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian understood. Pei Xingyue's eyes lit up, and she stroked her chin. What brilliant idea had she come up with? How could she miss such a spectacular moment as her younger sister Xiaohua dealt with the Ning family? This is going to be good. Pei Xingyue intercepted the plan halfway, taking it upon herself. She was determined to meticulously plan a perfect scheme to punish the scumbags. Seeing his young mistress's eager expression, knew that she must have a plan in mind. If those scumbags in the Ning family had treated Miss Yu even a little better, they would be living a good life by now. But people, they just have to court disaster. After leaving the meeting room, Pei Xianke and Yu Xiaohua left. Pei Xingyue turned to look at Wen Xian and revealing a familiar expression. She was about to start causing trouble. Reminded her, Miss, aren't you going to Fourth Master's place tomorrow? I informed the Ning family. Pei Xingyue shook her head. Alright, people don't feel tired when they're up to something. Wait, let's go to the Ning family now. I must personally inform them of this good news. Let's go! Wen Xian said with a doting expression. You go Xingyue. I still need to prepare supplies for this trip. Agreed. Pei Xingyue, with in tow, hurried off to the Ning family. Meanwhile, in Pei Du's spacious and luxurious villa room, two figures were tightly entwined on a huge bed. One body was young and full of vitality, with fair skin and radiating youthful energy. The other body appeared somewhat aged, with loose, sagging skin, as if it had lost its vitality. Finally, the man collapsed to the ground, panting like a lump of mud. His already weathered 60-year-old face, now even paler and bloodless from years of excessive indulgence, was as if all his energy had been drained away. He was listless and lifeless. This man was Pei Du, the most useless member of the Pei family, the fourth master who had sponged off his parents his entire life. His life had no pursuit other than eating, drinking, and having fun. And the woman lying beside him at this moment was Ning Xian. She had only recently become Pei Du's new lover, but clearly, Pei Du's passion for her was still at its peak. Ning Xian became the first of the 5 members of the Ning family to be abandoned. It was Ninghua, Lu Xiulan, and Ning Mo who sent her to seduce Pei Du. They wanted the Ning family to live a good life and leave the 9th district, and the fastest way they could think of was to have Ning Xian start with the lustful Pei Du. Although Ning Xian hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities, she was fortunate enough to possess a beautiful appearance, which allowed her to hook up with Pei Du. Initially, she was reluctant to offer herself to an older man like Pei Du. However, these days, she enjoyed a good life, free from worries about survival. She no longer had to live in a cramped apartment in District 9 with the Ning family, where even turning around meant encountering someone. She had no worries about food or drink, and she couldn't live without this kind of life. So now, she willingly followed Pei Du. She wanted a good life. She never wanted to return to District 9. She was determined to fulfill every unreasonable request Pei Du made. Compared to the hardships of the post-apocalyptic world, sleeping with an older man and selling her body was far more appealing to her. Ning Xian, a charming smile on her face, was about to lean against Pei Du. Just then, they heard a hurried knock at the door. Then, the maid's voice rang out. Fourth Master Ada, the young lady's attendant, is here. Upon hearing that Ada was here, Pei Du immediately lost all interest. His face changed. Ada's arrival always meant trouble. His little tyrant was about to torment him again. It had been over half a year. She hadn't bothered him this time. What had gotten into this little tyrant, Now, remembering him, Pei-du quickly got up, ignoring Ning Xian's coquettish pleas, put on his pajamas, and hurried downstairs. Ning Xian had only been with Pei-du for a few days. She didn't know Pei Xingyue was Pei-du's biggest nemesis. Fearing that some woman might be seducing Pei-du, she immediately got up, dressed, and went downstairs to see what was going on. Downstairs, Ada, seeing Pei-du coming down in his pajamas, indulged in lewd behavior in broad daylight. Fourth Master was always like this. Then, he saw Ning Xian hurriedly come downstairs. Ning Xian was really willing to go to any lengths. Pei-du asked Ada, "What's the matter?" From the moment he arrived, Pei-du had prayed 100 times in his heart that it wasn't Pei Xingyue coming. Please, please, no. Unfortunately, his ideal was far from reality. Ada nodded slightly. Fourth Master, Miss will personally visit tomorrow. She says she hasn't seen you for half a year and misses you very much. If there's nothing else, I delivered the message, so I be leaving now. Upon hearing this, Pei-du immediately took a step back, his face instantly falling. Oh no! Just as he feared, it happened. This little devil wasn't coming to see him. She was probably coming to torment him again. Ada left. Ning Xian quickly stepped forward and saw Pei-du's unpleasant expression. She spoke cautiously, Fourth Master, what's wrong? Isn't it just that Miss Pei is coming? She's your own niece. I always wanted to get close to her. Tomorrow, could I also help entertain her? Chapter 207. Pei-du turned to look at Ning Xian's happy expression, and called her an idiot. Ning Xian was stunned, and a hint of grievance immediately appeared on her face. Fourth Master, why are you saying that to me? What did I say wrong? I don't know anything, will you tell me? Okay. Pei-du was quite susceptible to Ning Xian's coquettishness. After all, a young and beautiful girl was willing to coax him. Pei-du calmed down. You don't know, in the Pei family, the person I'm most afraid of is my niece Xingyu. Ning Xian was surprised. How could the word afraid be so exaggerated? Pei-du was the fourth master of the Pei family. Even if Pei Xingyu was the eldest daughter of the Pei family, she was still his junior, and had to call him uncle. Why would he be afraid of her? Ning Xian looked at Pei-du's unpleasant expression and thought of a good idea. What if she could use this opportunity to get close to Pei Xingyu? Her original target was the young master of the Pei family, Pei Xianke. However, having slept with Pei-du, even the most foolish Ning Xian knew she had lost her chance to climb up to Pei Xianke. Now, if she could use Pei-du's connection to ingratiate herself with Pei Xingyu, she could still thrive in the eastern base. Fourth Master, I don't think you need to worry so much. What if Miss Pei just wants to visit you, her uncle? Tomorrow, let me come along. I definitely help you entertain Miss Pei well. You see, you trust me with my work and service, right? I promise I make Miss Pei very happy, okay? Ning Xian deliberately nuzzled against Pei-du's chest to get him to agree. Pei-du, though teased, had lost his usual interest. Finally, he agreed to stay with Ning Xian the next day to entertain Pei Xingyue. Ning Xian was overjoyed that Pei-du had agreed and immediately began preparing what to wear. Meanwhile, Air and Pei Xingyue arrived in District 9, a district inhabited by all sorts of people. The Ning family lived in a small alley, crammed into one place with 6 or 7 other households. Pei Xingyue got out of the car and went straight to the Ning family home. At the Ning family's door, Lu Xiaolan was arguing and shouting at her neighbor across the hall. It was unclear what they were arguing about. That neighbor was no pushover either, and immediately tried to grab Lu Xiaolan's hair. It was Ningguo who came out and made Lu Xiaolan apologize. Only then did the neighbor close the door. Lu Xiaolan looked at Ningguo with a wronged expression. Unfortunately, she was no longer the well-maintained lady she was before the apocalypse. Now, ravaged by the apocalypse, her skin is sagging and she emits an unpleasant odor. Naturally, Ningguo isn't in much better shape. He's also dressed in rags, no longer possessing any semblance of dignity, his face horribly aged. After arriving at the eastern base, they enjoyed a year of good times, only to be repeatedly relegated to the lower districts. Upon arriving in District 9, they could only maintain basic sustenance, their bodies and minds tormented daily, their mentality long since warped. A few days ago, they thought that by giving their daughter to Pei-du, they could all rise to prominence. But who would have thought that Ning Xian would climb up to Pei-du, constantly giving them the runaround, telling them to wait a little longer. These days, they wait daily for news of Ning Xian, suffering even more torment. Even when Lu Xiaolan wanted to complain about her grievances, Ningguo couldn't bear to look at her more than once. Husband, you. Before she could finish speaking, Ningguo glared at her, his face cold, as he interrupted her. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get inside. You can't do anything all day, all you do is cause trouble. Lu Xiaolan didn't dare utter a word in reply, and could only follow Ningguo inside. Inside, Ning Sun lay sprawled out, doing absolutely nothing. He was ambitious beyond his years, thinking that as a superhuman, he would be valued by the Pei family at the Eastern Base and have a chance to shine. But upon arriving, he discovered that the Eastern Base didn't need low-level superhumans like him. The difference was too great for the proud Ning Sun to accept. So Ning Sun chose to give up. He didn't improve his abilities, nor did he join the superhuman squad to kill zombies and exchange crystal cores for supplies. He just stayed home. Ning Sun was taking his dependence on his older brother and younger sister to the extreme. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan doted on their youngest son. Even in the apocalypse, despite Ning Sun's condition, they indulged him in every way. They rather sell their daughter, Ning Xian, using her body to secure a better life than let Ning Sun go out on missions. Lu Xiaolan looked at Ning Sun lying there. Son, when are you going to go on a mission? Our family can't rely on just your brother. In a couple more days, we won't even have food left. We'd be starving. Ning Sun scoffed at Lu Xiaolan's nagging and didn't care at all. Mom, what's the rush? My sister has already hooked up with the fourth master of the Pei family. Our good days are just around the corner. Don't worry about it. Those zombies are disgusting. I don't want to kill them. What if I get hurt? You and Dad will be the ones heartbroken. Would you really let me go? Ningguo also said, all right, son is right. Xiner told us to wait for news, but with just one word from fourth master Pei, getting us back to the upper district is a piece of cake. Son is still young. Why would you send him on a mission? Eat sparingly these next few days, be careful. Ning Sun chuckled. Dad still loves me the most, Mom, stop nagging. Lu Xiaolan's brows were so furrowed they could kill a fly. Emor has been out all day, saying he needs to fill out a form to join the Pei family's guard team. He's tried several times, but it's always stuck. Have we offended someone? Why is it so difficult for Emor to get tested? Where's Jean? Honey, do you think someone's targeting us? Ning was scolded. Targeting you? We haven't offended anyone since we came to the Eastern Base. I like to deal with the higher-ups, but we haven't even seen them. Who could we have offended? Don't talk nonsense. Just wait. Today, Emor will definitely bring back good news. Emor just needs an opportunity. If that doesn't work, I go to Xiner and ask fourth master Pei to write a letter of recommendation. No matter how outrageous fourth master Pei is, he's still a member of the Pei family. Young master Pei will definitely give him face. Lu Xiaolan thought it made sense. As the three were talking, they heard a knock at the door. Who would come at this time? Ningguo and Ning Sun immediately looked at Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan quickly shook her head. It wasn't me. Besides that old woman across the hall, I haven't offended anyone recently. Ningguo told Lu Xiaolan to open the door. When Lu Xiaolan opened the door, she was stunned to see Pei Xingyue and Ada standing there. Instantly, their eyes widened, their expressions turning as if they'd seen a ghost. In the entire Eastern Base, who didn't know the famous eldest daughter of the Pei family, they were also residents of the upper-class area and had seen Pei Xingyue from afar. Pei Xingyue smiled slightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Chapter 208. This smile made Lu Xiaolan feel as if she were dreaming. Ningguo and Ning Sun watched Lu Xiaolan standing stiffly at the door, motionless. The father and son scolded her as they walked to the door, and upon seeing her, the two were also shocked. The three of them, recovering from their shock, immediately straightened their clothes. Ning Sun, in particular, stared wide-eyed at the beautiful Pei Xingyue. A fawning expression appeared on his face. His gaze was intense. He even fantasized that the eldest daughter of the Pei family had come to see him. If that were the case, he would be in a very good position. He would even be willing to marry into the Pei family. Miss Pei, Ningguo hurriedly said, Miss Pei, your presence today is truly an honor to our humble abode. Even at this point, Ningguo was still putting on an act. Pei Xingyue looked at the family of three before her, without any intention of speaking. The three men from Ningguo greeted her with smiles. In their eyes, someone of Pei Xingyue's status was perfectly entitled to do whatever she wanted. Air coughed. Mr. Ning, won't you invite our young lady in? The three men from Ningguo quickly stepped aside, bowing and scraping. Quickly, Miss Pei, please come in. They were overjoyed. They hadn't expected the young lady of the Pei family to be so unconcerned about their surroundings, and willing to condescend to them. Pei Xingyue entered the house. Ning Sun, wanting to seize the opportunity to impress her, eagerly went to the sofa, and wiped his face clean with his sleeve. Pei Xingyue didn't even glance at him, walked to the sofa, and sat down. Even so, Ning Sun was overjoyed. Pei Xingyue waved her hand, and Air took out an approval form from his pocket and placed it on the table. The three looked over. This familiar application form, Ning Mo had applied many times, but had never been approved. Unexpectedly, Miss Pei herself had delivered this application form. Good heavens. Pei Xingyue slowly spoke. This is Ning Mo's application form for the Pei family's guard team. It's been approved. Today, I'm here to tell him that he needs to go to the underground boxing ring in District 2 in one day to participate in the assessment. This assessment was personally designed by me. It's very simple. As long as Ning Mo can defeat the person I send, he passes. However, it's a matter of life and death. Ning Mo should think it through. If he dies during the assessment, that's his fate. The three Ninggua's expressions changed. A matter of life and death? Why did the rules suddenly change? Wasn't it supposed to be divided into 3 groups? If you want to give up halfway through, you can. There's no danger to your life. Ningguo said cautiously. But Miss Pei, what about the previous selection system for the guard team? Pei Xingyue smiled. Mr. Ning, this is an assessment I specially prepared for you. Everyone else has to go through 3 rounds, but Ning Mo only needs to defeat my people to enter the Pei family guard team. Such a good thing isn't available to everyone. Don't be too greedy. What, Mr. Ning, do you think my assessment is unreasonable? Is there a problem? After saying this, Pei Xingyue's face turned cold. Her cold expression immediately frightened the 3 members of the Ning family. Ning Sun wanted to show off. Dad, Miss Pei is just being kind. This is good for my brother. Everyone else has 3 rounds, but my brother only needs to win once. What more could he want? My brother will definitely agree. We absolutely can't miss such a good opportunity. What kind of treatment would one receive upon joining the Pei family's guard? Even with his worries, Ningguo couldn't help but be tempted. He figured Pei Xingyue had personally delivered the assessment form, so she wouldn't make things too difficult for Ning Mo. It might just be a formality. Could it be that the Pei family's eldest daughter had taken a liking to Emor? That's why she was willing to personally visit and find an excuse to give Emor preferential treatment. If that were the case, with Emor becoming the Pei family's son-in-law, would they still worry about not being able to return to their former good life? Thinking of this, Ningguo was extremely excited. Pei Xingyue added fuel to the fire. Mr. Ning, fortune favors the bold. This opportunity only comes once. Alright, leave the assessment form here. Saying this, she stood up, as if to leave. Ningguo was still hesitant, but Lu Xiaolan and Ning Sun were getting anxious. Ningguo immediately agreed. Alright, I agree on Emor's behalf. He will definitely participate in the Pei family's guard selection one day from now. Emor is capable, he will absolutely not let you down, Miss Pei. Pei Xingyue left with Ada. The Ning family erupted in excitement. Just as Pei Xingyue got into the car, she happened to run into Ning Mo returning. His face was cold, and he was tightly clutching a rejected application form in his hand. His expression was sullen, and his aura was extremely low. Pei Xingyue deliberately opened the car window. Just then, Ning Mo looked up and saw Pei Xingyue sitting in the car, and froze. Why would the eldest daughter of the Pei family come to a place like the 9th district, a place of all sorts of people? But he was sure he wasn't mistaken, and stood there, watching the car drive away. When he got home, he saw Ningguo and the other 2 excitedly discussing something. Their faces were beaming with joy. Seeing Ning Mo return, Lu Xiaolan quickly went up to him. Son, you're back. You're finally back. Something incredibly good happened today. Do you know who came to our house just now? Good heavens. You never guess who it was. Our family is about to have a stroke of good luck. Mom has had enough of this kind of life. Lu Xiaolan talked for a long time without getting to the point, making Ning Mo frown. Thinking of Pei Xingyue sitting in the car earlier, he reconsidered and thought it unlikely. Why would the eldest daughter of the Pei family come to their house? It's a fantasy, Ning Guodao said. Emor, it's the Pei family, the eldest daughter of the Pei family. She just came in person with her trusted confidant, bringing you an application for the Pei family's guard team. She's inviting you to the application process in a day. If you pass, you be a member of the Pei family's guard team. Ning Sun grabbed the application form and handed it to Ning Mo. Brother, look quickly. This is the application form. It's already stamped. The eldest daughter of the Pei family brought it personally. Brother, let me tell you, the eldest daughter of the Pei family is as beautiful as an angel. When I saw her today, I like her. When? Brother, now that you join the Pei family's guard, don't forget your little brother. If Miss Pei takes a liking to me. Ning Sun was still dreaming, fantasizing that Pei Xingyue would even consider someone like him. Ning Mo, the most cunning and calculating member of the Ning family, was shocked, but more suspicious than anything else. How could such a windfall happen? Such a good thing? The eldest daughter of the Pei family personally delivering the application form. This whole thing seemed strange. Ning Mo said, "Don't be too happy yet. Don't you think this is too strange? Tell me properly, what happened while I was away? Don't miss a single word." The three of them recounted what had happened. After listening, Ning Mo still couldn't understand why the eldest daughter of the Pei family, who had no connection with him, would give him special treatment. Why didn't he need to take the normal assessment? He could join the Pei family's guard just by defeating one person. Chapter 209. Even with numerous doubts in his heart, Ning Mo couldn't resist the temptation of the application form in his hand. This was his only chance to turn his life around. Since the apocalypse, they had joined the eastern base, but had never received any opportunities or been given important positions. And for some reason, things had been going badly for them for over a year. Despite being superhumans, they had initially been able to stay in District 2, but in the past year, they had been moved repeatedly. He couldn't understand who was targeting the Ning family. Now, the only chance to change his fate was to join the Pei family's guard team. Ning Xian was his sister. He knew her character well enough to know she was unreliable. Seeing Ning Mo's continued doubts, Ningwu quickly reassured him. "Emor, tell me, is it possible that Miss Pei has taken a liking to you? Otherwise, why would she come to District 9 to personally deliver this stamped application form to you? I bet she stamped it herself too. Emor, you're so handsome and a fire-type ability user, you're just missing an opportunity to be appreciated by a powerful figure. The opportunity is right in front of you, Emor. You absolutely can't miss it." Ning Sun was immediately displeased upon hearing this. He muttered under his breath, "What if Miss Pei has taken a liking to me?" Upon hearing this, all three people in the room looked at Ning Sun. They knew perfectly well what kind of lazy, good-for-nothing Ning Sun was. Was Miss Pei blind? Could she possibly like him? Ning Mo was taken aback. Miss Pei had taken a liking to him? Was that really possible? He had only met Miss Pei once, a year ago, when they came to the eastern base and exchanged greetings by chance. But Pei Xingyue hadn't even glanced at him. How could she suddenly be interested in him? But it didn't make sense. Why would Pei Xingyue personally deliver this application form to him? A complete mystery. At this moment, Ning Mo couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be true? How much thought had Ning Mo had? Perhaps, back then, the eldest daughter of the Pei family really had taken a liking to him. Now she remembered him. So she made this special trip? Lu Xiaolan whispered. "I said, have you all forgotten? Wasn't that eldest daughter of the Pei family, and that second master of the Wen family childhood sweethearts?" These words made the three men of the Ning family's faces darken. Ning Mo, everyone in the base knows about this. Before the apocalypse, Wen Xian and Pei Xingyue were childhood sweethearts. After the apocalypse, they remained inseparable. Today's events are still strange. Ning Sun dismissed it. Childhood sweethearts? That's utter nonsense. If they were really childhood sweethearts, why weren't they even married before the apocalypse? I bet Wen Xian is relentlessly pursuing the Pei family's eldest daughter. Brother, you definitely have a chance. Be more assertive, and the Pei family's eldest daughter will treat you differently. As long as you use some tricks, the Pei family's eldest daughter definitely doesn't like men who cling to her. A high and mighty young lady like her would prefer a cold, aloof man who ignores her. That's what she finds challenging. Ning Sun considered himself a womanizer, so he felt he understood all women in the world. He thought Pei Xingyue liked men she couldn't conquer. If his brother couldn't do it, he would. Ning Mo thought about Ning Sun's words carefully and agreed. Regardless of whether that was true or not, he had to seize this opportunity. He absolutely couldn't miss it. How could the Ning family remain in the 9th district? Whether before or after the apocalypse, they would always be superior. Once he joined the Pei family's guard, he was sure to find a way to gain the favor of the Pei family's young master and get a chance to prove himself. After returning, Pei Xingyue went to see Yu Xiaohua and told her what had happened at the Ning family. She also invited Yu Xiaohua to go to Pei Du's house the next day, even thoughtfully preparing a mask. Yu Xiaohua agreed and went with Pei Xingyue to Pei Du's place the next day. Silently burned incense for Pei Du. Fourth Master, tomorrow is likely to be a dangerous day. The young lady is taking Miss Yu, who is hiding her identity, clearly intending to wreak havoc. The next day, around noon, a black sedan slowly pulled up. The car door opened, and Pei Xingyue stepped out gracefully, like an elegant white swan. She was tall and elegant, her white dress billowing in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Following closely behind Pei Xingyue were Yu Xiaohua and Air. Yu Xiaohua wore a black baseball cap today, a few strands of hair peeking out from under the brim. She wore a mask, revealing only a pair of dark eyes, deep and unfathomable. She wore a black uniform, tailored to fit perfectly, highlighting her slender waist and long legs. High boots added to her dashing and spirited air. Pei Xingyue turned, smiling brightly. Xiaohua, wait a minute, watch my performance. Your half-sister will definitely be here too. Yu Xiaohua gave a faint Just as the three of them reached the door, Pei Du hurriedly came out with Ning Xian. Ning Xian wore a black short skirt, dressing herself up in a charming and cute way. Completely oblivious to the fact that Pei Du, a man in his 60s, was standing next to her, how incongruous were the two of them. Pei Du looked at Pei Xingyue and recalled the nightmares of the past few years. He rubbed his hands together. Good niece, what wind blew you here to your uncle today? Uncle has missed you terribly. Air could see how insincere these words were. Pei Xingyue glanced at Ning Xian, dressed flamboyantly, behind Pei Du. She smiled slightly. Fourth uncle, you see, I knew you missed me, so I came. Your health really is terrible. Overindulgence, be careful not to die young. Not to criticize, but at your age, you still don't know how to restrain yourself. But don't worry, fourth uncle, the day you suddenly die, I will definitely leave your corpse to rot in the wilderness. By the way, Air, you said before, where are the most zombies? Air stepped forward and answered seriously. Miss, there are more zombies 10 kilometers outside the base recently. You might want to consider it. Pei Xingyue's mouth was like poison, each word a critical hit. Pei Du had gotten used to it over the years. If she weren't like this, she wouldn't be his sharp-tongued niece. Pei Du could only laugh awkwardly. My dear niece, you always like to joke, ha ha ha, long time no see, still as humorous as ever. After saying this, Pei Du's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua. Aside from Ada and Air, there had never been a masked guard around his niece. Was she a new recruit? And a woman at that? Why was she wearing a mask? Was she ashamed to be seen? But just looking at her figure, a wicked thought flashed across Pei Du's eyes. However, seeing Pei Xingyue in front of him, he immediately abandoned that idea. He wouldn't dare touch any woman, but he wouldn't dare touch the guards around Pei Xingyue. His niece could kill him outright. Chapter 210. Yu Xiaohua looked at Ning Xian, who stood opposite her with a fawning smile. The Ning family was truly the same as in their previous life. Ning Xian was the first one they abandoned. In this life, they gave Ning Xian to the infamous Pei Du, who was 40 years her senior. In her previous life, Ning Xian hadn't climbed the social ladder with the older Pei Du, but rather with the then manager of the 3rd district of the eastern base, who was only 8 years younger. Only Ning Xian present looked utterly incredulous. She simply couldn't believe that Pei Xingyue would dare say such rebellious things to her own uncle. Pei Xingyue's gaze also fell on the shocked Ning Xian. Oh my, this must be Miss Ning, your newly found granddaughter, fourth uncle? She doesn't look like her at all. Dressed like that, anyone who didn't know better would think she was going to a banquet. Pei Du's face stiffened. Looking at Ning Xian's attire today, he had just thought she was charming. Upon hearing Pei Xingyue's words, Pei Du's face immediately turned cold. Go back and change your clothes. What kind of behavior is this? Ning Xian, scolded, didn't dare utter a word, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Before she could even say a word to Pei Xingyue, she slunk into the house, went upstairs, and changed her clothes. Pei Xingyue turned her head and glanced at Yu Xiaohua, her eyes clearly revealing "I'm great, please praise me" expression. Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. Pei Du looked at the two of them. Why did he feel there was something strange between Xingyue and this female bodyguard? Before he could think further, Pei Xingyue led Ada and Yu Xiaohua into the house. Pei Du quickly followed. He didn't know better. He would think this wasn't his home, and that he was the one visiting. In fact, this villa was originally allocated to him by Pei Xingyue. Pei Xingyue sat down directly on the sofa. Ah Zhao, you sit too. Pei Du, who was about to sit down, was taken aback. Ah wow! Did she mean this female bodyguard? What right did a mere bodyguard from the Pei family have to sit on equal footing with them? What was Xingyue doing here? Before Pei Du could speak, Pei Xingyue turned her head and looked at Pei Du with a smile. What? Fourth uncle has a problem with that. Pei Du quickly shook his head. He dared not offend this little princess. She could just let whoever she wanted sit. Yu Xiaohua walked over unhurriedly and sat down next to Pei Xingyue. Even with a mask on, her aura surprised Pei Du. Just as they sat down, Ning Xian changed her clothes and came downstairs. This time, she wore a well-fitting suit. She was also taken aback when she saw who was sitting next to Pei Xingyue. A masked female bodyguard dared to sit next to Miss Pei. Did she even deserve such a lowly person? Ning Xian stepped forward, sat down next to Pei Du, and, looking at Pei Xingyue, affectedly smoothed her hair. Fourth Master, Miss Pei, I had some coffee prepared in advance. It's your favorite, Fourth Master. Please try some. By the way, this female bodyguard, right? Would you like to try some too? When Ning Xian faced Pei Xingyue, her attitude was extremely respectful, bowing and scraping. However, when she turned to face Yu Xiaohua, who was wearing a mask, her expression instantly changed drastically, becoming arrogant and even carrying a hint of disdain. This woman, wearing a mask and only revealing her eyes, gave her a feeling of déjà vu, as if she had seen her somewhere before, and she felt a deep-seated disgust. Ning Xian was clearly a fool. She completely forgot a crucial fact. The woman sitting next to Pei Xingyue was definitely not someone she could easily offend. Pei Du's face darkened because of her words. He glared fiercely at Ning Xian, extremely displeased with her behavior. This idiot, this female bodyguard, whom Xingyue valued so much, even Ada, who had followed her for so many years, couldn't sit here, yet this female bodyguard could. However, Ning Xian was completely oblivious to her mistake. She remained immersed in her own world, ignoring Pei Du's warning. Yu Shua's gaze fell coldly on Ning Xian. It was an extremely cold gaze, seemingly capable of piercing one's soul. Just then, Pei Xingyue suddenly looked at Ning Xian. The corners of her mouth slightly upturned, then a faint smile appeared. Seeing this, Ning Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She thought her ingratiation had finally worked, and Pei Xingyue's attitude towards her had changed. The next second, Pei Xingyue's words instantly froze the fawning smile on her face. Oh, Miss Ning, who do you think you are, daring to boss my people around? Coffee, that's hilarious. You think that just because you slept with my fourth uncle, you're the mistress of this place? By the way, my fourth uncle didn't tell you, did he? Back then, this villa was under my name, for my fourth uncle to stay in, understand? Pei Du's face also turned red with embarrassment, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Because at the time, Pei Xianke hadn't arranged accommodation for Pei Du. It was Pei Jun who, by swallowing his pride, specially arranged accommodation for his younger brother, Pei Du, in Pei Xingyue's villa. Ning Xian was completely stunned. She never imagined that the villa she lived in belonged to Pei Xingyue, not Pei Du. Pei Xingyue's words just now made her face flush red, and she could barely lift her head. However, it was clear that Ning Xian had also experienced the ravages of the apocalypse. Her former spoiled princess temper had completely subsided. She quickly stood up and apologized. Miss Pei, I misspoke. Pei Du's expression softened somewhat. Pei Xingyue crossed her legs, turned her head, and looked at Yu Xiaohua. Ah Zhao, tell me, should we forgive this idiot Miss Ning? Ah Zhao. Ning Xian was startled by these two words. She looked up and stared intently at Yu Xiaohua, who was sitting there. Yu Xiaohua was looking back at her. Their eyes met, and Ning Xian's brows furrowed so deeply they could have crushed a fly. Impossible. How could the Pei family's eldest daughter's bodyguard have the same nickname as that bitch Yu Xiaohua? Yu Xiaohua and Yu Chang were probably already dead somewhere. Those two good-for-nothings couldn't possibly be alive now. The eldest daughter of the Pei family is surrounded by elite superhumans, born from the post-apocalyptic world. Even if Yu Xiaohua survived by a hair's breadth, she would never stand beside Pei Xingyue. She's truly insane. How could she possibly believe this female bodyguard is Yu Xiaohua? The next second, Yu Xiaohua spoke. I won't forgive her. Pei Xingyue looked at Ning Xian's pale face and shrugged. See, Xiaohua doesn't want to forgive you. Then, Pei Xingyue looked at Pei Du. Fourth uncle, how come your taste in women is getting worse and worse? You even like this kind of trash? Fourth uncle, my villa doesn't allow unclean things in. If you like her, why don't you all move out together? Pei Du immediately panicked. How could he possibly abandon his current villa for Ning Xian? Xingyue always keeps her word. Pei Du turned around and slapped Ning Xian across the face. Hurry up and apologize to this Miss Xiaohua, or you be kicked out. Chapter 211. Ning Xian was shocked and terrified. No, Fourth Master, how could you treat me like this? I apologize right now, okay? Ning Xian covered her face, looking pitifully at Yu Xiaohua, who was wearing a mask. She concealed the hatred in her eyes. Ah, Miss Xiaohua, it was my fault. Please forgive me, you are so magnanimous. Yu Xiaohua had deliberately lowered her voice when she spoke. Therefore, Ning Xian couldn't hear it at all. She would never have imagined that the person sitting in front of her, making her so servile, was Yu Xiaohua. Pei Xingyue blinked her big eyes, pleading, "Good Ah Zhao, please forgive Miss Ning. After all, she's my fourth uncle's chosen bed partner. Give him some face, after all, he's getting on in years, and finding a woman willing to be with him isn't easy. Be magnanimous, don't hold a grudge against this." "Ning, no, I mean, this bed board okay?" Ah Air, standing beside her, stifled a laugh, his lips twitching. After this barrage of punches from the young lady, it's clear that Fourth Master and Ning Xian probably wish they could disappear into a mouse hole right now. The two of them have absolutely no shame. Ning Xian lowered her head deeply, as if trying to bury her face in the ground. Her hands clenched tightly in her palms, her nails digging deep into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Her body trembled slightly, revealing her extreme unease and fear. Ning Xian couldn't lift her head. She feared that at this moment, her humble state would be laid bare. She had already risked everything to serve an old man in his 60s. She had thought this would bring her some dignity and status, allowing her to rise above others in the apocalypse. She could endure the insults from the eldest daughter of the Pei family. After all, the other party was the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Pei family. However, a mere female bodyguard dared to humiliate her like this. This filled Ning Xian with immense anger and humiliation. Yu Xiaohua slowly stood up, walking step by step towards Ning Xian. Each step felt like it was treading on Ning Xian's heart, making her heart pound even faster. Finally, Yu Xiaohua stopped in front of Ning Xian. She slowly lowered her head, looking down at Ning Xian kneeling on the ground. Ning Xian felt a shadow suddenly appear above her. That shadow was like a giant hand, pressing heavily on her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. How naive she had been in her past life, always clinging to hope time and time again. Would these people in the Ning family spare her out of a shred of kinship? Don't send her to that dark, desolate laboratory to suffer those inhuman tortures. Even after leaving the lab, she was foolish enough to still trust the Ning family one more time. In the end, she was pushed into a horde of zombies by Ning Xian and the others. Thinking back, how foolish she was in her past life. Reborn, she now feels nothing but indifference when she thinks about those things. People always have to pay the price for their stupidity. In her past life, she paid the price. In this life, she will make the Ning family taste all the torment she suffered in her past life. The Ning family's game has only just begun. Pei Du was also shocked. Such a powerful aura. It felt vaguely familiar? Yes, it was his cold-blooded nephew, with the same imposing aura as Xian Ke. How could this be? She's just a female bodyguard? The next second, Yu Xiaohua slapped Ning Xian across the face. This slap stunned Pei Du. Ning Xian was his woman, after all. How could she be hit by a female bodyguard? Pei Du was about to speak when Air said, "Fourth Master, please calm down." Pei Du's expression remained unchanged, but when he turned his head, he saw Pei Xingyue's ambiguous smile, and then he gave up. He could only pretend not to see Ning Xian's pleading eyes. What could he do? In the Pei family, only his eldest niece could both please the old man and speak to Pei Xianke. Otherwise, if he ever caused trouble, no one would plead for him. Pei Xianke didn't even acknowledge him as his fourth uncle. Xingyue could still call him fourth uncle. Such a bond couldn't be tarnished by a woman. Ning Xian was stunned by the slap. When she came to her senses, she immediately put on a pitiful expression, looking at Pei Du sitting there. "Fourth Master, how could you watch her hit me? I'm your woman. Fourth Master, please save me." Before she could finish speaking, Yu Xiaohua raised his hand without hesitation, and with lightning speed, slapped Ning Xian hard across the cheek. A crisp smack rang out, and a bright red handprint immediately appeared on Ning Xian's face. This slap was like a bolt from the blue, landing heavily on Ning Xian's face. The force was astonishing. With a crisp smack, Ning Xian's originally exquisite makeup was instantly ruined. She looked like a flower ravaged by a storm, a pitiful sight. Her meticulously combed hair was now disheveled, like a disturbed bird's nest. Ning Xian's face, contorted with pain, looked utterly wretched, making her appear even more disheveled. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes red and swollen. Mixed with her smeared makeup, she was indistinguishable from a ghost. At this moment, she looked exactly like a female ghost who had escaped from the underworld, pitiful and terrifying. "Ah!" Ning Xian covered her face, completely broken by the beating, screaming, and yelling like a shrew. Pei Du's eyes were filled with disgust. How come he hadn't noticed these past few days? Looking at Ning Xian, she wasn't all that great. Pei Du always judged women by their appearance, having no real feelings for them. Women like Ning Xian. Pei Du was 60 years old. What women hadn't he seen? What he liked about Ning Xian was merely her appearance and her obedience these past few days. Pei Xingyue saw the undisguised disdain in Pei Du's eyes. She curled her lips. Her fourth uncle had always been like this. Ning Xian thought she had found a powerful patron, but in reality, she had no idea of her fourth uncle's cold-heartedness. Her fourth uncle had seen countless women like her, and wouldn't even give her a second thought. To him, a woman in this life was less valuable than an expensive custom-made gift. He replaced her whenever he got tired of her. Her fourth uncle was incredibly generous. He was willing to spend money on anyone he was with. In his youth, with his good looks and lavish spending, countless women were willing to be with him. In the apocalypse, money was useless. But there were still women like Ning Xian who, with him, could at least live a life free from financial worries. Pei Xingyue clapped her hands. Ouch, Ah Zhao, why were you so gentle? Look, your hand hurts. You could have just told me about the slap. Ah Miss Ning likes slaps. Do you know what to do? Chapter 212. Nodded and stepped forward. Miss Ning covered her swollen face, looking at in fear, and frantically backed away. No, don't come any closer, fourth master, please save me, save me. Pei Du looked at the distraught Ning Xian. After all, she had been with him for a while, and there was some affection between them. He was still warm towards her. Pei Du looked at Pei Xingyue ingratiatingly. Yu Xiaohua withdrew her hand and turned around. Go back. Concise and to the point, Pei Xingyue nodded happily. Okay, Ah Zhao, we're leaving now. You stay and entertain Miss Ning well. Pei Du was dumbfounded by Pei Xingyue's obedience. The eldest daughter of the Pei family listens to a female bodyguard? What kind of nonsense is this? Today is truly chaotic. Every single thing leaves him completely bewildered. Seeing Ah raise his hand, Pei Du didn't have time to be surprised before he quickly spoke up. Xingyue, give your fourth uncle some face. This Ning Xian is young and doesn't think before she speaks. It's her fault. Look, she's already been hit. How about we just let it go? In this apocalypse, it's not easy for your fourth uncle to have someone obedient, is it? You know, this is your fourth uncle's only hobby, hee. Good niece, please don't hit her anymore, okay? Pei Du finally managed to swallow his pride and plead for her. Pei Xingyue turned her head, looked at Pei Du, and then glanced at Ah The next second, Ah slapped Ning Xian across the face. Ning Xian was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground, showing how hard Ah slap had been. Pei Xingyue waved her hand. Oh Ah why are you in such a hurry? Fourth uncle has already pleaded for her, and you still hit her. You're so immature. Alright, fourth uncle will spare Miss Ning for your sake. Fourth uncle, you need to teach your woman a lesson, otherwise, next time, I won't be so lenient. Come on, Ah The three left. Pei Du's face was indescribably grim. Was this what they called letting her go? She'd been beaten like this. Ah had clearly done it on purpose. He had a feeling that Xingyu hadn't come to see him today. It seemed she only come for Ning Xian. The female bodyguard, who always wore a mask, was even stranger. He looked at Ning Xian, unconscious on the ground, her face a mess, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Sister Hua, take her upstairs, and let her heal her facial injuries. After the three got into the car, Yu Xiaohua took off her mask, and Pei Xingyue started swooning again. Sister Jiaohua, how was it? Did I do well today? Please hug me. Ah drove, remembering something second master Wen had said yesterday. If Miss Yu were a man, the young lady would definitely abandon him and choose Miss Yu without hesitation, without even a second's thought. Yu Xiaohua reached out her hand, and Pei Xingyue leaned in, acting like a little woman. Ah I have a feeling that the young master and second master Wen are getting a little dirty lately. The next day, Ning Mo led the Ning family to the underground boxing arena in District 2. After showing their forms, the Ning family went through 2 more checkpoints, and were searched before they could enter the underground boxing arena. The security was tight the whole way. Ning Sun looked at the men in black standing on either side. Brother, don't tell me, why is the security so tight here? Ning Mo whispered. This is District 2, the core area. This underground boxing arena used to be where the Pei family stored their supplies, so the security was always tight. Half a year ago, it became the training ground for the Pei family's guards, so naturally the security is tight. Once inside, the Ning family looked at the already set-up platform. The Ning family seemed to foresee Ning Mo's smug demeanor after his victory, once he joined the Pei family's guard. Ning Mo was very confident. He was already a level 2 fire type ability user. Unless it was a level 3 ability user, he was certain of victory. The Pei family's guard had the most level 2 ability users. Today's assessment would at most send out one level 2 ability user. A level 3 ability user was simply impossible. In the entire eastern base, besides the Pei family's young master, where would one find a level 3 ability user? Therefore, today, Ning Mo felt victory was assured. The Ning family members were the same, swaggering around as if the underground boxing ring belonged to them. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being observed by several people in a room on the second floor. One-way glass. Those on the second floor could see downstairs, but those on the first floor couldn't see anything. Second floor. Room. Yu Xiaohua stood by the window, looking at the Ning family members, a smug and confident expression on her face, a slow smile playing on her lips. On the sofa, Pei Xingyue, Wen Xian, Zheng Shushu, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, 12, Ada, and Air were all there. Today, everyone was present. The table was piled high with snacks, all provided by Yu Xiaohua, along with red wine and soft drinks. 12 opened a bag of fries. I say today, it looks like boss is going to utterly crush Ning Mo. I can feel the murderous aura emanating from her. TSK, going on a killing spree, boss is going to. Pei Xingyue opened a bottle of cola. Just wait and see the show, Xiaohua will definitely beat Ning Mo to a pulp today. If it weren't for the limited resources, I would have liked to put up a banner for Xiaohua, what a pity. Wu Tian shook his head. The banner lacks impact, let's just shout a slogan. Old 6 is too corny, Captain, can't we come up with something more novel? Zheng Shushu suddenly spoke up. Big brother, second brother, you can go do a pole dance to entertain Miss Yu. Big brother, second brother, they do a pole dance in front of Miss Yu. Heh, the young master will definitely tear them to pieces. The group all turned to look at Zheng Shushu. Zheng Shushu coughed. When Xian watched Zheng Shushu fooling around with him. Even Shushu has changed, she's never been serious. Pei Xianke, holding a meticulously crafted phoenix mask, walked behind Yu Xiaohua. He personally put the phoenix mask on her. The exquisite phoenix mask perfectly concealed Yu Xiaohua's face. Sweetie, I'm waiting for you. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at him, casually giving him. The others all turned their heads away. Why wear a mask? And yet, it creates such an ambiguous, flirtatious atmosphere, they're constantly torturing each other with affection. It's outrageous. Zheng Shushu felt relieved. Finally, everyone shared this dose of PDA. Before, he always ate it alone. We share the burden, nobody can escape. Finally, while the Ning family waited anxiously, a clear and loud bell suddenly rang out from the underground boxing ring. It sounded like a death knell from hell, sending chills down everyone's spine. Immediately afterward, a cold and authoritative voice echoed throughout the boxing ring. Today, the assessment begins now, life or death. This voice was like the pronouncement of death, instilling endless fear and pressure. The next second, the boxing ring doors slowly opened, and a figure appeared in the darkness like a ghost. Her figure was shrouded in shadow, obscuring her face and expression. As the door swung open, the figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The Ning family's gazes all fell upon the person who appeared. A woman? How could it be a woman? Chapter 213. The Ning family members couldn't hide their joy when they saw a woman emerge. It seemed the eldest daughter of the Pei family was indeed giving Ning Mo preferential treatment. Wasn't this blatant favoritism? Ning Mo hadn't believed Pei Xingyue was interested in him. But now, she had deliberately sent a woman out. She genuinely wanted him to join the Pei family's guard team. If Pei Xingyue really was interested in him, once he joined the Pei family's guard team, wouldn't he have plenty of opportunities? Then, Pei Xingyue would definitely take good care of him. A year had passed, he had finally gotten his chance to climb up the ranks. Yu Xiaohua, wearing a phoenix mask, stepped out of the shadows. Until she reached the stage and looked at the Ning family members. Immersed in their joy, the Ning family members clearly didn't recognize her. Behind the phoenix mask, Yu Xiaohua's eyes were as black as an abyss, an endless darkness. Only when facing the Ning family did Yu Xiaohua reveal a violent aura. Today marks the beginning of Ning Mo and the Ning family's descent into the abyss. Several members of the Ning family urged Ning Mo to hurry up and go on stage. Lu Xiaolan suddenly felt a gaze behind her and whirled around. She saw Yu Xiaohua standing on the stage, wearing a phoenix mask. Those eyes seemed familiar? How could they look so much like that little bitch Yu Xiaohua? But it couldn't be. Lu Xiaolan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly tugged at Ningguo's arm. Ningguo said impatiently, What are you doing? Are you going to say a few words of encouragement to him or? What are you staring at? Lu Xiaolan gestured to Ningguo with her eyes. Honey, look, doesn't that woman on stage look like that bitch Yu Xiaohua? Why is she wearing a mask? I feel like those eyes are so familiar. Hearing Yu Xiaohua's name, Ningguo's brow twitched, his eyes turning chillingly cold. Why bring up that little at such a good time? That kind of trash, standing here? Ha ha ha, you're really crazy. Those siblings are long gone, who knows where they've been. Let me tell you, today is Imora's special day, don't bring up such unlucky things. Ning Sun chimed in, that's right, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? How could someone close to the eldest daughter of the Pei family be that bitch Yu Xiaohua? It's utter rubbish. We're just waiting for Brother's triumphant return. Tomorrow, we'd definitely be back in District 2. I had enough of life in District 9, I'm going crazy. Lu Xiaolan dared not speak further, but a strange unease lingered in her heart. The three members of the Ning family now placed their hopes for changing their fate on Ning Imo alone, waiting for him to shine today. On stage, Yu Xiaohua heard everything clearly between Ningguo, Lu Xiaolan, and Ning Sun. No matter how vicious the Ning family's words were, they couldn't stir the slightest ripple in her heart. Ning Imo went on stage. He casually glanced around. He bet that the eldest daughter of the Pei family was somewhere. Watching their duel today, he was determined to win. To catch the eye of the eldest daughter of the Pei family, this was his first step. Then, Ning Imo looked at Yu Xiaohua, who was wearing a mask opposite him, and vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, there are so many people in this world who look alike, the woman opposite him could absolutely not be Yu Xiaohua. Even after the apocalypse, even if she was lucky enough not to be torn apart by zombies, even if she awakened superpowers, someone as useless as Yu Xiaohua couldn't possibly stand beside the eldest daughter of the Pei family. There was no possibility. Yu Xiaohua stared blankly into Ning Mo's eyes. It was as if she could see through his pupils to his deepest thoughts. Her eyes were devoid of warmth, like a bottomless, icy pool, sending chills down one's spine. Ning Mo's heart tightened at the sight, but he quickly regained his composure, deciding to strike first. He took a deep breath, then suddenly released his supernatural aura. Like a raging torrent, it swept towards Yu Xiaohua. Ning Mo's aura was like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced on Yu Xiaohua. He attempted to disrupt her rhythm from the outset, putting her on the defensive. However, Yu Xiaohua seemed to have anticipated this. A slight, cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. This smile contained no fear or panic, only disdain and mockery of Ning Mo's actions. Ning Mo saw the disdain in her eyes, yet still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Miss, today, please enlighten me. You are a woman, so I let you make the first move. Seemingly gentlemanly, but in reality, he merely wanted to observe Yu Xiaohua's moves. A well-calculated scheme. He could even maintain a gentlemanly demeanor in front of Pei Xingyue. You are not worthy of me making the first move. Yu Xiaohua deliberately used a voice changer, her voice icy cold. Ning Mo's heart completely relaxed. It really wasn't Yu Xiaohua's voice was completely different. Below the stage, Ningguo and Ning Sun glanced at Lu Xiaolan, calling her an idiot. Lu Xiaolan no longer doubted it, the woman's voice on stage was completely different from Yu Xiaohua's. It wasn't her. Ning Mo's face changed instantly with anger at these words. What an arrogant woman! She dared to say he wasn't worthy, Ning Mo sneered. Fine, since that's how it is, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Ning Mo attacked without hesitation. He swiftly waved his hands, instantly unleashing a raging ball of flame. This flame soared into the air, radiating intense heat. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the entire underground boxing arena rose several degrees. However, just as the flame hurtled towards Yu Xiaohua like a meteor, Pei Xianke and the others on the second floor stood quietly by the window. Their faces showed no worry, but rather a mocking expression. This ball of flame, though seemingly menacing, was actually rather flashy and impractical, even somewhat embarrassing. To Yu Xiaohua, it was nothing more than a trivial trick. As expected, facing the oncoming flames, Yu Xiaohua easily dodged the attack with a mere flash. Her movements were as fluid and natural as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. Ning Mo watched as his own flames were dodged. He had only been testing the waters. He hadn't expected the woman opposite him to dodge so easily. As expected of someone chosen by the eldest daughter of the Pei family. Ning Mo shouted, "This is just an appetizer. This time, I hope you can handle it." In the next instant, Ning Mo's palm seemed to ignite, instantly gathering an even larger ball of flame. This flame burned fiercely, seemingly threatening to devour everything around it. Its temperature was so high that one could feel a wave of heat washing over them. Ning Mo had unleashed his true power. Clearly, this flame was much hotter than the previous one, and its power was undoubtedly greater. Chapter 214. Ning Mo, without hesitation, brandished the flame in his hand and charged straight at Yu Xiaohua. But Yu Xiaohua stood motionless, like a statue. In the eyes of the Ning family, her reaction was undoubtedly one of terror, a complete loss of ability to cope. Therefore, their smugness and arrogance could no longer be concealed, and were openly displayed. On the second floor, Wen Xian looked down at the first floor. Why is it Miss Yu moving? Is she preparing some powerful move? This Ning Mo is indeed something else. Judging by the flame, this Ning Mo is probably already a level 2 superpower. This battle is going to be interesting. Xian Ke, aren't you worried about Miss Yu at all? The others all turned to look at Wen Xian. What was he saying? A level 2 ability user should indeed worry about others. But the person in question is Yu Xiaohua, so what's there to worry about? Pei Xingyue clicked her tongue twice. Wen Xian, I never realized before how adorably stupid you are. Wen Xian swore, this was the first time in his life someone had called him stupid. Others would say he was courting death. But what Pei Xingyue said? Wen Xian smiled. Xingyue finally learned to praise him. Everyone stared at the worthless smile on Wen Xian's face. How to put it, young Master Pei is already a hopeless romantic, and now, second Master Wen has become like this too, truly hopeless. Pei Xian Ke stared intently at Yu Xiaohua's movements on the first floor. A slow smile curved his lips. On the stage, Ning Mo stared intently at Yu Xiaohua opposite him, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. However, just when he thought Yu Xiaohua would dodge as before, she suddenly made a move. Yu Xiaohua stood still, facing Ning Mo without fear, her eyes calm and resolute. Then, she slowly opened her hands, and as her palms opened, to Ning Mo's astonishment, 2 blazing flames actually appeared in Yu Xiaohua's hands. These 2 flames were even larger than the ones Ning Mo had emitted before. They danced in Yu Xiaohua's hands, radiating astonishing heat. With the appearance of the flames in Yu Xiaohua's hands, the temperature in the entire boxing ring instantly soared. The Ning family members below the stage felt this intense heat, their eyes widening in disbelief. The suppression of these flames was too obvious. These 2 flames were like demons from hell, roaring and releasing boundless energy. Compared to Ning Mo's raging flames, Yu Xiaohua's flames were nothing short of a raging storm. Not only were they larger than Ning Mo's, resembling a blazing fireball, but their power was also astonishing, twice as strong as Ning Mo's. At this moment, Ning Mo's expression completely changed. His eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment as he stared at his own flames. They seemed so insignificant before Yu Xiaohua's terrifying flames. His once powerful flames were now being devoured bit by Yu Xiaohua's flames, as if being swallowed by a giant beast. Impossible. He was a level 2 ability user. Only a level 3 ability user could suppress his flames. How could this be? The woman opposite him was actually a level 3 fire-type ability user? This realization shocked him. How could a woman be so powerful? A level 3 ability user, already on par with the young master of the Pei family? What was going on? Wasn't the eldest daughter of the Pei family supposed to go easy on him? This wasn't going easy on him at all. This was clearly an attempt to destroy him. Ning Mo was ultimately a smart man. Only now did he fully understand that Pei Xingyue wasn't trying to give him special treatment. No wonder she said that if he won this match, she would let him join the Pei family's guard team. It turned out that she had arranged for him to be a level 3 ability user. The people on the second floor, Da, Air, Zheng Shushu, and even Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. A dual elemental ability user. Zhao Hua is also a fire elemental ability user. Wow, is Zhao Hua that amazing? Wen Xian clearly remembered Xingyu saying that Yu Zhao was a lightning elemental ability user, but how did she suddenly become a fire elemental ability user? Air swallowed hard. No, not a dual elemental ability user, but a tri-elemental one. Space, and Miss Yu also possesses. The group suddenly remembered the supplies that appeared out of nowhere. This made them instantly realize that Yu Zhao was probably not just a dual elemental ability user, but a tri-elemental ability user with spatial, lightning, and fire abilities. A tri-elemental ability user? This is simply defying the heavens. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that tri-elemental ability users actually existed in the apocalypse. Awakening one ability is already 1 in 10,000. The awakening process is extremely painful. But one person can gather 3 abilities. My god. Who could remain calm? This was the first time they had ever seen something like this since the apocalypse. Even someone as powerful as Xian Ke was only a dual elemental ability user. The expressions on their faces were priceless. The next second, Pei Xian Ke's words made them feel like they were being force-fed another ton of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, making it hard to swallow. My wife, of course, is stronger than me. Below the stage, Ning Mo stared wide-eyed, his face filled with horror as his flames were being devoured by Yu Shua's flames at an alarming speed. His heart pounded, a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands clenched tightly, his palms already soaked with sweat. Realizing the situation was dire, he hurriedly waved his flames again. He tried with all his might to resist Yu Shua's surging, wave-like attack of flames. However, no matter how hard he tried, his flames seemed utterly powerless. Like a candle flickering in the wind, they were instantly swallowed up by Yu Shua's flames. Ning Mo watched helplessly as his flames vanished before his eyes. His face turned extremely pale, his already ashen complexion now as black as the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, the Ning family members below the stage were also stunned. The smugness and arrogance on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by shock and panic. Just as Ning Mo was about to turn and flee this terrifying scene, Yu Xiaohua suddenly made an unexpected move. She abruptly withdrew her hand. The flames that had surged towards Ning Mo like a raging tide vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Ning Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to suddenly stop at this moment. The Ning family, on the other hand, were overjoyed. They thought Yu Xiaohua had given up the attack, and Ning Mo had finally escaped a calamity. However, Ning Mo didn't feel relieved. He gritted his teeth, staring at Yu Xiaohua with a dark expression, and questioned, "What do you mean by this?" Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint smile. She spoke slowly, "Oh, you haven't figured it out yet? I did this to humiliate you." Chapter 215. Ning Mo had already discerned the difference in their strength, and he had no choice but to lower himself. "Miss, we are complete strangers. Why humiliate me in a mere assessment? I, Ning Mo, may lose, but I will not lose my integrity." Ning Mo spoke these words to Pei Xingyue. He simply wanted to show Pei Xingyue how principled he, Ning Mo, was. Yu Xiaohua slowly curled her lips, watching Ning Mo's righteous and indignant demeanor. Sure enough, Ning Mo was still that complete hypocrite. Now that he knew he couldn't win, he was trying to boast again. Ning Mo still clung to a last sliver of hope. He thought Pei Xingyue would step forward at this moment. But his wishful thinking was destined to fail. The next instant, a massive, raging flame suddenly erupted from Yu Xiaohua's hand. This flame, like a ferocious beast, roared and bared its fangs, releasing boundless heat and light. Compared to the two previous flames, this one was far larger and hotter. It seemed poised to devour the entire space. Its color had changed from orange-red to a deep crimson, like hellfire, chilling to the bone. Illuminated by the flames, the phoenix mask on Yu Xiaohua's face seemed to come alive. The instant this flame appeared, Ning Mo's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand. This wasn't a flame only a level 3 ability user could possess. What was this thing? How could it be a deep crimson flame? This deep crimson flame was a result of Yu Xiaohua's ability evolving after her battle with a level 4 zombie. Her flames had changed color as well. Just like her unique purple lightning, she didn't know why. However, the power of this deep red flame was far greater than that of other level 3 ability users. On the second floor, the crowd, separated by glass windows, were equally shocked when they saw the deep red flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand. It was the first time they had ever seen such a different kind of purple lightning, and now there was this deep red flame. What kind of chosen one is this? How is she different in every way? What door did God close for her? Pei Xuang's gaze was deep, a smile playing on his lips. Goodness, she's so powerful. What should he do? Pei Xingyue, chewing on a lollipop, you say? Xiaohua is good in every way, except her taste in men isn't very good, right? The remaining people looked at each other, tacitly pretending they were deaf and dumb, that they knew nothing. On the stage, Yu Xiaohua swung her arm, and the flame in her hand, like a ferocious beast, pounced towards Ning Mo. Upon seeing this, Ning Mo's expression changed drastically. His heart pounded, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. The Ning family members below the stage were stunned by what they saw. They shouted in unison, "Get out of the way, Emor! Brother, run!" However, the flames unleashed by Yu Xiaohua were no ordinary flames. They seemed to possess their own consciousness, relentlessly pursuing Ning Mo, giving him no chance to breathe. Ning Mo desperately tried to dodge, but the flames were like a persistent, ingrained infection. No matter how he dodged left or right, he could not escape their clutches. As the flames drew ever closer, despair filled Ning Mo's heart. At this moment, he began to regret participating in this assessment. At this point, Ning Mo's hypocrisy and scheming were useless. His true nature was to cling to life and fear death. Just as Ning Mo was about to be engulfed by flames once more. The flames that had reached him vanished without a trace. Ning Mo's eyes widened in fury. This woman was toying with him. She had humiliated him time and time again. Ning Mo's composure finally began to crumble. What exactly do you want? I surrender. This assessment ends here. I withdraw. Ning Mo knew he couldn't win and didn't want to lose his life, so he wanted to admit defeat and withdraw. Yu Xiaohua spoke. Life and death are irrelevant. What right do you have to admit defeat first? Want to withdraw? A fool's dream, Ning Mo. The instant Yu Xiaohua finished speaking, a ball of blazing flame suddenly erupted from her hand, rushing towards Ning Mo. This ball of flame was menacing, as if it would completely engulf Ning Mo. However, just as the flames were about to touch Ning Mo's body, they vanished without a trace. Ning Mo was stunned by this bizarre scene, before he could react. The flames in Yu Xiaohua's hand reappeared like ghosts. With lightning speed, they swept towards him again. This repeated itself, forcing Ning Mo into a frantic, disheveled state by the relentless onslaught of flames. He desperately dodged left and right, but the flames remained relentlessly persistent, making escape impossible. Yu Xiaohua, on the other hand, was like a seasoned hunter, leisurely toying with her prey. She seemed to know every single one of Ning Mo's movements perfectly. She always managed to extinguish the flames at the most crucial moment, only to reappear them when Ning Mo was caught off guard. In this cat-and-mouse game, Yu Xiaohua clearly held the upper hand. Ning Mo struggled desperately under her control, utterly powerless to fight back. This was merely a one-sided beating. Half an hour later, Ning Mo, panting heavily, was utterly disheveled, kneeling on the ground, looking as if he had been pulled from the water. He was now a lamb to the slaughter, with no chance to escape. Below the stage, the Ning family members were ashen-faced. They had been subdued by the Pei family's guards. Just moments before, they had tried to disrupt the stage, shouting and yelling. After being restrained by the Pei family's guards, they dared not cause any more trouble. Fearing to offend the Pei family, they could only stand there, watching Ning Mo's miserable state on the stage. Their hopes to change the Ning family's fate through this assessment. Their desire to climb up and return to the upper echelons had been completely shattered. Yu Xiaohua calmly looked at Ning Mo, whose eyes were bloodshot. She could see that Ning Mo's mentality had completely collapsed. After so many years together, she still understood Ning Mo's arrogance, hypocrisy, selfishness, and treacherous nature. Ning Mo gasped for breath, staring intently at the person opposite him. Yu Xiaohua slowly stepped forward, her eyes pitch black. Ning Mo, do you want to live? Ning Mo froze, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. He simply couldn't believe that this woman would give him a chance to live. You, what do you mean? You still want to humiliate me? Yu Xiaohua didn't answer him. Instead, her gaze fell on Ning Sun, one of the 3 members of the Ning family, who were being held captive. With a slight smile, she said, Ning Mo, I'm giving you a chance to live. If you agree, send Ning Sun to the lab to be an experimental subject. His life will be yours in exchange for yours. The choice is yours, you live, or Ning Sun lives. I give you 10 minutes to consider. Oh, and of course, such an important matter can't be decided by you alone. Your entire Ning family needs to discuss it. Chapter 216. After speaking, Yu Xiaohua ignored Ning Mo's shocked expression and turned to the audience. Bring the 3 of them up here, so the family can be reunited. The guards then brought the 3 Ning family members onto the stage. The guards were quite perceptive and brought over a chair. Yu Xiaohua turned and sat down, looking at the 4 shocked Ning family members opposite him. What an interesting scene. On the second floor, a heir said, Young master, what do you think Ning Mo will choose? Will he choose to live, or will he choose to live? And the Ning family. I think they favor their younger son more. This is going to be interesting. The others nodded. Indeed, both sons are their flesh and blood. Which one will the Ning family parents choose? This is going to be interesting. Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 remained silent. What exactly did the Ning family do to their eldest son, to make their eldest son so ruthless? What had their eldest son endured? Pei Xiankei's gaze remained fixed on Yu Xiaohua's back below the stage. Goodness, they hate the Ning family to this extent. On the stage, Ning Sun looked at Ning Mo, who was deep in thought and staring at him, and shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with terror. No, brother, don't listen to what that woman is saying. Brother, I can't be sent to that lab. That lab will kill me. They give me injections, they abuse me. I'm still young. Brother, you're grown up now, just accept it. Go die. I take good care of mom and dad for you. I never be lazy again. I join the superpowered team, I kill zombies, get crystal cores, and earn supplies. Brother, you can go without worry. Upon hearing this, Ningmo's eyes widened in fury. He considered himself to have always been good to his younger brother, Ning-sun, spoiling him in every way. Now, at this crucial moment, he actually told him to die without hesitation. How dare he? Ning-sun, seeing Ningmo's murderous gaze, hid behind Ninghua and Lu Xiaolan. He always been like this since childhood. Whenever trouble arose, Ning-sun would hide behind Ninghua and Lu Xiaolan. Ninghua's face was ashen. Now, it was his two sons, one alive, one dead. Lu Xiaolan protected Ning-sun, then looked at her eldest son. Her mental state was collapsing. Why had an assessment turned out like this? Ninghua was going crazy. He turned and glared at Yu Xiaohua, who sat there wearing a mask. Miss, what have we done to offend you? Ah, are you trying to force our whole family to our deaths? Where is Miss Pei? Call her out. We already admitted defeat. Why are you still forcing us? Ah, why? Yu Xiaohua found Ninghua's frantic questioning amusing. Oh, you have 6 minutes left. If you don't choose, you all die. Oh right, Ninghua, Lu Xiaolan, I'm giving you the chance. You choose, Ningmo, the eldest son, or Ning-sun, the youngest son. Hearing that they would die if they didn't choose, Ninghua and Lu Xiaolan immediately panicked. Ningmo hadn't expected that the choice that was originally in his hands would be handed over to his parents so easily. He had lost his right to choose. Ningmo glared at Yu Xiaohua with bloodshot eyes, immediately lowering his stance. Didn't you say you let me choose? How can you go back on your word? Yu Xiaohua shrugged. Sorry, I'm a bit fickle. Do you have a problem with that? Ningmo, of course, dared not object, and the rest of the Ning family naturally dared not utter a word of opposition. Now, the choice was in the hands of Ninghua and Lu Xiaolan. Looking at Ningmo and Ning-sun before them, they simply couldn't choose. Both were sons, and if it were Ningmo or Ning-sun, compared to Ning-Xian, they would unhesitatingly abandon their daughter. But now, both were their flesh and blood. How could they choose? Ningmo looked at his father, Ninghua. Dad, I live. Let me live. Don't you and Mom know what kind of person my brother is? If you choose him, he's starved to death. Do you still want a good life? If you want to live, you can only rely on me. Dad, don't be confused. You know how to choose. And Mom, from childhood to adulthood, I always been respectful and filial to you, never disobeying you. Haven't I been good enough to you? I know you love your brother, but this is the apocalypse. Do you really think you can rely on him? Ningmo, his own son, knew Ninghua and Lu Xiaolan best. He knew their selfishness. They were willing to sacrifice anything. Selfishness and ruthlessness were ingrained in the Ning family's very blood. Ning-sun's face changed. Seeing the hesitation on Ninghua's face, he scrambled to Ninghua's feet, grabbing his trouser leg. Sobbing uncontrollably, Dad, don't listen to my brother. He just wants me dead. I'm still young. I change. Starting today, I go out and earn supplies. Dad, Mom, I'm your youngest son. You always loved me the most. Also, my brother must have offended Miss Pei. That's why she sent such a powerful person to deal with him. Have you considered what would happen if my brother survived and Miss Pei became unhappy with us, targeting us and kicking us out of the post-apocalyptic base? Don't listen to my brother's sweet talk. I live. Let me live. Ningmo gritted his teeth. His brainless younger brother, at this moment, had finally shown some intelligence, actually knowing to use the eldest daughter of the Pei family to pressure their parents. Sure enough, Ninghua's heart wavered again. Lu Xiaolan still doted on her youngest son, Ning-sun. After all these years, Ning-sun was the best at pleasing her and making her happy. Unlike Ningmo, who was always cold and distant. Ninghua valued his eldest son, Ningmo, and naturally wanted him to live. But Ning-sun's words still resonated with him. What if Imor really offended the eldest daughter of the Pei family? If he chose Imor to live, what if the eldest daughter of the Pei family targeted them and kicked them out of the base? The outside was full of zombies. If they went out, they would have nothing. The supplies outside had already been looted. Going out meant certain death. Choosing sooner was the safest option. Ningmo saw the wavering in Ninghua's eyes. His own gaze darkened, and he placed his last hope on Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan looked away from Ning Mo's gaze. Her choice was clear. Ning Mo knew he had been abandoned. His eyes darkened completely, lost in thought. Lu Xiaolan held Ning Sun in her arms, looking at Ningguo, gritting her teeth. Husband, suitor is still young. Perhaps we should let suitor live. Or, even if we wronged him. Lu Xiaolan's favoritism was blatantly obvious at this moment. Across from them, Yu Xiaohua watched this family's dog-eat-dog scene. What a spectacle. Do I need to remind you? 3 minutes left. Ning Mo slowly raised his head, the previous malice gone from his eyes. Dad, Mom, I know your choice. You chose my brother to live. I don't blame you. I accept my fate. Chapter 217. Ning Mo's words left Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan speechless with disbelief. Was Mo really willing to sacrifice himself? By letting Sinner live, he had taken the initiative, which would lessen their guilt. Ningguo looked at Ning Mo with a sorrowful expression. Actually, he had already made his choice. He chose Ning Sinner to live. Amor, are you really sure? You're willing to die? Dad can't bear to part with you, but Dad has no choice. You and Sinner are both the apple of my eye. Choosing either of you to live would be like tearing my heart out. But it's come to this now, Amor, go in peace. Dad and your mother will always remember you, and your brother will thank you. Lu Xiaolan didn't dare look at Ning Mo. Amor, just consider it Mom's fault. Suitor is still young. After you die, he will grow up and take good care of me and your father. Go in peace, we will never forget you. Ning Mo listened to Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan's words expressionlessly. Dad, Mom, I understand. I'm willing to die so my brother can live. Before I die, can I say a proper goodbye to him? I have some final words I want to tell him. Ningguo quickly said, Quick, Sinner, your brother has something to say to you. Go over there right now. Lu Xiaolan also pushed Ning Sun, as if afraid Ning Mo would change his mind. Yes, Sinner, go to your brother's side and say a proper goodbye. Yu Xiaohua watched the fleeting murderous intent in Ning Mo's eyes. Would Ning Mo accept his fate? Of course not. If Ning Mo were willing to die, that would be like a sow climbing a tree. Absolutely impossible. Ning Sun scrambled to Ning Mo's side. Brother, thank you for letting me live. I knew you always loved me the most since we were little. Don't worry, I take good care of Mom and Dad. Ning Mo reached out and patted Ning Sun's head, whispering in his ear. Little brother, haven't I been good to you all these years? I always given in to you, and all you do is cause trouble. I cleaned up all your messes. You don't remember any of the good I done for you, and you tell me, your brother, to die. But I don't want to die. Since I don't want to die, then you die. Ning Sun's face was filled with terror. He had no idea what was going to happen next. Before he could even react, his eyes suddenly widened, as if they were about to burst. His eyes were filled with indescribable horror, as he stared straight at his chest. As his gaze moved downwards, he saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. A sharp knife was deeply embedded in his chest, and the other end of that knife was tightly gripped in Ning Mo's hand. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan witnessed this sudden scene. Their bodies seemed nailed to the spot, completely unable to move. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. Only terrified screams echoed in the air. Ah, Suitor! What are you doing? Ningguo finally came to his senses. His voice trembled with extreme shock, filled with disbelief and rage. Ning Mo calmly pulled the knife out of Ning Sun's chest. Ning Sun collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. You're so cruel, so heartless. Dad, Mom. Help me. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan frantically crawled to Ning Sun's side. The blood on his chest wouldn't stop flowing, and his eyes were gradually losing focus. Now, Ning Sun still clung to the hope of survival. But Ning Mo's knife was already piercing his heart. He used all his strength, leaving Ning Sun no chance of survival. Help my son. Save him! Suitor, hold on. Second floor. Pei Xingyue clicked her tongue twice. Not bad. This Ning Mo killed his own brother. His speed is truly impressive. Ada said, Miss Yu's move was to kill him psychologically. First, she pushed Ning Mo to the brink, making him despair time and time again until his mind collapsed. Finally, when Ning Mo thought he was doomed, she gave him a chance to live, forcing him to choose between two options. At first, she gave the choice to Ning Mo, making him believe he could regain control of his destiny, but then she gave the choice to the selfish Ning family. Insidious parents, forcing them to choose which son to live, and when they faced Ning Mo, they chose Ning Sun. Zheng Shushu pushed up her glasses. When the Ning family father and son chose Ning Sun and abandoned Ning Mo, Ning Mo saw clearly who his parents loved most. Miss Yu kept her promise and let Ning Mo live, but what will Ning Mo, Ning Sun, and Lu Xiaolan face now? How will Ning Mo treat them? From now on, these three in the Ning family will be fighting like dogs, a messy and chaotic situation. They can't rely on Ning Mo anymore. The future will definitely be a mess. When Cyan looked at her with admiration and said in a deep voice, killing someone by destroying their spirit, a high-level strategy. The group looked at Pei Xianke standing there. From now on, never offend Miss Yu, no matter who you offend. Because you be played to death, and in a way that's ruthless and bloodless. Ada and the others have already figured out. Their young master's good days are coming. He's really smart, henpecked, no doubt about it. Ning Mo didn't even glance at the dying Ning Sun. Instead, he looked at Yu Xiaohua sitting there. His eyes were sinister. Now that my brother is dead, can I live? Can I leave? Yu Xiaohua slowly stood up, clapped her hands, and looked at Ning Mo, completely insane. Good, not bad, Mr. Ning, indeed a good method. You can leave now. The Pei family guards opened the door. Lu Xiaolan, holding Ning Sun's corpse, suddenly went berserk. You vile woman, you dared to make my sons kill each other. Ningguo slapped Lu Xiaolan across the face, drawing blood from her mouth. Lu Xiaolan gritted her teeth, glaring at Ningguo. Our son is dead. What are you doing, you incompetent fool? Ningguo glared, and another slap landed on his face. Shut up. Do you want to die? Let me tell you, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Get up and leave. Yu Xiaohua watched as Lu Xiaolan clung tightly to Ning Sun's body. Go all the way. Yu Xiaohua smirked. Madame Ning can't bear to part with her son's body. Someone, take the body to the Ning family home and set up the mourning hall. It must be set up for 7 days and 7 nights to properly mourn Ning Sun. Do you understand, Ningguo? Ning Mo stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, his hands clenching into fists at his sides, veins bulging. Then, he continued walking out, completely ignoring Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan. Ningguo's facial muscles twitched. He was a coward, and could only nod and bow. Yes, thank you, Mississippi. We understand, we will do as you say. Lu Xiaolan, if you don't leave, you're staying here by yourself. Don't go back to the Ning family. Chapter 218. Second floor. Everyone's expression was remarkably uniform. What does it mean to kill someone by destroying their spirit? One thing leads to another. They had witnessed it firsthand. After sending Ning Sun's body home, they would have to keep it in a mourning hall for 7 days and 7 nights. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaolan immediately became frightened. She quickly released Ning Sun's body. Husband, I was wrong, don't leave me, I go. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan tried to follow Ning Mo's footsteps, calling out twice, but Ning Mo didn't even turn his head. Just as Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan were about to leave the underground boxing ring, at that moment Yu Xiaohua, who had been standing on the stage, suddenly spoke. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you something. Actually, the Pei family's laboratory doesn't use human subjects for experiments, they just need to select someone to do odd jobs there. You see, it's all a misunderstanding, why make it so unpleasant? Mr. Ning, Mrs. Ning, please take care. These words struck Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan like a bolt from the blue. Their faces instantly turned deathly pale. They had been tricked. It wasn't human experimentation, they were just sent to do odd jobs. It was such a simple matter. Yet his 2 sons had killed each other, at the hands of their own brother. Ning was staggered, and Lu Xiaolan quickly helped him leave. Yu Xiaohua slowly removed the phoenix mask from his face. If Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan turned around now, they would see Yu Xiaohua without the mask. Unfortunately, the two were only thinking about surviving and getting out of there as quickly as possible. Yu Xiaohua watched the 3 members of the Ning family leave. In his past life, when he was tied up in the laboratory, it was the same. He watched the entire Ning family leave, chatting and laughing. Now, she watched as the Ning family was destroyed, but that was far from enough. On the 2nd floor, Pei Xingyue patted Pei Swank's shoulder. You brat, listen to me. From now on, you better obey Xiaohua. If she tells you to go east, you go east. If she tells you to die, you wouldn't hesitate. Otherwise, it would be worse than death. Then, when Cyan turned to look at Pei Xianke. Xianke, from now on. He paused. Xingyue is right. From now on, being obedient won't do you any harm. Take care. Then Zheng Shushu stepped forward. Young master, I only have one thing to say. From now on, I will follow Miss Yu's lead. Then came Ada and Air. Young master, today I realized one thing. I rather offend the king of hell than offend Miss Yu. Finally, Wu Tian and the other two. They didn't say anything, but their eyes clearly showed their intentions. Pei Xianke looked at them, hands in his pockets. Don't worry, she'd be very gentle with me. Everyone. What to do if they wanted to kill him? Yu Xiaohua went upstairs and pushed open the door. She saw the people who had been sitting on the sofa suddenly stand up. Yu Xiaohua paused for a moment, then went inside. Pei Xianke stood up, went to greet her, and took her hand, his gaze tender. Sweetie, does your hand hurt? Lately, Pei Xianke had gotten quite used to calling her sweetie. The others looked disgusted. Hand hurt? Were they blind just now? That was a one-sided beating. Even Ning Mo didn't have a chance to touch her clothes. Pei Xingyue, humph, that brat, always looking for opportunities to take advantage of Zhao Hua. Pei Xianke held Yu Xiaohua's hand and gently rubbed it. Yu Xiaohua looked up at him, letting him hold her hand. She noticed that Pei Xianke liked holding her hand. His palms had a different kind of warmth. But she knew very well that she had slowly grown accustomed to that warmth. The crowd looked at each other, then quickly made excuses and left. If they stayed any longer, they would be sickened by the unique atmosphere between the two. On the other side, Ning Mo limped out of the underground boxing ring. Immediately, someone approached and drove off in a very dilapidated truck. They were going to take the Ning family back to District 9. They didn't deserve to stay in District 2. Ning Mo stared at the truck, his eyes filled with a frightening bloodlust. Today was the most humiliating day of his life. He had been humiliated time and time again by a woman, and in the end, he had even killed his own brother with his own hands. Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan cautiously followed. Now, they knew that Ning Mo was their only hope. The two dared not mention what had just happened, glancing at Ning Mo's expression. Ningguo sighed deeply. His gaze fell on Ning Mo, a hint of helplessness and pain in his eyes. Imo, Dad knows you've always been excellent, and I always wanted to choose you. But your mother. She insists on choosing sooner. Dad can't do anything about it. Ningguo's voice was low, as if he were truly suppressing his inner struggle. He placed all the blame on Lu Xiaolan, that one woman. He paused, then continued, moreover, we only just realized that our whole family has been tricked. That masked woman, she did it on purpose. She said before that the base's lab wanted to use Sunner for experiments, but now she says she just wants him to do odd jobs. This is clearly a trap. Ningguo's words were filled with anger and resentment. His fists clenched tightly, an inability to vent his frustration. However, before he could finish speaking, Ning Mo suddenly turned around, her eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Ningguo, gritting her teeth as she asked, "What did you say?" Ning Mo's voice was filled with disbelief and utter incredulity. Her body trembled slightly, clearly shocked by Ningguo's words. Lu Xiaolan, fearing Ning Mo would hold a grudge and abandon her, quickly chimed in. Yes, it's that masked woman. She wanted to see our family kill each other. She did it on purpose. We all fell for it. Please forgive your mother, okay? It's not my fault. In that situation, you and Sunner are both my precious children. I was forced into it. Lu Xiaolan explained frantically. But Ning Mo had already recognized Lu Xiaolan's favoritism. Even if Lu Xiaolan knelt on the ground and cowed out until her head bled, it would be useless against Ning Mo. Ning Mo looked at Lu Xiaolan and forced a smile. Mom, how could I blame you? Dad, you too. We're family. My brother is dead. If I don't support you now, who will? Just now, I had no choice but to kill him. It was my fault. But I just wanted to live. Dad, Mom, are you willing to forgive me? Forgive me for killing my brother, and let's put this behind us, okay? Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan quickly nodded. Okay, we won't mention it anymore. Amor, you're so sensible. We're family, after all. What's there to forgive or not forgive? Yes, it's all in the past. Ningguo, Ning Mo, and Lu Xiaolan put on a show of family reunion. Just as they finished speaking, the three saw two men carrying Ning Sun's body out. Chapter 219. Upon seeing Ning Sun's body, Lu Xiaolan couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over, wailing uncontrollably. Ningguo's face was also ashen, only Ning Mo's expression remained unchanged, his eyes showing no trace of sorrow. Ningguo glanced at Ning Mo's face. Over the years, this father and son knew each other's coldness and ruthlessness best. He immediately reprimanded Lu Xiaolan, forbidding her from crying anymore. The guard, looking at the three Ning family members with their grim expressions, spoke expressionlessly. The young master sent us to take the body back to your home. The next 7 days are for setting up the mourning hall. Get in the car quickly, don't waste time here. District 2 is not a place for you. Hurry up and leave. Lu Xiaolan was shocked. How could you? Halfway through her sentence, Ning Mo's icy gaze fell upon her. This fool, still daring to question Pei Xiankei's decision? If you're going to die, don't drag him down with you. He simply couldn't understand what he had done to offend Miss Pei. That's why he was being deliberately targeted today, ending up in such a state. And the woman he fought today, there was a strange sense of familiarity about her. This familiarity suffocated him. In the end, wasn't that woman just Miss Pei's subordinate? She had toyed with him like this today, pushing him to the brink time and time again. These methods must have been personally instructed by Miss Pei. Otherwise, how dare she do such things? In the Eastern base, offending Miss Pei meant he could never rise above his station. He had to find a way to figure out what he had done wrong. He needed to save the situation as soon as possible. In this post-apocalyptic world, the area outside the Foundation was fraught with danger. Even if he sought refuge in other small bases, there was no future for him. What good would it do? A single glance from Ning Mo made Lu Xiaolan swallow back her questions. The three members of the Ning family, covered in dust and grime, boarded the dilapidated truck. They had thought today would be the day their Ning family rose again, returning to District 2 in glory, living a life of privilege. However, the reality was that Ning Hua, Ning Mo, and Lu Xiaolan, carrying Ning Sun's body, were like stray dogs, riding in this shabby truck. They were surrounded by onlookers along the way, their faces ashen, as they returned to the lower-level District 9. That night, Ning Xian heard that Ning Sun had died on the training field. She looked at Lu Xiaolan in disbelief, collapsing onto the bed. Of all the people in the Ning family, she had been the most sincere towards her younger brother, Ning Sun. How could he be dead? Ning Xian gritted her teeth, looking at the anxious Lu Xiaolan, whose eyes darted around the room. Her clothes were disheveled, with obvious stains on the chest, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Mom, how did my brother die? He's an ability user. How could he die in the Pei family's underground training ground? Who did he offend? Fourth Master said that the underground boxing ring, besides young Master Pei, also has the eldest daughter of the Pei family, the Pei family's guards, and their trusted confidants. That place isn't easy to enter. What happened? Tell me quickly. Lu Xiaolan recounted the entire incident that day. After she finished speaking, Ning Xian's face instantly turned terrified. She stood up abruptly and questioned loudly. Mom, are you saying that from beginning to end, it was because the eldest daughter of the Pei family looked down on my brother, so she deliberately played with him, first giving him an opportunity, then sending a powerful opponent to toy with him, and finally, after he was defeated, the eldest daughter forced him and my brother to have only one of them live? Do you know what you're saying? Are you crazy? Mom, Pei Xingyue is the dignified eldest daughter of the Pei family. How could she? Ning Xian now suspected that her mother might have mental problems. How could that be? She simply didn't believe it. Lu Xiaolan looked at Ning Xian's questioning expression, her eyes reddening. Xianer, how could your mother lie? If you don't believe me, call your father and your brother here. Ask them yourself. What I'm saying is true. The eldest daughter of the Pei family is the murderer who killed your brother. And Emor, tell me, how could he be so heartless, not even blinking an eye, to be so cruel to his own brother? I know your brother had no choice, but your father, and I wanted your brother to live. In front of Ning Xian, Lu Xiaolan made no attempt to hide her true feelings. Looking at Lu Xiaolan's expression, Ning Xian could only accept this unbelievable fact. What had the Ning family done wrong? They were already in the 9th district. How could they have offended the eldest daughter of the Pei family, and been treated so badly? Could it be because of her? Pei Xingyue was taking her anger out on the Ning family because of her? If that were true, she couldn't let her parents and brother know, otherwise, they would definitely pin the blame on her. Ning Xian softened her tone and tentatively asked, Mom, do you know who in our family offended the eldest daughter of the Pei family? Could it be that my brother did something wrong? Did he accidentally provoke the eldest daughter of the Pei family? Lu Xiaolan suddenly grabbed Ning Xian's hand, her eyes bloodshot with excitement, as if she had just thought of something. Xianer, you are now the apple of 4th Master Pei's eye. You've been with him for quite some time now. That Miss Pei killed your brother. We can't let this go unpunished. You can't be heartless like your brother. Suner always loved you the most, giving you the best food and drinks. Now he's died such a tragic death, you have to avenge him. Go, just whisper in his ear, and you see, 4th Master Pei is Miss Pei's uncle. You must make sure he punishes that Miss Pei. Lu Xiaolan pinned her hopes for revenge on Ning Xian. She thought Ning Xian was Pei Du's darling, his precious treasure. In reality, Ning Xian knew her own situation. She looked at Lu Xiaolan, who was demanding revenge, and forcefully shook off Lu Xiaolan's hand. Mom, what did you say? You want me to take revenge? You know nothing, yet you dare to say such a thing. Do you know how much effort I put into staying by Fourth Master's side? You all don't know what stupid things you did to offend Miss Pei. You're all brainless. The entire eastern base belongs to the Pei family. You have no idea what Pei Xingyue, the eldest daughter of the Pei family, means. Even if Fourth Master is her elder, it's useless. Even if the Pei family patriarch were here, even if Miss Pei killed you, the Pei family patriarch wouldn't say a word. Fourth Master is terrified of his niece. I saw it with my own eyes the other day. Mom, give up on that idea. Stop daydreaming. Don't try to trick me. Mom, let my brother think carefully about where he offended Miss Pei. Let me tell you, everything I have now is something I risked my life for. If you ruin it because of me, I hate you for the rest of my life. Don't even think about benefiting from me. Chapter 220. Lu Xiaolan looked utterly disappointed. She had never treated her daughter Ning Xian badly, but what had she gotten in return? Don't think she hadn't seen the disdain in Xianer's eyes just now. Xianer, fine, even if you don't protect sooner after his death, didn't you say you take us back to the upper district immediately? What have you been doing these past few days? Have you only been concerned with your own comfortable life, completely forgetting about me, your father, and your brother? Are you even capable? Why won't Fourth Master let us come back? Can't you even handle this small matter? Look at your mother. If this continues, I die in the 9th district. I go crazy. Did you even tell Fourth Master that you bring us over to live with you? Ning Xian glanced away guiltily. After all, she had been just going through the motions. In reality, she had no intention of bringing them over. Because Pei Du didn't dote on her at all. What if she brings it up and Fourth Master gets angry? Then he doesn't want her anymore. Mom, what's the point of you forcing me to bring you here every day? I'm walking on thin ice around Fourth Master. Do you really think I'm living a good life? It looks glamorous on the surface, but I can't even sleep well. Stop pressuring me. Okay, go back first today. If there's a chance, I definitely speak up for you in front of Fourth Master. By the way, hurry up and tell my brother to think of a solution. What if our family really offends Miss Pei, and it drags me down with them? Yes, it absolutely can't drag me down, understand? Lu Xiaolan looked at Ning Xian with disappointment, clutching her chest. Xianer, tell me the truth. Do you not want to care about us anymore? Even if you don't want to care about your father and brother, what about your mother? You can't abandon me. From childhood to adulthood, I've been better to you than your brother and younger brother. You can't be ungrateful and heartless. The maid knocked on the door, saying that Fourth Master was about to return. Ning Xian, fearing that Pei Du might witness Lu Xiaolan's tantrums, quickly reassured her, Mom, how could I abandon you? Alright, don't worry, at most half a month. I definitely find a way to bring you to my side, and promise, you won't suffer anymore. Okay, stop making a scene here. Fourth Master is coming back soon. If he sees you like this, he might dislike me. Go back first and wait for my news. Seeing that Ning Xian had finally agreed to bring her to her side within half a month, Lu Xiaolan smiled broadly and immediately stopped crying, wiping away her tears. Okay, Mom, don't cry anymore. I go now. You take good care of Fourth Master, and don't make him angry. Our whole family is counting on you. Ning Xian waved her hand impatiently. Alright, Mom, you can go now. Lu Xiaolan turned around but suddenly stopped. Xianer, do you know that Miss Pei has a very capable female subordinate? I feel like I recognize her. She looks a lot like her. Before she could finish speaking, Pei Du walked up. Ning Xian quickly swayed her hips and stepped forward, her face instantly plastered with a fawning smile. Fourth Master, you're back. I missed you so much. An elderly man in his 60s is most susceptible to a young woman's coquettishness. Pei Du put his arm around Ning Xian, and only then did he notice Lu Xiaolan standing there. He looked her up and down, a hint of interest appearing on his face. Ning Xian was a girl in her early 20s, pretty, but compared to Lu Xiaolan, a charming woman in her 40s. Even though Lu Xiaolan had endured the ravages of the apocalypse, she still possessed considerable beauty. After all, back then, the fact that she was able to rise to power as a mistress and make a man like Ningguo linger, and even cheat on her was naturally due to her face and figure. Ning Xian's heart tightened, and she quickly gave Lu Xiaolan a look, signaling her to leave. But Lu Xiaolan seemed not to see her. This was the first time she had met the Fourth Master of the Pei family. She hadn't expected that although the Fourth Master was over 60, he looked no more than 50. Ning Xian gritted her teeth, seeing Lu Xiaolan's stunned expression. She knew exactly what her mother was thinking. Ning Xian continued to plead, "Fourth Master, this is my mother. She asked me to come today for something, and has to leave now. Please change your clothes first. I see her off. Later, I prepared a surprise for you, Fourth Master." Pei Du patted Ning Xian's bottom. "Alright, I'd like to see what tricks this little vixen has up her sleeve." As Pei Du passed Lu Xiaolan, he deliberately slowed his pace and glanced at her. Once Pei Du entered the house, Ning Xian's face instantly darkened. Then, she grabbed Lu Xiaolan's hand, and Lu Xiaolan deliberately cried out in pain. Ning Xian pulled and dragged Lu Xiaolan outside, glaring at her fiercely. "Mom, what did you mean just now? Were you trying to seduce Fourth Master in front of me? Mom, are you crazy? Look at yourself. How old are you? What are you pretending for? If you continue like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mom, you raised me, you know my methods. Don't blame me for not showing any motherly affection later." Ning Xian directly uttered harsh words. She couldn't accept any woman trying to seduce Pei Du, even her own mother. Lu Xiaolan's secret was exposed. Just now, she had indeed had thoughts of seducing Pei Du. If she could also seduce Pei Du, so what if it meant mother and daughter sharing a husband? It's the apocalypse now. As long as we can survive, who cares about these things? Humanity, morality, ethics, they don't matter at all. She wanted a good life too. What had she done wrong? Lu Xiaolan shook her head. "Xianer, what are you saying? Mom didn't mean that at all. You misunderstood me. I'm this old, how could I possibly have any improper thoughts about Fourth Master? I'm not as pretty as you, I don't have your figure. I would never compete with you for Fourth Master. You're my child, how could I do such a thing? I leave right away. Don't be angry. I'm waiting for your good news. You promised me, so you absolutely can't go back on your word." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Ning Xian's expression softened. "Mom, don't blame me for being harsh earlier. We're mother and daughter, please don't betray me. Alright, don't worry, go back and wait for news. Don't tell Dad and brother about this yet." Lu Xiaolan quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay, my darling daughter, Mom will listen to you." Lu Xiaolan turned away, her expression changing slightly. Xianer kept delaying. She probably had no intention of bringing her over to live such a good life. Then, she'd fight for it herself. Even if it meant fighting with her own daughter, so what? Ning Xian turned and went back into the house, thinking about Ning Sun. Upstairs, after serving Pei Du, Ning Xian cautiously asked a question. Pei Du glanced at her. "Alright, I already know about your brother's situation. It was your Ning family's own overestimation of their abilities. Let me tell you, stop with your useless thoughts. Xing Yue's temper is not something people like you can afford to mess with." Chapter 221. Ning Xian's expression changed slightly, but she could only force a smile. "Fourth Master, how could I dare to go against Miss Pei? Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare. It's just that my younger brother and I have a very close relationship since childhood. He died like this. I know this isn't Miss Pei's fault, it's because my brother was less skilled. He killed sooner. Even if I have to hate someone, I can only hate him. I would never dare to blame Miss Pei in the slightest." Ning Xian shed a few tears as she spoke. Pei Du looked at her like this, seeing through her but saying nothing. Even if he was absurd, he had lived for over 60 years. How could he not see through Ning Xian's little schemes? She was just a new plaything, and he was happy to coax her a few times. But if this plaything became disobedient and wanted to do things that were beyond her capabilities, then don't blame him for turning ruthless. Their eldest daughter of the Pei family killed a good-for-nothing. It's none of anyone else's business to stir up trouble. Pei Du's gaze, like a venomous snake, fell on Ning Xian. Having followed him for so long, Ning Xian knew that if she dared to say anything provocative again, Fourth Master would likely turn on her immediately. Ning Xian swallowed back the words she wanted to say. These people in the Pei family were indeed all protective of their own. Even Pei Xingyue was so disrespectful to her own uncle, Pei Du. Pei Du wouldn't allow anyone to say a bad word about her. Ning Xian's eyes darted around, and she immediately reached out and grabbed Pei Du's hand. "Fourth Master, I heard that tomorrow, young Master Pei is going to lead the people from the Kyoto Military Region Alliance to deal with that high-level zombie. Why does young Master Pei insist on leading the team himself on such a dangerous mission? What if something goes wrong?" The next second, Pei Du pushed Ning Xian away. "Besides Xian Ke, who else in the entire base do you think has the ability to deal with such powerful zombies? What do you, a daughter, know? My nephew has been different from others since childhood. His strength is practically monstrous. The training he received as a child was beyond human endurance. You think you can lie next to me in the base and enjoy yourself because of who? It's because my nephew is awesome. After the apocalypse, he built the current eastern base at lightning speed. He didn't die. If I hear such discouraging words again, you can go back to District 9. Ning Xian's smile froze. What's wrong with Pei Du? Is he senile? The Pei siblings treat their own uncle like this. Why is he still protecting Pei Xingyue and Pei Xianke? Has he gone mad? Ning Xian dared not show any other thoughts. She quickly knelt on the bed, tilted her head back, revealing her most vulnerable side, pitifully seducing Pei Du. Fourth Master, I won't dare do it again. Please don't be angry. I just been staying here all day and overthinking things. You know me, I don't have the guts. Fourth Master, please, for the sake of how diligently I served you tomorrow, please take me with you to see young Master pay off, okay? Just let me see the world, please. I have so many tricks up my sleeve. Pei Du was, after all, a womanizer. After thinking for a moment, Ning Xian following him, standing at a distance to see Xianke and the others off, wouldn't cause any trouble, so he agreed to Ning Xian's request. He also casually warned her to behave herself, and not to linger in front of Pei Xingyue, lest she become unhappy. Ning Xian readily agreed. Thinking of seeing Pei Xianke tomorrow, a sense of anticipation welled up within her. What woman wouldn't want a man as powerful and handsome as him? Was she truly destined to have no chance at all? Ning Xian watched Pei Du's departing figure, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Why was she destined to serve this old man, Pei Du, and endure his beatings and abuse? The next morning, the scene before the gates of the eastern base was brightly lit and solemn. The Pei family guard stood in two neat rows, dressed in uniform black attire, their posture upright, their expression serious, exuding a powerful aura. Upon hearing the news of today's departure, the people inside the base surged towards the gates. Everyone wanted to witness this spectacular scene. Instantly, the base was bustling with activity. People whispered and discussed amongst themselves. Pei Jun stood at the forefront with Pei Xingyu, Pei Du standing to Pei Jun's right. As for Ning Xian, Pei Du did indeed keep his promise and brought her. However, he didn't let her go forward, only placing her in a slightly forward position. Ning Xian was furious. She had originally thought that if she could be by Pei Du's side today, she could show her face in front of others and demonstrate her status. But she never expected that Pei Du's promise to bring her would turn out like this. Ning Xian stood in the crowd, her resentment almost seeping into her very being. The Ning family, who also didn't want to miss this opportunity, wanted to come to the city gate. But the people Pei Xianke sent made them kneel on the ground to keep vigil for Ning Sun. They weren't even allowed to drink a sip of water each day, and now, the three of them were lining up to kowtow before Ning Sun's memorial tablet. Pei Du glanced at Pei Jun and cautiously spoke. Brother, I heard the person the military alliance sent this time is a woman. This mission is so difficult. Are you really going to send a woman with Xianke? Pei Jun leaned on his cane, his face stern, looking at Pei Du. His good-for-nothing brother, even in this apocalyptic world, still spends all his time playing around with women, showing no sign of restraint. If this continues, he'd die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. Pei Xingyue couldn't stand anyone saying anything bad about Yu Xiaohua, and she retorted directly, Fourth uncle, are you getting senile? Do you think the military alliance would send some useless piece of trash? Heh, Fourth uncle, think before you speak. You're so old, don't regress like a 3-year-old. You're making a fool of yourself and disgracing the Pei family. Pei Du's face flushed red. From a young age, Xingyue's mouth had been deadly. Even at 60, Pei Du looked at Pei Jun with a wronged expression. He thought his older brother could stand up for him, though he knew the chances were 0. You silly girl, can't you be a little more polite to your fourth uncle? Your fourth uncle is so old, he has a lot to lose. Pei Xingyue chuckled and spread her hands. Fourth uncle, I might believe whoever you call shameful, but as for you, I can't believe a thing. If you care about your reputation, then your fourth uncle should stop doing shameless things. Pei Jun tapped his cane. Alright, Xingyue, give your fourth uncle some face in public. Pei Du was about to be happy when Pei Jun poured cold water on him. And you, how old are you? Still so inseparable from women. Let me tell you, in a few days, I assign you a position. Stop wasting your time like this. If you don't work hard, you be punished according to family rules, understand? Pei Du was used to a life of luxury, and didn't want to work hard. He was about to refuse. Chapter 222. Pei Xingyue spoke up, "Dad, please don't make things difficult for fourth uncle. He's so old, what can he do?" "Oh, you don't know, do you? Fourth uncle has recently taken a girl in her 20s, and things are really going well. How could he have time for the position you arranged? If he had time, he'd be spending it with his girlfriend. You know what fourth uncle's ambitions are. Don't expect him to start working hard at his age. If fourth uncle could be ambitious, pigs would fly." Pei Du clutched his chest, his face flushed, clearly furious. Then came a thunderous roar. "Brother!" Pei Xingyue picked at her ear. All these years, her fourth uncle hadn't come up with a single creative idea. When others got into trouble, they went to their parents, but he only went to his brother. In the distance, the unsuspecting crowd could only see the smile on Pei Xingyue's face. And Pei Du, his face flushed, clutching his chest. The two expressions formed a stark contrast. Pei Jun simply stopped caring. His good-for-nothing brother, his rebellious daughter, he couldn't control either of them. Time seemed to slow down, as if waiting for Pei Xianke and his group to appear. After a while, finally, his figure appeared in everyone's sight. Beside him, Zheng Shushu and Wen Xian followed closely. However, when Pei Xianke appeared, the previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent, as if by magic. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world had shrunk to just him. Pei Xianke was like someone who had stepped out of a painting. His posture was as upright as a pine tree, each step exceptionally steady, as if each step precisely struck the hearts of those present. He wore a black trench coat, its flowing fabric giving him a cool and mysterious air. The coat's material seemed to complement his temperament, further accentuating his tall and agile physique. His face was breathtaking, a masterpiece of nature. His bone structure was perfect, a high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, and a sharply defined jawline, all showcasing his handsome and rugged good looks. Especially his eyes, piercing and sharp, conveyed an aura of authority and inviolability with just a glance. He stood a full 1.87 meters tall, towering above the crowd, adding to his imposing presence. All eyes were fixed on him. He naturally became the absolute focus of the gathering. Since Pei Xianke established the eastern base, ordinary people within the base had rarely had the opportunity to see him. Therefore, when he suddenly appeared before everyone, the shock and amazement were amplified many times over. Yu Xiaohua, who was supposed to appear together, had already taken Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12, and gotten into the car to wait for Pei Xianke and the others. Clearly, she had no intention of appearing in public today. Pei Xianke went straight to Pei Xingyue, not even sparing Pei Jun a glance. It was as if he were invisible. Pei Jun couldn't muster even a trace of anger. He only wanted to repair his relationship with Pei Xianke now. Even if Pei Xianke killed his father right now, he wouldn't even flinch. Unfortunately, some rifts are destined to be irreparable. Perhaps Pei Jun knew this, but he preferred to deceive himself, clinging to a sliver of hope. He still had a sliver of hope. Pei Xingyue looked at Pei Xianke, and Wen Xian beside him, her face stern. "You two must come back safely." Wen Xian knew she cared about Pei Xianke, yet he remained stubborn. Clearly worried to death, he pretended not to care at all. He always been this arrogant. Pei Xianke nodded lightly. "Yes, my darling will protect me." These words instantly drew several shocked gazes. Their eyes were filled with filth. Pei Du, upon hearing Pei Shuang's words, was completely stunned. He thought he drunk something, stiffly turning his head to look at Pei Xianke standing there, his eyes filled with terror. What darling? Where did this darling come from? Whose darling? Xianke had been possessed. Was this still his cold-blooded nephew? Zheng Shushu silently rolled her eyes. Good grief, the young master is at it again. Can't he survive without showing off his love? Damn, if this keeps up, he'd have to start dating too. If he can't date a human, he'd date a zombie. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'd be tortured to death by the young master. A single dog, tortured to death, is incredibly frustrating. Wen Xian's lips twitched. Calm down. This is indeed his childhood friend. He'd get used to it. To hell with his habits. Pei Xingyue gave a forced smile. God, haha, I really want to beat this guy to death. What should I do? Destroy this world. Pei Jun's hand, leaning on his cane, trembled. He knew that his son had completely fallen for Yu Xiaohua. Xianke's nature. Once he falls in love with a woman, he never let go, even if it means death. Yu Xiaohua was his life. And Xianke had found his weakness. Pei Jun wanted to say something, but Pei Xianke didn't give him the chance at all, turning and leaving. Pei Jun knew he didn't even want to look at him. A wave of heartache welled up inside him. How did they, father and son, end up like this? It was all his fault, he ruined everything. He couldn't blame anyone else. When Cyan said, "Uncle, don't worry, we will definitely return safely," Pei Jun nodded. "Cyan, be careful on this mission." When Cyan looked at Pei Xingyue, stepped forward, and took her hand. Pei Xingyue tried to pull away, but seeing Wen Cyan's eyes, she let him hold her hand. "Xingyue, wait for me to come back." All right, stop being so sentimental. Let's go. Don't keep Zhehua waiting. I handle things at the base. Don't worry, no one will cause trouble." Pei Xianke only showed himself briefly before leaving, but the amazement in everyone's hearts lingered for a long time. Pei Xingyue stood there watching the line of cars drive away, while Pei Du finally reacted. He swallowed hard. "Brother, didn't Xianke just say good girl?" It had been like a bolt from the blue. Pei Jun nodded. "Yes, Xianke is a woman he likes. The Pei family has a future mistress." Pei Du was incredulous. "I thought it was all rumors. With Xianke's personality, how could he fall in love with a woman and call her good girl?" "Big brother, no, let's find a fortune teller to take a look at Xianke." In this apocalyptic world, besides Pei Du, there was probably no one else who would still believe in fortune tellers like this. Pei Jun wanted nothing more than to slap his stupid younger brother across the face. A fortune teller? A fortune teller? In this apocalyptic world, still believing in some bullshit fortune teller? Pei Xingyue gave Pei Du a cold look. "Fourth uncle, you can keep the fortune teller for yourself. Take a good look." Chapter 223. Pei Du was furious with Pei Xingyue, and naturally, having nowhere to vent his anger upon returning home, Ning Xian became the target. Meanwhile, the convoy slowly drove out of Qing City like a long dragon. Sunlight shone on the vehicles, reflecting a faint glow. Inside a jeep, Wu Tian gripped the steering wheel steadily. His gaze frequently swept to the rearview mirror, focusing on the last heavy vehicle. That heavy vehicle was enormous, its body constructed of aerospace-grade special materials, and the heavy weaponry inside was dazzling. A massive ram was welded to the front, covered with menacing spikes and blades. The hood was covered with a thick iron mesh, making the entire vehicle resemble a steel hedgehog armed to the teeth. A huge searchlight, like the pupil of a cyclops, coldly swept across the wasteland from behind a dust-covered shield. The massive silhouette of the vehicle was like an eternal silhouette on the apocalyptic horizon, symbolizing power, resources, and threat. Well, to be honest, they were all completely silent after just one look. Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh. "I heard about the Pei family's power before, but I was so naive." 12 took a bite of corn. "Captain, it's not that you're naive, it's that we're all naive. You have no idea. When I saw this car yesterday, I only had one thought in my mind. The young master of the Pei family is truly amazing. I heard from that second master when that this car was built by the young master of the Pei family with his team. Captain, do you think the young master of the Pei family has some kind of clone technique? After the apocalypse, he's on missions, building bases, and he still has time to personally build such a heavy vehicle. Is he even human? How can the difference between people be so huge? Sigh, the more I look at myself, the less human I seem. It's like being attacked from a lower dimension. The boss and the young master of the Pei family are people who leave no way out for others." After saying that, he happily took another bite of corn. "It doesn't interfere with eating anything else." Old Six said, "Young Master Pei, to reach that position in the 7 southwestern provinces, how could he be just a reckless brute who only knows how to fight? His strength, ability, and intelligence must be top-notch. What ordinary people can't do is just commonplace for some. Of course, besides absolute talent, young Master Pei must have endured things that ordinary people can't." 12 chided, "Captain, 6 brother, I feel like young Master Pei is using public funds to date our boss during this mission. I'm really curious about young Master Pei's strength. Want to witness his prowess. Tell me, who's stronger, the boss or young Master Pei?" Wu Tian and Old Six said in unison, "Of course, the boss." 12 choked, "Can you two be fair and impartial?" "No." Seeing their gazes, 12 chuckled. "Okay, that's what I thought too. No matter how powerful young Master Pei is, he'd still be pinned down in bed by our boss." Wu Tian and Lao Lu were speechless. Sure enough, 12's brain was full of lewd nonsense. The van in front carried Zheng Shushu and Wen Xian, and the elite guard team from the Pei family who came with them. A total of 7 people. In the first car, only Pei Xianke and Yu Xiaohua were there. Of course, it was obvious who orchestrated this deliberate arrangement. Pei Xianke was driving, while Yu Xiaohua nestled in the passenger seat, resting with her eyes closed. She was also holding Qingtian, who had been staring intently at her the whole way. Qingtian was sizing up Pei Xianke. Its dragon eyes hadn't left him the entire journey. This man possessed a profound aura of fortune, imperceptible to ordinary people, but clearly visible to the dragon. Such fortune was rare in this world. In their world, with such fortune, he would undoubtedly be a promising candidate for immortality. What a pity. How could Pei Xianke not sense the cat's scrutiny? Moreover, the cat's eyes held a mixture of regret and fervor. Truly a well-behaved cat. Quite extraordinary. Pei Xianke slowly spoke. Why are you staring at me? The next second, Yu Xiaohua's hand on Qingtian paused. Did she know who he was talking about? A lewd smile appeared on Qingtian's face. It meowed twice. Yu Xiaohua looked down at it, her gaze unreadable. She was certain she hadn't misheard. Master, I want to sleep with this man. Yu Xiaohua looked at Pei Xianke and said lazily, Qingtian wants to sleep with you. Pei Swank's hand on the steering wheel paused, his expression calm. But, I only want to sleep with you. At this moment, a perfect closed loop formed in the car. It wanted to sleep with him. He wanted to sleep with her. She didn't want to sleep with either of them. Silence was heavy. Qingtian stared, its gaze sweeping between the two. It was getting anxious. He can sleep with two people, it's fine, it can make do in the middle. Make do? Yu Xiaohua smiled, lifted its neck, and looked at Qingtian. Sorry, I can't make do. Pei Xianke seemed to have guessed something, a smile flashing in his eyes. It likes me? Qingtian kicked its legs hurriedly, and nodded frantically. Pei Xianke looked at it. Sorry, I only like your master. The cat-like creature, Qingtian, wore an indescribable expression. Could it take back its words? What incredible luck. It must have been mistaken. Yes, mistaken. Yu Xiaohua turned her head to look at Pei Xianke, who was driving, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Pei Xianke? Love-struck is a disease. It needs treatment. Pei Xianke nodded slowly. Yes, it's terminally ill, only you can cure it. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua's silence was deafening. Pei Swank's lips curled slightly. Qingtian had already closed its eyes. Heavens above, earth below, what sins had this mighty golden dragon committed to be forced to eat dog food here? That night, the convoy finally camped by a river and set up tents. After the apocalypse, water resources were severely polluted. The once clear rivers were now murky and foul, with a strong, nauseating stench permeating the air. However, surprisingly, the polluted river water displayed an unusually beautiful color. The river's color wasn't a single hue, but rather a tapestry of many hues, resembling a magnificent painting. Most striking was the section shimmering with an eerie blue light. It seemed to emanate from the netherworld, sending chills down one's spine. This blue light shone exceptionally brightly in the darkness, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding gloom. The more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is. A single sip of this river water could be fatal, the body would rot and decay. In the early days of the apocalypse, some people couldn't resist drinking from this river and ultimately died from their festering wounds. The nights of the apocalypse. Pitch black. Always filled with despair and loneliness. The group sat together. Pei Xianke took out the dumplings he had made that morning, handed them to Yu Xiaohua, and prepared the sauce. The others looked at the dumplings in her hand, then looked down at their own self-heating hot pot, instant noodles, bread, and compressed biscuits, lost in deep thought. Chapter 224. Zheng Shushu gave a thumbs up. Young master, even with these conditions, you still managed to make dumplings. Elegant, truly elegant. After struggling for a while, this was the only adjective he could think of. Then, he took a bite of the bread in his hand. What's so good about dumplings? Can they compare to the aroma of bread? Wu Tian and the others, eating their instant noodles heartily, nodded in agreement. How could dumplings compare to the aroma of instant noodles? Pei Xianke picked up the kettle, placed it on the stove, and soon, after the water boiled, he slowly and methodically took out a coffee grinder from his backpack. The whole process was smooth and efficient, and the aroma of coffee instantly filled the air. Pei Xianke made a cup first, and gave it to Yu Xiaohua beside him. Yu Xiaohua took it, tasted it, and nodded. Not bad. Pei Xianke took a sip of his drink leisurely. I'm glad you like it. The others were speechless. Had they never felt so superfluous before? 12 said, Young Master Pei, actually, besides you and Boss, we're also breathing here. They weren't third wheels. Yu Xiaohua paused, looked up, and glanced at the group. Pei Xianke nodded. Then you can continue breathing. 12 choked, defeated. Wu Tian considered for a moment. Young Master Pei, we can sit further away, What do you think? Anyone with a shred of humanity would have tried to persuade them to stay. Wen Xian and Zheng Shushu exchanged a glance. Unfortunately, they lacked humanity. The young master's humanity was only for one person. These three kids were still too naive. They would soon understand what it meant to gain lifelong introversion through one act of kindness. The next second, Wen Xian and Zheng Shushu, carrying their unfinished instant noodles, wisely stood up and silently walked to the other side. Wu Tian and the other two were still confused, staring at the retreating figures of the two men. Why did they just leave like that? Then they heard Pei Xianke say in a deep voice, "All right, go. 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 Find a home for your beloved." Finally, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and the 12th brother awkwardly stood up. Now they knew why Second Master Wen and Zheng Shushu had left so early. Very well. The young master of the Pei family truly has no humanity. The final result was that only Pei Xianke and Yu Zhao remained sitting together. Across from them, 12 looked at Zheng Shushu and Wen Xian and asked, "Has young Master Pei always been like this?" Zheng Shushu sighed. "You're overthinking it. Young Master used to be even more inhumane. He's a little more humane now, but not towards us, only towards Miss Yu." Wu Tian ate a large mouthful of instant noodles with tears in his eyes. "It's all my fault for being so talkative." Wen Xian said softly, "Be careful what you say." The next second, Pei Swank's deep voice came from afar, "I can hear you." The group felt a chill run down their spines. Yu Zhaohua put down her coffee cup and looked at Pei Xianke. "I'm full. I want to go for a walk." "Do you want to?" Pei Xianke immediately stood up. "Yes, let's go together." Yu Zhaohua smiled, picked up Qin Tian, and walked into the woods. Pei Xianke followed closely behind. Everyone seemed to be eating noodles with their heads down, but in reality, they wished everyone's ears were perked up like antennas. Good heavens. A dark night, a lone man and woman, and a cat. What could they possibly be doing? 12 chuckled. What do you think the eldest and young master are up to? Sixth brother shook his head seriously. I don't know. He knew nothing. Zheng Shushu coughed, speaking righteously. The young master and Miss Yu must have something important to do. They are both respectable people. What improper things could they possibly do? 12th brother, you're being filthy. Wen Xian stood up and glanced at 12. Indeed disgusting. Then, Wu Tian stood up. Disgusting. The other elite members of the Pei family's guard all looked at 12. Shameless. 12. In the middle of the night, the vigilant guards heard footsteps and emerged from their tents. They saw Pei Xianke and Yu Zhaohua walking out of the woods. What shocked them was the scene behind them. Behind them, a small, towering creature dragged a wild boar many times its own size with its tail, head held high, looking proud and arrogant. Just now, Yu Zhaohua swore she really only intended to take a walk to digest her food. Unexpectedly, she was targeted by this wild boar in the woods. The wild boar thought it had dinner. Little did it know, it was the one who had willingly offered itself up as a midnight snack. The poor wild boar thought it had survived the apocalypse and hadn't mutated. Finally, Qin Tian ripped out its heart with a single claw, killing it instantly. Pei Xianke turned and glanced at Qin Tian. Guaiguai's cat was indeed extraordinary. Just now, from beginning to end, neither he nor Guaiguai had made a move. The one who truly killed the wild boar was Qin Tian, the cat. Interesting. As the two approached, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Tian and the wild boar carcass it was dragging. My God, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Was Qin Tian's tail made of steel? This wild boar, weighing several hundred pounds, was being dragged by just one tail. Except for Wu Tian and the other two, who were already used to it. Wen Xian remained relatively calm, like pet, like owner. So no need to be surprised. Nothing unacceptable. Zheng Shushu also barely maintained her composure. Miss Yu's cat naturally had its special qualities. The remaining 7 members of the Pei family guards were anything but calm. It was one thing for their mistress to be powerful, but even her cat was incredibly strong. They were utterly impressed. Completely impressed. They had no choice but to be impressed. As the group approached, the Pei family guards immediately moved the wild boar aside. After the apocalypse, most animals mutated or died. Meat couldn't be stored and mostly rotted. Getting a wild boar and eating wild boar meat was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Indeed, who you follow makes all the difference. Wu Tian and the other two weren't as excited, because since the day they met their boss, they never lacked food. The boss's space was different from that of ordinary space-age users. The food taken from the boss's space was always fresh. However, this secret absolutely couldn't be revealed to those with ulterior motives. When Cyan asked, Xian K, miss you, what's this? Before Pei Xian K could speak, Qing Tian darted out from behind him. With its neck held high, Qing Tian said, yes, today's wild boar was killed by Qing Tian. A girlfriend needs love. A girlfriend's pet needs to be pampered. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qing Tian's entire cat face relaxed. It was practically screaming, I'm amazing. On its forehead, 12 people shouted, Qing Tian is the best. I'm cheering for you. I'm crazy about you. Qing Tian waved its paw, a very proud expression on its face. Everyone was even more surprised. They had thought that a cat dragging back a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds was already astonishing enough. They hadn't expected that the wild boar wasn't killed by the young master and Nisyu, but by Qing Tian, the cat. If anyone else had said this, they would have thought it was bragging. But the young master would never lie. Good heavens! What breed of cat is this? Chapter 225. That night, the group slaughtered the wild boar and had a good meal. Qing Tian naturally received the largest portion. Everyone tacitly agreed that even though Qing Tian was just a cat, he was the one who hunted the boar. The next day, the group continued their journey to the Grand Canyon. According to their route, they would reach the edge of the canyon by nightfall. They hadn't encountered any zombies on the road in the past 2 days. The zombies, having undergone their second evolution, were also evolving in their consciousness. They seemed to have learned to avoid risks, lie in wait, and seize opportunities to strike at humanity. After the apocalypse, miasma began to permeate the Grand Canyon. This miasma was an eerie dark green, like smoke rising from hell. It slowly rose, gradually enveloping the entire canyon. It made one feel as if they were in a poisonous, misty world. This miasma was not ordinary fog, it contained deadly toxins. Prolonged inhalation would cause serious damage to the human body. Miasma erodes the respiratory tract, causing symptoms such as coughing and wheezing. Then, it seeps into the bloodstream, damaging the body's immune system and making people more susceptible to disease. Over time, the toxicity of the miasma accumulates in the body, eventually leading to organ failure and even death. This is likely the reason why this advanced zombie was able to evolve so rapidly here. It's probably inseparable from these toxic miasma. It was able to evolve into a level 5 zombie in just 1 year. Yu Xiaohua knew that the level 5 zombies in this Grand Canyon were probably able to grow so quickly because of these special miasma. After the apocalypse, many plants, animals, and zombies mutated due to certain special geographical locations or natural conditions. Everyone got out of the car, their faces grave, as they gazed at the vast canyon stretching for hundreds of miles. When Cyan stepped forward, Xian K, the maps of the Grand Canyon are from before the apocalypse. Now that things have changed inside, we have to proceed cautiously, feeling our way in the dark. We can't rely solely on the maps. Pei Xian K nodded. Good boy, what do you think? Yu Xiaohua looked at the Grand Canyon, her gaze deepening slightly. Perhaps, it's not just miasma. Let's rest tonight. We go in early tomorrow morning, the miasma will be less during the day. Pei Xian K said, okay. After leaving the night watchman, everyone crawled into their tents to rest. Starting tomorrow, a good night's sleep in the Grand Canyon would be difficult. No one knew just how powerful this level 5 zombie hiding in the Grand Canyon truly was. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a fresh and tranquil glow on the earth. However, in this seemingly peaceful moment, everyone was busily and nervously working. Everyone took out their pre-prepared gas masks and special protective suits from their backpacks and carefully put them on. This equipment was essential for their entry into the Grand Canyon to deal with any potential dangers. Pei Xian K and Yu Xiaohua stood at the very front of the group. Their posture was upright, their expression solemn. When Cyan and Wu Tianzi stood in the middle, exchanging pleasantries and discussing the details of what was to come. The Pei family's guards followed closely behind, their well-trained and synchronized steps demonstrating professionalism. Zheng Shushu, 12, and 6th brother brought up the rear, vigilantly observing their surroundings to ensure the group's safety. With everything prepared, everyone lined up in the pre-arranged formation. Pei Xian K gave the order, and the group slowly advanced towards the Grand Canyon. Upon entering the Grand Canyon, a wave of heat hit them. Everyone immediately felt the temperature rise by more than 10 degrees Celsius. The climate of the Grand Canyon was completely different from the outside world, as if it were a world shrouded in flames. The entire Grand Canyon was like a giant steamer. As time passed, the temperature continued to climb. Every minute, the heat intensified, as if trying to bake everyone alive. In less than 2 hours, the thermometer had soared to 45 degrees Celsius. However, Everyone was still wearing heavy protective suits and gas masks. These devices, originally intended to protect them from external harm, had now become a burden to their endurance in the sweltering heat. Sweat poured down their foreheads, cheeks, and necks, quickly soaking their clothes. The stifling heat inside the protective suits made breathing almost impossible, and the gas masks made it even more difficult. But the miasma in the Grand Canyon could be deadly, so they couldn't escape. Everyone knew that if things continued like this, even if they weren't poisoned by the miasma, they would probably die from the heat. They had to find another way. Despite this, Yu Xiaohua remained calm, her composure a stark contrast to the disheveled state of the others. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but her eyes remained resolute, without the slightest hint of panic. Yu Xiaohua waved her hand. The group stopped. She turned to look at the people behind her. Their faces, hidden beneath their masks, were drenched in sweat. They were already in a sorry state even before facing the zombies. They not only had to fight zombies, but also the extremely harsh conditions of the Grand Canyon. The next second, Yu Xiaohua made an unexpected move. She reached out and removed her mask, took out some spiritual spring water from her spatial storage, pretended to take it from her backpack, and drank it all in one gulp. She was gambling on a guess in her mind, that the spiritual spring water in her spatial storage would be effective against the miasma in the Grand Canyon. Everyone's expression changed slightly, shocked. This miasma was so poisonous, how could she remove her gas mask? Miss Yu. Boss! Boss, what are you doing? Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Pei Xianke also reached out and ripped off his gas mask. As the mask fell away, his neat, short hair cascaded down his forehead like a waterfall, gently brushing against his high, straight nose. And beneath that short hair, his eyes peeked out, revealing a deep and captivating light, like a bottomless lake. Once you gaze at it, you're captivated, unable to look away. Pei Xianke reached out his hand. Goodness, I want some too. He didn't even know what Yu Xiaohua had drunk. But that didn't matter. Even if it was poison, he'd drink it. Because whatever Yu Xiaohua gave him, whatever it was the sweetest thing in the world. Young master, no. Young master. Xianke. The crowd's expressions changed several times. Everyone was stunned. First Miss Yu, then the young master. What was going on? They just took off their masks like that? Their hearts couldn't take the shock. However, everyone knew that the two of them dared to remove their masks. There must be a reason. Yu Xiaohua turned her head to look at Pei Xianke, then took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and handed it to him. Unsure, but I gamble with my life. Chapter 226. With just 5 words, Pei Xianke understood the meaning. Everyone was also somewhat bewildered. Was she gambling with her life right off the bat? What kind of precious thing was Miss Yu drinking? Pei Xianke took the spiritual spring water and drank it without hesitation. I gamble with you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, we'd be a pair of lovebirds. It's not a loss. Zheng Shushu sighed. What if something really happened to Miss Yu? He had no doubt that their young master would definitely commit suicide for love. How could people love like this? The young master's love was more mad than anyone else's. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, although they didn't know if the bottle of water would actually work. They only knew that it was too late to say anything now. If it didn't work, then Miss Pei and the young master were truly gambling with their lives. Yu Xiaohua looked into Pei Shuang's deep eyes, seeing the smile in them. Unfortunately, I don't want to die yet. As for being lovers on the road to the Yellow Springs, who wants to be one? Who will? Pei Xianke leaned closer, whispering in her ear, My dear, how can you be so heartless? Yu Xiaohua reached out and pushed his head away, smiling slightly. Don't worry, I won't die. Pei Xianke gritted his teeth. His dear was truly not understanding at all. However, he liked it. Everyone turned their heads in unison, exchanging glances. They were at a critical moment. How could they still be talking about love? Oh no, young master. Time passed second by second, under everyone's tense gaze. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke, having drunk the spiritual spring water, showed no unusual reactions, nor did they feel any discomfort. 10 minutes later, the worry on everyone's faces had vanished, and their eyes grew brighter. Their gazes were intense. If the water Miss Yu drank earlier had an effect, it meant that if they drank this water, they could also remove their gas masks. Yu Xiaohua raised her hand. She had already taken out spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and placed it in her backpack. She handed the backpack to Wu Tian. Take off your masks. There's water in the backpack. Distribute it and drink it all. As for what kind of water it was, they knew some questions shouldn't be asked, but it was definitely something good. Wu Tian distributed the water from the backpack to everyone. After removing their gas masks, everyone took deep breaths and eagerly drank the water. After another 10 minutes or so, confirming that no one was affected by the miasma, everyone was overjoyed, especially the Pei family's guards, whose gaze is towards Yu Xiaohua. Where did their young master find his mistress? She's a goddess. Holy crap, she can just pull out a bottle of water, and it can even control the miasma in this Grand Canyon? Only 2 words can describe it. Awesome. The group continued onward. The miasma problem in the Grand Canyon was temporarily solved. But everyone felt the temperature rising higher and higher. If this continued, they would die from the heat. They were equipped with weapons to fight zombies, but in these harsh natural conditions, they could only tough it out with their bodies. In the team, only Wen Xian and another member of the Pei family's guards possessed water-based abilities. But in such scorching heat, even their water-based abilities could only barely sustain them for a short while. Because water evaporates instantly in this high temperature, and their abilities were constantly being depleted. The group struggled onward and finally found a slightly cooler spot among the rocks, deciding to rest for a while. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their bodies. Just then, Yu Xiaohua suddenly stood up, drawing everyone's attention. In the miasma-filled environment, her face was indistinct, her expression obscured. Pei Xianke seemed to have guessed what she was about to do. A smile played on his lips. His darling always gave him many surprises, and her secrets were countless. But so what? It would never stop him from loving her. The world didn't matter. Only she mattered. Wen Xian sat beside Pei Xianke, watching the smile on his face. Xianke, at a time like this, can you please put away that worthless smile? Pei Xianke glanced at him. No. Wen Xian choked, muttering under his breath, stubbornly love-struck, hopeless. Wen Xian stared intently at Yu Xiaohua standing not far away, pondering to himself. He knew Yu Xiaohua was a space-type ability user, possessing unique and powerful abilities. However, faced with their current predicament, he wondered how many precious items Yu Xiaohua's space truly contained. Could it really resolve their current crisis? Just as Wen Xian was pondering this, Yu Xiaohua suddenly and unexpectedly swung her arm. In an instant, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. As if by magic, over 20 enormous blocks of ice instantly appeared on the previously empty ground. Each of these ice blocks weighed over 100 pounds, standing there like small mountains. With the appearance of these ice blocks, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The temperature dropped sharply, and a chill swept over them, finally allowing them to recover somewhat. All eyes fell on these giant ice blocks, then on Yu Xiaohua, who stood there unmoved. His space can store things. And misused space also has a freezing function? Wu Tian and his 2 companions already knew, and remained calm. What was this? Their boss hadn't even brought out steaming hot pizza, roast duck, hot pot, kebabs, spicy hot pot, or rice noodles yet. It was just ice. What was the big deal? With their boss by their side, they wouldn't be worried even if they went to hell. The others weren't so calm. They all wanted to cling to the ice, and never let go. Even the usually composed Zheng Shushu wanted to rush forward and start eating the ice. Heaven knows how important this ice was after 4 hours of high temperatures. Yu Xiaohua casually waved his hand again, and a bucket of edible ice appeared on the table. Cola and juice appeared instantly, leaving everyone speechless. Good heavens, Miss Yu even has all this stuff? These, what do you all like to drink? Choose whatever you like, drink as much as you want, there's plenty. The crowd cheered. Boss is awesome. Miss Yu was domineering. Boss, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Miss Yu, you're amazing. Zheng Shushu stepped forward, urging everyone to come and get what they wanted. Wen Xian coughed. Actually, being love-struck isn't so bad. Pei Xianke walked to Yu Xiaohua's side. Goodness, here you are? Yu Xiaohua pointed to the orange juice on the table. Treat everyone equally, go get your own. She then turned and sat down beside him. Pei Xianke turned his head and saw Zheng Shushu, Wu Tian, and the others standing in a row with their chosen drinks, looking at him with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Young master, there's orange juice here, please help yourself. Yes, boss is right, young master Pei, treat everyone equally. Boss is wise. A love-struck young man meets a cold, aloof woman. TSK. For the first time, they all felt a little sorry for their young master. Chapter 227. The group had rested enough. The dozen or so giant ice blocks had mostly melted under the intense heat. The group packed up their belongings, picked up their backpacks and weapons, and continued on their way. The Grand Canyon, which had been scorching under the blazing sun, suddenly changed its weather as if by magic. Just moments before, the sunlight had been as fiery and intense, enveloping the entire canyon in a sweltering heat, making it feel like being inside a giant oven. However, after only a short while, this unbearable heat vanished as if blown away by a gust of cold wind, and the temperature plummeted. The group had just adapted to the high temperatures, and were now experiencing a bone-chilling cold. Their bodies were being put to a severe test by the extreme heat and cold. In this post-apocalyptic world, temperature is inherently unpredictable and volatile. And the climate of this Grand Canyon was even more unpredictable, a mix of unbearable heat and biting cold, like a capricious child, its next mood completely unpredictable. After walking for another half hour, the sky suddenly darkened, and then it grew dark again. Zheng Shushu's expression was grave. Young Master, Miss Pei, the weather in this Grand Canyon is truly bizarre. According to normal timing, it shouldn't be getting dark so quickly. Just over an hour ago, it was over 40 degrees Celsius here, but now the temperature has dropped so rapidly and is still decreasing. At this rate, the temperature will likely plummet to minus 40 degrees Celsius by tonight. Zheng Shushu's words made everyone's expressions even more somber. The temperature was below minus 40 degrees Celsius. That was already unbearable enough. If the temperature continued to drop, the consequences would be unimaginable. For a person's body to withstand such a drastic temperature change within a single day was no easy feat. Everyone's faces were already covered in frost, like a thin silver veil blurring their features. Ice crystals had even formed on their eyebrows. Yu Xiaohua slowly turned her head, gazing at everyone. Her gaze swept over their faces, noticing their pallor and shivering. Although everyone had quickly donned special cold weather clothing, the slight shivering was still undeniable. Her body had been nourished by the spiritual spring water, making her more resistant to the cold than ordinary people. She could withstand such extreme temperature changes. However, the others were likely about to succumb to this extreme weather. Of everyone, only Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke remained calm. Yu Xiaohua said, "We can't go any further. The weather today is too extreme, we don't know what else might happen. Let's rest here tonight, and wait for dawn, before setting off again." Seeing this, everyone dared not delay, and quickly unloaded their backpacks, skillfully beginning to set up their tents. Meanwhile, Pei Xianke appeared remarkably composed. He simply raised his hand slightly, as if it were a casual gesture. The next second, a blazing flame suddenly appeared in his hand. This flame, as if enchanted, appeared out of thin air in his palm, leaping and dancing, emitting intense heat and dazzling light, quickly igniting the firewood. Yu Xiaohua slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on the flame in his hand. The flame, like a blazing sunset, radiated a vibrant red light, burning fiercely as if possessing boundless life force. Such powerful fire! She was certain that Pei Swank's fire-based abilities were stronger than hers. However, Yu Xiaohua quickly accepted this fact. Far from being discouraged, she felt her fighting spirit ignited. She was strong, but Pei Xianke was even stronger than her. She would definitely surpass Pei Xianke. On the road to growth, one always needs a goal to constantly surpass. Even if that goal is the man lying beside you, wouldn't that provide more motivation? Sensing the fighting spirit emanating from Yu Xiaohua in an instant, a smile played on her lips. See, his darling is just that special. After everyone had set up the tents, they turned around and saw Pei Xianke standing there, a cheap smile on his face. And standing beside him, Yu Xiaohua's face was filled with an unwavering fighting spirit. What was going on? After the fire was lit, everyone felt warmer and sat together, eating something. Yu Xiaohua volunteered to stay and keep watch, and Pei Xianke accompanied her. Originally, no one dared to let Yu Xiaohua keep watch at night. They all wanted to object. But as soon as Pei Xianke spoke, everyone immediately stopped objecting. It wasn't right for Miss Yu to keep watch alone, but with the young master's company. What could they say? Was this keeping watch? This was practically romance. They, the third wheels, couldn't be so tactless at this moment. When Cyan was the last to enter the tent, glancing back at the two sitting by the fire. Was Xianke keeping watch over the night? He was keeping watch over his mad love, midnight. As time passed, the surrounding temperature gradually decreased. But this posed no threat whatsoever to Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke, both fire-type ability users. Their bodies were like two burning furnaces, continuously radiating intense heat, keeping the cold at bay. At this moment, Yu Xiaohua was enveloped in a faint layer of red flames. These flames, like a second skin, rose and fell gently with her breath. Pei Xianke, on the other hand, was engulfed in raging flames, flames that seemed to possess a life of their own. In this frigid world, the temperature emanating from their bodies was roughly equal. Pei Xianke leaned closer, his nose almost touching hers. His warm breath tickled her cheek. His hand rested on her waist, applying a slight pressure. His eyes curved, his voice low and husky, trembling almost imperceptibly, his gaze deepening, dark eyes shimmering with a shadowy light. "Sweetie, want a kiss? Reward me, okay?" Deep within Pei Xianke was a subservient and obsessive urge reserved only for Yu Xiaohua. It was like the piety of someone praying to a deity. Yu Xiaohua looked at his deep-set eyes and brows, reached out, and slowly pinched his chin. His eyes shone with a captivating light, a pair of dark pupils more dazzling than the starry sky. Pei Xianke trembled, his gaze deepening, the veins in his neck throbbing, the veins bulging. His gaze slowly hardened, the affection in his eyes undisguised, surging like the ocean waves. "My dear, please say it again." Pei Xianke liked to use the word please, only with Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Her voice came from beside Pei Swank's ear, uneven, low, and languid. "Pei Xianke, looking like this, I really want someone to pin you down here and bully you mercilessly." Chapter 228. Pei Swank's veins bulged as he tilted his head back, a hint of red creeping up the corners of his eyes. Pei Xianke was already almost demonically handsome. He always knew how to use his good looks to seduce Yu Xiaohua at the most opportune moment. He knew his darling also loved his face and his body. But he didn't care at all that his darling loved his appearance more, as long as his darling was happy. Pei Xianke pressed his body closer to her, his throat bobbing, his gaze hazy. He reached out and played with her hair, leaning forward slightly, and casually wrapped his arm around her waist, his eyes swirling with dark currents. Her waist was so slender it drove him mad. Yu Xiaohua chuckled softly, her hand in Pei Swank's pocket. She pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, lit it, and the smoke blurred her expression. But it didn't diminish her unique charm and beauty in the slightest. She casually tugged at her collar, revealing a hint of her collarbone, which held a fatal attraction for Pei Xianke. Yu Xiaohua finished her cigarette, raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and smiled faintly. "I give it to you." The next second, before Pei Xianke could react, Yu Xiaohua casually waved her hand, and the surrounding air seemed to distort. She released her spiritual power, and before Pei Xianke could react, she pressed it down. Then, Pei Swank's expression changed. He looked down, as if he saw something that utterly shocked him. His body involuntarily tensed, his muscles taut, as if bound by an invisible force. Then, he casually grabbed a coat from the side, and covered himself with it. At this moment, Pei Swank's gaze still couldn't leave her. His gaze was fixed on the corner of her lips, where a faint smile flickered. This smile, like a shooting star in the night sky, was fleeting and dazzling, yet it stirred a storm within him. It made him irresistibly desire her. Pei Swank's eyes, once as deep as a still pool, now seemed to be ablaze. Lust churned within them, like black ink spreading in water. This lust, like a raging torrent, surged through his entire body, making every nerve incredibly sensitive. In that instant, he felt as if he were floating on a cloud, his body light and airy, as if freed from all the constraints of gravity. His voice grew hoarse, tinged with an barely suppressed desire, as he whispered, "My dear, please." Her blood seemed to ignite instantly. The whisper was exceptionally clear in the darkness, like a spell piercing the veil of darkness, drilling straight into her ears. Yu Xiaohua didn't pull her hand away, but quietly let him hold it. His palm was broad and warm, seemingly capable of transmitting boundless power. His fingers sometimes gently caressed the back of her hand, sometimes gripped her fingers tightly. A subtle, sensual sensation. An uncontrollable urge surged within him. Yu Xiaohua calmly watched him burn and pant in the darkness. Then, Pei Xianke covered her eyes with his other hand. The next second, her lips were fiercely kissed, conquering and ravaging. Pei Swank's kiss was utterly aggressive. Yu Xiaohua endured his storm of passion, one hand pressed against his chest. Once again, the initiative, like a bird returning to its nest, gracefully flew back into Yu Xiaohua's hands. Her movements were as natural and fluid as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation or doubt. She flashed forward, like a nimble cat. In an instant, she completed a beautiful flip, landing steadily on his lap. At this moment, the two were so close. So close that Yu Xiaohua could clearly feel his breath, even hear his heartbeat. Her gaze slowly moved upward, finally settling on Pei Swank's eyes. Deep and bright, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. Once one gazed into them, it was as if one was drawn in, unable to extricate oneself. An indescribable impulse surged within Yu Xiaohua. For a woman, desire, sometimes, is indeed the best tonic. Her body leaned forward slightly, her lips, like a blooming flower, gently pressed against Pei Swank's Adam's apple. The kiss was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, yet carried a subtle, almost imperceptible teasing. Then, her teeth gently bit his Adam's apple. The pressure was just right, neither painful nor too intense, yet he could clearly feel the slight stinging pleasure. She gently licked his Adam's apple, as if savoring a delicious delicacy. And Pei Xianke sat there like a statue, motionless, letting Yu Xiaohua roam freely over his Adam's apple. Pei Swank's breathing gradually became heavy, as if each inhale was drawing all the surrounding air into his lungs. His once turbulent eyes now rippled like a stone thrown into them. And the ripples grew larger and larger, seemingly threatening to engulf him entirely. However, in stark contrast to the turmoil within him, his body maintained a strange submissiveness, offering no resistance whatsoever. Pei Xianke thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being controlled by Yu Xiaohua. It was as if only in this way could he truly feel alive. Yu Xiaohua was currently pressed tightly against Pei Swank's body. She could clearly feel the increasingly intense excitement emanating from Pei Xianke. This excitement was transmitted through their pressed bodies. Beneath their coats, a boundless spring scene unfolded. Yu Xiaohua had never been one to enjoy being treated like a spectacle. Even when immersed in desire, her spiritual power still spread outwards, like a tightly woven net. Nothing, no matter how slight, could escape her perception, as if everything around her was under her control. After it subsided, Pei Xianke slowly took out a clean white handkerchief from his robes. Then, he carefully unfolded it, as if it were an incomparably precious treasure. Next, Pei Xianke gently and meticulously wiped her face with the handkerchief. He lowered his head, his movements earnest and focused, as if this was not merely a simple wiping, but a devout ritual. Every detail was handled perfectly, without the slightest carelessness. Yu Xiaohua quietly watched Pei Swank's actions. The next second, Pei Xianke played with her fingers. Good girl. Yu Xiaohua looked up at him, her face devoid of desire. In her past life, everyone said Pei Xianke was a man standing on a pedestal, to be admired from afar but not approached. Pei Xianke, do you like me treating you like this? Pei Xianke paused, then suddenly stood up, and then slowly knelt on one knee. He stretched out his hand. Next time, tie me up, good girl, I like it even better. Chapter 229. Yu Xiaohua slowly bent down, her movements elegant and light. Her gaze fell on Pei Swank's hands. A pair of long, strong hands, with distinct knuckles and smooth lines. She extended her slender fingers, gently stroking Pei Swank's fingers, feeling his unique warmth and touch. Each touch was like a delicate dance, her fingers glided across his fingertips, sometimes lightly touching, sometimes kneading. Yu Xiaohua's movements were slow, seemingly not in a hurry to complete the action, but rather enjoying the process. Her eyes remained cold and serene, without the slightest ripple. Just like her heart, calm and profound. So, do you want a reward or punishment? Pei Xianke looked up, his breathing becoming heavier. A reward? Yu Xiaohua suddenly withdrew her hand. The next second, behind her, Zheng Shushu's tent was opened. Pei Xianke knelt there, showing no intention of getting up. He remained kneeling, completely still. Zheng Shushu stood there, his face a picture of utter disbelief. He swore to God he really just needed to get up to use the restroom in the middle of the night. Who would have thought that opening the tent would reveal such a shocking scene? The young master was kneeling. The young master was actually kneeling before Miss Yu. He was certain he wasn't seeing things. Who could understand the magnitude of this shock for him? The young master was a god in his eyes. But now, he was witnessing his god kneeling before the woman he loved. It was like something out of a romantic drama. He wouldn't be surprised if any man knelt, but this was the young master. If he had a choice, Zheng Shushu would have wanted to gouge his own eyes out right now. Oh my god, he didn't see anything. Should he pretend to be sleepwalking right away? No, his acting skills are just not good enough to fake sleepwalking. Will the young master kill him? Poor him. He hasn't even faced that powerful high-level zombie yet. To be assassinated by the young master like this. That's too tragic. Just as Zheng Shushu was lost in thought, Yu Xiaohua and Pei Swank's gazes fell on him. Then, Pei Xianke slowly got up. What are you doing standing there? Zheng Shushu looked confused. He swore that all his acting skills in this life were used up in this moment. Young master, you and Miss Yu are here. It's the middle of the night, I was sleepwalking. Young master, you know me, my memory isn't good, I'm getting old, and my eyesight isn't good either. I didn't see anything, I promise I didn't see anything. Yu Xiaohua smiled, turned around, and sat down by the fire. Zheng Shushu's acting skills deserve a perfect score, out of 100. Pei Xianke beckoned. Come here, sit down. Zheng Shushu shook his head frantically in his mind. He didn't want to go. Looking at the young master's expression, if he sat down, would he be kicked to death? Zheng Shushu took tiny steps over and plopped down. Young master, the weather is so nice. It must be minus 40 degrees Celsius, right? Don't worry about me, I'm not cold, not at all. As he spoke, Zheng Shushu shivered and hugged himself tightly. Poor and helpless. Over the years, your abilities have improved, but your acting skills have declined. Alright, you can go rest now. Zheng Shushu was about to cry. The young master had told him to come over, sat down, and less than a minute later, he was telling him to go back to sleep. What's going on here? Zheng Shushu returned to his tent and zipped it up tightly. Yu Xiaohua turned to look at him. Deliberately? How can you treat your subordinate like this? Pei Xianke nodded. How can I? Yu Xiaohua paused. Yeah, pretty shameless. The next day, the temperature rose again early in the morning, returning to normal. After yesterday's extreme heat and cold, the current temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius was quite good. However, no one knew what the weather would be like in the Grand Canyon next. The group ate something simple, packed their backpacks, and set off again. According to the survivors of the Pei family's guard team who returned, the high-level zombie was hiding in the northwest of the Grand Canyon. At their current pace, it would take them at least 2 more days to reach that direction. In other words, in the next 2 days, they would face unpredictable events besides the weather. Everything was uncertain. Today, Zheng Shushu didn't dare look at Pei Swank's face at all. Even 12 noticed his unusual behavior and leaned closer, looking rather sly. Brother, what's wrong with you? Something's off. Wu Tian and Lao Lu looked over, and finally, Wen Xian's gaze fell on Zheng Shushu. Zheng Shushu sighed. Brother, you don't understand my sorrow, just like the day doesn't understand the night's darkness. I can only tell you, from now on, try to get up less at night, your heart can't take it. At first, the others were confused. Only Wen Xian seemed to immediately understand what he meant. He glanced thoughtfully at Pei Xianke, and Yu Xiaohua walking ahead. That night, getting up at night really wasn't an option. Soon Lao Lu and Wu Tian seemed to understand something too. They exchanged a glance. Poor Zheng Shushu definitely hadn't slept well last night. Only 12 was a naive little boy here. Of course, he didn't understand Zheng Shushu's implied meaning at all. 12 shook his head, becoming worried about Zheng Shushu. Brother, I don't understand a word you're saying, but if you get up frequently at night, it's an illness, it needs treatment. You can't ignore your kidneys. Zheng Shushu choked. Fine, was it his fault for talking to a simple-minded donkey? 12 smiled and reached out, gently putting his arm around Zheng Shushu's shoulder. This action made Zheng Shushu slightly startled, his body stiffened slightly. Then he slowly turned his head. His gaze fell on the hand 12 had placed on his shoulder. A slender and delicate hand, long fingers, neatly trimmed nails, fair and smooth, like a fine work of art. Zheng Shushu couldn't help but sigh. How could this man's hand be softer than a woman's? His gaze involuntarily followed the hand downwards, finally settling on 12's waist. Despite his young age and tall stature, 12's waist was exceptionally slender, easily encircled by a single hand, a stark contrast to his tall frame. Zheng Shushu was secretly astonished. How come he hadn't noticed before that 12's waist was thinner than most men's? His gaze lingered on 12's slender waist for a moment, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. What would it feel like to gently touch that slender waist? This thought made his heart beat faster involuntarily. His gaze also deepened. However, just as Zheng Shushu's thoughts began to wander, he suddenly realized his indiscretion and quickly averted his gaze. But despite his quick movement, he still didn't escape Lao Lu's eyes. The sixth brother noticed the change in Zheng Shushu's gaze. He paused for a moment. Why was Zheng Shushu's gaze so strange? Just now, there seemed to be a hidden interest in his eyes. Chapter 230. Old Six was secretly puzzled. Zheng Shushu was a man. Why would he look at 12 with such interest? Could he have been mistaken? Old Six shook his head inwardly, thinking he was probably overthinking it. After all, Zheng Shushu and 12 were both men. What was he imagining? 12, completely oblivious to Zheng Shushu's subtle change, continued to put his arm around his shoulder. Don't be shy, brother Shu, it's nothing serious. Zheng Shushu smiled slightly. He looked at the innocent 12, his eyes deepening slightly. Such a simple white rabbit, what would happen if he took a bite? Would the rabbit squeal? And what would happen then? Zheng Shushu suppressed his thoughts, letting 12 continue to chat and laugh with him, arm in arm. Pei Xianke heard 12's chattering behind him, and turned around. He saw 12 and Zheng Shushu arm in arm. Shushu's face showed absolutely no impatience. In fact, His eyes even held a hint of amusement. Clearly, he wasn't at all averse to Twelve's contact. But Shu Shu hated men getting close to him the most. Now, Pei Xiankei's lips curled into a half smile. Yu Xiaohua glanced back before looking away. Does love have gender? The poor rabbit has entered the wolf's den, unaware of its own predicament. Shipping couples is a deeply ingrained instinct for women. Meanwhile, Ning Xian returned to the villa, overjoyed. However, when she reached the bedroom door, she found it open, and heard deep voices coming from inside. A surge of joy welled up within her. She thought it must be Fourth Master returning. These past few days, Fourth Master hadn't returned, and she'd been constantly suspicious. Now, she was terrified that Pei Du would be snatched away. Once she lost Pei Du, she would have nothing left. She was determined to hold on to Pei Du tightly. So Ning Xian eagerly flashed her sweet smile. Like a joyful little bird, she excitedly went upstairs. Fourth Master. Ning Xian's voice was clear and melodious, full of anticipation. However, the moment she stepped into the bedroom, her cheerful voice suddenly stopped, as if cut off by an invisible hand. Ning Xian's body stiffened abruptly, her eyes fixed on the scene in the bedroom. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. In the bedroom, two figures were entwined, making love, and one of the faces was so familiar, it was her mother. Ning Xian's world seemed to collapse at that moment. Her mind went blank. She couldn't comprehend what was happening before her eyes. How could her mother be in her and Fourth Master's bedroom? What was going on? Countless questions swirled in her mind, driving her almost mad. Her mother was in Fourth Master's bed? By the time Ning Xian realized what was happening, a shrill scream echoed throughout the villa. Mom, what are you doing? How dare you seduce Fourth Master Pei? Are you crazy? Get up. Fourth Master, how could you fall for this old woman, my mother? How could you be so indiscriminate? On the bed, Pei Du, naked, slowly got up, completely unconcerned about being caught with Lu Xiulan. His face even showed a hint of impatience at being interrupted. Lu Xiulan's face paled slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed, but her eyes held no surprise whatsoever. She and Master Pei had both gone to the villa. She hadn't intended to hide it from Ning Xian at all. She wanted to live in this villa, just like Ning Xian, and enjoy a good life. It was good that she, as the mother, was heartless, and it was also Ning Xian, her own daughter, who was unjust. If she could have helped her mother, why would she have tried to steal Master Pei from her? Lu Xiulan, of course, knew exactly what kind of act Pei Du, this old man, was most susceptible to. Playing the victim, acting pitiful, that was something Lu Xiulan had already mastered in her youth. Old foxes are shrewd, Ning Xian quickly found out. Lu Xiulan looked at the frantic Ning Xian. At this moment, what men hate most is an immature woman. Her daughter was far from capable. Lu Xiulan knew that from the moment she tried to seduce Master Pei and get into his bed, her mother-daughter relationship with Ning Xian was completely over. However, she didn't care anymore. She didn't want to go back to District 9. The next second, Lu Xiulan reacted as if electrocuted, jerking the blanket over herself and jumping hastily out of bed. Her movements were flustered, showing her extreme anxiety. However, despite her hasty attempt to cover herself, the blanket did absolutely nothing. The conspicuous red marks remained undisguisedly displayed. Like a provocation, they stimulated Ning Xian's nerves, driving her even more mad. And this was precisely the effect Lu Xiulan wanted to achieve. At her age, she couldn't compare to Xianer in any way. She had no advantages whatsoever in terms of age, appearance, or figure. Therefore, she could only resort to a different approach, feigning weakness and pitifulness to arouse the fourth prince's protective instincts. Sure enough, upon witnessing this, Ning Xian completely lost control of her emotions. She began screaming wildly. Meanwhile, Lu Xiulan seized the opportunity, her eyes reddening, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. Without hesitation, she knelt on the ground, pleading, Xianer, don't blame Fourth Master. Blame me. My mother was shameless. She seduced Fourth Master. It has nothing to do with him. It's all my fault. Don't be angry with Fourth Master. I won't take him from you. Don't be angry, I leave right away. You and Fourth Master can live happily together. I know my place. How could someone like me live such a good life? Xianer, please forgive me. I leave right now, okay? This was a tactic Lu Xiulan had taught Ning Xian to deal with men. But now, Lu Xiulan was using the same method on her own daughter, Ning Xian. Only Ning Xian knew the true feeling. Ning Xian had lost her mind. Looking at Lu Xiulan kneeling on the ground, she pulled the blanket off her, then slapped her across the face, her eyes bloodshot. If she had a knife, she would have killed Lu Xiaolan right then and there. You're my mother. How could you treat me like this? You actually seduced fourth master, climbed into his bed. How old are you? Have you no shame? You shameless whore. How dare you betray me? You can't stand being alone. You even seduced fourth master. Why don't you just die? Go die. What right do you have to compete with me for fourth master? You're old and faded. You're a shameless slut. Ning Xian used every vicious word in the world to curse her own mother, Lu Xiaolan. Like a mad, shrewish woman, she now wished she could kill Lu Xiaolan to vent her hatred. Pei Du had already put on his clothes, looking at the crazed Ning Xian and the pitiful Lu Xiaolan. He was most susceptible to Lu Xiaolan's act. Chapter 231. Ning Xian, further enraged, lunged at Lu Xiaolan, slapping her face repeatedly. Lu Xiaolan frantically protected her face. It was her most prized asset, and she couldn't afford to have it scratched. Xianer, don't hit mommy. Mommy knows she was wrong. Aw, it hurts so much. Fourth master, please save me. Pei Du impatiently pulled the crazed Ning Xian away. Lu Xiaolan's face was covered in bloody scratches. She was disheveled and utterly wretched. Ning Xian wasn't in much better shape, her face contorted in rage. Enough. What's all this fuss about? So what if your mother slept with me? What, didn't you also try every trick in the book to get into my bed? Fine, you two will both live here from now on. Get along well. If you cause any more trouble, get out. Ning Xian was a plaything, and Lu Xiaolan, who had offered herself up to seduce her, was just as much. They were no different. However, Lu Xiaolan's skills and experience in bed were far superior to Ning Xian's. Now, Pei Du's new love interest had shifted from Ning Xian to Lu Xiaolan. Seeing herself left behind, Lu Xiaolan lowered her head, a smug smile immediately spreading across her face. Then, she looked up, her expression turning pitiful. Back then, she had used the same posture to seduce Ningguo. Now, she was simply repeating the same trick. It had to be said, this tactic was indeed effective. After saying this, Pei Du left without even glancing at Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian. He left this mess for the mother and daughter to clean up. Ning Xian slumped to the ground, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiaolan. Mom, you're so cruel. I never expected you to stab me in the back. You're the one who stole fourth master from me. You're so despicable. Ning Xian realized that if she continued to cause trouble, fourth master would definitely kick her out. Then, she would have to return to District 9 like a stray dog. She could only suppress all her resentment and accept the fact that her mother would also have to stay. Seeing Pei Du leave, Lu Xiaolan simply stopped pretending. She stood up directly and looked at Ning Xian. At this moment, it was as if Ning Xian wasn't her daughter at all, but a woman vying for her favor. The mother-daughter relationship had completely collapsed today. Xianer, I really have no other choice. Don't I want to escape the chaotic, murky life in District 9? Do you think I willingly let you go back to that kind of environment? Even if I'm sorry, things have already come to this point. Can't you be a little more understanding? No matter what, I would never harm you. We, mother and daughter, will serve fourth master together, hold him firmly in our grasp, make him completely ours. That way, no other woman can seduce him. Isn't that better? Think about it carefully. Ning Xian's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling slightly, her fists clenched tightly. Mom, are you really that shameless? We're mother and daughter. How can we both serve the same man? You're crazy. You're absolutely insane. I hate you. From today onwards, you're no longer my mother. Since you want to compete with me for fourth master, let's see who has the better skills. You're already old and faded. I see what you have to offer to compete with fourth master. Mom, you just wait and see. Lu Xiaolan choked, her face instantly turning ugly. Whatever. If you had any conscience and were willing to help your mother, we wouldn't have come to this. Since that's the case, don't blame your mother. From now on, we see who has the better skills. Lu Xiaolan, impatient, found herself a room close to Pei Du. Ning Xian glared at her fiercely, a hint of naked murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Outside, inside the car, the housekeeper from Qin Du's villa got out, opened the door immediately upon seeing the car, and got in. Miss, that mother and daughter just had a fight, even coming to blows, exchanging harsh words. It seems the villa is going to be lively from now on. They wish they could kill each other right now. In the back seat, Pei Xingyue slowly curled her lips into a smile. The villa was for her fourth uncle, and the housekeeper was naturally her person. Her fourth uncle could be useless, but he couldn't cause trouble for Xian Ke. Therefore, Pei Pei Du's every move was under her surveillance. The Pei family could support a good-for-nothing, but not a troublemaker. As for the affair between Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian, she naturally played a part in it. Otherwise, with Lu Xiaolan's abilities, how could she have gotten close to her fourth uncle, let alone climbed into his bed? The opportunity was given to her, and she deliberately let Lu Xiaolan witness Ning Xian's good life. And today, Ning Xian's timing was so perfect. It was also something she had the Nani intentionally arranged for her to witness this spectacle. Yu Chong said that before the apocalypse, the Ning family schemed against Zhao Hua, even sending men to seduce her. Now, she would retaliate on Zhao Hua's behalf, letting the mother and daughter fight over an old man. This exciting drama of mother-daughter rivalry had only just begun. Meanwhile, deep within the Grand Canyon, the temperature gradually rose, and the previously frigid air began to intensify. However, unlike before, no one felt the slightest fear or worry about the rising temperature. Instead, their gazes were fixed intently on Yu Xiaohua. She was like Doraemon, capable of bringing endless miracles. Yu Xiaohua stood quietly in the center of the crowd, always radiating a reassuring power. It was as if she held the key to solving all problems. Yu Xiaohua didn't disappoint them. Ice cubes and cold drinks were all provided. The group happily sipped their iced beverages, enjoying the coolness from the giant ice cubes. They swore this was the most enjoyable mission they ever undertaken since the apocalypse. Before, what a miserable life they endured following their young master. Indeed, people are afraid of comparisons. Will they even be able to work for Miss Yu in the future? Compared to the treatment of the guards, being by Miss Yu's side made them feel an urge to betray her. The 7 members of the Pei family's guards looked at Yu Xiaohua with eyes full of admiration. Wen Xian took a sip of orange juice. If this keeps up, I think your entire guard team will run off with Miss Yu. Pei Xiankei expressionlessly pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a deep drag, the smoke swirling in his mouth, but instead of entering his lungs, he exhaled gently. His body leaned slightly back, his legs long and straight, even in this casual posture. It couldn't hide the presence of his long legs, making him exude a cold and aloof aura. Is the orange juice good? Wen Xian paused, then fell silent. He was obliged to ask such a question. Pei Xiankei stubbed out the cigarette. What's mine is hers. What? You have a problem with that? Wen Xian, very well, it's all his fault for being so talkative. Wen Xian's gaze then fell on Zheng Shushu and 12 sitting together beside him. Shushu, aren't you going to do anything about it? Here, probably everyone except the idiot 12 could see through Shushu's intentions. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, who were unsure just now understand it. Chapter 232. Wen Xian hadn't expected that Zheng Shushu hadn't had a girlfriend all these years. Those around him all thought that Shushu's lack of interest in women stemmed from childhood trauma. So, it turned out that the guy simply didn't like women. Men. He'd be interested in 12? Unexpected, yet strangely, it made some sense. He didn't know why. Who could predict fate between people? Pei Xiankei glanced indifferently at Zheng Shushu and 12, sitting together without any space between them. My goodness, said it. True love is innocent. Same-sex love is true love. Wen Xian almost choked on his orange juice. He wasn't even this shocked that Zheng Shushu had taken a liking to 12. Swank's words truly stunned him. Listen to that? Xiankei just said it like that? Pei Xiankei flicked the ash from his cigarette. Making a fuss over nothing. Wen Xian took a step back. Xiankei, weren't you the most? Pei Xiankei looked at Yu Xiaohua walking towards him, and casually interrupted him. Worldly prejudices, narrow-mindedness, my good boy is right, love has nothing to do with gender. Wen Xian heard footsteps behind him, and saw the smile on Pei Xiankei's lips. He didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Only Xiankei could have such a worthless smile. So, he become part of their game again. What a mess. He finally understood Shushu's feelings. These two, when they're in love, they really don't care about anyone else's life or death. Pei Xiankei walked past Wen Xian toward Yu Xiaohua. Goodness, you're here. Xiyan just said he didn't understand love between men. Wen Xiyan stiffened. When did he say that? How come he didn't know? Fine, even though he wasn't as wronged as him. Is Pei Xiankei now a complete scheming man? In front of Yu Xiaohua, he's like a peacock with its screen open, a mere show-off. Wen Xiyan turned around and nodded. Miss Yu, I was narrow-minded. Wen Xiyan had never imagined that one day he would actually say those 3 words, narrow-minded, to himself. Ha. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Wen Xiyan casually and nodded lightly. Okay, I understand. Wen Xiyan said okay 3 times and left. These two are just making fun of him, aren't they? They're truly a match made in heaven. Zheng Shushu, on the other hand, handed a Coke to 12, who happily took it and took a big gulp. Who is Zheng Shushu? He's someone who's fought alongside Pei Xianke all along. His methods are just hidden in the shadows. Just now, he knew the frequency of his heartbeat, and he knew exactly what he wanted. With a clear goal, he would naturally walk his own path. As for whether some people could accept it, that depends on what he does, doesn't it? He has plenty of patience. He'd take it slow with the white rabbit candy. He absolutely can't scare his white rabbit. Is it good? 12 asked innocently. Of course it's good. What could be better than a Coke right now? Come on, Brother Shu, do you want a sip? Zheng Shushu pushed the Coke behind him further in. Never mind, you drink it. There's only one left. I pass. That's what he said. But his eyes were fixed on the Coke in 12's hand, his gaze aggressive, clearly conveying, I want a drink. 12 generously handed over his Coke. Here, bro, you can have mine. We're all brothers. What's the big deal? Zheng Shushu adjusted his glasses and nodded. Sure. But my hands are a little dirty, so it's hard to hold the cup. Would you mind feeding me? 12 nodded. Of course, no big deal. Open your mouth. He held the Coke to Zheng Shushu's lips. Zheng Shushu took a sip, his gaze falling on 12's waist, slightly deepening. Just now, as 12 held the cup, a section of his waist had been exposed, so white it almost blinded. Zheng Shushu took a sip, a faint smile in his eyes. Very good. As for what very good meant, only a smart person would know. The taste is good? Wu Tian and Lao Lu noticed Zheng Shushu's intense gaze fixed on 12. This is really bad. Our brother's been targeted by another man. What do we do now? Wu Tian pondered. What do we do? Sixth brother, should we tell 12? Are we just going to watch this stray guy turn gay? Sixth brother paused. Before he could speak, the two felt a gaze following them closely. Zheng Shushu smiled slightly at them, but the smile felt somewhat sinister. Ruining someone's marriage. May he be struck by lightning. 12 said, sipping his cola. Who ruined someone's marriage? He definitely deserves to be struck by lightning. Sixth brother coughed. Forget it. If 12 isn't willing, Zheng Shushu can't force himself on him. Just because he likes someone doesn't mean he's his. Getting 12 to see the light isn't easy. Let him do what he wants. More importantly, Captain, if we tell 12, do you think that Fox Zheng Shushu might get up in the middle of the night and assassinate us? Is life more important than brotherhood? At this point, I don't need to tell you, right? Wu Tian seriously considered the consequences. Life is more important. You're right, sixth brother. The two instantly reached an agreement. Brotherhood could be put aside for now. Life is the most important thing. That's how strong the great brotherhood is. Sixth brother gave Zheng Shushu a look, reassuring him. 12 looked at the group's shifty eyes, and silently took a sip of cola. Why are all these people acting so strange today? Why is sixth brother looking at Shushu with such a dreamy gaze? Oh my god! A flash of inspiration. 12's eyes lit up. Could it be that sixth brother has taken a liking to Shushu? A gaze full of love? A subtle ambiguity. This? Shushu is sixth brother's future wife? Exciting. Should he lend sixth brother a hand? The more 12 thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. His sly smile attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him. Why was this kid laughing so infatuatedly? Did he discover something? Even if he did, what did that laugh mean? Zheng Shushu lowered his eyes, looking at 12, his voice low. Happy? 12 nodded without hesitation. Of course I'm happy! I never expected this. Life is full of surprises. I think true love transcends gender. It's the apocalypse. We don't need to care about other people's opinions. Brother Shu, what do you think? As soon as he said this, everyone perked up their ears. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke both glanced at 12 in surprise. Wu Tian and Lao Lu looked at 12. My god, has the kid's IQ suddenly increased? 12 actually figured out Zheng Shushu's little scheme so quickly. This is cheating. Zheng Shushu was silent for 2 seconds, staring into 12's eyes, as black as ink. Yes, true love indeed transcends gender. Chapter 233. 12 got excited. Right, Brother Shu, you think so too? We're really on the same page, he. Sixth brother, what do you think? Sixth brother looked at 12, blinking repeatedly. What was he up to? Good heavens, this kid clearly had something up his sleeve. What exactly did 12 misunderstand this time? What was he imagining? Sixth brother nodded calmly. Yeah, true love knows no gender. But you still need to be careful, 12. Sometimes, if you go astray, you can never turn back. It was all well-intentioned advice. 12 chuckled. 6 brother, sometimes you have to stick to one path to the end. Don't worry, true love is innocent. I always support you, no, I mean you guys. 6 brother felt like they weren't talking about the same thing. Where did things go wrong? Zheng Shushu pushed up his glasses, a glint in his eyes. Pei Xianke handed the orange juice to Yu Xiaohua, glancing at the various expressions on the faces of the people not far away. Quite lively. No wonder, these are the soldiers you trained. 12's thought process is truly unique. Yu Xiaohua paused. The soldiers you trained are quite good too. Pei Xianke smiled. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. Heh. When Cyan silently turned his head away. If he heard another word, he'd be a dog. That night, Zheng Shushu and 12 kept watch together. When it comes to chasing someone, Zheng Shushu was practically rocket speed, proactively arranging for herself and 12 to keep watch together. Midnight. 12 couldn't stay awake any longer, his body slumped to the side. Zheng Shushu looked at his drowsy state. Zheng Shushu carefully placed 12's head on her shoulder, making him more comfortable. She then activated her supernatural ability, making the firewood in front of her burn even brighter. A while later, just as Zheng Shushu was about to get up to add some firewood, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. His body stiffened slightly, as if something was watching him from the shadows. He warily looked around, his gaze falling on the distant mist. The mist, which had been drifting faintly, now seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, rapidly gathering. Zheng Shushu's brow furrowed deeply. He realized something was wrong. The change in the mist was too abnormal. It was definitely not a natural phenomenon. He stared at the increasingly dense fog, his unease growing stronger. The fog was like a gigantic monster, opening its gaping maw, seemingly ready to devour everything. Zheng Shushu blew his whistle forcefully, the sharp sound echoing through the empty camp. Hearing the urgent whistle, everyone in the tent quickly got up and hurried out of their tents. Did the whistle mean danger or an accident might be imminent? 12 was also startled awake by the whistle, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He saw Zheng Shushu standing not far away, staring intently into the distance with a serious expression. 12 quickly went to Zheng Shushu's side and followed his gaze. They saw the distant fog rapidly approaching them. The fog was exceptionally thick, as if shrouded in a black veil, obscuring everything within. Moreover, the fog was black, giving off a sense of oppression and mystery. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this black fog, a feeling of unease rising within them. Zheng Shushu gripped his whistle tightly, his brow furrowed. He whispered to 12, "This fog is strange, it looks dangerous. Be careful." 12 nodded. His eyes also hardened, as he warily observed the approaching fog. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke approached, followed by a group of people on high alert. Everyone noticed the fog was odd, fearing something might be hidden within. Once the fog was close, they would be blind. Yu Xiaohua's gaze was piercing, seemingly able to penetrate the layers of fog, staring intently at the fog before her. She remained silent for 2 full seconds, seemingly deep in thought. Finally she spoke. "This fog isn't poisonous." Her voice was calm and certain, no one doubted her words. Hearing this, Pei Xianke nodded in agreement with Yu Xiaohua's assessment, though his brow furrowed slightly. Who said a non-poisonous fog wasn't dangerous? Perhaps, compared to the daytime fog, this fog was the most dangerous yet. "Everyone, put on your goggles immediately." Yu Xiaohua's command was swift and decisive. "Wait, once the fog rolls in, we might not be able to see each other. So, everyone, don't panic, stay calm." She paused, then continued, "Take out your whistles, and use them to determine your location. Remember, no matter what happens, don't stray too far from the group." Everyone responded in unison, quickly pulling out their night vision goggles without hesitation. Their movements were fluid and efficient. Everyone quickly put on their goggles, but just as they finished, the seemingly distant fog swept in with astonishing speed, like a raging tide. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them, like a ravenous beast. In less than half a minute, the thick fog, like an impenetrable wall, enveloped them completely. It spread rapidly, like a black whirlwind, swallowing everything around it. In just 2 seconds, their vision was completely obscured, and the scene before them vanished without a trace. In the darkness, Yu Xiaohua's voice suddenly rang out again. "This fog, something's wrong. Everyone, don't breathe. Hold your breath." However, this warning came too late. The fog, like a thick veil, silently enveloped them. It seemed to possess some strange magic, swallowing them whole without their awareness. Their eyes gradually became unfocused, their once clear gaze losing focus, as if bewitched by some force within the fog. Their eyes, no longer bright and clear as usual, became blurry, as if shrouded in a thin mist. As time passed, this hazy state worsened. Their thoughts seemed to be affected as well, becoming sluggish and confused. Clearly, the sudden fog of the night had a hallucinatory effect. It could quickly cause people to lose their minds, and now, under the influence of the fog, they were trapped in a terrifying dream. The fog stirred up the malice in everyone's hearts, the past they didn't want to face, and the most important, unspeakable secrets within. Yu Xiaohua had vanished from her spot. When she sensed something was wrong, she immediately entered her spatial dimension, isolating herself from the fog. Only then did she avoid being bewitched by the fog and falling into a nightmare. Chapter 234. Yu Xiaohua could guess that the others outside were all trapped in some kind of dream. This kind of fog was impossible to guard against, and it could stir up the deepest evil in people's hearts. Therefore, unless the fog dissipated, there was no other way. Or perhaps, they could break through the fog on their own. She couldn't help any of them. Ultimately, people have to rely on themselves. Even Pei Xianke was no exception. Yu Xiaohua pushed open the door of the space villa. These past few days, Qi Tian had been resting in the space, sensing Yu Xiaohua's presence. It had already woken up, and as soon as the door opened, Qi Tian pounced on her. "Master, why did you come in? What happened outside?" Qi Tian knew that if nothing was wrong, its master would be being possessed by that stinky man right now. Yu Xiaohua told Qi Tian about the fog outside. "So, this sudden fog is indeed difficult to deal with. Mutated creatures and zombies wouldn't be so troublesome, but this fog. We can't defeat it, and we can't forcibly dispel it. It's tough. Master, aren't you worried about your future husband? This fog is so powerful, and your future husband has a lot of blood on his hands. Aren't you afraid he'd be completely bewitched by it? That would be the end of him." Yu Xiaohua calmly shook her head. "The man I've chosen won't be that weak." Her tone was very certain. He is Pei Xianke, so she believed that this bewitching fog couldn't harm him. Qi Tian was stunned. "Look, this is the master it chose, so domineering. Unlike other women, if it were another woman, who knows how much she would worry about this later, his master's mentality is absolutely amazing, in a thick fog." Pei Swank's eyes, as if slowly opened by an invisible force, gradually regained their clarity. Just now, the fog, like a surging wave, tightly enveloped them, catching them completely off guard. And in that instant, even a powerful figure like Pei Xianke could not escape. Bewitched by the fog's power, it felt as if the entire world had turned upside down in an instant. His consciousness was gradually sucked into a deep dream, filled with endless blood and filth. The stench of blood permeated the air, irritating his nostrils and making him nauseous. The scene before him was even more horrifying, blood and severed limbs everywhere, as if it were the aftermath of a horrific massacre. And his past years. Every day he had experienced bloodshed, mountains of knives and seas of fire. But none of this could hold him back. Pei Xianke sensed that Yu Xiaohua's presence beside him had vanished. Just now, as the mist surged in, Guai Guai's aura vanished instantly. It seemed she entered her own space. Knowing Yu Xiaohua was safe, Pei Xianke was relieved. Not long after, the pervasive mist seemed to be dispelled by a mysterious force, slowly drifting away. As the mist gradually thinned, the figures hidden within became increasingly clear. The group stood silently in place. They were all like lifeless wooden stakes, completely motionless. Their faces were blank, their eyes empty and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. Although the mist was gradually dissipating, these people seemed completely unaware of it, still immersed in their nightmare, unable to extricate themselves. The mist was like a terrible curse. Once inhaled, it plunged one into endless fear and despair. Even though the mist was beginning to dissipate, its effects remained deeply etched in everyone's hearts. It made it impossible for them to escape this terrible nightmare anytime soon. Slowly, the mist completely dissipated, and one by one, everyone awoke from their nightmares. They looked at each other, and all fell silent. They all knew what painful things they had just experienced. Now, no one wanted to speak. Even the usually talkative 12 was unusually quiet. Wen Xian was the second to wake up after Pei Xianke. His dream only had one person in it, the figure of Pei Xingyue. The dream was filled with events from their childhood. Wen Xian's only weakness was Pei Xingyue. Only Pei Xingyue could stir all his emotions. It wasn't pain, but the overwhelming surge of implicit love. The mist not only evoked pain, but also stirred the most important person in one's heart. "Where's boss?" Pei Xianke asked. She probably went into her own space when she sensed something was wrong. Wu Tian nodded. "It's good that boss is alright. That mist was really eerie. Everyone's gaze then fell on Zheng Shushu. Now, only he remained unconscious. Among them, Zheng Shushu was the most severely affected. Cold sweat had begun to bead on his forehead. His fists were clenched tightly. Clearly trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape. In his dream, Zheng Shushu seemed to have returned to his childhood, to that orphanage filled with fear and pain. He witnessed his frail body being mercilessly beaten by the orphanage director. Each beating sent shivers down his spine. The director, like a demon, showed no mercy. This orphanage, which should have been a haven for children, became their nightmare. The director, a beast in human form, turned the orphanage into a place to supply organs to wealthy foreigners. These orphans, like lambs to the slaughter, were deprived of their right to life. Those dark, hopeless days haunted Zheng Shushu like a shadow. Even now, holding a high position under the young master, he couldn't escape those horrific memories. In the stillness of the night, those scenes of abuse would flash through his mind, causing him unbearable pain. Within that dense fog, countless secrets and fears seemed to lurk. Like ghosts, they crept silently into the depths of his heart. This fog was like a mirror, reflecting the most unbearable and painful aspects of his soul. Deep within this mist, a voice echoed incessantly. Like a demon's whisper, it lured him towards the abyss of destruction. Die, die. Only then can you find release. All the past pain and torment will vanish like smoke, leaving nothing behind. This voice repeated itself in his ears again and again, like a curse, gradually devouring his soul. His consciousness began to blur, as if he had lost control of his body. In reality, Zheng Shushu's hand had unconsciously reached for the gleaming dagger. His fingers gripped the hilt tightly, as if it were his only lifeline. However, this dagger was not his salvation, but the key to death. Chapter 235. Zheng Shushu gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, veins bulging. No one expected him to draw the dagger so quickly. They were all shocked. Stop! Brother Shu, put it down. No! But Zheng Shushu was absorbed in his own world, completely oblivious to the cries from outside. Pei Xianke seemed to have anticipated Zheng Shushu's next move, his expression changing slightly. He was about to act. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Zheng Shushu like lightning. However, Zheng Shushu's movements were even faster than his. In an instant, Zheng Shushu, like a ghost, raised the dagger in his hand and, without hesitation, slashed it towards his own neck. Clearly, Zheng Shushu had been completely corrupted by the eerie mist, losing all self-control. His eyes became empty and lifeless, as if manipulated by an invisible force, completely unable to break free. In this breathtaking moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone watched helplessly, as the dagger in Zheng Shushu's hand drew ever closer to his throat. Just as the dagger was centimeters from his neck, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, tensely watching this breathtaking scene. However, at this critical moment, suddenly, a dazzling light, like lightning, ripped through the darkness. The light was so intense that everyone present squinted, blinded by its intensity. With the flash of light, everyone felt as if the surrounding space had slightly distorted, as if kneaded by an invisible hand. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Zheng Shushu. The speed was astonishing. Everyone stared intently, only to see that the figure was none other than Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's appearance was like a divine intervention, eliciting joy and surprise from everyone. In Yu Xiaohua's hand, she tightly gripped Zheng Shushu's dagger, forcefully stopping her. Pei Xianke also appeared behind Yu Xiaohua, then stepped forward. Good boy, I handle this. Yu Xiaohua tossed the dagger to Pei Xianke. Even so, Zheng Shushu showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they noticed large patches of cold sweat beating on Zheng Shushu's forehead again. 12 was anxious. Boss, what's wrong with Brother Shu? How could he be so deeply affected by the fog? When will he wake up? When Cyan pondered. Shushu is probably trapped in the pain of his childhood experiences, a pain that runs deep in his bones. He can only overcome it on his own. Everyone chimed in with their opinions, finally looking to Pei Xianke. Waiting for him to make a decision, this fog is so powerful. If they forcibly awaken him, would he end up as a fool? Pei Xianke personally brought Zheng Shushu out of the orphanage, so he naturally knows best what kind of pain and unbearable past he's endured. This has always been Zheng Shushu's deepest wound. If he can overcome it this time, then he won't be tormented and trapped by the nightmares of the past anymore. Therefore, Pei Xianke also wanted to take a gamble. Could Zheng Shushu overcome it on his own? But if he lost, that scene might repeat itself. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, Yu Xiaohua walked up to Zheng Shushu and showed her Zheng Shushu's pained expression without reservation. Yu Xiaohua stared at Zheng Shushu. The next second, before anyone could react, Yu Xiaohua suddenly raised her pale hand, her movement swift and decisive. As her hand rose, a gust of wind swept past. Then, a crisp slap echoed through the air. This slap, like a thunderclap, struck Zheng Shushu's face hard in astonishment. The slap came so suddenly that everyone was stunned. They stared wide-eyed at Yu Xiaohua, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, it was as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. Meanwhile, in her dream, Zheng Shushu felt a different kind of pain. No one had anticipated Yu Xiaohua's sudden attack. Even in her dream, Zheng Shushu could feel her right cheek burning, the searing pain spreading rapidly. Soon, a bright red handprint appeared on Zheng Shushu's right cheek. The handprint was so clear, as if branded with a hot iron. One could imagine the force Yu Xiaohua had used in that slap. She had clearly shown no mercy. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire scene became eerily quiet, only the crisp sound of the slap echoed in the air, lingering for a long time. The next second, Yu Xiaohua slowly spoke, her voice incredibly cold and ruthless, as if it could pierce one's soul. Zheng Shushu, do you know what a true piece of trash is? If a person doesn't even dare to face their own heart, doesn't have the courage to confront their past pain, and only wallows in the shadows of the past, like a lowly ant, constantly tormented and entangled by those unbearable memories, what is such a person if not trash? Yu Xiaohua's words struck Zheng Shushu's heart like a heavy hammer in his dream, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He could hear Yu Xiaohua's words, but his body remained completely immobile. What has trapped you has never been the past, but your own heart. Yu Xiaohua continued slowly. Zheng Shushu, you are Pei Shuang's most capable assistant. Your current position and achievements are entirely due to your own ability and hard work. This time, if you want to escape this predicament, you can only rely on yourself. If you cannot break free from your nightmare, cannot escape the fear in your heart, then today, you will die here. Yu Xiaohua's voice suddenly became exceptionally stern. Moreover, if you die here, I'm afraid there won't even be anyone to collect your body. Pei Xianke. Zheng Shushu's body trembled again. The next second, Pei Xianke's voice rang out softly, Guai Guai is right, no corpse collection. Everyone could see that Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke were provoking Zheng Shushu, urging him to escape the fog on his own as soon as possible. But these words were truly cruel beyond measure. TSK. The group looked at each other. If they were ever provoked like this, even if they woke up, they would feel utterly hopeless. When Sion said, no doubt, they're capable of doing this. Wu Tian nodded. It's not doubt. It's certain that boss and young Master Pei are capable of doing it. After all, the wife leads the way, the husband follows. 12 chirped softly while worried. The nicer term is the wife leads the way, the husband follows. Your young Master Pei is just a love-struck fool. Chapter 236. The words had barely left his lips when Zheng Shushu abruptly opened his eyes. He struggled awake from his nightmare. At that moment, he finally broke free from the unbearable pain of his past that had plagued him for years. In that instant, Zheng Shushu welcomed his new life. He immediately felt a burning pain on his face and touched it. Then, his gaze fell on 12 standing there. Miss Yu hit me so hard. She's giving me a chance to make a scene. Heh, not bad, thinking about it that way, good for her. Miss Yu, that slap almost killed me. Young master, you didn't even collect my body after I died. Did you have to be so cruel? Yu Xiaohua, hands in his pockets, nodded lightly. It wasn't light enough. Pei Xianke nodded. Indeed, it wasn't light enough. Okay. Zheng Shushu froze, took a step back, and silently hugged himself. Why did the young master and Miss Yu have such ambiguous smiles? What, did they mean they wanted to gang up on him? Zheng Shushu suddenly looked at 12, hissed, and pressed his tongue against his right cheek. It hurts, 12, could you please put some medicine on me? The others scoffed. Damn, Brother Shu just escaped a nightmare, and he's already acting pitiful? Putting medicine on him? It was just a slap. Before, following the young master through thick and thin, his legs had been shot through countless times, and now he's acting pitiful over a slap. Cunning dog, he could only fool someone as stupid as 12. Sure enough, no one understood. Only 12 eagerly pulled out medicine from his backpack to apply it to Zheng Shushu. Wu Tian and Lao Lu turned their heads away. If their silly child continued like this, he'd be snatched away by Zheng Shushu, that wolf, sooner or later. A triumphant smile flashed across Zheng Shushu's lips as he looked down at 12 carefully applying medicine to him. even showering him with concern. How to put it? With this kind of treatment, miss, you might as well slap him a couple more times. The fog of that night had finally lifted. The next morning, everyone packed their bags and set off again. Zheng Shushu, claiming he was still very weak, had 12 support him the whole way. Of course, he took full advantage of this, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Ahead, everyone pretended not to see or hear anything. Good heavens, going on a mission and being abused by the young master and miss you is one thing. They're being tortured by 2 grown men. What sins have they committed? The resentment emanating from this group is even stronger than that of the zombies. Finally, they reached the northwest edge of the Grand Canyon. Is this where the level 5 zombie lurks? Since it's already a level 5 zombie, it won't appear easily. All they can do now is patiently wait for the level 5 zombie to appear. After setting up camp, Yu Xiaohua, along with Wu Tian, 12, and 6th brother, and Pei Xianke with Zheng Shushu, Wen Xian, and the 7 members of the Pei family's guard, searched the surrounding area. However, they found nothing. It was practically without a trace. If the Pei family's guard hadn't suffered so many losses here, probably no one would have thought there would be such a powerful level 5 zombie here. This is precisely what makes a level 5 zombie so formidable. It can perfectly conceal its presence, making it even more difficult to deal with. That night, a fire was lit. Everyone stared longingly at Yu Xiaohua. They didn't want any compressed biscuits or bread anymore, they wanted meat. Even when Xian silently put down his bread. Yu Xiaohua was very generous, taking out all sorts of snacks from his spatial storage. The selection was dazzling, comparable to a night market food stall. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony, choosing what they wanted to eat and beginning to enjoy. Yu Xiaohua chose a stone pot bibimbap and added a side of grilled meat. Pei Xianke was always casual about food, so he only chose a bowl of noodles. The others also ate with great relish. After the apocalypse, these kinds of foods would be highly sought-after items elsewhere. But with Yu Xiaohua, they were free to eat. This was like finding a powerful patron, saving them decades of hardship. The group was prepared for a long haul, so they were a little worried about whether Yu Xiaohua's spatial storage had enough food. If not, they really would have to eat sparingly. After all, how long would this high-level zombie remain hidden before showing itself? Yu Xiaohua looked at the worried group and nodded calmly. Eat as much as you want, all you can eat. A classic CEO quote. With Yu Xiaohua's approval, everyone finally started eating. These were all grown men, and they devoured the food like locusts, quickly emptying the table. Then came dessert. Small cakes. As for why this habit developed, it all started with 12. He had a sweet tooth, and ever since he followed Yu Xiaohua, he'd been eagerly asking for small desserts every day, saying they made him happy. The men who initially scoffed started eating them for 2 days, but then they started to find them quite appealing. Over the next few days, they really developed the habit of desserts. Anyway, how to put it, Yu Xiaohua really took good care of these men. After the whirlwind meal, the others left the night watchman behind. Yu Xiaohua hadn't had time to cultivate in her spatial dimension lately. There were still quite a few zombie crystal cores piled up in her space, and she needed to absorb them as soon as possible to stabilize her abilities. After greeting Pei Xianke, Yu Xiaohua entered the spatial dimension, leaving him standing alone. Since the spatial dimension was no longer a secret, she no longer tried to hide from the group, and instantly vanished. The others were used to it. Wen Xian, a faint smile playing on his lips, slowly walked up to Pei Xianke. His gaze fell on the beer can in Pei Swank's hand, then slowly moved to Pei Swank's face. He said with a half-smile, dumped again? TSK, Xianke, how does it feel to fall for a woman who only wants to become stronger? When the miss came last night, didn't miss you abandon you? Pei Xianke looked at Wen Xian expressionlessly, without speaking. He simply silently downed the beer in the can, then casually tossed the empty can aside. If she obediently believes in my strength, it means she thinks I'm very strong. Wen Xian, even the village Annies aren't as idle as you. Pei Xianke has always known how to win over Yu Xiaohua since they met. Even if Yu Xiaohua were to stab him, Pei Xianke would still obediently wash his own neck and offer it up. So abandonment? Not a chance. Wen Xian gritted his teeth. Very well, love makes people blind. No, it makes them lose their sight. Xianke is now blind, beyond saving. Wen Xian left dejectedly. The remaining people watched this scene from afar. 12 stroked his chin. I say, this second master Wen is gloating, failing every time, and repeatedly losing. His perseverance is truly admirable. Zheng Shushu smiled indulgently. Second master Wen has always been like this since childhood, decisive and ruthless. In reality, in front of the young master, he's just a chatterbox, always looking for trouble. You get used to it. Chapter 237. Zheng Shushu had just turned her head when she heard Wen Xian's voice faintly drifting from afar. Zheng Shushu, I'm not deaf, I can hear you. The people scattered instantly, leaving only Zheng Shushu standing there. Had the whole world betrayed me like this? What should I do? For several days in a row, Yu Xiaohua remained in her own space, not venturing out. The people outside had patrolled the surrounding area thoroughly these past few days, but hadn't seen a trace of the high-level zombie. They thought it would be a bloody battle, but instead, they'd been eating and drinking in this canyon for the past 2 days. They didn't seem to be on a mission, they seemed more like they were on vacation. On the 5th day, Yu Xiaohua finally absorbed all the zombie crystal cores before emerging. After this absorption, her superpower was even more stable. Yu Xiaohua released her mental energy, and as she expected, her mental energy had increased again. She discovered that every time her superpower upgraded, her mental energy would also increase to a higher level. Yu Xiaohua's gaze swept over everyone, a slow smile playing on her lips. With this upgrade, she could clearly sense the power fluctuations emanating from each person. Among these people, Pei Swank's power fluctuations were the strongest, unfathomable. Boss, you're finally out. Miss you. Boss, I missed you so much. The group sat together, recounting the events of the past few days. Peaceful, nothing seemed amiss. After listening to their stories, Yu Xiaohua nodded calmly, her tone resolute. Tonight, we go find it. It can't escape. The group was stunned, their hearts sinking instantly, their faces grave. What did she mean? Go find it tonight? Where to look? How can Miss Yu be so sure? They've been guarding for days, and haven't seen a single high-level zombie. What, Miss Yu? You're so certain that the high-level zombie will appear on its own the moment you leave this space? Could Miss Yu be some kind of fortune teller? Beside him, Pei Swank's gaze darkened slightly, as if he were deep in thought. Yu Xiaohua noticed his gaze, and turned to look at him. Qingtian has a plan. You and your men should make thorough preparations. His voice was deep and firm, inspiring awe in everyone. The others didn't doubt Yu Xiaohua's words. They were absolutely convinced and nodded. The group understood the difficulty of this battle. They took a deep breath, quickly adjusted their state, and prepared for the challenge that night. Tonight will be a tough battle, Wen Xian continued. Level 5 zombies are extremely powerful beings. Their strength and speed far surpass those of ordinary zombies. Facing such an enemy, the slightest carelessness could mean certain death. The problem was, no one knew just how powerful this level 5 zombie was. No matter what, there was no sign of retreat on anyone's face. A resolute glint flashed in their eyes. No matter what, we cannot allow it to grow any stronger. If this zombie continues to grow, it will be a devastating blow to humanity in the future. Pei Xianke quickly arranged the battle against the level 5 zombie that night and began meticulously planning. Night fell, and a crescent moon hung in the sky, obscured by thick clouds. The crescent moon was hidden by the thick clouds, leaving only a faint outline, making it difficult to discern its true form. Yu Xiaohua stood at the very front of the group, his posture upright as a pine tree. In her arms, she cradled a lazy, yawning Qingtian. This level 5 zombie was practically a ghost to humans, impossible to find. But for Qingtian, with its special abilities, it was child's play. Qingtian could keenly detect the scent of level 5 zombies, and accurately track them to their hidden lair. All eyes were on Qingtian, a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Could Qingtian really do it? Qingtian raised its thick neck, letting out 2 low growls, as if announcing its discovery. Under everyone's gaze, it slowly extended its sharp claws, pointing unhesitatingly in a specific direction. Yu Xiaohua's face darkened as she stared at the direction Qingtian pointed. Go! The others immediately followed Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke, chasing after Qingtian in the direction it indicated. During the pursuit, Qingtian kept changing direction. After running for a full 3 hours, apart from Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xianke, and Wen Xian, the rest of them were starting to feel the strain, and their speed noticeably decreased. Finally, Qingtian's claw pointed to behind a boulder. Yu Xiaohua stopped. The others stopped as well. Pei Xianke glanced at Qingtian. Is this the place? Qingtian nodded arrogantly. Yes. Everyone's breathing instantly softened. Then, Yu Xiaohua released her mental energy, enveloping everyone. This ensured that the level 5 zombie wouldn't detect their movements. Her mental energy should last for 10 minutes without a problem. The next second, Yu Xiaohua felt as if her released mental energy was being enveloped by something. She paused, looked at Pei Xianke beside her, and her gaze understood. This guy is really good at hiding his strength. He actually possesses such powerful mental energy. He's always been a cunning old fox, hiding his true abilities, yet he acts like a little kitten next to her. Pei Xianke smiled, lightly rubbing his fingertip against her skin. Good girl, I have even more surprises waiting for you to discover. Yu Xiaohua nodded casually. Yu Xiaohua made a hand gesture, and everyone immediately took their positions as Pei Xianke had arranged. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke led the way. Level 5 zombies were beyond Zheng Shushu and the others' capabilities. They could only provide support. After carefully taking their positions, everyone exchanged glances. They nodded, indicating they were ready. In the next instant, a strength-type ability user from the Pei family's guard moved with caution. The boulder before him resembled a ferocious beast. He slowly approached the boulder, each step extremely careful. Finally, he reached the boulder, took a deep breath, and nodded slightly to Pei Xianke, indicating he was ready. Pei Xianke nodded, signaling that he could proceed. Upon receiving the signal, the superhuman raised his hand without hesitation. With all his might, he slammed his hand down on the boulder. A deafening bang resounded as the boulder seemed to explode, instantly cracking into countless fissures. These cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire surface of the boulder like a spiderweb. Then, accompanied by a chilling cracking sound, the boulder finally succumbed to the immense force and shattered. Shards of rock flew everywhere, dust billowed, as if the entire world had been shaken by the force. The ground itself seemed to tremble as it felt the powerful impact. With the sound of the boulder breaking, the scene before everyone's eyes instantly changed. The originally incredibly hard boulder was easily broken open like tofu, revealing a deep cave. Chapter 238. The entrance to the cave was unremarkable, even somewhat rudimentary, yet it exuded a chilling aura. From a distance, the cave's interior appeared pitch black, like a bottomless abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing anything that entered. Standing at the entrance, everyone stared into the darkness, a nameless fear rising within them. Everyone knew this cave was the lair of the level 5 zombie. Facing a level 5 zombie head-on was a recipe for disaster. Yu Xiaohua stood before the dark cave, her eyes fixed on the darkness. She could see through the darkness, discerning the secrets and dangers hidden within. Her gaze revealed no fear. On the contrary, it gleamed with a surprising excitement. Why was Yu Xiaohua so excited? For her, the battle against these zombies wasn't just about survival, it was a golden opportunity to enhance her strength. However, simply absorbing zombie cores to increase her power was far from sufficient. She understood that the key to truly and rapidly improving her strength lay in the experience gained through actual combat. Every battle against a zombie far stronger than herself was a life-or-death test. But Yu Xiaohua was fearless. She viewed these battles as stepping stones to growth. As long as she could defeat the powerful zombies and survive the fight, she would gain invaluable combat experience, thus achieving rapid improvement in her strength. This thirst for power and fearlessness in the face of challenge led Yu Xiaohua to step into the dark cave without hesitation, to embrace the unknown challenges and potential dangers. Pei Xianke sensed the hidden excitement emanating from her. A smile played on his lips. His darling was always so unique. To achieve his strength by stepping on the bones of level 5 zombies. What an exhilarating thing! Upon entering the cave, the group cautiously switched on their flashlights and lamps. The previously pitch-black cave was instantly illuminated by bright light, as if day had arrived. However, in that instant, they suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet cave. Flap, flap, as if something was slowly flying towards them. Soon, they saw what it was. The cave walls were covered entirely with enormous bats, their eyes flashing blood-red in the darkness, like burning flames. It was chilling. These bats had wingspans of over 2 meters, the downy feathers reflecting an eerie luster in the dim light. They clung tightly to the cave walls, densely packed, completely filling the cave. 12's trypophobia was about to flare up. Oh my god, boss, what kind of mutated bat is that? After the apocalypse, these animals are all like they come to life. It's terrifying, they bite and are really disgusting. Zheng Shushu stepped forward, shielding 12, making him feel incredibly safe, like a guardian angel. 12 naturally hid behind Zheng Shushu, completely unaware of how close they were now. Disgusting, don't look, stay behind me. 12 nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Brother Shu, I'm counting on you to protect me. Zheng Shushu nodded with a smile. Wu Tian, a typical straight man, was utterly speechless. Come on, what time is it? Do you think we're on a leisurely trip? Can you two stop being so lovey-dovey and show some respect for these bats? Zheng Shushu smiled slightly. Sorry, we can't respect them at all. When Cyan stepped forward and whispered, Xian Miss Yu, do you know what the weaknesses of these mutated bats are? Should we attack them directly? When Cyan had a strange feeling. He always felt that Yu Xiaohua seemed to know many things that others didn't, just like these mutated bats they were facing now. Perhaps they harbored some unknown secrets or weaknesses. If they could find the weaknesses of these mutated bats, they could deal with them much less effort. After all, the bigger, more powerful boss was still waiting for them. Coincidentally, in his previous life, Yu Xiaohua really did know the weaknesses of these mutated bats. Although mutated bats have evolved, their wings still retain bat-like characteristics, making them immune to the scorching heat of flames. However, this doesn't mean they are without weaknesses. In fact, what mutated bats truly fear is a specific sound. This sound might be insignificant to ordinary people, but it is deadly to mutated bats. When this sound is heard, the mutated bats experience extreme pain and terror. Their bodies lose control, potentially leading to death. Yu Xiaohua discovered this secret by chance in his previous life. This discovery became a crucial weapon in her past life when she fought against the mutated bats. This was something she only learned after escaping death. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, the bats that had been quietly clinging to the wall seemed to sense someone intruding on their territory. Instantly, hundreds of bats opened their eyes. In that instant, countless pairs of scarlet eyes flashed in the darkness. Just as everyone was on high alert, ready to attack, Yu Xiaohua suddenly waved her hand, signaling everyone to stop. While the group was still confused, Yu Xiaohua called out, Wu Tian. When Wu Tian heard his name called, he was somewhat bewildered. He wondered to himself, what did their boss want with him at this time? Not only him, but everyone present also turned their gaze to Wu Tian. At this point, what good would calling for Wu Tian do? Could it be that Wu Tian is the nemesis of these bats? Wu Tian composed himself, stepped forward, and stood before Yu Xiaohua. Straightening his posture, boss, what can I do for you? Just tell me what to do. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Wu Tian expressionlessly, then, in a calm yet firm tone, speak up, sing loudly, at your loudest voice. These words struck like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone. They never expected Yu Xiaohua to make such a request. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces showing disbelief, as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. Sing? Only Pei Xianke instantly understood Yu Xiaohua's meaning. A sonic attack? Wu Tian pointed to himself, dumbfounded. No, boss, are you sure you want me to sing, and sing loudly? You heard my voice before, it's earth-shattering, isn't that inappropriate? Chapter 239. Wu Tian was on the verge of tears. Singing in public was more humiliating than having to take off his pants and defecate in front of everyone. He had a very deep understanding of his own singing ability. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. When Cyan's eyes lit up. Sound waves, these mutated bats react to sound. They're afraid of certain sounds, right? All eyes fell on Wu Tian, filled with curiosity. Now, they only had one thought. How awful, how terrifying must Wu Tian's singing voice be? How could his singing have such a devastating effect on these mutated bats? Wanting to laugh. What to do if he couldn't hold it in? Wu Tian wished he could just bury his head in the ground. Zheng Shushu coughed. Brother, hurry up and sing. Today, your voice is going to do you a great job, awesome. Tonight will definitely be the highlight of your life. 12 chimed in cheekily. Yeah, Captain, we're rooting for you. Hurry up and sing. We promise we won't laugh, okay? Don't waste time, Captain, it's up to you now. 6 nodded. Captain, sing. Wu Tian clenched his fist and glanced at Yu Xiaohua again. He absolutely couldn't let his boss down. It's just singing, isn't it? It's not like we're going to skin him alive. What's there for a grown man to be so coy about? The next second, the river flows eastward. Wu Tian's voice, once it rang out, was like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, the sudden roar still made their faces turn extremely pale. The muscles in their faces seemed about to burst from the terrifying singing. However, they couldn't show it too obviously, and could only suppress their discomfort. They silently covered their ears, hoping to lessen the impact of the terrifying noise on their eardrums. This wasn't about using song to repel bats. This was practically a death sentence. Everyone couldn't help but lament, Wu Tian's song was several times more terrifying than the mutated bat's attack. Sure enough, the moment Wu Tian's song began, the mutated bats, which were about to awaken and prepare to attack, froze in their tracks as if terrified by the horrifying noise. Some bats even fell directly from the walls to the ground. At this moment, Wu Tian's destructive power was comparable to a nuclear weapon. Yu Xiaohua watched the fleeing mutated bats, a smile playing on her lips. Sure enough, just like in her previous life, these mutated bats were still afraid of sound wave attacks, especially those unique sounds. Everyone watched as the mutated bats, frightened away by Wu Tian singing, collectively gave him a thumbs up. Dude, awesome. Just like that, the group easily repelled the swarm of mutated bats and continued deeper into the cave. However, as they ventured deeper into the cave, a damp, chilling aura swept over them, sending shivers down their spines. This damp chill wasn't ordinary cold, it was a bone-chilling cold that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of their bones, reaching their very soul. The cold air, like a ghost, silently seeped into their bodies, slowly eroding their body heat. The fire-type ability user in the group, sensing this chill, immediately activated his internal fire power, attempting to dispel the damp cold with a blazing inferno. Despite the flames roaring in their hands, the chill seemed unaffected, still clinging to them like a shadow. Only when Pei Xianke activated the flames did the chill dissipate slightly. The group moved slowly through the cave, time ticking by. After about half an hour, they still hadn't seen the end of the cave. This made them marvel at the cave's immense size, seemingly endless. Just then, a faint drip-drip sound suddenly reached their ears. The sound, though not loud, was exceptionally clear, with a distinct rhythm, as if it were some kind of signal or warning. Upon hearing this sound, Pei Xianke and Yu Xiaohua simultaneously stopped. It seemed they had finally reached the lair of the high-level zombie. Within reach. A split second ago, an exceptionally strong aura swept in like a violent storm. This aura was far beyond what ordinary zombies possessed. It exuded a chilling, rotten stench. The aura was so intense that it was almost impossible to breathe. The putrid smell permeated the air like a plague, making one nauseous. It felt as if one was being tightly enveloped by a powerful dark force, with nowhere to escape. Pei Xianke stood at the front of the group, his hand raised high, then he waved it forcefully, signaling the people behind him to stop. Upon seeing this gesture, everyone's hearts tightened, and the group instantly fell silent. Everyone's nerves tensed instantly, and their gazes, in unison, turned to the wall ahead. A gigantic shadow was reflected there, and as it drew closer, everyone's heart pounded faster. Finally, the shadow gradually became clearer, slowly emerging from the darkness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gradually appearing figure. It's here. It's finally here. As the shadow fully materialized, a level 5 zombie several meters tall appeared before them. Its body was exceptionally massive, towering like a small mountain, exuding an unshakable sense of oppression. This zombie's muscles were abnormally developed. The bulging muscle lines were faintly visible beneath its gray skin, revealing a powerful strength. Its body emitted a nauseating stench of decay, like a demon emerging from hell, making everyone want to vomit. Even more chilling was the zombie's eerie gray skin, covered with gruesome wounds and black veins. These crisscrossing wounds and veins made its skin look as if it had been torn and then stitched back together. The appearance of this level 5 zombie sent a collective gasp through everyone, causing them to hold their breath. Just how powerful was this level 5 zombie? How terrifying would its attacks be? These questions swirled in everyone's minds, weighing heavily on their hearts. The zombie slowly turned its head, and it saw Yu Xiaohua and the others. Unlike the lower-level zombies, it didn't attack immediately. Instead, its eyes were filled with scrutiny. Yu Xiaohua didn't give the zombie much time to think. With a flick of her arm, a simple yet swift gesture, her figure moved like lightning, instantly dashing forward. Her speed was as fast as the wind, making her almost impossible to catch. Chapter 240. In an instant, Yu Xiaohua arrived before the zombie like lightning. Her speed was dazzling. She completed the action in the blink of an eye. Then, without hesitation, Yu Xiaohua struck with lightning speed and decisive action. Every movement of hers seemed meticulously rehearsed, natural and fluid, without the slightest hesitation. Yu Xiaohua's attacks were as fierce as a storm, as fast as lightning, giving the zombie no chance to breathe. Her moves were sharp and powerful. However, this high-level zombie was no ordinary being. Although its body was enormous, it was exceptionally agile, with extremely fast reaction speed. Just as Yu Xiaohua's attack was about to hit, the zombie suddenly dodged, easily avoiding the fatal blow. This dodge not only caused Yu Xiaohua's attack to miss, but also thoroughly enraged the high-level zombie. It let out a deafening roar, which seemed to tremble the entire space. Yu Xiaohua dodged, and behind him was Pei Xianke, who had already rushed forward. The two coordinated flawlessly. Pei Xianke kicked the zombie hard in the chest. The rotting flesh on the zombie's chest shuddered and fell to the ground, releasing a pungent stench of blood. The power of Pei Swank's kick was not to be underestimated. The level 5 zombie was kicked back 2 steps. Its gray-white eyes turned bloodshot, and it made a hoarse sound. "Damn it, boss, wait for me!" 12 yelled, about to charge forward, but Zhang Shushu grabbed his hand. Her expression was grave. 12, back off. Don't cause trouble. According to the plan, we wait for Miss Yu and the young master signal. They had a good chance of defeating a level 5 zombie. Charging in would only hinder Pei Xianke and Yu Xiaohua. Therefore, they had already finalized their battle plan before entering the cave. They waited for the signal before advancing. Just as the zombie retreated due to Pei Swank's attack, Pei Xianke swiftly reached out and accurately grabbed Yu Xiaohua. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohua didn't hesitate to use the momentum. Like a light swallow, she completed a beautiful flip in the air. However, the speed of this series of movements was so fast that the zombie barely had time to react. As soon as it turned around, before it could even move, Yu Xiaohua's foot struck its chest with lightning speed. In the exact same spot Pei Xianke had just kicked. These two are bullying. No. Bullying zombies. The level 5 zombie was completely enraged. It let out a roar, deafening, as if the whole world trembled. Its eyes were filled with rage and hatred, fixed on Yu Xiaohua, black liquid continuously spitting from its mouth. The level 5 zombie swung its thick arms violently, like 2 giant iron hammers. With boundless power and killing intent, it smashed straight at Yu Xiaohua's legs. If this blow landed, Yu Xiaohua's legs would likely be instantly crushed. It might even tear her body in two. In a flash, Yu Xiaohua remained calm, using her agility and flexibility. Like a lithe swallow, she swiftly dodged the zombie's attack. Her movements were fluid and graceful, as if she had anticipated every move the zombie made. Just as the zombie missed its target, Yu Xiaohua steadied herself. At that moment, Pei Xianke pressed forward again, giving the zombie no chance to breathe. Faced with the zombie's fierce attack, Pei Xianke showed no fear. No one knew the depth of his strength. Yu Xiaohua's eyes deepened, and with a wave of her hands, instantly, purple lightning flashed in her palms, like a burning flame, dazzling and radiant. The moment this purple lightning appeared, the entire cave was illuminated, as if by the first rays of dawn. The 7 members of the Pei family's guard team were seeing Yu Xiaohua in action for the first time. The dazzling purple lightning blinded them. The shock of seeing purple lightning for the first time was unimaginable. In Yu Xiaohua's palms, the purple lightning moved swiftly like a nimble snake. They intertwined and coiled, converging in the blink of an eye into a dazzling ball of purple lightning. Pei Xianke, get out of the way. Yu Xiaohua's voice was clear and decisive, revealing an undeniable authority. Hearing her call, Pei Xianke didn't hesitate. He flashed aside like a ghost, quickly clearing the spot where he had been standing. Immediately afterward, Yu Xiaohua unhesitatingly slammed the ball of purple lightning, brimming with powerful energy, into the level 5 zombie. The level 5 zombie clearly sensed the immense power contained within the purple lightning. Its body trembled violently, and a hint of fear appeared on its previously ferocious face. But it was, after all, a level 5 zombie. The purple lightning caused it a trace of fear and inflicted some damage. That was the power of a level 5 zombie. Next, Yu Xiaohua unleashed a torrent of lightning, seemingly without restraint, relentlessly pounding it against the level 5 zombies. At first, Zheng Shushu and the others were worried, but after 10 minutes, they were utterly dumbfounded. A full 10 minutes passed, and Yu Xiaohua's attack showed no sign of stopping. With a wave of her hand, bolts of purple lightning rained down on the zombies. Each bolt contained immense energy, seemingly inexhaustible. The members of the Pei family's guard team stared in disbelief at this scene. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Generally speaking, regardless of the type of ability user, their power gradually diminishes over time, eventually leading to exhaustion. However, Yu Xiaohua completely defied this norm. Her power seemed inexhaustible, as if it were topped up with unlimited funds. Is Miss Yu's power some kind of cheat code? One guard muttered to himself, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap, 10 minutes. That's terrifying. Another team member exclaimed, his voice filled with fear. Faced with the terrifying Yu Xiaohua, the members of the Pei family's guard team felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They had originally thought of themselves as one in a million post-apocalyptic powerhouses. But now they realized that compared to Yu Xiaohua, they were simply insignificant ants. Comparison is the thief of joy. The level 5 zombie, whose consciousness had evolved, was clearly shocked by the scene before it. Its gray-white eyes were filled with disbelief. Just then, Yu Xiaohua suddenly, and without warning, withdrew her hands. She seemed to have grown tired of continuously releasing lightning. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she muttered to herself, using lightning all the time is too boring. It's time to change tactics. Behind her, the expressions on the faces of the others were indescribable. Chapter 241. Is this even human language? Dual elemental ability users are awesome. They can use whichever ability they want. At this critical moment, Pei Xianke rushed forward like lightning, his figure as swift and agile as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the level 5 zombie, a ball of raging flame suddenly rising in his hand. The flame was like hellfire, intensely hot and fierce, seemingly capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. The intense heat emanating from it made it impossible to approach. Even the air inside the cave was distorted and deformed by the terrifying temperature. This ball of flame, carrying unparalleled power, swept towards the level 5 zombie like a volcanic eruption. The level 5 zombie sensed this powerful force. Its rage ignited, and it let out a deafening roar. Yu Xiaohua seized the opportunity to step back 2 steps, clearing the battlefield from Pei Xianke. Even without uttering a single word, the two coordinated flawlessly, as if they had fought together hundreds of times, invincible. In the distance, several people watched the scene. 12 said, I don't know why, but suddenly I feel sorry for this level 5 zombie. How did it run into the boss and young Master Pei, this male and female duo? Seriously, let's have a moment of silence for it, TSK. 6 brothers said, alright, stop with your sympathy. When it bites, it's anything but pitiful. Wu Tian nodded. I feel like we're completely superfluous. Actually, do you think it matters whether we come or not on this mission? Aren't we like third wheels? The 7 members of the Pei family's guard team nodded in unison. In the past, every mission they undertook was a brush with death, an incredibly difficult ordeal. This is the only mission. They haven't exerted any effort at all, yet they enjoyed all the benefits and eaten so well. Now, when it comes to fighting level 5 zombies, they're completely useless. A group of post-apocalyptic elites suddenly feel like complete waste. If they really don't want to, they could at least let them kick around a couple of times, just to show their support. While the battle in the distance is earth-shattering, here it's all peaceful and serene. The sense of disconnect is palpable. When Cyan looked at the 2 perfectly coordinated figures in the distance and spoke thoughtfully. A match made in heaven. Have Xianke and Miss Yu ever fought together? Zheng Shushu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder. No, as far as I know, this is the first time young Master and Miss Yu have worked together. Such chemistry shows they're destined to be together, it's fate. Look, besides a brief exchange of glances, have young Master and Miss Yu even spoken a few words? Their coordination is so good, you think they've been together for years. When Cyan nodded, this was indeed undeniable. It seems they don't need to lift a finger today. That couple clearly doesn't need them at all. Alright, people need to face reality. Their strength against the level 5 zombies inside would be suicide. This isn't the time to play the hero. In the deep cave, flames roared, seemingly threatening to devour the entire cavern. While purple lightning, like silver serpents, danced wildly, tearing through the darkness and shooting straight into the sky. Yu Xiaohua stood in the center of the fire and lightning, her figure somewhat blurred in the intense light. However, her gaze, like a cold star, was fixed intently on the level 5 zombie. After a prolonged and fierce battle, the level 5 zombie's stamina was clearly beginning to wane. Its movements became increasingly sluggish, each step appearing exceptionally difficult. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohua knew her opportunity had arrived. She concentrated all her strength, and a ball of flame, larger and more intense than before, appeared in her hand. This flame, like a burning sun, emitted an intense heat so intense that it was impossible to look directly at it. Pei Xianke suddenly felt a scorching flame approaching from behind, as if to engulf him entirely. However, he did not panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He flashed backward, retreating swiftly like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was standing steadily beside Yu Xiaohua. Good girl, let's go together. At this moment, only Pei Xianke would still have the mind to show affection. The flame he had been tightly gripping now seemed to come alive, dancing with his movements. Under his control, the raging fire resembled a nimble fire dragon, swirling and soaring through the air, radiating terrifying heat and powerful energy fluctuations. The two exchanged a glance, a smile playing on their lips. In that instant, without hesitation, they both unleashed their own blazing flames. These 2 powerful flames, like 2 ferocious fire dragons, converged and intertwined in the air, instantly merging into one, forming an enormous, imposing fire dragon. The fire dragon, baring its fangs and claws, roared into the sky, seemingly intent on burning the entire world to ashes. The power it contained was astonishing, possessing an all-encompassing force, like a raging torrent, charging straight towards the level 5 zombie. Faced with such a terrifying fire dragon, the level 5 zombie seemed to sense an unprecedented, immense threat. A hint of fear flickered in its previously ferocious eyes, and its body involuntarily began to retreat. However, it was all too late. It was now enveloped by the fire dragon's overwhelming aura, with nowhere to escape. It could only watch helplessly as the enormous fire dragon, like a moving volcano, slammed into it with boundless fury and destructive power. The fire dragon moved with lightning speed, instantly enveloping the level 5 zombie completely. A raging inferno engulfed the zombie's body, emitting a deafening roar. Seeing this, several people in the distance felt a surge of joy. Their eyes widened, fixed on the level 5 zombie entangled in the fire dragon. They're going to win. The level 5 zombie is trapped by the fire dragon. It's definitely not going to survive. Young master, Miss Yu is awesome. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke stood not far away, their gazes meeting. Their faces showed no sign of relaxation. Instead, their eyes were deep and unfathomable. They were both staring at the level 5 zombie entangled in the fire dragon. A level 5 zombie wouldn't die so easily, it must have its trump card. Sure enough, the next second, everyone exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, what's going on? What is that thing? The blue light, it's been extinguished. How could young master and Miss Yu's flames be extinguished? When Cyan's expression was grave. A level 5 zombie, if it's defeated so easily, that's ridiculous. The real battle has just begun. We must prepare ourselves and await Swank's signal. Chapter 242. Suddenly, the level 5 zombie's body seemed to be activated by a powerful force, bursting forth with a dazzling blue light. This blue light, like lightning in the night sky, ripped through the darkness. It gradually devoured and extinguished the raging flames. Yu Xiaohua's gaze darkened slightly as he stared at the level 5 zombie. This level 5 zombie, only now, was forced to reveal its trump card. The blue light, like a mysterious veil, quickly covered the level 5 zombie's entire body. Under this blue light, the level 5 zombie emitted a hoarse sound. It seemed to be groaning in pain, or perhaps a show of force against its enemies. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the level 5 zombie's body began to tremble violently. Its skin, as if being torn apart, slowly peeled off. This bizarre molting process was utterly horrifying. This level 5 zombie was undergoing a horrific transformation. The skin that had covered its body was being torn away by an invisible force, slowly peeling off. As time passed, this force grew stronger, and the zombie's skin peeled off faster and faster. In just 5 seconds, the zombie's skin was completely gone, like leaves swept away by a whirlwind. What was revealed was a nauseating sight. The zombie's body was completely exposed to the air. It was covered in rotting muscle and bone, emitting a foul stench. Where the eyes should have been were now just 2 dark eye sockets, with maggots wriggling inside. This breathtaking scene left everyone present speechless. The blue light, like a bolt of lightning, ripped through the darkness, shooting straight towards Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's gaze sharpened. This blue light was the level 5 zombie's final trump card. However, without hesitation, she swiftly attacked again, attempting to meet the blue light head-on. Although she knew nothing about the nature of this blue light, her intuition told her it was extremely dangerous. In this life-or-death moment, Yu Xiaohua dared not hesitate. At this moment, she had to give it her all to withstand this fatal blow. In the next second, Pei Xianke moved with lightning speed, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. His body was like an impregnable fortress, completely protecting her behind him. His hands gleamed with dazzling lightning power, clashing fiercely with the blue light emitted by the zombie. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, light radiating everywhere, the entire cave space shaken by this powerful energy. My dear, at this moment, your husband is here, your husband is here. Pei Swank's voice was deep and firm, carrying an irresistible force. This was the first time he had said such words to her. It was also the first time she had heard someone say such words to her. Yu Xiaohua looked at the man before her, her thoughts slightly subdued. Pei Swank's figure appeared exceptionally tall in the light. As the lightning and the blue light collided violently, their contest quietly began. In this breathtaking moment, Yu Xiaohua's gaze was once again captivated by the blue light in midair. She stared intently at the blue light, carefully observing every detail. The blue light emitted an eerie and mysterious aura, seemingly containing boundless energy. Yu Xiaohua keenly sensed that this blue light possessed a powerful corrosive quality. The blue light was like a greedy demon, relentlessly eroding everything around it. Wherever it passed, whether air or objects, everything was corroded beyond recognition. The corrosiveness of this blue light was so strong that contact with it would likely have unimaginable consequences. Yu Xiaohua knew she couldn't delay. She needed to act quickly. Pei Xianke had also noticed the corrosiveness of the blue light. Xianke. Pei Xianke turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. My goodness, it sounds so nice when you call my name. In the distance, everyone thought, even at this point, our young master is still acting like a lovesick fool. With that, he flashed back to Yu Xiaohua's side. Yu Xiaohua's gaze deepened. The next second, a pair of unassuming gloves appeared in her hand, which she quickly put on. In that instant, something astonishing happened. Yu Xiaohua, like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly soared into the air, heading straight for the blue light in midair. Her movements were swift and decisive. She showed absolutely no fear of the powerful corrosiveness contained within the blue light. Everyone stared in astonishment at this scene, their eyes filled with shock. That blue light was emitted by a level 5 zombie. Its corrosiveness was likely enough to melt steel instantly. And Miss Yu was only wearing one glove, so recklessly trying to catch that blue light. Wasn't she insane? Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Yu Xiaohua, without fear, stretched out her hand and steadily caught the blue light in midair. The cave was filled with shock. Even the level 5 zombie seemed momentarily stunned. They couldn't understand why. Someone could catch its blue glowing light and remain unharmed? Yu Xiaohua gripped the blue glowing light tightly in her hand. A slight smile played on her lips, a breathtaking expression. Indeed, her guess was correct. Her gaze slowly fell upon the gloves she was wearing. These gloves looked ordinary, unremarkable, but were actually her meticulously crafted masterpiece. These gloves used the finest anti-corrosion materials, and after countless experiments and improvements, they finally achieved the effect she desired. They could effectively block all corrosive substances. Neither strong acids nor strong alkalis could cause them the slightest damage. Moreover, she had deliberately placed these gloves in the spiritual spring water. Having absorbed the spiritual spring water from the space, the gloves were naturally extraordinary. Pei Xianke stared intently at Yu Xiaohua before him, then gestured to Wen Xian and the others. Upon receiving this gesture, at this moment, Miss Yu told them to leave first. Wen Xian gritted his teeth. Retreat, retreat immediately. Wu Tian said anxiously, but are we just going to leave boss and young master Pei here? Zheng Shushu tugged at 12's hand. Since young master gave the signal, we must retreat. Otherwise, staying will only be a hindrance. Hurry up. Didn't you see how Miss Yu could even catch that corrosive blue light with her bare hands? Miss Yu and young master must have figured out a way to deal with this level 5 zombie. At this moment, obedience was the most important thing. They immediately retreated out of the cave, and soon, everyone had left. Chapter 243. Time ticked by, and for everyone outside the cave, those half hours felt like an eternity. They were frantic with worry, yet powerless to do anything but anxiously await news from inside the cave. The situation inside the cave was also growing increasingly tense. The battle between Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke and the level 5 zombie had reached a fever pitch. Yu Xiaohua clutched a large piece of rotting flesh tightly in her hand, torn alive from the zombie. The two worked together flawlessly, lightning and fire intertwining, completely suppressing the level 5 zombie. Step by step, they forced it into a corner with no way out. The level 5 zombie was in a sorry state. The blue glow on its body grew dimmer, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Its counterattacks grew increasingly feeble. A level 5 zombie was, after all, a powerful being. Its terrifying strength just moments before was awe-inspiring. No one could predict whether it would unleash astonishing power at the last moment. However, at the critical moment, Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke exchanged a glance. The time to strike while it was weak had come. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everything around them became eerily quiet. Only the heavy breathing of the level 5 zombie echoed in the air. The next second, Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke moved simultaneously. Their movements were as swift as lightning, without the slightest hesitation. Yu Xiaohua gripped the weapon that gleamed with a cold light tightly in her hand. Her gaze was as cold as a piercing star, fixed intently on the level 5 zombie not far ahead. Suddenly, her figure moved with lightning speed, vanishing from her spot in an instant, as if she had torn space itself apart. The next moment, Yu Xiaohua appeared behind the level 5 zombie like a ghost. Her weapon gleamed with a chilling light, and with lightning speed, she slashed towards the back of the zombie's neck. At the same time, Pei Swank's figure flashed past like a ghost. He too appeared before the level 5 zombie like a black whirlwind. His blade gleamed coldly, and without mercy, he slashed towards the zombie's vital area, its chest. This pincer attack, from both sides, was like a thunderbolt, catching everyone off guard. The level 5 zombie let out a deafening roar, a sound so powerful it seemed to tremble the entire world. However, this roar was merely its final struggle before death. As Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke simultaneously plunged their knives into the chest of the level 5 zombie, a gushing stream of black blood spurted out, splashing onto the ground and forming a gruesome pool of blood. The level 5 zombie's body trembled violently. Chunks of its flesh began to peel away, torn apart by an invisible force. A blue, eerie light flickered around its body, but this light vanished instantly. Finally, the level 5 zombie collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yu Xiaohua landed cleanly and swiftly, looking at the fallen level 5 zombie. This time, without Pei Xianke by her side, killing this level 5 zombie would have been very difficult. Realistically, she could only kill zombies one level higher now. 2 levels higher wasn't enough, she needed to be stronger. Each time she faced a stronger zombie, Yu Xiaohua's first reaction wasn't joy, but rather to examine her shortcomings in each battle and learn from the experience. Next time, she won't make the same mistake again. Pei Xianke walked up to the level 5 zombie, bent down, and pulled the crystal core from its chest with his bare hands. The level 5 zombie's crystal core was purple, as rich and vibrant as a purple gemstone, stunningly beautiful. Pei Xianke wiped the purple crystal core clean. Goodness, here you go. Good things should naturally be given to the one he loves most. Yu Xiaohua's gaze lingered on the purple crystal core for a few seconds. From the battle just now, she knew that Pei Xianke and she were both likely level 3 ability users. By absorbing this level 5 zombie's crystal core, she could very likely break through to level 4 in the shortest possible time. In her past life, let alone a level 5 crystal core, even a level 3 crystal core would be enough to make people fight tooth and nail. Yu Xiaohua picked up the purple crystal core. The next second, she stored it in her spatial storage. Having lived a second life, Yu Xiaohua was no longer someone who acted according to convention. Pei Xianke watched her accept it, a smile in his eyes. My dear, can you be a little more modest? Yu Xiaohua glanced at him indifferently. Is it necessary? With that, she turned and left. Just as the people outside the cave were growing increasingly impatient, and 12 were about to rush in, finally, familiar footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Everyone immediately looked over. They had arrived. Then, Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke emerged side by side, both covered in blood and reeking of the foul stench of the level 5 zombie. Boss, you're finally out. Young master. Boss, are you hurt anywhere? Is that level 5 zombie dead? Xianke. The group immediately surrounded him. Yu Xiaohua looked at the worried faces. I'm fine. We're not injured. It's dead. We rest here tonight and head back tomorrow. Hearing that the level 5 zombie was truly dead, everyone's faces lit up with joy. At the same time, Wen Xian and the others had just witnessed Yu Xiaohua's terrifying strength, which shocked them even more. Pei Xianke, however, asked, Goodness, is there any shower gel? The others' expressions were indescribable. Before, when their young master went on missions, even if he got dirty, he would just quickly groom himself. Now, he even needs shower gel? Is this how one pays attention to appearance in front of Miss Yu when dating? They really wanted to shout, Young master, you don't rely on your looks. But alas, no one dared to do so, and could only silently turn their heads away. Yu Xiaohua paused. With a casual wave of her hand, more than 10 different scents of shower gel appeared on the ground, all kinds, everything imaginable. Everyone looked over, international brands, domestic brands, everything was there. Miss Yu's space really has everything. Even the shower gel selection is so complete. These past few days, they finally realized one thing. In this apocalypse, following anyone else is no match for following Miss Yu. She never go hungry, she live a life of luxury, and when danger strikes, Miss Yu will personally take the lead. They, these little trash, will simply win without lifting a finger. If all else fails, the guards won't go back. They can shamelessly follow Miss Yu. After all, shamelessness makes one invincible. Pei Xianke smiled, stepped forward, and chose a woody scent. Exactly the same as the one Yu Xiaohua was using. He figured out this little trick. 12, along with Zheng Shushu, complained, Young Master Pei is indeed powerful, but his love-struck brain is incurable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that the person standing before me is the legendary Young Master Pei. Chapter 244. A hint of doting affection flashed in Zheng Shushu's eyes, but his voice was undeniably firm. To young master, others are like ants. He doesn't care about the people and things in this world. He only acted this way after meeting Miss Yu and falling in love with her, but only in front of her. As for others, young master has never changed. He's still the same decisive young master. Believe it or not, if Miss Yu weren't here today, our young master wouldn't even have a smile on his face. 12 nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Your young master only smiles in front of my boss. I see him always afraid. Brother Shu, you stayed by young master Pei's side for so long, that's amazing. I admire you. Zheng Shushu pushed up his glasses. Young master brought me out of the orphanage. My life was given to me by young master. 12 fell silent. After all, they had all witnessed Zheng Shushu's suffering that night in the mist. Young master Pei had given him everything he had now. Just like him, he'd be willing to die for his boss. It's all the same. 12 reached out and hooked his arm around Zheng Shushu's shoulder, sighing. Brother, I understand you. Zheng Shushu's gaze fell on the hand on his shoulder, deepening instantly. So, this little fool is susceptible to being played with soft tactics. Very good. Zheng Shushu thus embarked on his cunning pursuit of his wife. Wen Xian and Pei Xianke went to take a bath together. Wen Xian, this water-based ability user, played his biggest role by preparing bathwater for Pei Xianke. Wu Tian watched the two leave. No wonder he overthought things. These past few days, this straight man had been greatly shocked. Sixth brother, do you think young Master Pei and second Master Wen might get a bath together, hee? The sixth brother turned to look at Wu Tian and coughed. Captain, you're severely poisoned right now. You need to stay alert. The next second, behind them, came Yu Xiaohua's indifferent voice. Do they look good together? Upon hearing this, the 7 members of the Pei family's guard team were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Good together? Is this something they should even hear? This is too shocking. The young master and second master Wen went to take a bath together, and Miss Yu is already shipping the young master and second master Wen? What the hell? How can a single question silence a group of adults instantly, speechless? After a long while, Yu Xiaohua took a bite of her apple. What? Nobody's saying anything. I think they're a perfect match. The others? Yu Xiaohua waved her hand. If Pei Xianke weren't her man, then she really would have to swoon over his, and Wen Xian's sweet moments. Of course right now, she's doing just that. On the other side, Pei Xianke and Wen Xian arrived at an open space. There was no one else there, only the two of them. Pei Xianke suddenly stopped, standing still. He then reached out his right hand and skillfully unbuttoned the first button of his shirt. With his movement, the collar opened slightly, revealing a small patch of fair skin. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he reached for the second button, gently pulling it off. The front of his shirt opened smoothly, as if blown open by a gentle breeze, slowly sliding down. As the shirt slid down, Pei Swang's muscular chest and abs were displayed before Wen Xian's eyes without reservation. The muscles were clearly defined, each one perfectly accentuated, like a work of art meticulously sculpted by a master. Especially his six-pack abs, as if sculpted by a knife and axe, neat and firm, exuding a strong sense of power. Each muscle rose and fell slightly with his breath. Wen Xian turned and sat on the rock beside him. Even though we grew up together, you can't be so blatant with me, can you? However, Pei Xianke completely ignored Wen Xian's complaint. He continued to unbutton the remaining buttons unhurriedly, completely nonchalant. Let it out, Wen Xian sighed helplessly. He slowly raised his right hand, palm slightly open, facing upwards. Just then, a stream of clear water gushed from his palm. The water stream, like a silver water dragon, swirled and danced in the air before shooting straight down to the ground, splashing countless sparkling droplets. The water shimmered with iridescent colors under the sunlight. Unfortunately, this water was for bathing. That evening, the group sat together. Even with the level 5 zombie eliminated, they couldn't think of anything to worry about. They couldn't stay relaxed. Their state of mind was completely different when they arrived and when they left. After chatting for a while, Yu Xiaohua left the room to the men. She flashed into her spatial dimension. Tonight, she would absorb the purple crystal core of the level 5 zombie. After Yu Xiaohua entered her spatial dimension, everyone turned to look at Pei Xianke. The relationship between the young master and Miss Yu seemed completely reversed. Their young master spent his days waiting for Miss Yu's favor. Now, that faint sense of abandonment that had been lingering in the young master's heart returned. Miss Yu was focused on improving her strength, killing level 5 zombies during the day. Absorbing the crystal core tonight, wow, definitely a workaholic in the apocalypse, Who says women are inferior to men? Miss Yu is more diligent than 10,000 men combined. They truly admire her and feel inferior. A dimensional reduction attack. This time, they finally understand what it means to be strong regardless of gender. Inside the space, Yu Xiaohua took out the purple crystal core from the level 5 zombie. Shi Tian came running after smelling it, and his eyes lit up when he saw the purple crystal core. Good stuff, it has some energy. If you can absorb this crystal core now, you can break through to the next level. However, dear master, it's very difficult for you to forcibly absorb this crystal core now. Should we wait a little longer? If you can't absorb it, and there's a backlash, you might become mentally disabled. I, a dignified golden dragon, can't have a mentally disabled master. Absolutely not. Yu Xiaohua watched Qi Tian directing and acting out a melodramatic scene. With a slight smile, Yu Xiaohua said, "First of all, I haven't become mentally challenged yet. Are you crying at the wrong grave? Secondly, I won't become mentally challenged. You don't need to sing and dance like that now. Finally, what? You really think you're a cat? You're a dragon." In the space, Qi Tian was in his true golden dragon form. Hee, it's just that I have to act like a cat as soon as I go out. Are you used to it? I am the mighty golden dragon lord, and you are my master. Don't worry, with me protecting you, I will definitely keep you safe. If all else fails, if you really suffer a backlash, I just swat you to death with one claw. I won't let you become mentally challenged. How about that, master? Aren't I considerate? Yu Xiaohua walked to the spirit spring, sat down, and beckoned to Qi Tian. Qi Tian trotted over happily. The next second, Yu Xiaohua kicked it, sending it flying. It rolled 3 times in midair before landing. Chapter 245. Qi Tian clutched his dragon tail. Heavens! How did I end up with such a cruel master? I want a new master. A single glance from Yu Xiaohua was enough to deflate Qi Tian. Fine, you're great except for being harsh. I won't change masters, okay? Why are you scaring my cute little golden dragon? You're inhuman. Yu Xiaohua ignored Qi Tian's grumbling. What a majestic and noble golden dragon. He's just a garrulous dragon. She casually placed the purple crystal core in front of her, then crossed her legs and sat steadily on the ground. Then, Yu Xiaohua's thoughts stirred. The purple crystal core seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air. At the same time, it emitted a dense light, so intense that it was impossible to look directly at it. The energy contained within the level 5 zombie crystal core was indeed extraordinary. In her previous life, she hadn't even been qualified to glance at such a crystal core. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, instantly calming her mind and clearing her mind of all distractions. Absorbing a level 5 zombie crystal core was no small matter. Failure would truly turn her into an idiot, just as Qi Tian had said. Then, Yu Xiaohua gathered all her spiritual power. Like a torrent, she poured it continuously into the purple level 5 zombie crystal core. However, the instant her spiritual power touched the core, a powerful backlash suddenly struck, as if trying to forcefully repel her spiritual power. It was repelling Yu Xiaohua's spiritual power from entering its center. Yu Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. She took a deep breath. Then, she channeled her spiritual energy, like a gentle stream, back into the purple crystal core of the level 5 zombie. She was testing this 5 crystal core. As her spiritual energy flowed in, the purple crystal core began to emit a faint light, which gradually brightened. Yu Xiaohua could feel the energy within the crystal core being activated. It was a powerful and mysterious force, containing endless possibilities. But the next second, her spiritual energy was repelled again. The purple crystal core was like a stubborn and dangerous child, fiercely guarding its territory, not letting anyone in. Yu Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. She had already prepared herself. Her spiritual energy was also testing it. Qi Tian, on the side, ate various fresh fruits from its spatial storage. It watched Yu Xiaohua, beside the spiritual spring, struggling against the purple crystal core. It certainly has a good eye for choosing its master, Yu Xiaohua focused intently on channeling her spiritual energy, releasing it continuously. Her spiritual energy surged like a raging torrent, its power immense and seemingly endless. However, in contrast, the purple crystal core was like a bottomless black hole. No matter how much spiritual energy Yu Xiaohua poured in, it seemed impossible to fill it. This crystal core was like an insatiable beast, devouring Yu Xiaohua's spiritual energy without any sign of stopping. As time passed, Yu Xiaohua gradually felt her strength waning. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks. The sweat wasn't from physical exhaustion, but from the constant drain on her mental energy in its struggle against the purple crystal core. It was a long and arduous contest, a fierce tug-of-war between Yu Xiaohua's mental energy and the purple crystal core. Each release was like her straining against a taut rope. The purple crystal core, like a stubborn opponent, refused to yield. Time passed slowly. Yu Xiaohua's face grew increasingly pale, sweat poured down her face, and her brows furrowed. Qin Tian initially watched from afar, feeling somewhat worried. But as time went on, its unease deepened, and finally, it decided to sit down beside Yu Xiaohua. Qin Tian stared intently at Yu Xiaohua, silently praying that nothing unexpected would happen. It knew that if the purple crystal core were to backfire, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, time passed second by second. Yu Xiaohua remained seated there like a statue, completely motionless. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 6 whole hours passed, and Yu Xiaohua remained in the same position, without the slightest change. Then, the zombie's purple crystal core in midair suddenly emitted a burst of intense light. This sudden change made Qin Tian's eyes light up. As the light gradually dimmed, Yu Xiaohua, who had been motionless, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were pitch black sharp. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. "Damn it, I'm spitting blood. Master, I do it, I can." Before she could finish speaking, Yu Xiaohua interrupted. "No need, step back." Qin Tian had been sealed for 1,000 years, only recently released. If it used its spiritual power to help her, it would certainly suffer damage. If she relied on Qin Tian to absorb this crystal core this time, then, could she rely on herself in the future? Yu Xiaohua knew very well that she couldn't lose, and she absolutely wouldn't lose. She clenched her teeth tightly, wiping away the blood from the corner of her mouth with all her might. That splash of bright red was particularly glaring on her pale cheek, but she didn't care. Even the corners of her mouth slowly curved into a breathtaking arc. Her body was utterly exhausted, every bone screaming in pain, but her heart was incredibly resolute. She knew that although she was exhausted now, wasn't that purple crystal core in the same state? Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath. Then, without hesitation, she mobilized all the spiritual power in her body. They coalesced into a powerful force, like a surging torrent, and slammed into the purple zombie crystal core once more. Instantly, the purple crystal core, as if enraged, began to tremble wildly in midair. It seemed to sense the immense pressure from Yu Xiaohua and desperately tried to break free from its restraints. Yu Xiaohua coughed up another mouthful of blood. She acted as if she hadn't noticed, releasing the last vestige of her mental energy. Success or failure hinged on this one move. At this moment, Qin Tian's heart leaped into his throat. His master was truly reckless. If this attack failed, her mental sea would be utterly destroyed. Yu Xiaohua's eyes, like cold stars, were fixed intently on the purple crystal core. Her mental energy surged forth like a powerful torrent, continuously enveloping the crystal core. Her heart was unusually calm. This was a gamble of life and death, a game whose ending was already predetermined. It was an extremely dangerous adventure, but she chose this path without hesitation. Chapter 246. Fortune favors the bold. She believed that only by daring to take risks could one reap greater rewards. Risk and reward always go hand in hand. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The entire space fell silent once more. Only Yu Xiaohua's mental energy was engaged in a silent battle with the purple crystal core. The next second, something unexpected happened in midair. The purple zombie crystal core, which had been trembling violently, seemed to be firmly fixed in place by a mysterious and invisible force. Suddenly, the purple crystal core completely lost its ability to move. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. The instant the purple zombie crystal core stopped trembling, the powerful energy it contained seemed to have been switched on. Suddenly, like a flood bursting its banks, it all surged towards Yu Xiaohua. This energy, like a tidal wave, with unparalleled impact, completely enveloped Yu Xiaohua. Her body was completely engulfed by this powerful energy, shrouded in a layer of purple light, making her figure invisible. Yu Xiaohua won her gamble. She slowly closed her eyes, and began to wholeheartedly absorb the energy within the purple crystal core. Qin Tian's eyes shone brightly. Master is amazing, it really worked. The sky outside was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. The first rays of sunlight brought a faint glimmer of light. When Cyan's figure appeared somewhat blurry in the morning light, he gently took a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully lit it with a lighter. The flame illuminated his face. The smoke rose slowly before his eyes, as if veiling his thoughts in a thin mist. When Cyan took a deep drag of his cigarette, then slowly exhaled. The smoke billowed in the air, forming a thin cloud. He turned his head and saw Pei Xianke, who hadn't slept all night. What a devoted lover! Since Yu Xiaohua entered the space, Xianke had been waiting outside. Waiting for what? Yu Xiaohua was already inside. Even if something had happened, what could they, the outsiders, possibly know? They simply hadn't slept all night, wanting to be the first person Yu Xiaohua saw after leaving the space. When Cyan walked to Pei Swank's side and silently offered him a cigarette, Pei Xianke took the cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. The smoke went down Pei Swank's throat into his lungs. When Cyan said, "I said, is it really necessary?" Pei Xianke flicked his cigarette ash. "It is." When Cyan knew he had indeed asked a pointless question. "Aren't you worried about your Miss Yu? A level 5 zombie's core isn't easy to absorb," Pei Xianke said casually. "Every step she took relied on herself. She won't rely on anyone, including me." When Cyan nodded, he could tell that Miss Yu wasn't the type to rely on a man. On the contrary, all along, these men had relied on Yu Xiaohua's supplies, winning without lifting a finger and completing this mission. Pei Xianke stubbed out his cigarette. "Aren't you planning to propose this time? When do you plan to?" When Cyan paused, he understood other people's feelings clearly. But when it came to himself, he couldn't bear to push Pei Xingyue any further. When Cyan willingly waited for Pei Xingyue to nod. This wait lasted for over 20 years. When Cyan gave a self-deprecating laugh. "You know Xingyue's personality. She doesn't like being tied down. Even though we're together, all she wants is my looks. Xingyue only wants to sleep with me. She doesn't love me." A bitter glint flashed in When Cyan's eyes. When he said, "She doesn't love me," Pei Xianke glanced at him indifferently. "What a fool. She loves you." When Cyan was stunned, then smiled bitterly. "Xianke, don't joke like that." Pei Xianke paused for a few seconds, his eyes as dark as ink. "You find out soon enough." When Cyan was puzzled. In this enclosed space, Yu Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes, as if she had been asleep for a long time. She stretched out her right hand. With a slight tremor of her fingers, Yu Xiaohua suddenly felt a powerful force surging within her body. Her spiritual power was even more abundant than before. All of this was thanks to that level 5 zombie crystal core. The energy contained within the level 5 zombie crystal core was indeed extraordinary. After absorbing the crystal core, a powerful energy instantly coursed throughout her body. This energy not only nourished her body, but also enhanced her supernatural abilities. The next second, she unhesitatingly stretched out her hands. The flames on her left hand suddenly burned even more fiercely, their color changing from red to crimson, like a blazing inferno radiating intense heat. At the same time, her right hand seemed to be controlled by a powerful force. A jet of water shot skyward like a fountain, splashing everywhere and forming a spectacular water curtain. This water curtain intertwined and collided with the crimson flames on her left hand. The instant water and fire merge created a wondrous and breathtaking visual effect. In this scene of water and fire merging, she was enveloped in light, as if transformed into a figure from mythology. Flames and water columns danced around her, forming a unique energy field that made her appear even more mysterious. Level 4. Just as Yu Xiaohua's thoughts stirred slightly, an astonishing scene unfolded. Above her head, a ball of purple lightning suddenly appeared, as if summoned from the endless void. This ball of purple lightning was far more intense in color than the previous purple lightning, resembling a deep purple gemstone, radiating a chilling light. Its presence exuded an indescribable pressure. The power contained within this purple lightning clearly surpassed that of the previous purple lightning. Its terror was simply incomparable. Yu Xiaohua stood up. Qin Tian trotted over, beaming. "Master, I knew you were the strongest." "I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Master, hee. Yu Xiaohua smiled slightly. "You're a golden dragon, not a bootlicker." Qin Tian swished his tail, very proud, and even gave her a flirtatious wink. "Master, I'm your little cutie." Another kick. A perfectly arced kick. The air rippled for a moment. The next second, Yu Xiaohua appeared beside Pei Xianke. When Cyan was startled, then consciously stepped aside. Having another person standing between them would be awkward. Pei Xianke reached out and put his arm around Yu Xiaohua's waist, smelling the faint scent of blood on her. "All done?" Yu Xiaohua looked up at him, noticing a faint blue tinge in his eyes. "You didn't sleep all night?" Pei Xianke smiled, resting his head on Yu Xiaohua's shoulder. "Sweetie, I'm so tired. Can I have a hug? A kiss or anything is fine with me. How about a reward?" Chapter 247. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly upward, forming a faint smile. She slowly extended her long, slender, white fingers and gently pinched Pei Swank's chin. "All right." Her voice was low and melodious, carrying a hint of teasing. She was always generous. Then, without hesitation, she leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. The kiss came suddenly. A smile flashed in Pei Swank's eyes as he let her kiss him. The tent opened. Zheng Shushu's leg, which had just stepped out, abruptly stopped in midair. The next second, several tents around them were opened simultaneously, and then, one by one, everyone's legs were suspended in midair. "Damn." They exchanged a glance. "Young master and Miss Yu, what a thrill this morning. Can't they care about us single dogs? This kind of shock and excitement first thing in the morning. It's killing us." Then, all the unspoken understanding they had in their lives was used up in this moment. At the same time, they drew the tent flaps shut. They hadn't seen anything, Eastern Base. Pei Xingyue counted the days. It had been almost a week, and they still hadn't returned. She wondered what the situation was. It would be a lie to say she wasn't worried. Pei Xingyue was worried to death. These days, Pei Xingyue had been incredibly busy. Under her management, the construction of the Eastern Base proceeded smoothly, and daily affairs were handled efficiently. Pei Jun had invited her back for meals several times, but she had refused. Pei Xingyue was doing it on purpose. The old man had been domineering his whole life. Now it was time for him to experience being alone. This gave Yang Xian an opportunity. These days, by spending every day with Pei Jun, he gained Pei Jun's trust and favor. Pei Xingyue no longer cared. It was enough for her to guard the base for Xian Ke. Xian Ke didn't want the old man's love, and neither did she. Let the old man and Yang Xian play their own game. Yang Xian diligently acted by the old man's side, his only desire being to find something to do at the base. Power? Status? Wishful thinking. A pipe dream. The old man had brought it up several times, but she had refused. Power? Yang Xian shouldn't even think about it. Pei Xingyue had just finished processing the documents in her hand when he walked in, his face full of gossip. Miss Fourth Master's place? That mother and daughter blew up again today. Ever since Lu Xiaolan also climbed into Pei Du's bed, and successfully moved into the villa, Pei Du's villa was truly bustling with activity. Lu Xiaolan's affair couldn't be kept secret any longer. The next day, Ningguo and his son Ningmo showed up at the door. Seeing the glamorous Lu Xiaolan, they learned what she had done. Truly a family in disgrace. Ningguo shamelessly wanted to stay. He didn't care who Lu Xiaolan was with at all. As long as it got him out of District 9, Ningguo was willing to be that old bastard. Shamelessness to the extreme. Ningmo wasn't much better, playing the family card for ages. In the end, Ningguo and his son Ningmo, through their shamelessness, actually stayed. Now, the entire Ning family stayed at Pei Du's villa. The mother and daughter served Pei Du, this old man over 50. Ningguo and Ningmo weren't much better either. Ningguo became a cleaner, and Ningmo became a doorman. These past 2 days, Ningmo has gained Pei Du's favor and been promoted to Pei Du's driver. As for Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian, the two are constantly at each other's throats. In front of Pei Du, they can maintain a facade of peace, secretly vying for his attention. But once Pei Du is away, the mother and daughter simply stop pretending and fight every day, hurling insults at each other, their battles raging. The villa is in complete chaos every day. All of this is under Pei Xingyue's control, and she has even played a part in instigating it. This time, with Yu Xiaohua returning, it's time to deal with them. Since that's the case, Pei Xingyue doesn't mind letting them return to District 9 and enjoy a couple of good days. The whole family is fighting right under her nose. How interesting. Pei Xingyue has already planned to hold a banquet when Yu Xiaohua and his family return. She wants the Ning family to see clearly that Yu Xiaohua is now someone they can't possibly reach. The bright moon shines in the sky. Those vermin from the Ning family should be kept in check. Pei Xingyue put away her pen and looked at Ah Air. What is it now? Miss, just now, Lu Xiaolan, Ning Xian, and Ningguo got into a fight. Wang Ma said that this morning, as soon as Pei Du left, Ningguo couldn't wait to go upstairs to find Lu Xiaolan. The two couldn't resist the temptation and ended up sleeping together. At the crucial moment, Ning Xian barged in, and Ningguo was so scared he immediately backed down. He was so angry he slapped Ning Xian, and Ning Xian immediately threatened to tell Fourth Master. Lu Xiaolan and Ningguo were frightened and started begging for forgiveness, trying to appeal to their emotions, but Ning Xian still wouldn't agree. Ningmo went out with Fourth Master. I reckon Ning Xian is going to seize this opportunity to make a big fuss. Fourth Master hasn't returned yet. Wang Ma is waiting for your instructions. Miss, Besides the Ning family, only Wang Ma witnessed this. Even if Ning Xian wants to complain, she needs Wang Ma as a witness. Otherwise, even if Ning Xian complains, Fourth Master might not believe her. If Lu Xiaolan and Ning Guo insist that Ning Xian is slandering her, then there will be a good show. Birds of a feather flock together. These past few days, he's thoroughly verified this saying with the Ning family. Pei Xingyue curled her lips. Go tell Wang Ma, she testify for Ning Xian. When she gets to Fourth Master, have Wang Ma insist she didn't see anything. Immediately understood what she meant. He chuckled. Miss, your plan is brilliant. When Ning Xian hears Wang Ma's words, she definitely thinks she has something on her hands, and complain to Fourth Master. Even if Lu Xiaolan and Ning Guo insist she didn't see anything. To prove this, Ning Xian needed Wang Ma's testimony. At this point, Wang Ma insisted she saw nothing, which was blaming Ning Xian. Knowing Fourth Master's temper, Ning Xian would definitely get a beating. Pei Xingyue stood up. Also tell Wang Ma, if Ning Xian asks her why she said she didn't see anything, have Wang Ma pin the blame on Lu Xiaolan, saying Lu Xiaolan coerced her. She can only say she pretended not to see anything. Gave a thumbs up. Ning Xian will definitely hold this against Lu Xiaolan. It be a new grudge between mother and daughter, old and new. I bet after tonight, they want to kill each other, especially Ning Xian. She probably want to stab Lu Xiaolan. It be a lose-lose situation. Miss, this move is brilliant. If it weren't for getting Yu Xiaohua to take revenge herself in the end, Pei Xingyue would have dealt with the Ning family trash long ago. Why bother with this? Looked at the undisguised murderous intent in Pei Xingyue's eyes. Chapter 248. His eldest young lady was the one who protected him the most. From the day she met Miss Yu, their eldest young lady had held Miss Yu dear in her heart. She loved her even more than her own younger brother, the young master. Otherwise, why would the eldest young lady be so busy every day, yet still cause so much trouble for the Ning family? Ultimately, it was all to avenge Miss Yu. If it were anyone else, the eldest young lady wouldn't have the heart to waste this effort playing with the Ning family. It's hard to say whether the Ning family was lucky or just too fortunate. After Ayer left, Pei Xingyue opened the drawer. Inside was a delicate little black pistol. Engraved on it were her initials. This little pistol was a gift from Wen Xian when she was 7 years old. The initials on the pistol were also engraved by him, bit by bit. At 7, she learned to fire a gun for the first time. Wen Xian held her hand and told her not to be afraid. Learning to fire a gun was for self-defense. Leave the murder to her. Actually, over the years, she wasn't oblivious to Wen Xian's feelings for her. But she dared not accept them. What kind of feelings can last a lifetime? Nothing lasts forever. Especially love. She didn't want to enter into marriage, much less become anyone's wife. She was just herself, Pei Xingyue, Pei Swank's older sister. Pei Xingyue knew she owed Wen Xian her feelings. But she couldn't help it. She was very selfish. Pei Xingyue locked the drawer again. 8 days had passed, and he still hadn't returned. Although she didn't want to admit it, Pei Xingyue knew that her heart missed Wen Xian. 4 days later. In the study. Ada strode in, his face grim, even his hands trembling at his sides, his eyes filled with heaviness and sorrow. Young Miss, the young master and Miss Yu have returned. Pei Xingyue was overjoyed and quickly stood up, her face beaming with eager delight. You brat, you're finally back. Get someone to prepare some good food right away, and by the way. The next second. Time seemed to freeze. Ada's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly plunging Pei Xingyue's joy into an abyss. Miss, second master one. He is dead. Ada's voice trembled, each word like a hammer blow to Pei Xingyue's heart. Pei Xingyue's body trembled violently, she seemed frozen in place. She suddenly stood still, her feet rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. Her face turned deathly pale instantly, devoid of any color, even her lips lost their luster. Her eyes were bloodshot. What did you say? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean, dead? Who died? Ah duh, this kind of joke isn't funny. Was it Xian Ke? That brat must have deliberately scared me like this. Wen Xian? How could he be dead? Alright, I'm going to see him. Shut up, ah duh. If you say another word, I kill you. Pei Xingyue's voice grew louder and louder, but her trembling hands at her sides betrayed the despair in her heart. Ah duh watched Pei Xingyue's retreating figure as she walked away quickly. Wait, he might really be killed. At the base entrance, Pei Xian and Yu Xiaohua returned. Behind them, 7 members of the Pei family's guards carrying a black coffin. Everyone's face was heavy, with a hint of something strange that was barely perceptible. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xingyu stood at the front, both dressed in black. Zheng Shushu, along with 12, Wu Tian, and Lao Lu, stood to one side. Not long after, Pei Xingyu's somewhat frail figure slowly appeared at the base's main gate. Her steps were unsteady, as if each step required immense effort. As she drew closer, the base gate gradually came into view. However, when she finally saw the coffin placed at the entrance, her steps faltered abruptly, her body swaying precariously, as if it had lost its support. The coffin, sitting there silently, was strikingly jarring. Its presence seemed like an insurmountable chasm, completely isolating Pei Xingyue from the world she knew. In that instant, Pei Xingyue's world was swept away as if by a massive storm. Everything crumbled in an instant. Her heart was filled with despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had abandoned her at that moment. Wen Xian. This liar. He promised to protect her for life. How could he be dead? No way. Pei Xingyue walked step by step toward the coffin. Pei Xianke stepped forward, blocking her path, his gaze slightly darkening. Xian is dead, my condolences, sister. Pei Xingyue seemed not to hear him at all, shaking off Pei Xuan's hand. At this moment, her world consisted only of that coffin. Even when Pei Xingyue reached the coffin, she couldn't believe that Wen Xian was dead. Zheng Shushu stepped forward. Miss, second master Wen is really dead. Pei Xingyue's eyes were filled with despair, as she coldly looked at Zheng Shushu. Impossible, he can't be dead, he can't be dead. Open it, open this coffin for me. Don't try to fool me, don't try to fool me. Pei Xingyue screamed for the first time, losing her composure. Zheng Shushu glanced at Pei Xianke, who nodded and then stepped aside. Open the coffin. The Pei family guards immediately pushed the coffin open. When Pei Xingyue saw clearly that the person lying inside was Wen Xian, she was utterly devastated. It was that familiar face, now terrifyingly pale. Pei Xingyue tremblingly reached out and placed her hand under Wen Xian's nose. There was no breath. He was dead. The next second, Pei Xingyue frantically picked up the coffin, tracing Wen Xian's features bit by bit, with extreme tenderness. Tears fell, drop by drop, onto her clothes. Liar! Didn't we agree that you love me forever and stay by my side forever? How could you break your promise? How dare you die? Wen Xian, I order you to stand up right now. If you stand up, I forgive you. I'm angry, Wen Xian. I'm telling you, if you don't wake up, I never speak to you again. Did I just find any man? Yes, I keep 10, if that's not enough, 20 male concubines. Let's see what you do then. Fine, as long as you wake up, I never look at other men again, okay? I'm telling you, Wen Xian, don't push your luck. Wen Xian, you bastard, open your eyes, open your eyes. I never bully you again, please don't abandon me, okay? Pei Xingyue had never imagined that one day she would lose Wen Xian. For so many years, he had tolerated all her capriciousness. He knew everything about her, and loved her with all his heart. But she had never even said I love you to him. Pei Xingyue clung tightly to Wen Xian, staring blankly at Pei Xianke and the others. Xian, how did he die? Tell me, how did he die? Chapter 249. Zheng Shushu's eye twitched, and Wu Tian and the others silently lowered their heads. Yu Xiaohua turned her head, and glanced at Pei Xianke. Wait, who's lying in that coffin? It's really not certain, heh? Zheng Shushu stepped forward, her eyes red, and said, Young miss, second master, he died protecting the young master. The situation was critical then, second master. The words died protecting the young master suddenly drained Pei Xingyue of her strength. After speaking, Zheng Shushu took a step back, and silently lowered her head. Pei Xingyue was immersed in grief, and didn't see Zheng Shushu's guilty little gesture. Zheng Shushu, even in the apocalypse, not only do you have to kill zombies, but you also have to put on an acting show. How difficult is that? Heavens above. Wait, he just hopes the young miss won't kill him. Pei Xingyue hugged Wen Xian, and looked at Pei Xianke, the sorrow in her eyes almost annihilating her. Xian, did you say anything at the end? Pei Xianke was silent for a few seconds. Yes, he said he hated you. Even on the day he died, you never gave him a proper title. He said that since you don't love him, just forget him completely. Find someone younger, more handsome, with a better physique. He knows any man can replace him, so he didn't want you to be so heartbroken. With each sentence Pei Xianke spoke, Pei Xingyue's expression changed. How devastating were these words, it's unimaginable. Every word was like a knife stabbing into Pei Xingyue's heart. Stab after stab, leaving her completely wounded, unable even to breathe. Pei Xingyue shook her head. At this moment, she finally let go of all pretense and worries, no longer suppressing her true feelings. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling. I love you, you fool. How could I not love you? You've been with me for so many years, from childhood to adulthood, always by my side, silently protecting me. It's you? I was wrong, so wrong. I was always hesitant, afraid to face my feelings. The only person I, Pei Xingyue, ever wanted to marry in this life was you. When Cyan, come back to life, please. If you come back to life, we get married, we be together forever. I never bully you again. Come back to life. You're dead. How could I possibly love another man? Pei Xianke took a step back, standing beside Yu Xiaohua, a smile playing on his lips. The next second, Pei Xingyue felt it. When Cyan in her arms seemed to move slightly. She couldn't believe it. Her body stiffened instantly, and she slowly lowered her head. In her arms. When Cyan opened his eyes, his gaze as black as ink, yet seemingly filled with starlight. He reached out, his rough fingertips wiping away Pei Xingyue's tears. Actually, he had already regretted it the moment Xingyue cried. He shouldn't have tested Xingyue's love for him in this way. He ignored her inner pain. He knew she loved him, even if she didn't say it. Why did he have to do it this way, now, when Cyan's heart was filled only with regret and heartache? Self-reproach? Xingyue, I'm sorry. Pei Xingyue looked at the resurrected Wen Cyan, then looked up. She then looked at Pei Xianke, Zheng Shushu, and the others, including Wu Tian with his head down, and Yu Xiaohua, who was expressionless. Fine. If she still didn't understand what had happened, then she would truly be a fool. Playing the fake death to test her feelings, huh? Very well. She doesn't even need to think, she knows who came up with this idea. A deafening roar echoed. Pei Xianke, you're dead. Pei Xingyue released her grip, stood up, and kicked Wen Cyan in the leg. Fine, Wen Xian, you dare to lie to me. Fine, you two are powerful, teaming up, huh? What you said earlier doesn't count. Besides anger, Pei Xingyue felt mostly joy at regaining her beloved. This feeling, only those who have experienced it can understand. Pei Xingyue wiped away her tears, watching Wen Cyan get up. You stayed lying down. You like lying in coffins, right? Then lie there as long as you want. If you dare get up, just try. Wen Cyan had already sat up halfway. Very well. He obediently lay back down, reached out, and tugged at Pei Xingyue's sleeve. He coughed. Xingyue, Xianke forced me. I had no choice. Don't blame Xian Quebec. He was doing it for our own good, but he used the wrong method. After Wen Cyan explained, Pei Xingyue wanted nothing more than to take a knife and slash Pei Xianke 800 times. Pei Xingyue snorted. You two are really good brothers. Don't think you can get away with this. Let go, I settle the score with you later. Wen Cyan obediently released his hand. Pei Xingyue, her face cold, walked to Pei Xianke's side, so angry she wanted to jump up and hit him. You brat, you dare to scheme against me? With a brother like you, are you even human? And you guys, your acting is pretty good too. Behind him, Zheng Shushu, Wu Tian, 12, and 6 brothers shook their heads frantically. Then, the group silently reached out and pointed in unison at Pei Swank's back. The meaning is clear. They are all innocent. The culprit is the young master. Pei Xianke, when are you going to prepare for the wedding? It seemed like a question, but the tone was very certain. He forced her to acknowledge her own feelings. Pei Xianke understood his sister's personality. She had faced this love. Then, the wedding wouldn't be far off. Pei Xingyue gritted her teeth, looked at Yu Xiaohua, her eyes red. Just now, she was fiercely determined to settle scores with Pei Xianke. But in front of Yu Xiaohua, she immediately became pitiful. Sister Xiaohua, how could you lie to me with Xianke and the others? I'm so pitiful. I trusted you so much, sob. I'm not even sad when they lie to me, but in this world, you're the only one I can't lie to. You're my beloved sister Xiaohua, my heart is breaking. Her acting, a blend of Lin Daiyu and Qiong Yao style, was absolutely perfect. Pei Xianke spoke calmly. You overdone it. Pei Xingyue didn't even look at him, her eyes fixed on Yu Xiaohua. Sister Xiaohua, Yu Xiaohua pinched the corner of her eye. Name your request. The next second, Pei Xingyue beamed. Then, Sister Xiaohua, if you want me to forgive you, sleep with me for half a month, in the same bed. Only you can comfort my wounded heart. My little boat can only find peace in your harbor. Okay? Let your sister see your sincerity in apologizing, otherwise, I never speak to you again. After Pei Xingyue finished speaking, she gave Pei Xianke a smug look. Heh. brat, daring to scheme against her. Then don't blame her for being ruthless. 12 whispered, Miss, this move is quite ruthless. As expected of siblings, you're going all out against your opponent. Half a month, young Master Pei will be sleepless every night. Pei Xianke spoke directly. No way. Pei Xingyue glared at him. You don't get to decide. Xiaohua is the one who decides. Pei Xianke, what, you want to fight? Come on, you brat, I wanted to beat you up for a long time. Chapter 250. Pei Xingyue had already rolled up her sleeves, determined to fight to the death if he didn't agree. The next second, Yu Xiaohua spoke up, okay, half a month, I sleep with you. What does it mean to be a master of changing faces? At this moment, Pei Xingyue perfectly demonstrated it. 1 second she was furious, the next she was a docile kitten. Then, she confidently promised, okay, then I go back right away and personally make your bed, Xiaohua. By the way, is there anything you like, Xiaohua? Don't worry, sleeping with me will definitely make you feel good, 100 times better than sleeping with someone else. Wu Tian was stunned. Why does this sound so different? Both siblings want to sleep with their eldest? Anything is fine, I like whatever you arrange. A simple sentence was enough to make Pei Xingyue lose all her anger. He had flattered her so much that she was overjoyed, practically floating on air. Pei Xingyue pulled Yu Xiaohua away. Air followed behind. Miss, second master one is still in the coffin. Zheng Shushu, Wu Tian, and the others exchanged silent glances. This situation, it was truly difficult for them not to feel a pang of schadenfreude. The young master had schemed against the young lady. The young lady had retaliated, monopolizing Miss Yu for half a month. Each was more ruthless than the last. In this sibling rivalry, neither had lost nor won. It was just pitiful for second master one. The young lady had just declared that second master one would remain in the coffin. Who knew when the young lady would calm down, getting out of that coffin? It seemed unlikely he would. It was so difficult for second master one to hear even a simple I love you. Zheng Shushu stepped forward. Young master, second master he. Pei Swank's gaze deepened slightly. Oh, carry the coffin to the corridor, outside her room. After saying that, Pei Xianke turned and left. Half a month? Don't even think about it. 12 sighed. Your young lady and young master are both so cunning. Carrying the coffin to the door, what a despicable move. Brother Shu, you're so naive. Wu Tian and Lao Lu were speechless. Naive? Who is the naive fool here? The child you raised is good in every way, except for his brain. What to do? An unsolvable problem. But Brother Shu, what do you think about someone like Second Master One? This thing, can it really be so obedient? Just lying in the coffin like this, not coming out? Does it have to be so obedient? Zheng Shushu smiled slightly. Don't worry, Second Master One will definitely listen to Mississippi. As long as Miss doesn't give in, Second Master can stay in this coffin. From childhood to adulthood, as long as Miss speaks, no matter what her request, Second Master has never refused. This time, Miss is clearly very angry. If she doesn't completely calm down, Second Master will definitely suffer in the future. So, Second Master is determined to stay in this coffin. Miss's personality means that falling in love with Second Master wasn't something that happened overnight. Only Second Master himself knows how much hardship he endured. Whether it's Miss Yu falling in love with the young master, or Miss falling in love with Second Master, it's not an easy thing. Someone, bring the coffin. When Cyan really did obey, lying in the coffin, letting them carry him to the room door. Because this was the only way to calm Xingyue down. He had to do it. On the other hand, today, Ning Xian really reported Lu Xiulan and Ning was affair to pay due. Wang Ma, who was originally going to testify, suddenly changed her story, saying she didn't see anything. Ning Xian was beaten by Pei Du, and Lu Xiulan, watching from the sidelines, added fuel to the fire. In the end, Ning Xian was brutally beaten by Pei Du. If she hadn't protected her face, she would probably have been beaten beyond recognition. These past few days, Ning Xian, Lu Xiulan, Ning Mo, and Ning Gui have completely fallen out. Compared to Ning Xian ignoring the father and son, Lu Xiulan is willing to provide them with a better life. Naturally, the father and son side with Lu Xiulan. Ning Xian is completely isolated and helpless. Later, Ning Xian learned from Wang Ma that Lu Xiulan had threatened her to change her story. Ning Xian insisted, without even asking, that Lu Xiulan had threatened Wang Ma. These past few days, Pei Du has gone to Lu Xiulan's room every time he returns, and Ning Xian has no choice but to endure it. Today, Ning Xian had planned to go out for a walk to clear her head, but unexpectedly, she saw Pei Xingyue's car. She quickly tidied her appearance. If the eldest daughter of the Pei family were willing to put in a good word for her, with the fourth master, he certainly wouldn't be cold to her anymore. Ning Xian was truly desperate. In her desperation, she had no choice but to try something desperate, and she actually set her sights on Pei Xingyue. Inside the car, Pei Xingyue was coaxing Yu Xiaohua about the events of the past few days. When she heard someone knocking on the window, she heard Ning Xian's cautious voice. "Young miss, it's me, Ning Xian. What a coincidence to see your car here." Yu Xiaohua's expression didn't change at all upon hearing Ning Xian's voice. Before leaving the eastern base this time, she should completely eliminate everyone in the Ning family. Pei Xingyue frowned. This Ning Xian really knows how to pick her time. However, just then, Ning Xian, right? I'll be holding a banquet in a week. You and the rest of the Ning family will come with your fourth uncle. Yu Xiaohua already knew about the banquet. She had already agreed. Outside the car, Ning Xian froze upon hearing this. What? The eldest daughter of the Pei family actually wanted the Ning family to attend the banquet with fourth master? How could this be? Ning Xian couldn't believe it, then asked again, and heard Pei Xingyue say yes. She stood there in shock, a huge wave of humiliation washing over her. Why? She could attend the banquet with fourth master, that was one thing, but what if her mother and the others went? How many people would laugh at her family? Ning Xian didn't dare refuse, and could only say obsequiously that they would go. After the car drove away, Ning Xian was furious. There was no way around it. Even if it meant being laughed at, she had to go. Otherwise, she would have no standing with fourth master. However, she was young and beautiful. Her mother was old and faded. It was uncertain who would lose face then. Thinking this, Ning Xian felt a surge of joy. She could use this opportunity to go back tonight, and try to win back fourth master's favor. Inside the villa, Pei Jun finally felt relieved when he heard from his servants that Pei Xian had returned unharmed. He didn't notice the change in Yang Xian's expression beside him. Unharmed. Yang Xian thought that even if Pei Xian returned this time, he would be injured or suffer heavy losses. That was a level 5 zombie. How could he escape so easily? Why was he always so lucky? Yang Xian feigned concern, trying to appear understanding. Brother's back. That's great, Dad. You don't have to worry anymore. By the way, where is brother now, Dad? Why don't we go see him? Pei Jun thought for a moment, then shook his head. Chapter 251. Seeing Pei Jun shake his head, Yang Xian was initially delighted, assuming Pei Jun still harbored resentment towards Pei Xian. Therefore, he didn't even glance at him, and was just about to feign a few kind words, as he usually did. Unexpectedly, the next second, Pei Jun said, Xian probably doesn't want to see me. Never mind, I go see him myself in a few days. And you, Xianer, you stay in your villa for now. Let others do all the tasks you have. Yang Xian's expression stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. This biased old man, when Pei Xian wasn't around, he made him serve him. As soon as Pei Xian returned, his attitude changed immediately, and he wouldn't even let him leave the house. Seeing Yang Xian remain silent, Pei Jun frowned. Xianer, did you hear what I said? Yang Xian could only nod in agreement. Dad, I know. My brother doesn't like me. He's misunderstood me all these years. Don't worry, I won't appear in front of him anymore. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Pei Jun nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I'm tired today. You can go back now. Since that dinner last time, Pei Jun's attitude towards Yang Xian was no longer the same. Whether it was out of guilt or because he had figured something out, in any case, a rift had formed between Pei Jun and Yang Xian. After seeing Pei Jun upstairs and closing the door, Yang Xian's expression changed, becoming gloomy. Zheng Shushu, along with 12 and his men, delivered the coffin to Pei Xingyue's villa. They exchanged a glance. Actually, they really wanted to laugh. Rewinding to 4 hours earlier, when they were almost at the base, Pei Xian suddenly stopped the group and looked at Yu Xiaohua, asking very seriously, "Is there a coffin?" At that moment, everyone present was stunned into silence. A coffin! This was incredible. Even if Miss Yu was a space-type ability user, this was the apocalypse, and corpses were just thrown away haphazardly. What kind of good person would keep a coffin in their space? Of course, Yu Xiaohua really did. The moment the black coffin appeared, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Food, drink, and other necessities were one thing, but a coffin too. What kind of magical space was this? Of course, They didn't know that Yu Xiaohua's space contained more than just this one coffin. And so, when Cyan entered the coffin, what followed was what happened at the base entrance, and the outcome was obvious. Now, when Cyan might be lying there for a long time, Pei Xingyue and Yu Xiaohua had just returned to the villa when they saw the familiar coffin at the entrance. Ada and Air stood on either side, like gatekeepers. Seeing them return, the two quickly came to greet them. "Young miss you, you're finally back." "Young miss you." Air pointed to the coffin by the door. "Young miss, second master has been lying there obediently, not moving at all. Please forgive him." Pei Xingyue snorted. This damn man dared to lie to her like this, and expected her to forgive him so easily. Absolutely not, otherwise, she thought this scoundrel might cause trouble in the future. Pei Xingyue was absolutely serious about disciplining her man. Ada thought for a moment, about to speak, and then pleaded for him, but Pei Xingyue gave him a look. Ada remembered that he had just played along, and immediately lowered his head, scratching the back of his head. At this moment, it was best to protect himself. Otherwise, if the young lady were to settle scores later, he'd be finished. Right now, the young lady is dealing with the second master. She hasn't had time to deal with them, the ones who are just putting on an act. Pei Xingyue said, "What, Air? Do you want to live in a coffin with him too? If you want to share joys and sorrows with your good second master, I have no objection. Go ahead, there's plenty of room, you two can sleep well." Upon hearing this, Air immediately shook his head. "Young lady, I was just joking. The second master's deceptive behavior is extremely shameful. I strongly and resolutely oppose this bad acting trend. How could the second master deceive such a gentle, kind, generous, and lovely young lady like this?" Air's change of expression was faster than the sky. "I deeply condemn his behavior. My relationship with the second master is just SOSO, you know that, young lady? Heaven is my witness, I'm your man." "What pleading? I was just joking, haha." "Ha, serves him right, second master deserves it. Miss should let second master lie in the coffin, preferably for the rest of his life. I, Air, absolutely support Miss unconditionally." Do was too ashamed to listen. Pei Xingyue stepped forward and patted Air's shoulder. "Very good, a promising young man. Since you support me so much, then so be it. You and Do will watch over this coffin together. The three of you can keep each other company." "Alright, it's decided then." Yu Xiaohua walked to the coffin. The dignified second master of the Wen family really just lay there, motionless. These days, who isn't a love-struck fool? Wen Cyan and Pei Xianke are equally infatuated in this regard. If Yu Xiaohua were angry, and had to make this request to appease her, Pei Xianke would lie down without hesitation. Wen Cyan turned and glanced at Yu Xiaohua, nodding. Even lying in a coffin, his gentle, composed demeanor remained undiminished. One might mistake him for lying on a resort bed. Perhaps, for Wen Cyan, hearing Pei Xingyue say "I love you" would make him willing to die. What's more, lying in this mere coffin, he was content. That evening, Pei Xingyue gazed expectantly at Yu Xiaohua, her large, watery eyes revealing a hint of shyness and longing. She had deliberately worn a sexy white nightgown, the hem gently brushing against her skin, subtly outlining her graceful figure. Yu Xiaohua had just dried his hair when he turned around, his eyes meeting Pei Xingyue's. She leaned against the headboard with captivating charm, her slightly raised finger beckoning Yu Xiaohua over. Yu Xiaohua paused, casually tossing a towel aside, and nonchalantly walked to the bedside. Pei Xingyue coaxed Xiaohua, "Look at how I look today. Pretty, right? Sexy?" Her voice held a hint of coquettishness, instantly evoking tenderness. As she spoke, Pei Xingyue deliberately lifted a corner of her nightgown, revealing a pair of long, straight, white legs. Those legs appeared exceptionally white, and smooth against the white nightgown, arousing the imagination. A slow smile curved Yu Xiaohua's lips. Her gaze lingered on Pei Xingyue's body, finally settling on those long, beautiful legs. She raised her hand, placed it on Pei Xingyue's nightgown, and gently pulled it down. Beautiful, sexy." Pei Xingyue was genuinely happy about Yu Xiaohua's compliment. She hugged Yu Xiaohua's neck tightly. Hee, I knew it. Of all the people in the world, only Yu Xiaohua truly appreciate my beauty. Then, she blew a kiss. "I love you." Yu Xiaohua wrapped one arm around Pei Xingyue's waist. Her gaze fell out the window. "It's going to get cold tonight." Chapter 252. Pei Xingyue was startled and looked out the window. After Yu Xiaohua finished speaking, he laid down next to Pei Xingyue and patted the spot beside him. "Want to sleep?" Pei Xingyue immediately lay down. "Sleep? In the middle of the night?" Pei Xingyue moved her body, and then opened her eyes. She carefully moved her body, then got up, got out of bed, and closed the door. The next second, on the bed, Yu Xiaohua slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear. Pei Xingyue walked out of the villa, her gaze falling on the coffin placed in front of the door. Actually, she wasn't angry anymore. For so many years, it had been Wen Xian who had silently given. He was always anxious and insecure. He was even willing to give everything just to hear her say her feelings. How could she not know? This fool, he actually lay down in the coffin. Pei Xingyue was about to step forward when suddenly, a cough came from inside the coffin. The coughing made Pei Xingyue's heart race. She hurried to the coffin, Xian, Xian. However, when Xian inside the coffin had his eyes tightly closed, his face flushed an unnatural red. Clearly, something was wrong. Pei Xingyue didn't have time to think. She quickly reached out and pulled Wen Xian out of the coffin. When her hand touched Wen Xian's body, a burning sensation instantly washed over her, and she was shocked. So hot! Without a doubt, Wen Xian had a fever. Pei Xingyue was frantic and quickly helped Wen Xian into the house. But just as she turned around, Wen Xian suddenly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile flashing in them. However, that smile vanished quickly. He soon closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. After Pei Xingyue helped Wen Xian into the villa, Ada and Air peeked out furtively from a distance. Brother, second master's trick really worked. Miss actually softened. Hee. It wasn't for nothing that second master took off his clothes to let the wind blow on him, and poured cold water on him. With Miss showing this much mercy, second master won't have to lie in a coffin anymore. Ada nodded. Second master really went all out. What if Miss didn't come out in the middle of the night? Second master would have to let himself burn until tomorrow. TSK, such a ruthless method, we can't learn a thing of the sort. This is a life-threatening thing. Don't be like young master and second master's love-struck fools. They won't die from doing this, but if we did that, we'd be in big trouble. Air expressed his madness. To be so reckless for the woman they love, that's not something a human would do, it's something a superhuman would do. Pei Xingyue fed Wen Xian his medicine in the middle of the night, and then held him as they slept. She was drowsy, but Wen Xian's body was still hot. Before she knew it, Pei Xingyue had fallen asleep. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Xian opened his eyes, and pulled her into his arms after she drifted off. He looked at the faint dark circles under her eyes, his heart aching. Xingyue seemed so carefree. During the days they were gone, she had been handling base affairs, her mind filled with worry, yet she had to keep up appearances. She probably hadn't slept well at all. She was always so strong-willed. The next morning, Pei Xingyue suddenly opened her eyes, turned her head, and saw Wen Xian beside her. She touched his head, his fever had subsided. Her heart finally settled. At that moment, Wen Xian possessed a fragile, almost fragile beauty. A light sheen of sweat on his forehead, a sexy Adam's apple, a slightly open shirt, and a fair collarbone. Pei Xingyue reached out her hand. Seeing he still showed no sign of waking, she thought it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of him a little. Thinking this, Pei Xingyue reached her wicked little hand towards Wen Xian's chest. She gave it a firm squeeze. So bouncy, her lust was aroused, and her little hand moved downwards. She stopped. Wen Xian had already opened his eyes. Actually, he had already woken up the moment Pei Xingyue reached out her hand. Now, if he didn't wake up, he wouldn't be getting out of bed today. Normally, he would have been more than happy to do so. Xingyue. Pei Xingyue's hand froze instantly. She pretended nothing was wrong, withdrew her hand, and looked up at the awakened Wen Xian. You're awake. Is there anything else bothering you, Wen Xian? You had a high fever last night, do you know that? When did your body become so weak? Her words were full of disdain. Wen Xian smiled and coughed. Yeah, pretty weak. From now on, I need my baby to protect me. Pei Xingyue was stunned to hear the word baby. She was secretly surprised. When did this guy become so perceptive? He had never called her that so affectionately before. This sudden change left Pei Xingyue momentarily at a loss, even wondering if she had misheard. However, when she saw the faint smile in Wen Xian's eyes, she realized it wasn't her imagination. Wen Xian smiled. These past few days, he had learned some things from Xian Ke. Wen Xian looked at Pei Xingyue's surprised expression, a slight smile playing on his lips. A faint smile appeared on his face. He reached out and gently ruffled Pei Xingyue's hair. His gaze towards Pei Xingyue was always tender and gentle. What were you trying to do just now? Wen Xian's voice was deep and magnetic. For some reason, Pei Xingyue's heart skipped a beat, her face flushed slightly, and she felt a little awkward. Nothing, I just saw a fly here and wanted to swat it for you. Could she really tell the truth? Just now, she had been blinded by lust, coveting his good looks, wanting to take advantage of him while he was sick and asleep. Absolutely not. Her queenly image couldn't be ruined at all. Pei Xingyue's voice was soft. Her guilt was impossible to hide. No matter how far-fetched Pei Xingyue's reason was, Wen Xian believed it. Wen Xian shifted his body slightly, his already exposed chest opening even wider, revealing more of his fair skin. The barely visible lines of his collarbone, the thin layer of sweat on his body, like morning dew after being dried by the sun. Glistening and translucent, it clung to his skin, flowing gently with his movements. This thin layer of sweat didn't make him look disheveled. Instead, it added a unique kind of sensuality. His slightly damp skin, gleaming faintly in the sunlight, was like a meticulously sculpted work of art. It made one want to reach out and touch it, to feel its silky smooth texture. And that erection, so impactful even in the early morning. The sight was so alluring that Pei Xingyue's face involuntarily flushed. A warm current spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. The next second, Pei Xingyue got a nosebleed. Heaven knows, Pei Xingyue felt a warm stream flowing from her nose. Xingyue you. Pei Xingyue touched her nose, quickly covered it, and got out of bed in one swift motion. I ate too much ginseng, and it's making me feel hot and bothered. I go take care of it first, that's all. Chapter 253. Wen Xian's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a faint smile. Outside the window, the wind howled, whipping up clouds of yellow sand like a raging torrent, violently battering the windowpane. The weather in this apocalyptic world, like a person's mood, changed in an instant, catching everyone off guard. Inside the living room, everyone was. Wen Xian, looking weak, was covered with a blanket and leaning on Pei Xingyue's shoulder. The others, seeing his appearance, gave him disdainful looks. Goodness, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was about to die from a fever and a cold. He really put on this act. Scoffing. But Pei Xingyue actually fell for it, holding him close. Wen Xian was now acting like a spoiled little husband. Ada took a big bite of his apple, muttering under his breath. I say, Second Master is such a cunning bastard, he finally got his chance. 12 nodded silently, took a bite, and half the apple was gone. At this point, they still had fresh fruit. Of course, it was all thanks to Yu Xiaohua. She had such fresh fruit in her spatial storage. That's right, your young master, Second Master One, is a hopeless romantic. This trip to Qing City has truly opened my eyes. Seeing is believing. Just look at Second Master One, TSK, like a Lin Daiyu. It's a real loss for Hollywood that he didn't go there. Zheng Shushu nodded. We only just discovered this side of Second Master. We never realized before. He's such a good actor, so cunning. Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. Indeed, cunning. An old fox. Pei Xianke glanced at Wen Xian expressionlessly. Seeing this, Wen Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. He turned his head, his gaze meeting Pei Xuan's, and then mouthed to him in a teasing tone, I learned that from you. Yu Xiaohua put down her book, looked up at the two of them, two childish kids whose combined age was only 10. Pei Xingyue carried a glass of warm water to the sofa and sat down, looking at Yu Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I already sent out the notices for the banquet in a few days. Xianke is back, so I don't need to worry about things at the base anymore. I personally handle the banquet. Do you have any special requests? Just tell me, okay? This time at the banquet, you just focus on dealing with those Ning family bastards. Leave everything else to me. I guarantee the banquet will be something special. Everyone turned to look at Yu Xiaohua, who was sitting there. A banquet a month from now, dealing with the Ning family, even just thinking about it made them imagine how exciting it would be. They were all eager and their anticipation was off the charts. So how exactly will Yu Xiaohua deal with the Ning family? Yu Xiaohua nodded calmly. You arrange it. A month later, she will thoroughly settle things with the Ning family. After dealing with the Ning family, she should leave the eastern base. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaohua looked at Pei Xianke. Just then, Pei Xianke looked up. Their eyes met, and even without saying a word, Pei Xianke understood her meaning. After the banquet, she would be leaving again. On the other side, Ning Xian heard that Pei Du had returned, and as soon as she came downstairs, her expression changed. In the living room, Lu Xiaolan was wearing a sexy nightgown, the length of which only reached her upper thighs, revealing a pair of long, white legs. The deep V-neck of the upper body was so low that it was impossible to tell how far it had gone, completely revealing her cleavage. Everything she tried to cover was exposed, nothing was concealed. Lu Xiaolan was kneeling on the ground, helping Pei Du put on his slippers. Her wanton and seductive manner infuriated Ning Xian. Ning Xian suppressed her dissatisfaction. This time, she learned her lesson and dared not cause trouble again, instead adopting a pitiful expression. Fourth Master, you're back. Ning Xian trotted downstairs, and, upon reaching Pei Du, deliberately pushed Lu Xiaolan aside. Fourth Master, you haven't been back for days. I missed you so much. Lu Xiaolan's expression changed slightly, as she was pushed aside. Her relationship with Ning Xian had deteriorated to the point where they were no longer mother and daughter. It was merely a relationship of jealousy and rivalry over a man. They couldn't stand each other. Ever since he had hit Ning Xian, he had been neglecting her. Seeing that she had finally stopped causing trouble today, he was happy to coax her a bit, giving her a way out. Seeing that Pei Du was willing to coax her again, Ning Xian was secretly pleased. She gave Lu Xiaolan a defiant look, and then personally poured tea for Pei Du. Then, she plopped down on Pei Du's lap, clinging to him affectionately. Fourth Master, there's something I want to tell you. Pei Du frowned, thinking Ning Xian was about to cause trouble again. Seeing his expression change, Ning Xian quickly spoke up. Fourth Master, actually yesterday, I happened to run into Miss Pei. She specifically invited me to accompany you to a banquet a month from now. Pei Du was stunned. Xingyu invited Ning Xian to a banquet a month from now? Frankly, he highly doubted the truth of this. After all, Xingyu had never shown any interest in Ning Xian when she came to the villa. How could she suddenly run into her and invite her to a banquet? This doesn't make sense at all. But Ning Xian dared not lie. What exactly happened? Pei Du was a little confused and didn't speak. Ning Xian knew he didn't believe her, but it was true, so what was she afraid of? She was very confident. Fourth Master, everything I said is true. Miss Pei personally invited me. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask Miss Pei. I don't have the guts to lie, Fourth Master. Lu Xiaolan panicked upon hearing this. Has Pei Xingyue gone mad? Why would she suddenly invite Xianer to accompany Fourth Master to the banquet, if it's just Ning Xian, and she doesn't go? What status does she have? Lu Xiaolan whispered, Xianer, you can't say things like that. What kind of status does Miss Pei have? Why would she invite you to accompany Fourth Master? I know it's all my fault, but you can't just make things up to appease Fourth Master. Ning Xian was indeed angered again, standing up abruptly and pointing her finger at Lu Xiaolan's nose. Who's talking nonsense? You're someone who can't be brought to the table. I'm rightfully following Fourth Master. Stop trying to sow discord here. I think you're just jealous. Pei Du's eyes flashed with impatience. Ning Xian turned her head, continuing to cling to Pei Du's hand, looking pitiful. Fourth Master, if you don't believe me, just send someone to ask. How could Mother say such things about me? I think she can't stand me accompanying you to the banquet. Fourth Master, it doesn't matter whether I go or not, but Miss Pei personally invited me. If I don't go, I'm afraid she'd be angry with you. Fourth Master, please let me go with you, okay? Ning Xian remembered Pei Xingyue's words about letting Lu Xiaolan and the other two go as well. So, reluctantly, she could only look at Lu Xiaolan with feigned generosity. I know you're unhappy if I accompany Fourth Master alone. We can go together. We happen to need someone to serve you. Let my brother go too. Chapter 254. Lu Xiaolan was stunned. Xianer would be so kind as to let her go. How could that be? Pei Du thought for a moment, and just to be on the safe side, he personally sent someone to Pei Xingyue to inquire. That evening, Pei Du received a definite answer. Only then did Pei Du agree to let the mother and daughter, along with Ning Mo, attend the banquet. Ning Xian took all the credit for this. Because of this, Pei Du's attitude towards her improved considerably. After all, if Ning Xian could make Pei Xingyue happy, Pei Du would naturally be happy. He even stayed at Pei Xingyue's villa. Of all the people in the Pei family, the person Pei Du most wanted to please wasn't his elder brother Pei Jun, or his nephew Pei Xianke, but his niece Pei Xingyue. Only his niece could guarantee his lifelong peace. In the days that followed, Ning Xian suppressed Lu Xiaolan and acted like a tyrant in the villa. And a few days before the banquet, she even personally went to Ningguo to ease the tension between father and daughter. She said she'd take him to the banquet so he could find an opportunity to network with someone and avoid the hardship of staying at the villa. Upon hearing he could also attend the banquet, Ningguo immediately praised Ning Xian for being sensible and considerate. Just before, Ningguo had been with Lu Xiaolan, but now he immediately sided with Ning Xian. Ning Mo did the same. Seeing Ningguo and Ning Mo back on her side, Ning Xian was riding high. At the banquet, she was determined to cling tightly to Miss Pei's coattails. Even if it meant being her slave, she was willing. Not everyone was qualified to be Miss Pei's lackey. She realized that as long as she pleased the eldest daughter of the Pei family, fourth master would look at her more favorably. Time flew by. After Wen Xian developed a high fever, Pei Xingyue naturally stopped clinging to Yu Xiaohua and slept with him. She slept directly with Wen Xian. Having already expressed her feelings, Pei Xingyue didn't hesitate. That was always her personality. The two also took some time to return to the Pei family's old mansion, where Wen Xian formally proposed to Pei Jun. The two decided to officially be together. From now on, Wen Xian was officially the Pei family's son-in-law. In the apocalypse, there was no need for a marriage certificate. Therefore, they decided to have a small wedding, inviting only close relatives and friends to witness their union. The date was tentatively set for 3 days after this banquet. Pei Xingyue, being a smart woman, could also see that Yu Xiaohua wouldn't be staying at the base for long. After the banquet, it will likely be time to leave the base. Pei Xingyue hopes Yu Xiaohua can attend, which is why she's in such a hurry. Wen Xian, of course, has no objections. Everything is based on Pei Xingyue's happiness. Pei Xingyue's willingness to give Wen Xian a small ceremony is already enough to satisfy him. Yu Xiaohua has spent nearly a month thoroughly exploring the entire eastern base, mastered all the base's laboratories. When he has free time, he spends most of his time in the labs, using his experience from his previous life to help the researchers avoid some detours. Now, all 4 laboratories are practically sending people to invite Yu Xiaohua over every day. The battle to recruit him begins as early as the morning. On this day, 12, with his hair a mess, had just come downstairs when he saw 3 groups of people standing in the living room. They're all acquaintances. Every morning, the heads of the 3 labs at the base staged this dramatic rescue operation. It's quite a spectacle. Over the past 2 weeks, this scene has become commonplace. He's gotten used to it. The head of the biology lab is a man nearing 70. He's incredibly energetic. On the first day of the apocalypse, the old man not only wasn't afraid, but he also fought 2 zombies with remarkable vigor. He was quite impressive. Later, he was rescued by Pei Xianke and brought back to the base. Unexpectedly, the old man is also a national-level biologist. I'm telling you, you 2 old geezers, don't go too far. Yesterday, you 2 conspired to trick me, luring Miss Yu to your lab. Today, you're planning to use dirty tricks again. Are you even human? You 2 old geezers, I kick you to death today. Old Master Zhang said, stepping forward to gesture. The other 2 are from the Weapons Development Lab and the Research Lab. They're both in their 50s, considered juniors in front of the old man. The 2 men took a step back, somewhat guilty. After all, the methods used to snatch her were dishonorable. But they absolutely couldn't let Miss Yu go. I say, Mr. Zhang, how old are you? Still resorting to violence? The martial world is about human relationships and social graces. We only used a little trick. It's harmless. Look at your temper. How can this be allowed? You're a pillar of the base. Don't be angry. Let's talk this out. Yes, let's talk it out. You see, there's only one Miss Yu. Let's discuss it properly. If you didn't insist on monopolizing Miss Yu every day, would we have joined forces to use this tactic? Miss Yu is one of us all. Can you please not be so selfish? On the sofa, Ada and Air, still in their pajamas, came down to watch the commotion. Mainly because the scene was truly spectacular. Ada and Air had been there for half an hour, listening to the 3 old men argue. It wasn't a single word repeated. Now it was almost time for a fight. Seeing 12 come down, the 2 raised their hands and greeted him. Hello, brother, 12 replied, just as Zheng Shushu came out of the kitchen with a cup of coffee. Even in the apocalypse, he was still living a bourgeois life. Every morning, without fail, a cup of coffee. Seeing 12, he walked over. The sandwich is ready. Go sit on the sofa. I bring it to you. Did you stay up late again last night? 12 was used to Zheng Shushu's meticulous care. Of course, he only took this care as his brother's care. He didn't think much of it, and instead thoroughly enjoyed Zheng Shushu's service. 12 liked being supervised. He didn't feel constrained at all. 12 nodded obediently. Okay, brother Shu, sandwich without tomatoes, extra lettuce, and a glass of orange juice. The familiar ordering routine. At first, Ada and Ayer were shocked. After they learned of Zheng Shushu's feelings, although shocked, they quickly accepted it. And now, they were immune to the scene. Zheng Shushu nodded with a smile. Okay. 12 walked to the sofa and sat down, picking up a cushion as he did so. He looked at the 3 old men arguing heatedly. then at Ada and Air. What's going on today? It's this late. Why haven't they started fighting yet? Air shook his head. Judging by the time, it was indeed time to start. I don't know, should I remind them? After all, they're old, they're probably too excited from arguing and forgot to start. The next second, the three old men, still arguing, instantly turned to look at Air on the sofa. You brat, we can hear you. We're civilized people. Why are you resorting to violence? Get lost, stop laughing at us, you three little brats. Chapter 255. Ada, Air, and 12 all shook their heads. What a joke, they're not leaving. They rely on these three old men for entertainment every day. When the three old men are arguing until their faces are red, and they completely lost their sense of reason. Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke finally came down. Upon seeing Yu Xiaohua, the three old men's expressions instantly changed. The change of expression was faster than the weather changing. Oh dear, Xiao Yu is awake. Today, this old man has come to pick you up personally, Xiao Yu, you can't refuse me. Xiao Yu, we're all here, you can't be so biased towards old Zhang. Those kids in the lab are waiting for you. That's right, the three of us, Xiao Yu, you have to be fair. If it really comes down to it, let's draw lots. Nobody should use any underhanded tactics. You're all grown up, have some shame, okay? The three men stared intently at Yu Xiaohua, who had walked to the sofa and sat down, waiting for her to choose. Pei Xianke looked at the three excited old men and sat down. Not today, we have a date. It's been almost a month, and Yu Xiaohua has been leaving early and returning late every day. The coldness emanating from this man could freeze you to death. Today, no matter what, these three old men won't be able to get her. Disappointment appeared on the three men's faces as they exchanged glances. Ruining someone's marriage is a crime punishable by heaven. Yu Xiaohua took the water handed to her by 12. I given all the guidance I could. In a few days, I be leaving. Hearing Yu Xiaohua say she was leaving, everyone's expressions varied. Ada and Air looked at Pei Xianke. Zheng Shushu looked at 12. 12 looked at Yu Xiaohua. Everyone had their own thoughts. The three old men, upon hearing this, were almost in tears, their heads hanging low in dejection. If it weren't for their age, the three of them would be clinging to Yu Xiaohua's legs, begging her to stay. The three old men left. They almost came to blows as they left. Luckily, the other two ran fast, and old Zhang's legs weren't good, otherwise, they would have been kicked. In the living room, Ada and the others had all left, and the once lively room suddenly became unusually quiet. Only Pei Xianke and Yu Xiaohua remained, sitting facing each other. Pei Shuang's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had 1,000 words he wanted to say, but didn't know where to begin. After a while, he spoke softly, How long will you be gone this time? Yu Xiaohua, who had been focused on eating her food, heard Pei Shuang's question. She slowly put down her fork, raised her head, and looked directly into Pei Xianke's eyes, his gaze as dark as ink. 5 years, Yu Xiaohua answered directly and precisely. That meant for 5 years, she would never set foot in the eastern base again, he would never see her. Pei Xianke just looked at her. 5 years, a long time, Yu Xiaohua shook her head. Compared to a lifetime, not long. A simple sentence, without uttering a single extra word, was enough to appease Pei Xianke. Seeing the smile on his lips, Yu Xiaohua smiled. This man is quite easy to please. Little did she know, in this world, only she could achieve such an effect with just one sentence. 3 days later, the banquet officially began. Pei Xingyu had carefully selected a manor in District 2 as the venue for the banquet. Even after the apocalypse, the manor remained remarkably well preserved. The manor gates were wide open, guarded by the Pei family's security detail, welcoming the guests. Upon entering the manor, a magnificent main building immediately came into view. Its architectural style was elegant and dignified, exuding an air of historical weight and solemnity. The interior of the main building was equally exquisite and opulent, with antique oil paintings adorning the walls and soft carpets covering the floors. The banquet hall was spacious, with tables and chairs neatly arranged. Everything was in perfect order. Today's banquet had been entirely organized by Pei Xingyu over the past month. She had invited only high-ranking figures from the Eastern Base, including several laboratory directors, as well as the district head and district chief of District 9, all important figures who had contributed significantly to the Eastern Base. Even Pei Jun was there. But in reality, Pei Xingyu hadn't invited him. He had arrived uninvited with Yang Xian. Pei Xingyu was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers today, opting for a simple and stylish look rather than an evening gown. Standing beside her was Wen Xian. Their relationship was already public knowledge, and together they looked like a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Everyone cast envious glances their way. It was truly a powerful alliance. When Pei Jun appeared with Yang Xian, everyone went forward to greet him, but only to Pei Jun. As for Yang Xian, their expressions were quite interesting. These people were all people Pei Xianke had saved, or personally promoted and entrusted with important responsibilities. Naturally, they looked down on Yang Xian, some not even giving him a second glance. Their respect for Pei Jun stemmed from the fact that he was Pei Swank's father. Yang Xian felt the disdain around him. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. These old fogies had always treated him this way. Once he gained power, he would throw these old fogies back to the base first. Yang Xian's status and power, though impressive, could only fool ordinary people in lower-level districts like Districts 5 to 9, who still believed him to be the second young master of the Pei family. Those in the upper-level districts knew the truth, and naturally no one valued such a good-for-nothing as him, someone who only knew how to rely on Pei Jun. Pei Xingyue saw Pei Jun approaching with Yang Xian behind him. Wen Xian's expression darkened slightly. He sensed her displeasure. "Xingyue, today is misused day. Give your uncle some face." Pei Xingyue nodded. "Don't worry, today, Xiaohua will deal with the Ning family. I don't have time to deal with that trash Yang Xian." Before she finished speaking, Pei Jun led Yang Xian to them. Yang Xian, true to his petty nature, called out, "Sister." Pei Xingyue pretended not to hear. Wen Xian said, "Dad, you arrived?" Pei Jun nodded. He said helplessly, "Xingyue." Pei Xingyue spoke coldly, showing no mercy. "Dad, you're just asking for trouble. You're always like this." With that, she turned and left. Pei Jun's expression changed slightly. He was helpless, unable to defend himself. He really hadn't intended to bring Xiener today. But Xiener insisted on coming, and he was afraid she would cause trouble, so he brought her along. This time, Wen Xian didn't try to smooth things over. He nodded to Pei Jun, turned, and left to find Pei Xingyue. The interaction between father and daughter was also observed by the others at the banquet. Whistleblowing ensued. "Look, this old man is really confused. For the sake of an adopted son, he neglects his own son, the young master, and makes his beloved daughter unhappy. I don't know what the old man is after." "That's right, the old man favors Yang Xian, his adopted son. If our young master weren't so capable, who knows what would happen to him now? So what if the old man is biased? This Yang Xian has no ability at all. Relying on the old man, he's caused a lot of trouble at the base. The old man's lifelong reputation has been ruined by this adopted son." Chapter 256. Almost everyone present sided with Pei Xianke. Those invited today were mostly Pei Swank's confidants. Yang Xian lowered his head. "Father, I was really just worried about your health. I know I shouldn't have come. It's my fault. I upset my sister again. I better go over there so my sister and brother won't be upset. You don't need to worry about me." He turned to leave. Pei Jun stopped him. A hint of smugness flashed in Yang Xian's eyes, then he cautiously looked at Pei Jun. "All right, you stay by my side." Pei Jun led Yang Xian to a seat, and the surrounding people automatically dispersed. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Yang Xian's eyes, and he lowered his head again. Soon, Pei Du arrived, accompanied by Ning Xian and Lu Xiulan. Both were dressed to the nines, looking glamorous. To the uninitiated, it would seem like a lavish banquet from before the apocalypse. Adorned with extravagant jewelry around their necks, they seemed determined to wear every precious thing imaginable. The moment they appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Of course, this attention wasn't envious, but rather shocked by their attire. Behind them followed Ningemo and Ningguo, who served them. The two returned to this banquet, their eyes gleaming with ambition. What was going on? Even Pei Du, the fourth master of the Pei family, who only knew how to play with women, was unwanted by anyone. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength reigned supreme. If he weren't surnamed Pei, he would have died 1,800 times over. Feeling the strange gazes from all directions, Lu Xiulan and Ning Xian, who had originally planned to steal the spotlight, were completely dumbfounded. They looked around. Most of the women at the banquet were dressed formally. No one else was dressed as formally as the mother and daughter. The men here didn't look at them with admiration, only with suspicion. At this moment, Ning Xian and Lu Xiulan felt like they were being pricked by needles. Pei Du didn't care about the mother and daughter's embarrassment at all. He waved his hand impatiently. "All right, find somewhere to stay. Don't cause me any trouble, understand?" Ning Xian and Lu Xiaolan could only nod in agreement, not daring to utter a word. Pei Du saw Pei Jun sitting there, his face unpleasant, and quickly went over. "Brother, you're here too." Pei Jun glared at Pei Du, annoyed. His younger brother was already this old, yet he was still so outrageous, keeping that mother and daughter with him. Even he knew about it. "Have you no shame? Today is Xingyue's banquet, and you brought that mother and daughter here. Don't you think you're shameful enough?" Pei Du quickly explained, "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Even if I like women, I know my limits. Why would I bring my playthings to a place like this? Actually, Xingyue invited them. Brother, you know me, I just play around with women who offer themselves up. Brother, I'm so old, this is all I like. Don't criticize me." Pei Du glanced at Yang Xian. Yang Xian immediately spoke up, "Dad, fourth uncle knows his limits. Over the years, besides liking women, fourth uncle hasn't done anything outrageous. Besides, those women were all there willingly, and fourth uncle didn't force them, so please don't criticize him." Pei Du said, "That's right, Xianer, my eldest nephew, understands fourth uncle best." Ning Xian and Lu Xiaolan, who were left standing there, glared at each other before going their separate ways. Ning Gua and Ning Mo also took the opportunity to sneak into the banquet. Ning Mo had a purpose today. He wanted to recommend himself to Mao Guang, the director of the base's weapons laboratory. He wanted to secure a position in the weapons laboratory. This was the core of the base. Ning Xian walked until she reached the back garden. She couldn't stand the stare she just received. She had thought that by dressing up for the banquet, she could stun everyone. Even if Pei Du didn't want her anymore, she could still find another man. Today's banquet was attended by high-ranking and powerful people from the upper echelons. She thought she could use this opportunity to make everyone remember her. But she hadn't expected that these men wouldn't look at her with any admiration. Her goal unfulfilled, Ning Xian was furious. As soon as she entered the garden, she saw a woman lying on a rocking chair. As she approached, she saw that the woman's face was covered by a baseball cap, obscuring half of her face. But Ning Xian felt a strange sense of familiarity. On the rocking chair, Yu Xiaohua was leisurely lying on the rocking chair. Suddenly, she noticed a soft footstep approaching. She slowly raised her head and casually removed her baseball cap. At that moment, Ning Xian froze in shock. The instant their eyes met, time seemed to freeze. Ning Xian's face turned deathly pale. Her eyes widened, staring at Yu Xiaohua with terror. At that moment, she seemed to be seeing the most terrifying monster in the world. But Yu Xiaohua simply looked at her silently. Without the slightest ripple of emotion, not even a twitch of his lips. Countless questions and fears surged within Ning Xian's heart. She couldn't understand why this person, who should have died in the apocalypse, was alive and well here. This is absolutely impossible. After the apocalypse, she and those two useless guys, Yu Chang, must have been torn to shreds by the ferocious zombies, leaving no trace. However, the reality before her forced her to confront this cruel truth. Yu Xiaohua not only hadn't died, but she had also appeared at the Pei family's eldest daughter's banquet. So radiant, she hardly looked like someone ravaged by the apocalypse. Ning Xian wanted to believe it was just an illusion, that she was seeing things. But no matter how many times she blinked or rubbed her eyes, Yu Xiaohua remained firmly seated in the rocking chair, staring at her expressionlessly, her icy gaze seemingly piercing her soul. The next second, Ning Xian's sharp, piercing voice suddenly tore through the air, as if to puncture her eardrums. Like an enraged lioness, she strode forward, glaring angrily at the person before her. "How did you get here? Yu Xiaohua, you're not dead? How could you still be alive?" Ning Xian's voice trembled with extreme shock and anger. Her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as she stared intently at Yu Xiaohua, as if trying to see right through her. "How did you get into the banquet? How is this possible? This is the Pei family's eldest daughter's banquet. How did you sneak in?" Ning Xian continued her hysterical screams. She couldn't accept this fact at all. She had thought Yu Xiaohua was long dead, but now she was alive, and well before her, filling her with fear and unease. However, facing Ning Xian's outburst of questioning, Yu Xiaohua remained remarkably calm. She didn't even bother to get up, simply sitting there quietly. She looked at Ning Xian with a cold, slightly mocking gaze. As if Ning Xian's reaction was entirely within her expectations. Chapter 257. Yu Xiaohua stood up and walked step by step towards Ning Xian. Ning Xian was forced to retreat step by Yu Xiaohua's powerful aura. Yu Xiaohua looked at the radiant Ning Xian, a smirk played on her lips. She took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and as the smoke rose, Her eyes were cold and ruthless. Ning Xian. Just hearing her name made Ning Xian feel a tremor inexplicably. She had lived with Yu Xiaohua for over 10 years, but the person before her was nothing like the Yu Xiaohua she knew. Yu Xiaohua, so what if you're not dead? Don't think you can get away with it just because you infiltrated the Pei family's eldest daughter's banquet. Let me tell you now, I am the fourth daughter of the Pei family. At this point, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Ning Xian's eyes. Clearly, she knew that her relationship with a man in his 60s wasn't honorable. But now, her confidence stemmed from Pei Du. Ning Xian clenched her teeth, forcing a nonchalant expression on her face, feigning composure. That's right, Yu Xiaohua, the person I'm working for now, is the fourth master of the Pei family. He's the fourth uncle of young Master Pei, and also the younger brother of old Master Pei. Listen to me, with just one word from me, I can make sure you can't stay in the eastern base. Just you wait and see. With that, Ning Xian glared fiercely at Yu Xiaohua, seemingly wanting to tear him apart with her eyes. However, Yu Xiaohua was completely unfazed by her threat. She leisurely took a drag of her cigarette, then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke drifted through the air, seemingly dispelling Ning Xian's harsh words as well. Oh, I like to see how you're going to make it impossible for me to stay in the base. Yu Xiaohua was just as nonchalant, which only fueled Ning Xian's rage. Fine, you just wait, Ning Xian said, turning and leaving. It was clear she was going to call for help. Yu Xiaohua watched her stormy departure. Perfect, everyone's here now, saves trouble. Little did Ning Xian know, tonight was the stupidest thing she ever done. In the banquet hall, Ning Xian deliberately slapped herself halfway there. She was willing to hurt herself, the slap mark was extremely clear. She even pinched herself a few times, tore her dress, making it look like she'd been abused. Prepared, Ning Xian returned to the banquet hall, crying. Her pitiful state was bound to attract attention. Everyone stared at her. Lu Xiaolan, Ning Hua, and Ning Mo, seeing Ning Xian's appearance, quickly went over. The entire banquet hall's gaze was fixed on Ning Xian. Ning Xian, sobbing, threw herself at Pei Du's feet, who was chatting with Pei Jun, looking utterly pathetic. Fourth master, you must do me justice. I was bullied by my half-sister. She somehow got into the banquet. We met in the back garden just now. I didn't expect she was still alive. I just asked her one question, and she went crazy, hit me, and said she wanted to kill me. I told her I'm your woman, but she still chased after me and hit me. Fourth master, I have no face to live anymore. The next second, Lu Xiaolan rushed out, followed by Ning Hua and Ning Mo, both with equally shocked expressions. What did you say? You is still alive? How is that possible? Xianer, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could she still be alive? Ning Xian shook off Lu Xiaolan's hand. How could I be mistaken? It's her, it's my sister. She even hit me. Look at all the injuries on my body. She did them all. My sister somehow managed to sneak into the banquet, and she's in the back garden now. She even said, what is the fourth master of the Pei family? What is the Pei family? I had no choice but to come to the fourth master to stand up for me. I don't care how my sister hits me, but she can't insult the fourth master and the Pei family. Ning Xian spoke entirely on behalf of the Pei family, earning her respect from those present. Lu Xiaolan gritted her teeth. Yu Xiaohua is alive? She's actually here. At this moment, she stopped arguing with Ning Xian. She sighed insincerely. Grandpa Pei, fourth master, my stepdaughter has always been unruly, domineering, prone to fighting and causing trouble. She's extremely rebellious. Before the apocalypse, she even led a group to steal a lot of gold from our house, and then disappeared. We thought she was dead, but unexpectedly she is still alive. She must have sneaked into the banquet. Even if I'm reluctant, I can't let someone like her stay in the base. Please, Grandpa Pei, arrest her. Fourth master, Xianer has been beaten like this, you must stand up for her. This is a slap in your face. Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian exchanged a glance. They decided to temporarily put aside their grudges and kill Yu Xiaohua first. The mother and daughter reached an agreement. Seeing this, Ning Mo quickly stepped forward. This was his chance to stand up for himself in front of the Pei family patriarch. Patriarch Pei, I am Ning Mo, Ning Xian's brother. My sister's insult to the Pei family is unforgivable. If she doesn't learn her lesson, she only become more arrogant. After the initial shock of hearing that Yu Xiaohua was still alive, Ning Mo's only thought was how to kill her. He wanted to use the Pei family to kill Yu Xiaohua. Ning Hua stood in the crowd, knowing his own identity, and dared not step forward. However, he shared the same thought as the other three. He also wished for his biological daughter, Yu Xiaohua, to die. Lu Xiaolan, Ning Xian, and Ning Mo acted in unison. Anyone who didn't know better would think Yu Xiaohua was some heinous villain. Pei Jun's face grew increasingly grim as he looked at the family of three who had run out. The banquet hosted by Xingyue had been ruined just like that. And what was this girl they were talking about? The one who looked down on the Pei family. She actually came to the banquet and openly declared, "What is the Pei family?" He wanted to see what kind of girl dared to speak so arrogantly. Pei Du cautiously glanced at Pei Jun's expression and said angrily, "Alright, get up. Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? What are you making a scene about? Take us to see her. I want to see which junior dares to utter such arrogant words at Xingyue's banquet." Saying this, Pei Du stood up. "Brother, you sit here first. I go see. Don't let these ignorant fools upset you." Pei Jun was silent for a few seconds. "I also want to see who dares to look down on the Pei family like this." Ning Xian, Lu Xiaolan, Ning Mo, and Ning Guixi in the crowd. Even the Pei family patriarch has personally intervened. Yu Xiaohua is doomed now. Yang Xian helped Pei Jun up. "Dad, leave this girl to me. I give you a satisfactory explanation, and let her know that the Pei family isn't something some nobody can humiliate." Pei Jun summoned the butler. He told him to find Pei Xianke and Pei Xingyue to come and take a look. Clearly, he was truly enraged. Upstairs in the room, Pei Xianke, Pei Xingyue, Wen Xian, and Zheng Shushu were all sitting and chatting. They were just about to come downstairs when the butler knocked on the door. The butler explained what had happened. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Then, they looked at Pei Xianke. Pei Xuang's eyes were as black as ink, a strange light swirling within them, unfathomable. Chapter 258. The group followed Pei Jun, arriving in a grand procession to the back garden. From afar, they saw a figure standing there, a scarlet dot on her fingertip. Everyone simultaneously had the same thought. It was bad enough that she made such outrageous remarks at the Pei family's eldest daughter's banquet. Now, this person was actually leisurely smoking and waiting here. This woman is incredibly bold. When the group of several dozen people approached, Yu Xiaohua had her back to them. No one could see her face, only her back. Some people present, especially the three old men from the laboratories. They recognized Yu Xiaohua's back at a glance, and their expressions instantly changed. Ning Xian strode forward, feigning fear. "Sister, quickly apologize to Grandpa Pei and Fourth Master. What you said just now must have been impulsive. As long as you kneel down and sincerely apologize, Grandpa and Fourth Master will forgive you and won't hold it against you. If you don't apologize, Grandpa Pei and Fourth Master won't let you off the hook. Sister, just apologize. I can overlook the time you hit me, as long as you're willing to apologize. Even if you slap me again, I won't say a word." With these words, Ning Xian completely crafted a pitiful and sensible image. Lu Xiaolan, watching that retreating figure, was practically grinding her teeth to powder. Sure enough, it really was that little bitch. The fact that Yu Xiaohua was still alive was more painful than killing Lu Xiaolan. If it weren't for that little bitch Yu Xiaohua, a year before the apocalypse. How could she have been beaten like that? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Xiaohua slowly turned around. The moment her face was exposed to everyone, many in the crowd froze, dumbfounded. A deathly silence fell. Pei Jun's expression changed. Yang Xian's expression at that moment was incredibly complex. So it was her. No wonder she dared to say such things. Then, he looked at Ning Xian. This idiot, does she even know who her half-sister is? Many people recognized Yu Xiaohua. For the past month, Pei Xianke had taken Yu Xiaohua throughout the core area of the base, including the laboratories. Most of the people here knew her. The crowd's expressions instantly became strange. It's normal for Miss Yu to disregard the Pei family. Others might not be able to, but Miss Yu can say whatever she wants. After all, they had all personally witnessed the young master's treatment of Miss Yu. The young master was the kind of person who practically fed water to her mouth. Now, they were even more suspicious that Ning Xian's words were false. Ning Xian was oblivious to the changes in others' expressions. She was solely focused on killing Yu Xiaohua, ensuring she would never rise again. Ningguo noticed the shift in the expressions of those around him, but he paid it no heed. As for Ningmo, he had indeed been the smartest member of the Ning family in the past. However, after the apocalypse, the devastation, and the suppression, he was no longer the confident and shrewd individual he once was. His mindset had completely changed. The moment he saw Yu Xiaohua, he lost his temper. Naturally, he couldn't see the changed expressions on the faces of those behind him. Yu Xiaohua stared blankly at Ning Xian, a slight, mocking smile playing on her lips. Apologize? Her voice was icy and tinged with disdain. Do you think that's possible? Ning Xian was enraged by Yu Xiaohua's attitude. Her eyes widened as she glared at Yu Xiaohua, feigning a pitiful, bullied expression. Don't go too far, sis. However, Yu Xiaohua remained unmoved, her gaze still cold. As for your request, I grant it. Before she finished speaking, Yu Xiaohua suddenly raised her hand and, without hesitation, slapped Ning Xian hard across the face. Smack! The slap was exceptionally loud, echoing in the silent air. It was as if the entire world trembled at that slap. Stunned, Ning Xian was completely dumbfounded. She never expected Yu Xiaohua to dare slap her so openly in front of so many people. Was she crazy? How dare she? Ning Xian covered her face, looking at Yu Xiaohua. Ah! Lu Xiaolan stepped forward, trembling. Xiaohua, is that you? You're alive. You're really alive. Do you know how much we missed you? How could you be alive and not come to us? Do you know how worried we were about you and Xiao Chong? No matter what, we're family. We already forgiven what you did before. We're family, let's talk this out. How could you hit Xian the moment you saw her, and insult the Pei family? This base was built by the young master of the Pei family. How could you say such rebellious things? Clearly, Lu Xiaolan was far more sophisticated than Ning Xian. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a half-smile as she looked at the mother and daughter. A subtle, almost imperceptible, wicked glint appeared in her smile. Outrageous and treasonous. She repeated those 4 words softly. You two, mother and daughter, really haven't improved at all. So many years have passed, can't you come up with a new trick? It's always the same old thing, don't you get tired of it? I'm tired of it. Yu Xiaohua's tone gradually became stern. Her gaze, as cold as a star, fell on Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan, you're so old, how come you haven't improved at all? Should I praise you or? Before she could finish speaking, Yu Xiaohua suddenly raised her right hand and, with lightning speed, slapped Lu Xiaolan hard across the right cheek. The slap was extremely powerful. Lu Xiaolan didn't even have time to react, like a leaf falling in a strong wind. She was knocked to the ground. For a long while, Lu Xiaolan didn't recover from the sudden slap. She was completely stunned, only feeling a burning pain on her right cheek. His ears were ringing, and he was seeing stars. The entire back garden fell completely silent. The slaps, one to the left, one to the right, struck everyone's hearts. The next second, Ningguo strode out from the crowd. Yu Xiaohua, you gone mad? Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on Ningguo, then past him, and landed on Ningguo, whose face was contorted with hatred. Good, everyone's here. Without a word, Ningguo stepped forward, raising his hand to retaliate. At that moment, everyone's expression changed as they watched Ningguo about to strike. Stop! Just as his hand was about to touch Yu Xiaohua suddenly, and without warning delivered a powerful kick to Ningguo's leg, like a whirlwind. The kick was incredibly powerful. Ningguo could even feel his leg bones crack under the kick. A sharp pain shot through him, and Ningguo's face instantly turned deathly pale. He tried to dodge the sudden kick, but his body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, completely unable to move. Chapter 259. This power was none other than Yu Xiaohua's spiritual energy. Yu Xiaohua's spiritual energy surged forth from her body like a raging sea. Like an unshakable mountain, it firmly suppressed Ningguo's movements. Amidst Lu Xiaolan's gasp, Yu Xiaohua delivered another kick, slamming it hard into Ningguo's other knee. With another crack, Ningguo cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. These 2 kicks had completely crippled Ningguo's knee. In the crowd, Ningguo was stunned, too frightened to move. He stared at the ruthless and decisive Yu Xiaohua, cold sweat beating on his forehead. How could she be so powerful? Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian hadn't even reacted yet. Seeing this scene, they were utterly dumbfounded. Emori is a fire-type ability user. How could she be abused like this by that little bitch Yu Xiaohua? By the time Lu Xiaolan reacted, she rushed over and hugged Ningguo like a mad woman. Quick, someone! Is there anyone with healing abilities? Save my son! Save him! His leg can't be crippled. Fourth Master, please have someone save my son! The healing ability users in the crowd all took a step back in unison. Perfectly in sync, who would step forward at this moment? That would be truly foolish. Miss, you crippled Ningguo's leg. Who would heal him? Heh. Unless they lost their minds. Pei Du frowned. Today, he completely lost face because of Lu Xiaolan. What kind of situation was this? After all, Lu Xiaolan was someone he brought with him, nominally his woman, and he couldn't afford to lose face like this. But where did this girl who did this get so much confidence? Was she crazy? Pei Du was about to order someone to treat Ning Mo when Pei Jun spoke up beside him. Enough. Pei Du, assuming this was directed at Yu Xiaohua, immediately agreed. Brother, quickly have someone arrest this woman. I think she's gone mad, daring to act so arrogantly in our Pei family. Xianer, this woman is yours to handle. You deal with her. Yang Xian's face stiffened. For the first time, he felt that Pei Du, this old bastard, was hopelessly stupid. Who was he supposed to deal with? If he dared to deal with Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xianke, and Pei Xingyue would definitely kill him. He still had that much self-awareness. Yang Xian remained silent. The next second, Pei Jun, seeing Pei Du about to arrest Yu Xiaohua, was so angry he felt like he was about to have cirrhosis. He slapped him across the face. The good for nothing. If he weren't his own brother, he would have shot him dead. This slap seemed to stop the wind in the entire garden. Everyone stared in shock at Pei Du, who was stunned by the slap. Over the years, the fourth master of the Pei family had done so many outrageous things. Even the old master Pei hadn't laid a finger on his younger brother. In front of outsiders, he was always incredibly protective and doting. This was the first time. The old master Pei had actually hit Pei Du. Lu Xiaolan was so frightened she didn't dare scream, her hands trembling as she held Ning Mo. Ning Mo, in her arms, was sweating profusely from the pain. His leg hurt so much he couldn't even speak. Not to mention the others were shocked. Pei Du, who had been slapped, looked at Pei Jun with disbelief. He was on the verge of tears. His brother had never laid a finger on him since childhood. How could he have been slapped for no reason? What did he do wrong? Pei Du, of course, had no idea. Pei Jun's slap had saved his life. If it weren't for that slap, Pei Xianke would have bled Pei Du dry, making him even more humiliated. Yu Xiaohua glanced at Pei Jun casually. The old fox, his slap was far better than someone else's beating. The slap seemed hard, but in reality, Pei Du didn't even have a handprint on his face. Brother, you hit me. If Mom saw you hit me, she wouldn't rest in peace. Everyone's lips twitched. Actually, they really wanted to laugh, but they had to hold it in. Fourth Master Pei was truly a filial son. Pei Du sometimes spoke without thinking. Like now, Pei Jun was so angry his head was buzzing. If he weren't reluctant to hit him, he would definitely slap his younger brother again. Pei Jun roared, enough. Shut up. Look at the people you brought. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? I settle the score with you later. Pei Du pursed his lips, not daring to utter a sound. That slap had finally silenced him. Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian were terrified when they saw Pei Du get hit, and didn't dare to utter a sound. Ning Mo clutched his leg. Fourth Master, save me. Save me. Of everyone present, only Pei Du could save him. Compared to his previous life's high spirits, Ning Mo now looked like a stray dog. Pei Du turned his head away. Save. Save his damn leg. He already been slapped. If he angered his brother again, who knew what else he'd be dealt with? Pei Du felt utterly wronged. Under everyone's gaze, Pei Jun looked at Yu Xiaohua and said helplessly, Little Yu, are you satisfied now? The others all wore knowing expressions. See? Sure enough, the old man values Miss Yu as his future daughter-in-law. Even the fourth master of the Pei family, the future mistress of the Pei family, isn't enough. He'd be beaten up if he faced her. Are you satisfied? This left the four members of the Ning family utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the Pei family patriarch address this little BS Yu Xiaohua so affectionately, calling her Little Yu? No. How could someone like Yu Xiaohua know the Pei family patriarch? At this moment, the three members of the Ning family seemed to finally realize something. Now, Yu Xiaohua seemed to be someone they couldn't afford to offend. The jealousy in Ning Xian's eyes was almost scorching. Why did Yu Xiaohua have such good luck? She was even more afraid now that Yu Xiaohua would tell everyone what had just happened. Then everything would be over. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yu Xiaohua stared at Pei Jun expressionlessly, her eyes utterly cold. As if he didn't exist at all. She didn't even give Pei Jun the slightest bit of face. She stepped forward, approaching Ning Mo step by step. When she reached Ning Mo, Yu Xiaohua slowly bent down, meeting his glaring eyes. Ning Mo's eyes were filled with anger and resentment. But Yu Xiaohua's gaze remained unchanged, cold and ruthless. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian, standing to the side, trembled with fear. Lu Xiaolan's face was filled with terror, while Ning Xian cowered behind her, afraid to look directly at Yu Xiaohua. Ever since Pei Jun spoke, Lu Xiulan and Ning Xian had known fear. However, Yu Xiaohua completely ignored their reactions. A slight, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her lips. The next moment, she unhesitatingly pressed the burning cigarette, but in her hand onto Ning Mo's shoulder. Instantly, a burnt smell filled the air, accompanied by Ning Mo's painful scream. Yu Xiaohua casually stubbed out his cigarette. Chapter 260. She watched Ning Mo slowly lose color, his face expressionless as he writhed in agony. In her past life, she had endured this pain countless times. This life, it was her turn to watch Ning Mo's wretched state and despair. Pei Jun watched this scene, his eyes filled with approval. The mistress of the Pei family should possess such ruthlessness. He also believed that Yu Xiaohua's ruthless actions must have their reasons. What exactly had the Ning family done? Seeing Yu Xiaohua's methods towards Ning Mo, this question arose in the hearts of everyone present. Lu Xiulan and Ning Xian huddled together. This was the true nature of the Ning family. When faced with danger, they only cared about themselves. Brother, son, they were non-existent. Yu Xiaohua released his grip. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. Yu Xiaohua, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. Don't think you can rest easy just because you climbed onto old Master Pei's coattails. Just you wait, you won't have a good ending. Yu Xiaohua looked down at Ning Mo, who was uttering threats in vain. He smiled slightly, a beautiful smile that held absolute danger. Only when people are powerless do they utter such seemingly harmless threats. Because it's the howl of the weak. Will it work? Of course not. The next second, a faint voice came from afar. Who are you saying won't have a good ending? Everyone turned their heads at the familiar voice. Upon seeing the person approaching, they quickly made way. The young master and young lady, second master one, had arrived. Now, the situation was truly about to spiral out of control. Pei Xianke, dressed in all black, walked over step by step, and everyone held their breath. Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian followed behind, along with Ada and Air. Zheng Shushu, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, and 12 also came along. Ning Xian looked at Pei Xianke, her eyes filled with undisguised amazement. If she were the woman of the Pei family's young master, she would have everything she wanted. How could she have fallen to this state? It was said that the Pei family's young master's publicly acknowledged woman was pampered and spent every day with her. He was willing to do anything for his woman. The news had spread throughout the base. Who was that lucky woman to receive the Pei family's young master's favor? Why wasn't it her? Pei Xianke walked directly past Pei Jun to Yu Xiaohua, his eyes lowered. His gaze fell on her fingertips, where a speck of ash clung. He took out a handkerchief, picked up Yu Xiaohua's hand, and carefully wiped it. Little by little, a smile still played on his lips. These people, are they even worth you dirtying your hands? These words exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The scene of the two standing there was like a slow-motion shot in a movie, clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Some were already used to it. Others were stunned by this sudden turn of events, their faces filled with disbelief. Pei Du stood there, his outstretched hand trembling slightly. His lips moved. Brother, what's going on? Pei Jun glanced at him. Xiankei's woman is the future young mistress of the Pei family. Now, do you know why I slapped you? Pei Jun was exasperated. Pei Du instantly understood. He no longer felt wronged. What was a slap? Good slap. With his nephew's ruthlessness, if he knew he was going to arrest his daughter, he'd be finished. His brother's slap definitely saved his life. Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian walked up, looking at the shocked Pei Du. Pei Xingyue asked, Fourth uncle, who do you want to arrest? Pei Du immediately shook his head. No one, Xingyue, you have to plead for your uncle. I really didn't know her identity. I was fooled by those two stupid women, Lu Xiulan and Ning Xian. I really know I was wrong, my good niece. Pei Xingyue smiled slightly. Fourth uncle, I can't save you. You better watch yourself. Unlike Pei Du's shock, Ning Xian and Lu Xiulan reacted extremely strongly. Their eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The two stared intently at everything that was happening before them. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Their throats felt constricted, unable to utter a sound. Their expressions of shock betrayed the deep fear within them. Ning Xian's hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, yet she remained oblivious. Yu Xiaohua. She is the one young master Pei publicly. Ning Xian managed to squeeze out the words, her voice barely audible, yet jarringly loud in the silence. This fact was a devastating blow to the 4 members of the Ning family. It's over, everything is over. Ning Mo was utterly terrified. Yu Xiaohua slowly withdrew her hands, her gaze falling on Pei Xianke. Pei Xianke remained silent. He simply turned his head quietly, fixing his gaze on Ning Mo, who lay sprawled on the ground. Compared to his gentle demeanor just moments before, Pei Xianke was now a completely different person. His eyes turned cold and ruthless, as if from hell, sending chills down one's spine. What should I do? I made my darling angry. Ning Mo was truly terrified. He dragged his injured knee backward. Young Master Pei, you've been deceived by that woman Yu Xiaohua. How could someone like you Yu Xiaohua? A woman like her is unworthy of you. You must have been bewitched by her. What abilities does she have? Impossible. Ning Mo's eyes were bloodshot. He simply didn't want to believe this. He was even more unwilling to believe that Yu Xiaohua was the future mistress of the Pei family. Pei Xingyue's lips curled into a cold smile, and she snorted. Someone as lowly as you dares to judge my sister Xiaohua. Then, Pei Xingyue mercilessly exposed Ning Mo's sore spot. What? Have you already forgotten that day, when you were brutally beaten in the underground boxing ring? That person was Xiaohua. Her words were like a sharp sword, piercing Ning Mo's heart, instantly turning his face ashen. Not only that, Pei Xingyue specifically emphasized the word beaten, instantly making Ning Mo remember that painful experience even more vividly. Ningguo, Lu Xiaolan, and Ning Mo's faces drained of all color at that moment. So, the dual elemental ability user who fought Ning Mo in the underground ring that day. The one who beat him so badly that he couldn't fight back was actually Yu Xiaohua. This fact left Ning Mo stunned and speechless. He stared intently at Yu Xiaohua, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. In that instant, Ning Mo's mind seemed to understand many things. From beginning to end, it wasn't that Pei Xingyue disliked them. It was all because of Yu Xiaohua. So, all those times they went from District 2 to District 9, only to be met with setbacks and denied opportunities for recognition, were all because of Yu Xiaohua? Chapter 261. So that's how it is. No wonder Yu Xiaohua was the woman wearing the mask. Everything makes sense now. The reason she forced herself to make a choice was whether to live or let Ning Sun live. The reason was actually this. How could they have been driven to this point by Yu Xiaohua, this lowly they had always despised? Only today did they discover the truth. They had become a complete joke. Why Yu Xiaohua, whom they despised the most? Pei Xianke stared expressionlessly at Ning Mo, whose eyes were bloodshot. The next second, his calm voice, like a thunderclap, shattered the suffocating silence. Alright, you can die now. This simple sentence was like a death sentence, deciding Ning Mo's fate. Without the slightest hesitation, a raging flame suddenly ignited in Pei Swank's hand. The flame leaped, mocking Ning Mo's destiny. Ning Mo, the fire elemental ability user, had his life ended by the same ability at this moment. This was not merely a killing, but a spiritual wound. Pei Xianke used Ning Mo's most powerful ability to send him into the abyss of death, leaving him to feel his own powerlessness and despair. Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian stared in horror at the flames burning in Pei Swank's hand. The raging flame seemed to devour the entire world. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Completely overwhelmed by fear, they lacked the courage to step forward and save Ning Mo. In this life-or-death moment, any notion of kinship had long been cast aside. Both women were only thinking of how to save their own lives. This was the Ning family's style. When disaster struck, they all flee for their lives. In crucial moments, they wouldn't sacrifice themselves for others. Yu Xiaohua took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pei Xianke. Flames danced between them, illuminating their faces, sculpted as if by God himself, their sharply defined features appearing even more profound in the firelight. A match made in heaven. These four words rose simultaneously in everyone's minds. Ning Mo seemed to have already foreseen his tragic end. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Yu Xiaohua, as if he wanted to devour her alive. Yu Xiaohua, I truly regret it. Ning Mo's voice was filled with resentment and bitterness. Why didn't I kill you before the apocalypse? Then you would never have been able to climb the Pei family's tree. However, Yu Xiaohua merely looked at him calmly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Having been reborn, the Ning family members no longer stirred any emotion in her. Looking at the unmoved Yu Xiaohua, Ning Mo's resentment grew even stronger. He gritted his teeth and continued cursing, I curse you to die a horrible death. However, before he could finish speaking, an extremely cold gaze suddenly shot over, like a chilling wind, sending shivers down his spine. The owner of this gaze was none other than Pei Xianke. His eyes were so cold, they seemed capable of freezing everything, devoid of any warmth. Before Ning Mo could finish speaking, it suddenly surged, like a ferocious fire dragon soaring into the air, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at Ning Mo. In an instant, raging flames engulfed Ning Mo entirely. And just like that, before he could even utter a scream, he was engulfed by the sudden flames. Yu Xiaohua looked at Ning Mo, surrounded by fire, and laughed. Sorry, you won't see whether I die or not. The fire was incredibly fierce, and soon, he was reduced to ashes. Ning Mo's figure flickered in and out of existence in the sea of flames. A wail of agony echoed in the garden. Deathly silence. Everyone stood there, watching Ning Mo burn to ashes. Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian were terrified. They couldn't even scream, their eyes wide open. Ningguo in the crowd was also stunned. He trembled violently and collapsed to the ground. Gone. His last son was gone too. In less than a month, Ning Sun and Ning Mo were both gone. Even so, when Pei Xianke made his move, Ningguo, this coward, didn't have the courage to stand up and stop him. He was more afraid of death. Pei Du looked at Yu Xiaohua, his eye twitching. The woman his nephew had taken a liking to was indeed a ruthless character. He was even more afraid of retaliation for his earlier words. Now, even without saying it, he knew what he had to do and immediately prepared to abandon Ning Xian and Lu Xiaolan. He had plenty of women, but he only had one life. Pei Xingyue waved her hand, and Ada and Air immediately turned around and grabbed Ningguo, who was trying to escape from the crowd. When everyone looked over, Ningguo, who had been caught, had wet himself in fear. A foul odor emanated from his lower body. The crowd covered their mouths in disgust. A grown man like that, wet himself in fear. It was utterly shameful. Ningguo was dragged along by Ada and Air, lifeless like a dead dog. He had lost all strength and the ability to resist. The two men ruthlessly threw him in front of Yu Xiaohua and Pei Xianke, right where Ning Mo's ashes lay. Ningguo's body jolted violently, and he opened his eyes in horror. He was lying on a pile of grayish-white ashes. The touch of the ashes sent chills down his spine, his stomach churned, and he almost vomited up Ning Mo's ashes. His hands frantically searched his body, trying to brush off the ashes clinging to his clothes. However, Ning Mo's ashes were already deeply embedded in his skin. Ningguo broke down. Ningguo, Yu Xiaohua's indifferent voice sounded above him, not the voice he had known since childhood. Ningguo inexplicably remembered the past, when Yu Xiaohua was little. She would hug him and call him daddy. She would coax him, telling him not to overwork himself. She would beg him to go to the amusement park, and a casual compliment from him would make her happy for days. A soft, cuddly little dumpling. From a young age, he disliked Yu Xiaohua. She was his, and Yu Ming's first child. Her existence was a constant reminder of his shameful years as a live-in son-in-law, a source of humiliation. So, later, he allowed Lu Xiaolan to raise her with ill intentions, watching her transform from a refined young lady into a petty hoodlum. He refused to acknowledge her identity, forcing Lu Xiaolan to give her away to those people. He originally thought Yu Xiaohua wouldn't survive after the apocalypse, that she would have been ruined long ago. But he never expected that she would not only survive, but also become a dual elemental ability user, the future mistress of the Pei family. How could this be? His son, on whom he had placed so much hope, died at the hands of the daughter he despised most? The good life he wanted was within his grasp if Yu Xiaohua simply nodded. Chapter 262. Ningguo was filled with remorse, his heart overflowing with endless regret. However, what he regretted most wasn't his failure to treat his biological daughter, Yu Xiaohua, kindly, but rather, his regret for not having foreseen this predicament sooner. If time could turn back, he would have played this role to the end, even if it was just a pretense. Ningguo was now living a life of luxury. He was the father-in-law of the Pei family's young master. However, all of this vanished in an instant, as he realized how foolish and wrong his past actions had been. Suddenly, Ningguo seemed to lose his mind. In front of everyone, he scrambled and collapsed at Yu Xiaohua's feet. His actions shocked and surprised those around him. But Ningguo didn't care. He began a performance of weeping and wailing. Now, all he wanted was to live. Xiaohua, Dad was wrong, so wrong. Ningguo sobbed uncontrollably. To an outsider, he would have seemed genuinely pitiful. It was all my fault before, I was so foolish. His voice trembled, filled with regret and self-reproach. Just then, Ningguo seemed to suddenly think of a scapegoat. He abruptly pointed a finger at Lu Xiaolan, shouting, "It's all her fault. She bewitched me. This wretched woman has been telling me bad things about you every day since she came into the house, saying you're disobedient and immature. That's why I asked her to discipline you properly. I never expected this vicious woman to treat you like this. I've been so busy, I neglected you. Please forgive me, okay? Before, you always loved to cling to me. You always said I was your hero, your idol. You said that as long as you wanted, I would listen to you from now on. Whatever you said, I would do. You already killed Sinner and Imur. Shouldn't you be satisfied now? Let's live a good life together from now on, okay? Let's forget about what happened before. It's all in the past, isn't it? These shameless words were truly astonishing. Through Ninggua's words, everyone present was astute, and in an instant, they pieced together a complete story from the fragmented information. This Ninggua was cold-blooded and ruthless, not only marrying a mistress, but also allowing her to abuse his own daughter at will. Even without detailed description, people could easily imagine the plot. Lu Xiaolan, being blamed by everyone, saw Ninggua shifting all the blame onto her, and was struck dumb. She descended into a state of madness. Like a wild beast gone mad, she lunged at Ninggua, yelling, "Ninggua, have you no shame? You were the one who told me to teach you Xiaohua a lesson, and you even told me to abuse her. You said she, your own daughter, was your disgrace, that you wished her dead, wished her to turn evil, and you were the one who told me to give her to those perverted men. What are you pretending for? If you Xiaohua hadn't seen through it herself, you would have pushed all the blame onto me. Are you even a man?" Hearing the words "give her to those perverted men," Pei Xingyue, Wen Xian, Zheng Shushu, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, 12, and even Pei Jun all paled. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This Ninggua was a complete beast, conspiring with his mistress to send his own daughter into the hands of a perverted man. Was this something a human being would do? What a disgrace to be a father! What a beast! And now, he still has the nerve to plead for mercy? What kind of benevolent father is he? Forget forgiveness, a father like that should just be killed. No one present had a saintly heart, so they all looked at Ninggua with righteous indignation, thinking he deserved to die. Pei Xingyue realized for the first time that her younger sister Xiaohua had gone through such a thing. Betrayed by her own father? Growing up in a family that wanted her dead. And yet, she climbed step by step to become such a powerful figure. How difficult and arduous must each step have been. Pei Xingyue felt heartbroken, wishing she could immediately tear Ninggua to pieces and grind his bones to dust. Wu Tian and the other two felt the same way, wanting to rush forward and kill Ninggua. So their leader was born into such a family? With such a disgusting father? Pei Xingyue said, "You beast, how dare you plead for mercy? I kill you." Pei Swank's cold aura sent chills down everyone's spines, and his eyes instantly darkened. At this point, Lu Xiaolan had completely broken ties with Ninggua. She didn't care anymore and poured out all the truths of the past years. "Ninggua, I'm a shameless woman, and what kind of man are you? I seduced you and married you, but after marrying you, I listened to everything you said. You've been cruel to your own daughter more than once, haven't you? You're just a live-in son-in-law of the Yu family, relying on the Yu family's rise in status, yet you hate everything the Yu family has given you. When Yu Xiaohua was little, she had a high fever, and you told me to ignore her, not even letting anyone call a doctor, watching her fever reach 39 degrees Celsius. When she was in elementary school, to make her obedient, you told me to find someone to scare her, scaring her so much that she didn't sleep well for a month. When she was in middle school, I deliberately locked her in the cellar for 3 days and 3 nights, without food or water, wanting to starve her to death. When Yu Xiaohua was desperately pounding on the cellar door, what did you say? You said you couldn't wait for her to die. And when she grew up, you told me to indulge her and let her be lazy and good for nothing. Can you honestly say that you didn't instruct me to do these things? Now look, she's become the mistress of the Pei family, and you want to be a loving father? Dream on. Ninggua, do you think you can whitewash what you've done?" Lu Xiaolan's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts, and their faces grew increasingly grim. Shocking. How could there be such a disgusting father in this world? He actually plotted to murder his own daughter, and not just once. It's utterly depraved. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Yu Xiaohua, who stood there. She stood quietly, her expression unchanged, as if these accusations and insults had nothing to do with her. At this moment, everyone felt only admiration. Flowers grown in a greenhouse will wither, but flowers grown in hell grow ever more resilient. However, only she herself knew how unforgettable the pain and torment she had endured were. And in her previous life, what she had experienced was far more than that. Suddenly, Pei Xiankei abruptly raised his foot, stepped forward, and kicked Ninggua in the chest. His killing intent was overwhelming. The kick was incredibly powerful. Ninggua, caught completely off guard, was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Xiaolan, seeing this, screamed in terror. The sound echoed in the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. Everyone stared at Ningguo and Lu Xiaolan. Serves them right. Chapter 263. Ningguo, ignoring the blood he was coughing up from being kicked, lay there like a dog. Xiaohua, Daddy really knows he was wrong. Please forgive me. I was foolish, I was bewitched. I really regret it. Please ask young Master Pei to let me go. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, walking up to Ningguo. Ningguo, she felt disgusted just looking at him. She slowly spoke, Ningguo. Ningguo tremblingly reached out his hand. On your 10th birthday, I asked you a question. Ningguo's heart tightened. 10 years old? He didn't care about Yu Xiaohua, his own daughter, he wished she were dead. How could he remember the question she asked him when he was 10? I forgot, Xiaohua. It happened so many years ago. I really don't remember. Yu Xiaohua bent down. The next second, a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. She smiled, and casually plunged the dagger into Ningguo's palm. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky, yet no one offered a shred of sympathy. Blood gushed forth. I asked you, Dad, will you always be good to me and my brother? You said yes. You said that as long as we were obedient, you would always be good to us. Because of those words, in her past life, Yu Xiaohua believed them, and that's why she met such a tragic end. She was obedient. She was well-behaved. But all of this was just a casual lie told to her by Ningguo, yet it caused her unbearable pain in her past life. Behind her, Pei Xuan's gaze was terrifyingly deep. The others were even more furious. A 10-year-old girl, having lost her mother, thought that she and her brother only had their father to rely on. She believed her father's words, never imagining that he and her stepmother, who had married into the family later, were plotting to kill her, repeatedly harming her. As she grew up, they deliberately allowed her to become wicked. If she hadn't been strong enough, she would have been devoured long ago. Now, how could Ningguo have the audacity to utter the word forgiveness? He was utterly shameless. Ningguo vaguely recalled what happened when he was 10 years old. The day after Yu Xiaohua's birthday, he married Lu Xiaolan. She had indeed asked him that question then, but he only did so to appease Yu Xiaohua, afraid it would affect his marriage to Lu Xiaolan the next day. Unexpectedly, she had actually remembered it all this time. Ningguo thought Yu Xiaohua said that because she still had fatherly affection for him, like grasping at a last straw. A surge of hope suddenly welled up in his eyes. He clutched his bleeding hand, like a dog begging for Yu Xiaohua's forgiveness. Xiaohua, Dad remembers, really, I meant it then, but later I. Ningguo stammered for a long time, unable to explain himself clearly, yet still trying to argue, which disgusted everyone watching. Yu Xiaohua's face was expressionless, her movements unusually calm and ruthless. Without hesitation, she raised the dagger again, and then, with perfect accuracy, stabbed Ningguo's other palm. The dagger easily pierced his skin, deeply embedding itself in his palm, blood gushing out instantly, staining the surrounding ground red. However, Yu Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. She simply watched Ningguo silently, completely unmoved by his pain and screams. I believed you, so I paid the price. But Ningguo, do you think I'm stupid enough to believe you again? You want to prolong your life? You want to live? Dream on, a pipe dream. I make sure you suffer a terrible death. Ningguo's eyes widened in horror, his face filled with disbelief and despair. Lu Xiaolan quickly said, yes, it's his fault, all his fault. It has nothing to do with me. Kill him. Let me and Xiner go. Ningguo is a scoundrel. I tell you the truth, your mother's illness wasn't an accident at all. I'm telling you, Ningguo gave your mother a slow-acting drug. He didn't want your mother to live, he harmed her. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Killing his son, killing his wife. What kind of scum could do something so unforgivable? He's even more vicious than Qin Shimi. Pei Xingyue and the others looked at Yu Xiaohua with worry. 12 was almost dying of anger, wishing she could rush up and kick Ningguo to death right now. His eldest son was so good, how could he have ended up with such a father? He's worse than an animal, deserving of 1,000 cuts. Zheng Shushu pulled 12 back. Calm down. Miss Yu will definitely deal with trash, like Ningguo herself. If Miss Yu didn't want to do it herself, our young master would have killed Ningguo 1,000 times over. Some debts can only be settled by the person themselves. Her mother was killed by her own father, this fact is too cruel. In her past life, Yu Xiaohua already knew this. Her mother was a woman who spent her whole life immersed in love. After meeting Ningguo, everything revolved around him. Her forbearance, grievances, and heartache were all because of her so-called true love. She believed in a man like Ningguo, thinking she had found true love, and paved the way for this so-called love with everything she had. In the end, she was killed by this true love while in a wheelchair. How ironic. Even in her dying moments, the only person she thought of was Ningguo, wanting to see him one last time. She and Xiao Chong were merely children she conceived to prove her so-called love. Her world consisted only of Ningguo. She didn't know that the person who killed her was the very man she deeply loved. Ningguo stared intently at Lu Xiaolan. He hadn't expected that at this moment, Lu Xiaolan would reveal the secret from years ago to save her own life. It was all over. You bitch, how dare you harm me? No, it wasn't just me. She did it too. It was Lu Xiaolan. We conspired together. Lu Xiaolan was in a hurry to marry into the family. She wanted to harm your mother. Ningguo's voice became shrill with fear. No, please spare me. Spare me. I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our blood relation, you have my blood in your veins, forgive me this time. You will be punished by heaven for what you've done. However, his pleas had no effect. Yu Xiaohua looked at him expressionlessly, gripping the sharp dagger tightly in her hand, and without hesitation, plunged it into Ningguo's chest. The dagger easily pierced Ningguo's clothes and skin, heading straight for his heart. Yu Xiaohua even twisted the dagger forcefully, completely shattering Ningguo's heart. Ningguo let out a piercing scream, his body shuddered violently, and then collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. His eyes were still wide open, staring intently at Yu Xiaohua, seemingly unable to accept what had just happened. You heartless beast, how dare you have a heart? Yu Xiaohua said coldly. Pei Xianke waved his hand, and immediately men stepped forward to carry Ningguo's body away. Drag him out, and feed him to the dogs. Chapter 264. After Ningguo's body was dragged away to feed the dogs, people quickly cleaned up the bloodstains until it was completely clean. Everyone just watched the scene. The huge garden was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian were completely terrified, huddled there, trembling. Then, everyone looked at the two of them in unison, until only the two of them remained. Ning Xian seemed to know she had no way out. Suddenly, she threw herself at Pei Du's feet as if she had gone mad. Fourth Master, please save me. I followed you for half a year, you can't just abandon me. Fourth Master, please plead with young Master Pei for me, okay? Let me go, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Pei Du was now Ning Xian's only lifeline. Yu Shua's gaze, a half-smile, fell on Pei Du. Pei Du was startled and reacted with lightning speed, kicking Ning Xian in the waist. Let go, let go. We just slept together, what nonsense. I can't save you. Your life is in my niece-in-law's hands. Whatever she says, she do. Just bear it. Although it was utterly scumbag talk, it sounded perfectly normal coming from Pei Du. At this point, why would Pei Du offend Yu Xiaohua, the future mistress of the Pei family, for the sake of Ning Xian and Lu Xiaolan? That would be insane. Besides, when his nephew went berserk, he didn't care if he was his uncle or not. Ning Xian wanted to live, she wanted to live too. If he had known what would happen today, Pei Du would definitely have controlled his lust, and would never have kept Lu Xiaolan and Ning Xian by his side. Ning Xian, her hair disheveled, her exquisite makeup now a ghostly mess. Fourth Master, how could you be so heartless? Pei Du laughed, noticing the stares from the crowd. He said, what heartlessness? I slept with you, but I also gave you a good life. No worries about food or clothing. Otherwise, why would you have lived in a villa for the past 6 months? You sold your body, and I gave you a life of comfort. Don't act like you lost out. Ning Xian was speechless. She turned to Yu Xiaohua and crawled over. Sister, I know I was wrong. Before, I was bad, but Dad and Mom hurt you, schemed against you. I just didn't like you, I didn't do anything right. You can't kill me for such a small mistake. Sister, we grew up together. What they did has nothing to do with me, it was all their doing. This isn't my fault. Please spare me, and I promise I behave myself and never appear before you again. Please forgive me, considering we lived under the same roof for so many years. Yu Xiaohua looked at Ning Xian, who was humbly begging for her life. The scenes from her previous life seemed to overlap. Back then, hadn't she also pleaded with Ning Xian, remembering their sisterly bond, to spare her, even just once? But what did Ning Xian say? She said, Yu Xiaohua, do you deserve to be my sister? What are you? Now, Yu Xiaohua returned those words to Ning Xian verbatim. Ning Xian couldn't take it anymore. She realized Yu Xiaohua didn't want to let her go, and completely lost her mind. Yu Xiaohua, How can you be so heartless? What did I do wrong? I'm innocent. No wonder father doesn't like you. You cruel woman, you poisonous slut. Why? Why? You were born the eldest daughter of the Yu family, while I'm forever a child born of a mistress. You have everything, jewelry, ornaments. You don't need to rely on anyone, you have the best grandfather. With just a nod, anything good is presented to you, your choice. Your grandfather died, and only then did I get everything you once had, yet I'm still insanely jealous. You can't be prettier than me, can't be more outstanding than me, can't be more excellent than me. Later, when you were gone, I felt relieved. But you should have died long ago. When the apocalypse came, I thought you were dead, but not only did you survive, you're thriving. You even became a superhuman, and you climbed up to the young master of the Pei family. Is this world fair? Why can you get everything without lifting a finger, while I, who have everything, encounter this? Damn this apocalypse. It's turned into this mess. The only way to live a decent life is to sell my body to sleep with that old man Pei Du. I should be the one worthy of young Master Pei. I am. Ning Xian stared blankly at Pei Xian K standing there. If he would even glance at her, she would be content. If she could seduce Pei Xian K, why would she have to stoop so low as to seduce that old man Pei Du? Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. My God, what kind of bizarre woman could say such a thing? This Ning Xian is insane. What kind of person is their young master? Could he possibly be worthy of such a fool? He wouldn't even dare to do that in his wildest dreams. She's utterly insane. A woman who only knows how to sell her body to get a better life, without any dignity or principles, is even eyeing their young master? They were all disgusted by the young master. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Xingyue strode forward, grabbed Ning Xian by the collar, and slapped her across the face. Then, she slapped her left and right. You still have your eye on my brother? What kind of person are you, Ning Xian? You sold your body all the way to the base, and hooked up with my fourth uncle, that idiot. Heh, if it weren't for Sister Zhaohua wanting to deal with you personally, do you think your Ning family would have died on the first day at the base? Ning Xian, what do you have to offer my sister Zhaohua? Look at yourself. Do you really think Zhaohua is with Xian K because of this stunningly handsome face? She paused, then Pei Xingyue even blew Yu Zhaohua a kiss. The others? Good heavens. While the young lady was disciplining Ning Xian, she could also praise Miss Yu. And she praised her so plainly and unpretentiously. However, it wasn't an exaggeration. Pei Xingyue continued slapping. It's the apocalypse. Use your brain. Do you really think you can get everything you want just by looking good? Zhaohua got to where she is today through her own strength. Do you know how many dangers and setbacks she's faced along the way? Do you know her abilities are so powerful because she's never slacked off for a moment? While you're selling your body for a better life, unwilling to put in any effort, how has my sister Zhaohua been cultivating to become stronger? Ning Xian, you keep saying you're jealous of Zhaohua, but what has she done wrong? Has she ever treated you badly? You're the one scheming and trying to harm her. And now you're begging for mercy, asking her to let you go? Ha! Ning Xian, if you were standing here today, would you let Zhaohua go? So where do you get the nerve to beg for mercy? Chapter 265. Ning Xian was speechless after being rebuked. She didn't think she had done anything wrong at all. Some people are inherently malicious. Pei Xingyue withdrew her hand. Slapping someone is really tiring work. When Xian stepped forward, took Pei Xingyue's hand, and treated it like a precious treasure. He frowned. Next time, don't hit this kind of person yourself, your hand is all red. Everyone silently turned their heads. Second Master Wen finally had a legitimate reason to publicly show affection. TSK, so sour. Pei Xingyue nodded. I know. Sister Zhaohua, the person is in your hands now. Everyone looked at Yu Zhaohua, waiting for her to speak. Yu Zhaohua looked expressionlessly at Ning Xian, who looked extremely disheveled and whose eyes were filled with fear. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, without warning, Yu Zhaohua activated her powerful mental energy. This invisible force was like a surging torrent, instantly engulfing Ning Xian. Ning Xian felt her body suddenly spiral out of control, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her throat. She tried to struggle, but found her limbs completely unresponsive. She could only watch helplessly as her hands, as if under a spell, gripped her neck tightly. As time passed, Ning Xian's breathing became increasingly difficult. Her face turned deathly pale from lack of oxygen. Her eyes widened, her face filled with terror and despair, but she couldn't utter a sound to cry for help. Everyone watched this scene, their eyes filled with undisguised shock. How could Ning Xian suddenly strangle herself, Looking at Yu Xiaohua standing there calmly, they knew who was behind this. Many people's eyes shone brightly. This was mental power, a rare form of mental control in the apocalypse. Holy crap, wasn't it said Miss Yu was a dual elemental ability user? But her mental power is this formidable. Not a dual elemental ability user, but a tri-elemental ability user. A glint flashed in Pei Jun's eyes. A mental power user? How many more surprises does Yu Xiaohua hold? That brat Xian-Ke has a good eye. Lu Xiaolan seemed to only just realize what was happening. She scrambled to her knees before Yu Xiaohua, frantically kowtowing. At this moment, Lu Xiaolan wanted to be a good mother. No, please let Xian go. I was wrong, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have seduced Ningwa back then. I shouldn't have hurt your mother. I'm a vicious snake. I committed too many sins. They're all dead, it's retribution. Please let Xian go, I pay with my life. I deserve to die. Isn't that enough? Ning Xian choked herself, looking incredulously at Lu Xiaolan kneeling before her, a hint of emotion finally appearing in her eyes. How could they, mother and daughter, have come to this? Yu Xiaohua simply stared expressionlessly at Lu Xiaolan kneeling on the ground, her eyes cold and indifferent. She was unmoved. Because good and evil are rewarded accordingly, today is merely retribution. Ning Xian's throat felt like it was blocked by something. She used all her strength to force out the last few words. Yu Xiaohua, you will not die, well. However, before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down and saw a sharp dagger deeply embedded in her chest, blood gushing from the wound. Ning Xian turned her head in shock, only to see Pei Xingyue's face. Pei Xingyue's face was expressionless. You're the one who will die a horrible death. Ning Xian lay dead on the ground, her eyes wide open. Lu Xiaolan turned her head and screamed. Ah! Lu Xiaolan crawled over and hugged Ning Xian's body, weeping bitterly. Now, she finally knew that the sins she had committed in her life had come back to haunt her tonight. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. Lu Xiaolan looked at Yu Xiaohua with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, her eyes no longer held the scheming of the past, only regret and deep-seated hatred. Yu Xiaohua, you're so cruel. I truly regret not being able to kill you before the apocalypse. Then, Lu Xiaolan picked up the dagger on the ground, gritting her teeth. She knew she had no way out, so she might as well end it all. She raised the dagger to plunge it into her chest, but suddenly, she found that her hand could no longer move an inch. She stared at Yu Xiaohua, while the others remained bewildered. Could it be that Miss Yu didn't want Lu Xiaolan to die? Yu Xiaohua smiled, watching Lu Xiaolan, who was about to commit suicide. Some people always feel that death is a way to find relief. Yu Xiaohua expressionlessly pulled a small brown bottle from her pocket. The bottle's label bore a string of complex English words. Lu Xiaolan stared intently, her face instantly turning deathly pale, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Yu Xiaohua, you actually prepared this all along. Lu Xiaolan's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and despair. When exactly did you start preparing this? You even managed to find this kind of medicine. You really went to great lengths. Her maniacal laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha, ha ha, I watched you grow up. I never imagined you'd become like this. Lu Xiaolan had watched Yu Xiaohua grow up. Shouldn't she have been a useless person under her control? Obedient and compliant? Always living in her shadow. How could Yu Xiaohua have undergone such a drastic change overnight, completely breaking free of her control, in the year before the apocalypse? Lu Xiaolan couldn't understand what had gone wrong. At this moment, those around her noticed the bottle in Yu Xiaohua's hand. Someone recognized it as an extremely deadly poison. Drinking this poison would cause excruciating pain as the nerves were corroded within 10 minutes, ultimately leading to an agonizing death. Yu Xiaohua said, familiar, isn't it? Back then, didn't you and Ningwa personally force-feed this poison to my mother? You want to commit suicide? Sorry, I decide how you die, you don't get to decide. Zheng Shushu stepped forward, took the bottle from Yu Xiaohua's hand, and walked to Lu Xiaolan's side. Lu Xiaolan, terrified, tried to back away. She knew this drug all too well. It was this very drug that had harmed Yu Meng years ago. She had witnessed firsthand how horrific Yu Meng's death was. Zheng Shushu's hands gripped Lu Xiaolan's cheeks like iron clamps, forcefully tearing her mouth open. Lu Xiaolan's face contorted in horror, desperately trying to break free from Zheng Shushu's grasp. Seeing Lu Xiaolan's struggles, a ruthless glint flashed in Zheng Shushu's eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed Lu Xiaolan's chin and snapped it open with a crack. Lu Xiaolan's mouth could no longer close, she could only whimper in pain. Seeing this, Zheng Shushu poured the entire bottle of medicine into Lu Xiaolan's mouth without hesitation, then quickly reattached her jaw. Chapter 266. The poison slid down Lu Xiaolan's throat and into her stomach, causing her body to tremble violently. Lu Xiaolan painfully stretched out her hands, desperately trying to vomit the poison, but it was too late. Soon, the poison took effect, and Lu Xiaolan gradually lost control of her body. Her eyes rolled back, and her breathing became increasingly weak. The poison was slowly numbing and attacking her nerves, tormenting her to the point of unbearable pain. She glared intently at Yu Xiaohua, pointing a finger at Pei Xianke. "Young Master Pei, you're confused. How could you fall for a woman like Yu Xiaohua? Look at her today, so ruthless. She's so vicious, sooner or later, she'll scheme against you and ruin you too, ha ha ha." Even at this point, Lu Xiaolan still wanted to scheme against Yu Xiaohua before she died, to expose her relationship with Pei Xianke and the Pei family. She assumed Yu Xiaohua had schemed and plotted to seduce Pei Xianke to secure her position as the young mistress of the Pei family. But little did she know that from beginning to end, Pei Xianke had willingly fallen in love with Yu Xiaohua. Lu Xiaolan wanted to see a look of doubt or wavering in Pei Swank's eyes, but she was disappointed. Nothing appeared. Pei Swank's eyes remained calm and utterly undisturbed. "You little rascal, trying to scheme against me? Heh, even if you kill me, I'd be willing." The others, first, second master when was showing off his affections, and now the young master is here to die? These dogs deserve to be tortured. However, they truly had no doubt that if Miss Yu agreed to kill the young master, he would obediently wash himself clean and offer his neck for Miss Yu to chop off. Lu Xiaolan felt like a clown. Not only that, Lu Xiaolan turned her head sharply and found the people standing there looking at her with a very strange gaze, as if they were looking at an idiot. These past few days, everyone had witnessed Yu Xiaohua's abilities. The people here were all intelligent. Lu Xiaolan's methods of sowing discord were simply beneath them. Pei Xingyue laughed loudly. "You and Ning Xian, mother and daughter, are truly cut from the same cloth." In the end, Lu Xiaolan died, blood flowing from her 7 orifices. The method she had used to harm others had backfired on her. The Ning family was all dead overnight. Yu Xiaohua didn't even glance at Lu Xiaolan's corpse on the ground. She was expressionless, silent, and simply turned and left, her steps firm and resolute. Everyone stood silently, watching Yu Xiaohua's receding figure. At this moment, no one dared to utter a sound. Only after her figure completely disappeared from sight did everyone snap out of their daze. Pei Xianke waved his hand slightly, indicating that everyone could leave. Thus, everyone, like well-trained soldiers, orderly withdrew from the back garden. In a short while, the once noisy garden became empty, with only a few people remaining. Pei Jun had originally wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words to Pei Xianke. However, he knew very well that now was not the right time. After hesitating for a long time, he finally abandoned the idea and turned to leave with Yang Xian. Pei Du quickly followed. He dared not stay here. What if Xianke and Xingyue held a grudge later? Before leaving, Yang Xian's gaze involuntarily fell in the direction Yu Xiaohua had just departed. How wonderful it would be if such a formidable woman were his. Why did all the good things belong to Pei Xianke? If only he could snatch Yu Xiaohua away to his side. Once this thought arose, it burned ever brighter in his heart like a flame. Pei Xingyue's lips curled slightly. Tonight, with those scoundrels from the Ning family dealt with, everything will be over for Xiaohua. Wen Xian nodded. "Yes, all right, let's go too," leaving time for Xianke and Miss Yu. Zheng Shushu and the others nodded and left. The room was completely dark, as if swallowed by endless darkness. In this pitch black, only a point of scarlet on the sofa stood out, dancing on fingertips, its faint light flickering in the darkness. Yu Xiaohua, dressed in black, sat quietly on the sofa, her figure perfectly blending into the surrounding darkness. She had avenged the Ning family. Everything from her past life ended completely tonight. Pei Xianke pushed open the door and walked in, carrying a bowl of freshly made glutinous rice balls. He placed the rice balls on the table. Pei Xianke turned and sat down next to Yu Xiaohua, taking the cigarette from her hand, taking a drag, and extinguishing it. "Unhappy?" Yu Xiaohua glanced at him indifferently. "No." The next second, Yu Xiaohua, like a nimble cat, swiftly flipped up and sat on Pei Swank's lap. Yu Xiaohua leaned forward slightly, the two intimately close. She stared into Pei Swank's eyes. They were deep, dark eyes, like stars in the night sky, captivating all who looked into them. She slowly raised her hand, gently pinching Pei Swank's chin, lifting his face slightly to meet her gaze. Pei Xianke offered no resistance. His hand naturally followed Yu Xiaohua's movement, gently lifting a bowl of glutinous rice balls from the table. The bowl of glutinous rice balls was still steaming, emitting an enticing sweet aroma. "Sweetie, have a sip." His voice was gentle and deep. Yu Xiaohua took a bite of a glutinous rice ball, then directly brought it to Pei Shuang's lips. Pei Xianke and Yu Xiaohua took turns eating the glutinous rice balls. Yu Xiaohua said, "Now, can we get down to business?" Pei Xianke shook his head. "Tonight, not." Yu Xiaohua hesitated slightly, then reached out and gently touched his chest. Her gaze slowly moved downwards. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a playful smile. "What? Are you on your period?" "It wants to, but you're tired tonight, sweetie. Go to sleep." Yu Xiaohua paused. The next second, Yu Xiaohua said nothing, slowly closing her eyes, as if the whole world had quieted down at that moment. Her body gradually relaxed, leaning against Pei Shuang's shoulder, like a well-behaved cat finding a comfortable haven. Not long after, Yu Xiaohua's breathing became steady and soft. She had drifted off to sleep. Pei Xianke looked at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart filled with love and tenderness. He carefully adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, holding her like this, feeling the softness of her body and her relaxation in this moment. His sweetie was strong, but she also got tired. Pei Xianke quietly accompanied her, enjoying this peaceful moment that belonged only to the two of them. Chapter 267. The events that occurred in the back garden that night were tacitly never mentioned again by anyone present. Some things are best left unsaid that night. After returning home, Pei Du spent 2 days in fear, barely sleeping, terrified that Pei Xianke would send someone to summon him. 2 days later, Pei Du fell ill from fright and was bedridden. Tomorrow is Pei Xingyu and Wen Xiyan's wedding. Although they can't get a marriage certificate, the ceremony must still take place. Only close relatives, members of the base's various laboratories, the guards, and some important figures have been invited. Today, Yu Xiaohua was leading Qing Tian out. Pei Xianke wasn't there. Early this morning, news came from the laboratory that the developed drug had encountered a problem and Pei Xianke needed to go and investigate personally. Through the car window, Yang Xian saw Yu Xiaohua alone, carrying a cat, walking out of the house. He was secretly delighted, for he had been waiting here for 2 whole days, and finally, Yu Xiaohua had come out alone. This was a rare opportunity. She was finally alone. Yang Xian immediately pretended to have just gotten out of the car and hurried towards Yu Xiaohua. His steps seemed rushed, as if he had some urgent business to attend to, but his true intention was to create a chance encounter while Yu Xiaohua wasn't paying attention. Yu Xiaohua had her head down, seemingly focused on the cat in her arms, and didn't notice Yang Xian approaching. Seeing this, Yang Xian was secretly pleased. He felt his plan was about to succeed. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. They were about to bump into each other. Yang Xian was ready. He stretched out his hand, a triumphant smile flashing across his face. However, the next second, Yu Xiaohua suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly changed direction. Completely unprepared, Yang Xian couldn't stop in time and, as if losing his balance, rushed straight forward. Yang Xian quickly stopped. Yu Xiaohua, holding the cat, looked at Yang Xian. Yang Xian straightened his clothes, putting on a somewhat uneasy expression, looking embarrassed and annoyed. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some innocent young man. "Sister-in-law, no, I'm so sorry. I was in a bit of a rush just now, and almost bumped into you. Are you alright, sister-in-law? I'm so sorry." Yang Xian was best at using the pitiful act to charm people. Many girls fell for it. Yu Xiaohua just stared at Yang Xian, her tea-like demeanor laced with a hint of amusement. "Oh," she said, then turned and walked away, carrying Qing Tian. Clearly, she had no intention of speaking to him further. Qing Tian rolled his eyes at Yang Xian. Was this man putting on an act? Yang Xian hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so cold. Did a woman like Yu Xiaohua not like his submissive behavior? Yang Xian had finally seized an opportunity, and of course, he couldn't let it slip away. He quickly said, "Sister-in-law, my brother must be very busy today. Where would you like to go? Why don't I go with you? I happen to be free today." Yang Xian continued to lower his stance. Yu Xiaohua stopped in her tracks. "Okay." Yang Xian's face immediately lit up with joy. Sure enough, no woman disliked a man who showed weakness to her. Qing Tian looked up, observing the faint curve of Yu Xiaohua's lips. Someone's in trouble. Yang Xian drove, respectfully inviting Yu Xiaohua into the car. Along the way, Yang Xian tried every means to strike up a conversation with Yu Xiaohua, but for every 10 sentences he spoke, Yu Xiaohua would only reply with a few indifferent words. Yang Xian even acted very excited, just to please Yu Xiaohua, his desire practically written all over his face. Yu Xiaohua said they needed to go 10 kilometers outside the base. Yang Xian froze. Leave the base? Of course, he didn't want to. He wasn't a superhuman at all. What if they encountered zombies? But the thought of going out, just him and Yu Xiaohua, meant he couldn't let this opportunity slip by forever. Just as Yang Xian was hesitating, Yu Xiaohua picked up Qin Tian and was about to get out. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and quickly agreed, driving to the base entrance. The guards only let them through when they saw Yu Xiaohua in the car. No sooner had Yang Xian driven away from the base than the guards reported it to Pei Xingyue. Upon receiving the news, Pei Xingyue was about to draw her knife to attack Yang Xian. This idiot. When Xian stopped her, saying only one sentence, "Who do you think is being presumptuous, trying to scheme against Miss Yu?" With Yang Xian's character, Miss Yu must have seen through his intentions long ago. Have you ever thought about why Miss Yu deliberately went out of the base with Yang Xian? Don't you find that strange? Pei Xingyue froze. After a few seconds of silence, you're saying Zhao Hua did it on purpose. She deliberately went out of the base with Yang Xian to make it easier to attack him? Zhao Hua is going to deal with Yang Xian. When Xian nodded. I think so. Otherwise, why would Miss Yu agree to ride in his car? It seems she's going to teach Yang Xian a lesson. Ah Air was excited. Damn, if Miss Yu really goes after Yang Xian, she'd probably be ruthless. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Miss Yu deals with him. Shall we start a bet? Miss Second Master? No, the bet is too small for us. Wait here. Ah Air rushed off. 10 minutes later. Inside the room. Pei Xingyue and Wen Xian looked at the row of people standing in front of him. Ah Air, Wu Tian, Lao Lu, 12, Zheng Shushu. Everyone was there. Pei Xingyue's lips twitched. Isn't that an exaggeration, Ah Air? You really have too much free time? Ah Air chuckled. The betting immediately began. Ah Air, I'm betting big. If Miss Yu just kills Yang Xian, leaving no trace, not even a corpse, I bet 10 bananas. Ah De paused. I think. If Miss Yu breaks Yang Xian's leg and arm, I bet 10 bags of nuts. 12 got excited about the bet. Well, I think when our boss makes a move, it'd be absolutely earth-shattering. How could he easily let trash like Yang Xian go? I bet the boss will pin him to the ground and beat him so badly that even death is a luxury. Even if he comes back, he'd be half dead. I bet 10 sausages. Wu Tian thought for a moment. Then I bet the boss will beat Yang Xian unconscious and bring him back. When he wakes up, he'd be a complete idiot. I bet 10 buckets of instant noodles. 6 brothers said. Then I bet the boss will just kill Yang Xian outside and won't even bring the body back. I bet 10 bags of candy. Finally, the others looked at Zheng Shushu. He was the only one left, the most composed person among them. Zheng Shushu looked at 12. Yeah, me too, 12. I had 10 more sausages. The others, they were betting, and they also had to eat their dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing a couple's public display of affection. Where is justice? Chapter 268. When Xian sighed helplessly. You guys are really bored. Pei Xingyue coughed. I bet 10 bags of potato chips that Zhao Hua will kill him right away. The group looked at Wen Xian. Wen Xian smiled indulgently. Okay, let's add another 10 bags of potato chips. On the other side, Yang Xian drove, with Yu Xiaohua in the car. After half an hour, Yang Xian, who had been worried about encountering zombies, was surprised to find that they hadn't encountered a single one. They arrived at a wide-open area. Yu Xiaohua told Yang Xian to stop the car. Yang Xian glanced at the desolate landscape outside. Sister-in-law, what's so interesting about this place? Otherwise He met Yu Xiaohua's gaze in the rearview mirror, and the words he was about to say stopped abruptly. Afraid that his efforts would be in vain, he quickly changed the subject. Then, sister-in-law, shall I go for a walk with you? Yu Xiaohua said nothing, opened the car door, and carried Qin Tian out of the car. Yang Xian quickly turned off the engine, and got out as well. Yu Xiaohua walked slowly with Qin Tian in her arms, Yang Xian following behind. What was Yu Xiaohua up to? She hadn't said a word the whole way, and had even chosen this place to stroll around? Yang Xian asked, Sister-in-law, are you unhappy? Did brother do something to upset you? Yu Xiaohua glanced at him indifferently. Yang Xian thought he had guessed correctly, and his heart leaped with joy, believing he had an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Sister-in-law, Brother has always been this cold-hearted since childhood. Sigh, when we were little, brother didn't like me. No matter what I did, he wouldn't be close to me. I know that in his eyes, I stole Dad's love, but I never really thought that way. I just want a place to settle down. I had a hard life since I was little, and all I want is family. Sister-in-law, tell me, do I really want too much? Yu Xiaohua looked at Yang Xian, who was feigning innocence. Not much. Yang Xian lowered his head, a triumphant smile flashing in his eyes. Then he looked up, his expression troubled, as if he had suffered some injustice. Sister-in-law, I'm so happy you understand me. Sometimes, I really envy my brother. He used to have my sister doting on him, and now he's found a girlfriend like you. So capable, so beautiful. My brother is so lucky. Yu Xiaohua stroked Qingqian's cat while quietly watching Yang Xian. This kind of performance would have cost quite a bit of money in the past. Yang Xian continued, Sister-in-law, actually, the moment I saw you I fell in love with you. I know this feeling is wrong. I shouldn't have such thoughts. It's despicable, it's base, but I really can't control my heart. Feelings are truly uncontrollable, you know that, sister-in-law? But I don't ask for anything. I know I have no right to do anything. I just hope you and my brother are happy. I just want to watch you be happy from afar. Sister-in-law, please. Just pretend you didn't hear what I said today. I acted impulsively. I really just wanted to express my feelings. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble. If Yang Xian were speaking to any other girl, she might not be able to resist. But unfortunately, he was facing Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a half-smile as she slowly spoke. Don't worry, I listen to what people say, but I just take what dogs say as they're barking. Yang Xian's expression changed. He never expected that after saying so much, Yu Xiaohua would say something like that in the end. Was Yu Xiaohua calling him a dog? Yang Xian took a step back. Sister-in-law, I know I shouldn't have said those things, but my feelings for you are genuine. I just wanted to express my feelings. What did I do wrong? Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't trample on my love like this. Sister-in-law, you've gone too far. I like you, and you can't take advantage of my feelings to trample on and insult my character. Yang Xian spoke righteously. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward. Want to continue? Yang Xian was stunned. Seeing the mockery in Yu Xiaohua's eyes, his heart tightened. Before Yang Xian could speak again, a black gun suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaohua's hand, the muzzle pointed at Yang Xian's forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Xiaohua had drawn a gun without a word. Recalling what happened in the garden that day, Yang Xian was truly frightened. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but he had to pretend to be calm and continue his sweet talk. Sister-in-law, just because I love you, does that mean I deserve to die? Fine, if my love is so deserving of death in your eyes, then kill me. That way, I won't suffer so much. Watching you and my brother together is unbearable. This kind of life is worse than death anyway. Sister-in-law, kill me. To die by your hand is my destiny, I accept it. Yang Xian looked at Yu Xiaohua with deep affection and pain, as if he were truly looking at a woman he loved dearly. The premise was that the fear, terror, and scheming deep in his eyes. He thought he had hidden them well. Yu Xiaohua slowly raised her pistol. Yang Xian's gaze was fixed on her every move, a barely perceptible glint flashing in his eyes. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had gambled correctly this time. Despite Yu Xiaohua's formidable strength, she ultimately succumbed to this tactic. Yang Xian's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. However, before he could even rejoice in his success, suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out. The sound, like a bolt from the blue, exploded in Yang Xian's ears. His body jolted violently. Yang Xian's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment as he stared at his leg. Blood gushed from his trouser leg, instantly staining his pants crimson. A piercing pain shot through his leg, almost unbearable. What happened? Yang Xian murmured, his voice filled with fear and disbelief. He had never imagined being shot so unexpectedly. As the pain intensified, Yang Xian gradually lost his balance. His legs buckled, and he involuntarily leaned forward. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Yang Xian lay on the ground, his hands tightly clutching his bullet-pierced leg, trying to stop the gushing blood. His face was ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The excruciating pain rendered Yang Xian almost incapable of thought, but he still forced himself to lift his head and look at Yu Xiaohua. His eyes were filled with question and anguish, as if he wanted to find answers in Yu Xiaohua's face. Why? Yu Xiaohua gripped the pistol tightly in his hand, the dark muzzle pointed directly at Yang Xian's other leg. Yang Xian's body had collapsed to the ground from the previous shot. Blood gushed from his wound, staining the ground red. Chapter 269. However, Yu Xiaohua's eyes were cold and resolute. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. With a crisp gunshot, the bullet flew out like lightning, piercing straight through Yang Xian's other leg. Yang Xian let out a scream, his body convulsed violently, and then he collapsed limply into a pool of blood. Both his legs had been hit by bullets. The intense pain almost made him faint. At the base entrance, Yu Xiaohua returned in Yang Xian's car. She drove directly to Pei Jun's villa. Upon arriving at the villa entrance, Yu Xiaohua got out of the car, opened the trunk, and cleanly and efficiently pulled the unconscious Yang Xian out, throwing him onto the ground at the villa entrance. Yu Xiaohua leaned against the car and lit a cigarette. Soon, Pei Jun came out with his men. When he saw Yang Xian lying on the ground, covered in blood, he was shocked. Looking at Yu Xiaohua standing there smoking. "What happened? Yu Xiaohua, did you do this?" Just as he finished speaking, 3 cars drove up from a distance and stopped in front of the villa. Pei Xingyue and the others, having heard the guards say that Yu Xiaohua had returned, immediately rushed over. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Yang Xian lying on the ground, covered in blood. He looked completely unrecognizable. Their eyes lit up. Yang Xian's condition wasn't important. What mattered was who had guessed correctly. "Xiaohua, you're finally back! We missed you so much!" Pei Xingyue rushed over and gave him a bear hug. Wen Xian stepped forward. "Xingyue." Wen Xian was currently a complete jealous type. Zheng Shushu and the others walked up. "Boss. Miss you." The group looked at Yang Xian. He didn't appear dead, but he looked like he was in a living hell. Also, their gazes couldn't help but linger on one spot. Was there too much blood in Yang Xian's crotch? The emptiness was too obvious, it was impossible to ignore. Could it be? They exchanged glances. Holy crap. No way, none of them guessed correctly. Where the boss went. Amazing, Yang Xian became a eunuch? His manhood is gone, exciting, no wonder he's their boss. Yu Xiaohua nodded expressionlessly, then casually tossed her cigarette, but to the ground and stomped it out. Then, she raised her head, her gaze fixed on Pei Jun, whose face was so dark it seemed to drip water. Yu Xiaohua slowly walked towards Pei Jun. "Yang Xian, I crippled him." Yu Xiaohua stood still, coldly staring at Pei Jun. Pei Jun took a deep breath, his hands trembling with rage. Yang Xian has lost that part of him, from now on, he's a cripple. For a man, this is an utter disgrace. Even if you are Xian Kei's woman, what did Xianer do wrong? How could you be so cruel to him? You crippled him. That's too cruel. His voice trembled as he finished speaking, clearly heartbroken by Yang Xian's injuries. Yu Xiaohua was completely unfazed by Pei Jun's anger. Her voice remained perfectly calm. What did he do? Why don't you listen for yourself? The next second, as if by magic, Yu Xiaohua pulled a small recording pen from her pocket. In fact, the moment Yang Xian got out of the car, Yu Xiaohua had already secretly taken out this recording pen from her spatial storage. And so, every word Yang Xian uttered to Yu Xiaohua was precisely recorded by the voice recorder, not a single word was missed. As the recorder was played, Yang Xian's deeply affectionate voice instantly filled the air. At this moment, Pei Jun, standing to the side, had a face that changed colors like a chameleon, a truly fascinating sight. He never imagined that the obedient and sensible Yang Xian in his eyes was secretly trying to seduce Yu Xiaohua and steal his brother's woman. He was simply insane. And he said so many disgusting and nauseating things. For the first time, Pei Jun felt like he had never truly understood Yang Xian. Yu Xiaohua threw the recorder directly in front of Pei Jun. "Now, do you have any questions?" How could Pei Jun possibly ask? He felt utterly ashamed. Even if Yu Xiaohua had crippled Yang Xian, or even killed him, it would be Yang Xian's own doing. After all, for him to have the nerve to say those things was simply courting death. Pei Xingyue clapped her hands, her eyes filled with sarcasm. "Dad, look at this precious son you raised for so many years, yet he's always secretly plotting to steal Xian Kei's thunder. From childhood to adulthood, he's done countless disgusting things. You know that to some extent, Dad, but you still indulge Yang Xian because you want an obedient son. Yang Xian is willing to listen to you, willing to satisfy your desire for control, so you choose to turn a blind eye to many things. Now, hearing Yang Xian's despicable acts with your own ears, why are you so surprised?" Sometimes, Pei Xingyue truly hated her father Pei Jun's hypocrisy. Pei Jun's face turned deathly pale after Pei Xingyue exposed his true feelings in public. Because the truth is often the most hurtful. Enough, Xingyue, all these years, is this how you see your father? You completely disregard all the good I done for you, saying such hurtful things. I truly know I was wrong, but can't you and your siblings give me a chance to make amends? Pei Xingyue shook her head. No, I can't, and Xianke can't either. Never forgive. Yu Xiaohua drove off with Pei Xingyue and the others. In the end, only Pei Jun remained standing there, his figure appearing so lonely and desolate. It was as if he had aged 10 years overnight, his face etched with the marks of time and utter exhaustion. Pei Jun returned to his room, slumped into a chair, his entire body seemingly losing its support, leaning back against the chair. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. That night, Pei Jun sat quietly, unable to sleep. His thoughts were like a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. He knew he had made a terrible mistake. How could he have been so foolish? The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Pei Jun's face as if waking from a dream. The pain and regret surged within him like a tidal wave. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream came from the next room, emanating from Yang Xian. Pei Jun sat there, motionless. Yang Xian's eyes were tightly shut, his body convulsing violently as if electrocuted. His limbs were completely numb, no longer his own. They felt empty, sending chills down one's spine. Yang Xian's face was filled with fear and despair, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips were bloodless. He kept muttering, "It's over, I'm finished. I'm going to kill her, kill that bitch." He struggled incessantly, like a madman. He cried and laughed at the same time. Chapter 270. However, no matter how hard Yang Xian tried, his body seemed nailed to the bed, unable to move an inch. His throat emitted guttural roars. They were chilling. "Go call someone, call my dad over, quick, call my dad over." Seeing Yang Xian acting like a wild beast, the maid, terrified, rushed next door to fetch Pei Jun. Half an hour later, Pei Jun arrived at Yang Xian's place. Seeing Pei Jun, Yang Xian, lying on the bed, wept bitterly. He was still unaware that his confession to Yu Xiaohua yesterday had been recorded. Pei Jun already knew what Yang Xian had done. Yang Xian was lost in his own world, and of course, he didn't see Pei Jun's unusually drastically different expression. "Dad, I'm finished. It's you. Yu Xiaohua. She's ruined me. She's my brother's woman, but yesterday, she insisted on spending time alone with me and asked me to drive her out of the base. I didn't think much of it. Who knew that after we left the base, Yu Xiaohua started seducing me? She said I was more to her liking than my brother. She wanted to seduce me, and of course I couldn't betray my brother. No matter how much he hates me, I can't do such a thing. Dad, Yu Xiaohua has gone mad. When she saw I wouldn't agree, she tried to force me. In the end, in a fit of rage, she shot me, crippling all 4 of my limbs. And she even severed my penis. Now I'm a cripple. What's the point of me living? I'm not even a man anymore. Dad, what did I do wrong? I just didn't want to let my brother down. Yu Xiaohua, she's a fickle, promiscuous woman. She doesn't deserve my brother. Dad, you have to avenge me." Yang Xian was still putting on an act, hoping Pei Jun would stand up for him. His mind was extremely twisted, because he lacked a thing, his voice was sharp and grating, like a eunuch. Pei Jun watched Yang Xian twist the truth. He thought back to the past, how many times Yang Xian had repeatedly told him that Xianke had bullied him, and Xingyu had insulted him? Pei Jun knew he had truly been deceived by Yang Xian for so many years. Even if he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. After saying a lot, Yang Xian noticed Pei Jun standing there, not saying a word, just looking at him with a coldness and disgust he had never seen before. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Dad, I know she's my brother's woman, but what did I do wrong? This woman tried to seduce me, and when that failed, she crippled me. Dad, even if you're biased towards my brother, can you really remain unmoved after what I done? Dad. Pei Jun looked at Yang Xian, utterly disappointed. Xianer, all these years, it was I who made mistakes. Yang Xian was stunned, confused. What did the old man mean by that? Pei Jun sat down. Even though he was heartbroken, at this moment, he knew he had to end it all. Enough. You know perfectly well what happened yesterday. Did Yu Xiaohua really seduce you? Or were you out of your mind trying to steal your own brother's girlfriend? Xianer, all these years, I spoiled you, pampered you, and given you all the love that should have been given to Xian Quebec. I don't think I ever wronged you. From a young age, you had everything Xianke had, And you even had things he didn't have. I never let you suffer any of the hardships he endured. But I was wrong. I was wrong to raise such an ungrateful wretch like you, who has sown discord between me, Xian and Xingyu over the years. Even now, you still want to slander Yu Xiaohua. Just now, I even thought you learned your lesson and confessed. I was terribly wrong. Yang Xian panicked, looking at Pei Jun in disbelief. No, Dad, are you listening to Yu Xiaohua's nonsense? She must have taken advantage of me while I was unconscious yesterday to spout nonsense in front of you. Dad, you watched me grow up. Are you going to believe a stranger instead of me? Pei Jun said nothing, pulled out the recorder from his pocket, and pressed pause. The moment Yang Xian heard his own voice, he knew it was all over. His eyes were bloodshot, he covered his ears, and screamed, "Stop! Don't stop!" Pei Jun pressed the pause button, as if pressing the last vestige of affection between them. Yang Xian, the past is the past, but everything you have now, I'm taking back. From today onwards, you are no longer my adopted son, Pei Jun's son. I will have your limbs healed, and tomorrow I will send you to the 6th district. I never want to see you again. Take care of yourself. Yang Xian panicked upon hearing this. No, Dad, I really know I was wrong. I was bewitched. I never dare to do it again. I was wrong, Dad. You raised me for so many years, how can you be so heartless, abandoning me like this? I can't go to the 6th district. I have nothing now. If you abandon me too, Dad, I'd rather die. Are you trying to force me to my death? Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Yang Xian tried to threaten Pei Jun with his own life to force him to compromise and stay. But he didn't know that Pei Jun had spent the entire night figuring everything out. He didn't expect forgiveness from Pei Xian and Pei Xingyue, but he would absolutely not be soft-hearted towards Yang Xian again. Yang Xian's threats were useless. Pei Jun would only be more disappointed in himself for raising such a spineless brat. Yang Xian, since I made this decision, I won't take it back. From now on, it's your own path to walk. Don't think about crooked ways anymore. I've been more than kind to you. Whether you want to live or die, I can't interfere. It's your own choice. Don't threaten me. Yang Xian was stunned, realizing that Pei Jun truly didn't want to care about him anymore. He suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had gone mad. You old hag, you never truly cared for me. You only had eyes for Pei Xian and Pei Xingyue. You called me pampering me, but you never asked me to learn anything. It was because you didn't care about me, you were afraid I'd be better than Pei Xian. Now that I'm useless, a cripple, you just abandoned me like that? Pei Jun, you're so heartless. Yang Xian completely shattered his facade. Pei Jun watched him go mad, but unusually, he didn't get angry. You say I have no expectations for you, that I don't let you learn those things, but when you were 8, I took you to the training base to learn shooting. What did you do? You studied for 2 days, then complained that it was too tiring, that the accommodations were bad, the food wasn't to your liking, and you wanted to go home. I felt sorry for you, so I personally brought you back. Yang Xian, I gave you a chance to learn, but you gave up several times because you thought it was too hard. You always compare yourself to Xian, but the things you complain about being too tired are things Xian started practicing when he was 4. He's the eldest son of the Pei family. If we're talking about hardship, he should be complaining more than anyone else, but he never does. Can you compare to him? It was your own choice, so who can you blame? Chapter 271. Pei Jun was utterly disappointed in Yang Xian. He had his healing type ability user heal Yang Xian's leg, thus fulfilling his long-standing father-son bond with Yang Xian. From now on, whether Yang Xian lived or died was none of his concern. No matter how desperately Yang Xian cried out, Pei Jun didn't even glance at him and left. Soon, Yang Xian was taken to a villa, to a house in District 6. As Yang Xian left, he seemed insane, still cursing and insulting Pei Jun. Meanwhile, Pei Xingyue's villa had been transformed into a wedding venue. Even in the apocalypse, when Xian was doing his best to give Pei Xingyue the best wedding dress, bouquet, Pei Xingyue, arm in arm with Pei Xian, walked step by step towards Wen Xian. For over 20 years, the two had been childhood sweethearts, and neither had ever lost their way. They were still themselves. Even in the apocalypse, lovers would always love each other. The prince married his beloved princess. The crowd sat below, watching the two exchange wedding rings on the stage, vowing to never leave each other. The crowd cheered, celebrating the day when confetti rained down. They raised their glasses to celebrate this day, a day when lovers were finally united. The crowd drank together until nightfall. In the post-apocalyptic world, this was a rare moment of relaxation for everyone. After several rounds of drinks, it was already past midnight. Yu Xiaohua stood in the distance, watching the happy, joyous celebrations of the crowd. All good things must come to an end. It was time for her to leave too. Of the 4 who came, only 3 were leaving this time. 12 had decided to stay. Everyone is different. 12 preferred stability. Wu Tian stepped forward and said, "Boss, the car is ready. Aren't you going to say goodbye to young Master Pei one last time?" Yu Xiaohua shook her head. "No need. Let's go somewhere first." Yu Xiaohua left with Wu Tian and Lao Lu. In the distance, Pei Xianke stubbed out his cigarette, watching Yu Xiaohua's departing figure, his gaze deep. A heartless woman, not even giving a goodbye. When Cyan and Pei Xingyue held their wine glasses, one on each side. Tonight is a wedding night, but also a night of farewell. They both knew this in their hearts. 12 was already crying her eyes out over there, and Zheng Shushu was patiently comforting her. Pei Xingyue pouted. "Aren't you going to chase after Zhaohua? Are you really willing to part ways like this? I'm telling you, sometimes, you're really stubborn. This time, once Zhaohua leaves, I really don't know when we see each other again. Are you really not going to regret it? Go after her, and tell her not to leave." Pei Xingyue was wearing a beautiful evening gown, but her eyes were red. After this separation, she didn't know when she would see Zhaohua again. She really couldn't bear to part with her. When Cyan put his arm around her shoulder. "Xingyue, don't say such hurtful things. If Xianke really tries to stop Miss Yu, tell her not to leave. You look down on him." Pei Swank's gaze was deep. "If she wants to fly, then fly higher. When she wants to come back, I'll always be here." Pei Xingyue was stunned. "You brat, you're acting like you're in an idle drama." "Fine, whatever. What if Xiaohua meets someone better than you outside? Where will you go to cry then?" "I'm not taking you anymore." Pei Xianke snorted coldly. "Better than me? Heh." Pei Xingyue was disgusted. "Bratty, there are definitely men in this world who are more handsome, stronger, and better than you. Can you stop being so narcissistic? Have some shame." Pei Xianke glanced at her indifferently. "Don't worry, no matter how good she is, if it's not me, even my sweetheart won't like her." Pei Xingyue, very well, she lost because of her shamelessness. Pei Xianke turned and left. Pei Xingyue put away her previous disdainful expression. "See? This brat is clearly heartbroken, but he's still pretending to be calm. Serves him right that his wife ran away." When Cyan sighed helplessly. You're clearly heartbroken for Xianke, but you're also being stubborn, aren't you?" Pei Xingyue snorted, refusing to admit it. She just couldn't bear to part with her younger sister Zhaohua. In the dead of night, a SUV quietly drove out of the eastern base. The slight sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground was exceptionally clear in the tranquil environment. Shrouded in a layer of faint moonlight, it resembled a sleeping behemoth. The SUV's headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating the road ahead, the vehicle's silhouette appearing somewhat blurry in the dim light. As the vehicles drove further and further away, the eastern base gradually disappeared from sight, leaving only the faint light of dawn, silently illuminating the earth, as if telling the story of the night. The next day, at daybreak, beside a garbage dump in District 6, Yang Xian was found dead. Because of his special status, the manager of District 6 still reported the matter to Pei Jun. Upon learning this, Pei Jun said nothing, only silently waving his hand. Overnight, he seemed to have aged 10 years, as if his life was nearing its end, devoid of his former spirit. He wasn't even invited to his daughter's wedding. Pei Jun had truly lived a terrible life. But he couldn't blame anyone else, because it was all his own doing. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaohua and her 2 companions drove their SUV towards Beijing. Having completed their mission, they naturally wanted to return to the city and collect their share. According to the initial agreement, 2/3 of the supplies delivered by the base would go into Yu Xiaohua's pocket. Their own stuff going into their own pockets. Yu Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, she specifically sought out areas with zombies, letting Wu Tian and Lao Lu hone their skills. Through day after day of battling zombies, their combat abilities improved dramatically. It could be said that the two had undergone a complete transformation through repeated zombie battles, becoming incomparable to their former selves. After traveling for half a month, the 3 returned to Beijing. At the entrance of the Military Region Alliance, the same guards were still there. Seemingly everything was unchanged, but in reality, the Military Region Alliance had undergone a complete upheaval. Seeing Yu Xiaohua, Wu Tian, and Lao Lu return unharmed, the guards quickly reported the matter. News of their successful mission, and return to the military region alliance spread rapidly throughout the entire alliance. Soon, Wu Tian found a close acquaintance and learned from the man about the many things that had happened within the military region alliance since their departure. It turned out that after they left, and because of Jiang Hao's death, Lian and Chu Jiansheng had completely broken off relations. Initially, Chu Jiansheng was considerate of Lian and showed considerable deference. However, Lian reprimanded Chu Jiansheng several times in front of higher-ups, his words sharp and cutting. Later, Chu Jiansheng stopped yielding. In daily meetings, the two consistently held differing opinions, arguing heatedly, and several meetings ended unpleasantly. Decisions were no longer solely decided by alliance leader Lian as before. Now, the entire military region alliance was divided into two factions, one supporting Lian, and the other supporting Chu Jiansheng. Chapter 272. Recently, the two have been locked in a fierce battle. This is because Chu Jiansheng wants to establish a safe zone in Kyoto to house ordinary people, while Lian feels that the current military alliance is already struggling to clear the zombies, and doesn't want to waste time and effort establishing a so-called safe zone. In the past few days, they held over 10 meetings, each ending in heated arguments, and the matter remains unresolved. After everyone left, Wu Tian said, "Boss, it seems the military alliance has been quite lively while we were away. Vice Alliance Commander Chu has risen to prominence. Boss, should we take sides?" Yu Xiaohua calmly took a sip of water, his expression indifferent. "No." Wu Tian was taken aback. "Boss, I thought you would support Vice Alliance Commander Chu?" Lao Lu took a bite of instant noodles. "Boss isn't that free." Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. Wu Tian opened it, and saw Chu Jiansheng's trusted confidant standing respectfully at the entrance, saying that Chu Jiansheng invited Yu Xiaohua and the other two to come over. No sooner had she entered the room than Chu Jiansheng's men arrived. Yu Xiaohua agreed. Half an hour later, Yu Xiaohua, accompanied by Wu Tian and Lao Lu, arrived at Chu Jiansheng's place. Several months had passed, but the weariness in Chu Jiansheng's eyes was impossible to conceal. It was clear that Chu Jiansheng's struggle with Lian these past few days hadn't brought him much success. Chu Jiansheng looked at Yu Xiaohua as she entered, and the transformed Lao Lu and Wu Tian behind her, and smiled as he rose to greet her. "Little Yu, you're finally back. The mission was completed very well. 3 days ago, the military region received a message from the eastern base saying that you completed the mission excellently. I'm proud of you all." Chu Jiansheng was sincere. He hadn't misjudged Yu Xiaohua. She was a talented individual. Her ability to kill a level 5 zombie in collaboration with the eastern base further proved her strength. Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. It seemed the messenger sent by young Master Pei had arrived 3 days early, and had said many flattering things. She has potential. Yu Xiaohua walked to the sofa and sat down, with Wu Tian and Lao Lu standing on either side. Chu Jiansheng personally poured tea. "You three have worked hard on this mission. Take a few days to rest." Seemingly noticing one person was missing, Chu Jiansheng asked. Yu Xiaohua only mentioned that 12 thought the eastern base was better and stayed. Chu Jiansheng was also taken aback. Their military alliance certainly couldn't compare to the eastern base, but it shouldn't be this bad, right? Besides, 12 went with Xiaoyu, and now he's just staying? This is tantamount to betrayal. Why isn't Xiaoyu angry? And why are Captain Wu Tian and his brother Lao Lu both smiling and saying this? Seeing the doubt in Chu Jiansheng's eyes, Lao Lu offered an explanation. "Vice Alliance Leader Chu, we all know 12's personality. He met his true love at the eastern base, so he decided to stay. This kid finally met someone who likes and cares for him, so he stayed." Chu Jiansheng understood. A young boy meeting a girl he likes and deciding to stay at the base for love is perfectly reasonable. "I see. That girl has good taste. 12 is a good kid." Wu Tian and Lao Lu smiled and didn't explain further. Anyway, Vice Alliance Leader Chu and 12 would never see each other again in this lifetime. "Let it be a misunderstanding," Chu Jiansheng said, glancing at Yu Xiaohua. She was still as cold as ever, unchanged. He assumed Yu Xiaohua and the other two had just returned and were unaware of the events that had transpired within the military alliance, so he didn't bring it up. Although he did need Yu Xiaohua's support, her strength alone was equivalent to that of countless others. He also understood Yu Xiaohua's personality to some extent and couldn't rush her to state her position. Otherwise, it would backfire. Yu Xiaohua took out a lighter from her pocket, hesitated, then decided not to light it, instead toying with it in her hand. She glanced casually at Chu Jiansheng, who seemed hesitant to speak. "I won't get involved in your struggle, but if necessary, I can help you once, but that's all." Yu Xiaohua didn't want to beat around the bush. Both morally and logically, she should help Chu Jiancheng this once. Chu Jiancheng understood her attitude. He knew what to do. This favor couldn't be used lightly. Once used, it would be gone. So he had to use it at the most crucial moment. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I don't plan to bother you with these trivial matters. But if it really comes to a critical moment, and I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask. He needed Yu Xiaohua's help. There was no doubt about that. Chu Jiancheng then took the initiative to tell Yu Xiaohua that Yang Wen had been sent by him to the suburbs to establish the first security zone and wouldn't be back for a while. Yang Wen had become his capable assistant, helping him handle various matters. He was reliable, and his methods were convincing. Yang Wen quickly established himself. He hadn't disappointed. Now, within the military alliance, Yang Wen had completely secured his position. After hearing about Yang Wen, Yu Xiaohua's aura softened considerably. Chu Jiancheng knew that Yang Wen was the only thing that could please Yu Xiaohua. He was playing to her strengths. However, Yang Wen still surprised him. He had to admit that Yang Wen was indeed capable. Otherwise, if he were truly hopeless, no amount of promotion or important responsibilities would have mattered. Yu Xiaohua's judgment of character was indeed excellent. She had recommended a talented person. When facing Yu Xiaohua, Chu Jiancheng always treated her as a peer. Coincidentally, there were some things he wanted to hear Yu Xiaohua's opinions on. Xiao Yu, to be honest, you just returned and might not be fully aware, but the Alliance commander and I have ultimately reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. After Jiang Hao's death, our years of comradeship have come to an end. No matter how much I try to tolerate it, the Alliance commander remains relentless. Things have come to this, and I can no longer back down. I also come to a realization. What you said before you left was right. Perhaps there are some things I must fight for. If things continue like this, the military region alliance will be destroyed by Lian sooner or later. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Yes, your abilities far surpass Lian's. You are indeed more suitable for that position than Lian. Yu Xiaohua never hesitated to speak the truth. Chu Jiancheng was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. If anyone else said this, he would only think it was flattery. But when Yu Xiaohua said it, he genuinely believed it. Xiao Yu, in this base, I have to consider whether anything anyone says is true or false, and whether they have ulterior motives. Being in my position is really tiring. I can't afford to make a single mistake. But in front of you, I believe what you say. With your words, I no longer hesitate. Chapter 273. Wu Tian and Lao Lu silently turned their heads away. So, their boss just casually said a few words, and the Vice Alliance leader gave such a worthless smile. Yu Xiaohua and Chu Jiancheng chatted for a while longer, about this and that, but most of the time, Yu Xiaohua listened to Chu Jiancheng. He told Yu Xiaohua about the important events that had happened in the Kyoto Alliance recently. Anyone who didn't know better would think Yu Xiaohua was his leader and superior. An hour later, Yu Xiaohua led Wu Tian and Lao Lu out of Chu Jiancheng's office. Just as they stepped out of the building, they saw Zheng Dong, Li An's confidant, whom they had met once before. Yu Xiaohua stopped. Lao Lu said thoughtfully, "Boss, it seems quite a few people are thinking about you." Zheng Dong walked up. "Miss Yu, welcome back." Zheng Dong was always polite and courteous, always very classy no matter who he was facing, and never fawned over the powerful or looked down on the weak. Yu Xiaohua nodded. They were all smart people. There was no need for beating around the bush. "Let's go." Zheng Dong was taken aback, not expecting Yu Xiaohua to be so direct, but he smiled knowingly. "Thank you, Miss Yu, for not making things difficult for me. Please come with me." Yu Xiaohua then told Wu Tian and Lao Lu to go back first. She would go alone. Wu Tian and Lao Lu weren't worried. After all, within the entire military alliance, they couldn't find anyone capable of harming their boss. Along the way, Yu Xiaohua and Zheng Dong didn't exchange another word. They arrived at Lian's office. Zheng Dong opened the door, invited Yu Xiaohua in, and waited quietly at the door. In the office, Lian looked at the unharmed Yu Xiaohua. He had truly underestimated this woman. She had actually managed to team up with the young master of the Pei family from the eastern base to defeat a level 5 zombie, and even receive high praise from the young master. 2/3 of the supplies from this mission ended up in Yu Xiaohua's hands. The military alliance's efforts were essentially a complete waste. Lian seemed like a different person now, smiling at Yu Xiaohua, and even rising to greet him. "Come, Senior Commander Yu, I'm finally relieved to see you back safely. You did an excellent job on this mission. Congratulations." Lian extended his hand to congratulate him, but Yu Xiaohua merely glanced at him indifferently before walking to a chair and sitting down. Lian's eyes darkened. This Yu Xiaohua was still so unassuming, unchanged. He could only pretend to be nonchalant, withdrawing his hand, turning around, and sitting opposite Yu Xiaohua, flashing his signature smile. Commander Yu, I think there have been many misunderstandings between us. I admit I viewed you with prejudice before, and that was wrong of me. Here, I formally apologize to you. Lian was testing Yu Xiaohua's attitude. He didn't know if Yu Xiaohua would accept his apology. Although he had tried his best to appear sincere, the air of superiority in his eyes was impossible to hide. He secretly observed Yu Xiaohua's reaction, trying to understand her from her expression and demeanor. Yu Xiaohua looked at Lian expressionlessly, her gaze calm and sharp. Lian couldn't fathom what Yu Xiaohua was thinking. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaohua suddenly smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to carry a hint of mockery. She took out a cigarette from her pocket, her movements swift and efficient, as if everything was under her control. Then, she skillfully lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Smoke filled the air between them, blurring their vision. Lian looked at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua didn't take him seriously at all, yet he couldn't control her. In that instant, Lian felt that Yu Xiaohua was the one in power. This realization made him extremely uncomfortable. Alliance leader, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to discuss apologies with you. If you're unwilling, I don't want to hear it. Let's get straight to the point. I think even the Alliance leader's secretary, Zheng'an, would do a better job in this regard. Alliance leader, let's not waste each other's time. Yu Xiaohua would rather kill a few more zombies than waste time with Lian. Lian suppressed his anger, his face darkening, still trying to intimidate Yu Xiaohua with his imposing presence. Yu Xiaohua remained unaffected, looking at him with a half smile, and stubbed out her cigarette. Since the Alliance leader doesn't want to talk, then let's not waste time. Lian quickly spoke up as she was about to leave. Commander Yu's temperament is really impatient. Alright, since Commander Yu is someone who doesn't like nonsense, then I get straight to the point. I hope you can support me in managing the military region alliance from now on. Lian observed Yu Xiaohua's expression, his eyes showing no fluctuation. Seeing Yu Xiaohua's indifference, Lian could only continue to escalate the situation. Commander Yu, we had some unpleasantness before because of Jiang Hao, but those things are in the past. We're both smart people, there's no need to hold grudges. Your strength is evident to all, and I genuinely want to recruit you into my camp. Don't worry, no matter how much benefit Old Chu promised you, I can give you double. I will absolutely not treat you unfairly. As long as you help me bring Old Chu down, I promise you the position of Deputy Alliance Commander. Then, in this military region alliance, besides me, you be second only to me. You should understand that only I in the entire military region alliance can meet these conditions for you. Old Chu can't give you these things. Commander Yu, you should know how to choose. Lian had already played his trump card. Although he was extremely reluctant, he knew that nothing less than a significant offer wouldn't sway Yu Xiaohua. In fact, Lian had originally intended to engage in a protracted negotiation, but Yu Xiaohua simply wouldn't give him a chance, threatening to leave at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, he was forced to reveal his true intentions. Lian was 80% confident that even if Yu Xiaohua was headstrong, how many people could refuse the conditions he offered? As long as she was on his side, he could effortlessly obtain the position of Deputy Commander of the Military Region Alliance. This was something countless people dreamed of achieving. Now, all it took was her nod. Yu Xiaohua seemed genuinely considering the terms, which further boosted Lian's confidence. His expression softened considerably. Yu Xiaohua smiled. Lian was puzzled. What was she smiling about at this moment? Yu Xiaohua spoke. The position of Deputy Alliance Leader is indeed very attractive, but I have a problem. I don't like things given to me for free. And even if it's given away for free, it depends on the person. If you're offering it to me, sorry, I don't want it. Lian's lips twitched with anger. You, Commander Yu, a wise man submits to circumstances. Could it be that Old Chu offered you some better terms? You can just say so directly. Why beat around the bush? How about this? You can make your request, and I will try my best to meet it. We can discuss it. Chapter 274. Yu Xiaohua stood up. No need. If there's nothing else, goodbye. Lian slammed his hand on the table. Yu Xiaohua, you weren't satisfied with the conditions I offered you. I told you to name yours, but you wouldn't. So you're determined to side with Old Chu. Choices are crucial in life. Sometimes, if you choose wrong, you can still change your mind. But sometimes, if you choose the wrong side, there's no going back. People should be cautious and not act impulsively when they have a choice, lest they regret it for the rest of their lives. Seeing that his soft approach wasn't working, Lian resorted to verbal threats. Unfortunately, he threatened the wrong person. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a faint smile, her gaze calmly fixed on the gloomy Lian. However, in that seemingly calm moment, her fingers swiftly tapped the chair. The next second, something unexpected happened. Yu Xiaohua suddenly grabbed the chair and, without hesitation, slammed it down on Lian. The series of movements was swift as the wind, catching Lian completely off guard. Startled, Lian hurriedly tried to dodge, but he was too slow. The stool, carrying immense force, slammed straight into his face. With a muffled thud, Lian's body jolted backward. Despite his desperate attempt to avoid the blow, the edge of the stool grazed his cheek, leaving a long, bloody gash. Blood immediately seeped from the wound, streaming down his face and staining his collar. Lian stared in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Has Yu Xiaohua gone mad? Daring to hit him with a chair in his office? Mad woman, this woman is truly insane. Yu Xiaohua calmly looked at the disheveled Lian. Don't drag me into your struggle with Chu Jiancheng, and don't bother me. Otherwise, you bear the consequences. Understand? Yu Xiaohua walked away, completely ignoring Li An's extremely ugly expression behind her. Outside the door, Zheng Dong said without changing his expression, Miss Yu, I see you off. Zheng Dong had clearly heard everything, yet he could still pretend nothing had happened, his attitude towards Yu Xiaohua remaining as good as ever. Zheng Dong even escorted Yu Xiaohua to her residence. At the door, Zheng Dong looked at Yu Xiaohua, silent for a few seconds. Miss Yu, I am 26 years old, with no bad habits, a water-type ability user, fairly honest, and physically strong. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, and if one day you need a man, you can consider me. Yu Xiaohua stopped and looked at Zheng Dong. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, who had just opened the door, overheard everything Zheng Dong said. They were both dumbfounded. Holy crap! What's going on? Zheng Dong actually took a liking to their boss? He's revealed all his secrets? He's practically offering himself up. Zheng Dong is quite refined and handsome, and so brave, it's hard to resist. Young Master Pei isn't here. If he were, it would be so exciting. Unfortunately, they can't record it with their phones now. The two of them have become quite the gossips now. Yu Xiaohua looked at Zheng Dong, smiled slightly, and seemed unable to refuse such a face, deeply affectionate yet graceful. Yu Xiaohua curled his lips. Sorry, I already have a man. As for you, Mr. Zheng, acting must be tiring. Zheng Dong was silent for a few seconds. Miss Yu, you are indeed clever. I'm sorry, it was the Alliance leader's order. Please forgive me for my offense. Goodbye, Miss Yu. Zheng Dong left. Wu Tian and Lao Lu stepped forward. Boss, wow. I thought Zheng Dong really liked you. I didn't expect it to be the Alliance leader's underhanded trick. He even used his charm. It seems the Alliance leader really can't do anything about you. But how despicable. I never noticed how hypocritical the Alliance leader was before. Boss, the Alliance leader offered you an olive branch, and you refused. Given the Alliance leader's vengeful nature, he'd probably target you again. Lao Lu shook his head. Not necessarily. I think this time, the Alliance leader doesn't have time to cause trouble for the boss. Next, he has to fight with the Vice Alliance leader. Since the boss has already made his stance clear, he should know. If we were to cause trouble for the boss, he wouldn't have the time, and he might not be able to afford the consequences. Right now, I guess as long as the boss doesn't side with Vice Alliance leader Chu, Lian should be content. Wu Tiandao asked, Boss, how's it going? The Alliance leader must be furious today. Yu Xiaohua nodded calmly. Yeah, not bad. On the other side, Zheng Dong returned to the Alliance leader's office. Lian had smashed many things in the room, leaving it a mess. He was clearly still angry, the bloodstains on his face were exceptionally obvious, and there were still drops of blood on the floor. Zheng Dong walked in without changing his expression, carrying a first aid kit. He certainly hadn't gotten to his position next to Lian based on his looks alone. Alliance leader, I sent Yu Xiaohua back. According to the plan, I confessed my feelings to her, but she rejected me outright. A woman like Yu Xiaohua won't change because of a man. Please punish her, Alliance leader. Lian stared at Zheng Dong, his gaze scrutinizing. She found out about you? Zheng Dong shook his head. No, Miss Yu said she already has a man and won't consider any other, telling me to give up. Lian snorted coldly, his eyes as venomous as a snake's. This Yu Xiaohua is truly ungrateful. I offered her such generous terms to win her over, but she still refused and even attacked me. She's lawless. What kind of man would want a woman as strong as her? Zheng Dong, this Yu Xiaohua can't be allowed to live, otherwise, I won't be able to quell my anger. Zheng Dong paused. If Yu Xiaohua had nodded just now, he would have truly been willing. Alliance leader, I think you shouldn't deal with Yu Xiaohua first. Her abilities are unfathomable. If you push her too far, what if she, who was originally neutral, actually helps Chu Jiancheng? That would be a real loss. Right now, you and the Vice Alliance leader are at a crucial moment. You might vent your anger, but if you really anger Yu Xiaohua, wouldn't that just be helping Chu Jiancheng? Once you win this round, you have plenty of time to deal with Yu Xiaohua. Then, without Chu Jiancheng backing her, we can deal with her then, Alliance leader. Lian understood this logic. Ultimately, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Zheng Dong's words gave Lian a way out. Sure enough, his expression immediately improved considerably. Zheng Dong, you're so sensible. Don't worry, do your job well, and I definitely won't treat you unfairly. That afternoon, what happened in the office somehow spread throughout the entire military region alliance. Everyone knew that Yu Xiaohua had been invited to Lian's office, and that a fight had almost broken out. Chapter 275. Originally, Chu Jiancheng's confidants were worried that Yu Xiaohua might accept Lian's generous offers and potentially switch sides. Chu Jiancheng said no, and they still had some doubts, but now they all shut up. In the following days, Yu Xiaohua went directly into his spatial cultivation and never came out again. Meanwhile, the entire military region alliance was ablaze with conflict between Lian and Chu Jiancheng's factions. At meetings, the two made no attempt to conceal their stances. The entire military region alliance was engulfed in a frenzy of choosing sides. The winds of change were blowing. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, because of Yu Xiaohua's influence, were kept quiet. After all, no one could afford to offend Yu Xiaohua, who was behind them, and cause them trouble. Half a month later, during the day, Chu Jiancheng and Lian disagreed at a meeting about establishing a safe zone, and the two parted on bad terms again. This time, Lian slammed his fist on the table and left the meeting room. Chu Jiancheng said nothing. But everyone could see that a storm was brewing, and the military alliance was truly on the verge of turmoil. Midnight. In the darkness, the entire military alliance appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. On the vast parade ground, two forces were facing off. The tension was palpable, and in terms of numbers, they were evenly matched. Both sides had roughly the same number of men, and many familiar faces were present. Zheng Dong stood beside Lian. Beside Chu Jiancheng was Yanwen, in a wheelchair. Chu Jiancheng had specifically recalled him yesterday, just for tonight, behind him. Hundreds of men in black. The scene was tense. For months, the entire military alliance had known this day would come sooner or later. Lian's face was shrouded in a thick, dark cloud. It was frighteningly gloomy. He stared intently at Chu Jiancheng opposite him, as if trying to see right through him. Old Chu, after so many years of friendship, after the apocalypse, we established the military alliance together and walk hand in hand to this day. I never imagined that you would ultimately betray me and try to steal my position. Old Chu, you're truly something else. Chu Jiancheng had known Lian's inherent hypocrisy since he was young, but he always remembered their brotherly bond and tolerated them. Even now, Lian still wanted to turn the tables. Chu Jiancheng said, Lian, did I betray you, or did you force me into a corner, leaving me no choice but to take this step? You've forgotten our original intention in establishing the military region alliance, forgotten that we initially established it to protect ordinary people. But what have you done in these past 2 years? You enjoyed your high position as alliance leader, condoning your subordinates' oppression of ordinary people, turning a blind eye to their wicked behavior, making the entire military region alliance a mess. Everyone is vying for power and trying to curry favor with you, forgetting the original intention of establishing the military region alliance. You should step down, Lian. You are unworthy of your position now. Chu Jiancheng's words were forceful. Every word left Lian speechless. If it weren't for Chu Jiancheng and a few others who still upheld their principles, the entire military region alliance would have long since degenerated. Lian's face flushed red, and he clenched his fists. Chu Jiancheng, stop pretending. Yes, you're noble, but you just want my position. Why put on such a righteous facade? Let me tell you, in this situation, it's either you or me who dies. Chu Jiancheng looked at Lian, who showed absolutely no remorse. He sighed. In the end, it had come to this. Since that's how it is, then there's nothing more to say. The two sides were on the verge of conflict. Yanwen pushed the wheelchair forward. Vice Alliance Leader Chu, our men are ready. This battle is unavoidable now. Give the order. Chu Jiancheng was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Lian turned to look at the people behind him, his voice like thunder. Attack! Whoever kills Chu Jiancheng will be richly rewarded. I promote him 3 levels. Promoted 3 levels? Everyone's face was filled with excitement. They were itching to act. Attack! At the command, the entire scene instantly descended into chaos. The next second, the once peaceful night was quickly illuminated by the light of various supernatural abilities. Like a dazzling fireworks display, it bloomed in the darkness. The supernatural beings from both sides engaged in a breathtaking free-for-all without mercy. Water-based ability users manipulated massive water waves, sweeping towards their enemies like raging ocean tides. Lightning-based ability users summoned dazzling bolts of lightning, tearing through the night sky and striking their opponents. Fire-based ability users unleashed raging flames, igniting everything around them and creating a sea of fire. Wind-based ability users harnessed the power of the wind. These different elemental abilities countered each other, making the battle exceptionally fierce. The collision of water and fire generated massive amounts of steam. The interplay of lightning and wind produced bursts of thunder. Ability users traversed this chaotic battlefield, constantly unleashing their powers, engaging in a desperate struggle. Tonight was destined to be a bloody battle. Chu Jiancheng and Lian quickly retreated amidst the chaos, returning to their respective camps. They stood at a distance, watching the fierce battle. Tonight, there can only be one winner. The loser's fate is already sealed. The fight is intense here. On a distant balcony, Wu Tian and Lao Lu are eating sunflower seeds and drinking iced tea. They've been watching for a while. Wu Tian said, "Tell me, who do you think will win this round? Lian or Chu Jiancheng? Judging by numbers and strength, they're evenly matched. It'd probably be fighting until dawn to determine a winner. This night is going to be long. 12 loves to join in the fun. It's a pity he's not here, otherwise he'd be incredibly excited." Lao Lu nodded. "Today, Chu Jiancheng will win this round. He will definitely win." Why are they so sure? It's simple. Because the two sides below are indeed evenly matched. However, the only variable hasn't appeared yet. 2 hours have passed. Time seems to have stretched endlessly. Both sides superhumans were fighting with all their might, but their stamina was steadily depleting. Initially, both sides employed a strategy of attrition warfare, hoping to maintain their fighting strength by rotating fighters. However, as time went on, the effects of this strategy became increasingly apparent. Each superhuman's time on the field was getting shorter, and their rest time was also dwindling. Worse still, the healing superhuman's abilities were also nearing their limit. Now, the stamina of both sides' healing superhumans had reached its limit. Under these circumstances, the battle became even more intense and brutal. The superhumans had to use every last ounce of their strength to fight back. Neither side could completely overpower the other. It was a stalemate. Chapter 276. Both sides suffered extremely heavy losses, the air thick with the stench of blood. However, in such dire circumstances, they had no way out but to continue fighting. Time ticked by. 10 minutes passed. An hour followed. Both sides were utterly exhausted, their bodies and minds at their limits. The wounded groaned in pain, while those whose powers were depleted swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. Chu Jiancheng and Lian were in no better shape. Their powers had been evenly matched. Now, they were equally disheveled, barely able to stand. Zheng Dong supported Lian, while Yang Xian stood beside Jiancheng. Only a handful of people remained standing from both sides. Lian suddenly let out a sharp laugh. He looked mockingly at Chu Jiancheng, then at Zheng Dong. "Go and bring out what we prepared." Zheng Dong paused, then walked to the boxes covered by a black cloth and lifted them. Upon opening the armory, one finds it filled with the most advanced weapons available before the apocalypse. Clearly, Lian had made 2 preparations. Once the superhuman's abilities were exhausted, he planned to use firearms. Lian picked up a sniper rifle. He looked smugly at Chu Jiancheng and the others behind him, whose expressions had changed. "Ha ha ha, Chu Jiancheng, you idiot, you finally lost to me. I already moved all the guns from the armory beforehand, all for today. Now, the superhumans under your command can't use their abilities anymore, can they? You never beat me, you always be my defeated foe." Lian panted heavily, his demeanor arrogant and smug. At this moment, he was confident of victory. "Chu Jiancheng, what good do you think it is to be so good to you, Xiaohua? She has no heart at all. She won't help anyone. She's a selfish woman. You're stupid for believing her. Look at the situation now. Has she even shown up? Has she helped you? You idiot." Chu Jiancheng shook his head. "Lian, you never understand. I only value talent, not for exploitation. Whether she helps me or not doesn't affect my opinion of her. Yanwen sneered. Is that so? Who said she wouldn't show up? Upon hearing this, Lian's expression changed slightly. Yu Xiaohua was always a thorn in his side. He had specifically assigned people to watch over Yu Xiaohua, fearing something might happen to her. Yu Xiaohua hadn't left her house for a full half-month. He was afraid of something unexpected happening, so he monitored Yu Xiaohua from all angles. Therefore, Lian was certain that Yu Xiaohua hadn't come out. That's why he could confront Chu Jiancheng today without any scruples. Stop lying to me, Yanwen. My men have been monitoring Yu Xiaohua. She hasn't shown up at all in the last 2 weeks. If she had, my men would have reported to me long ago. Stop pretending. I kill you first. Lian raised his gun, the dark muzzle pointing directly at Yanwen in his wheelchair. His finger was already tightly gripping the trigger. With just a slight pull, the bullet would whistle out and strike Yanwen directly. However, facing such a close-range threat, Yanwen's expression remained unchanged. His eyes remained calm as still water, without even a trace of fear. He sat quietly in his wheelchair, as if Lian and the dark muzzle of the gun didn't exist. In that split second, time seemed to freeze. The whole world became eerily quiet. Chu Jiancheng's heart tightened. Yanwen, get out of the way! The bullet hurtled towards Yanwen, about to pierce his chest. Just a hair's breadth away. The next second, time seemed to freeze, space slightly distorted. The rapidly flying bullet seemed to be stopped by an invisible force, its speed suddenly slowing down. Just as everyone was astonished, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of Yanwen. An invisible barrier, like a transparent wall, appeared before everyone. This barrier seemed fragile, yet it was as indestructible as an impenetrable fortress. The bullet struck it hard. It made a crisp clang sound, then was deflected. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden turn of events, all focused on the bullet in midair. It traced an arc in the air before finally falling helplessly to the ground. However, what happened next was even more astonishing. Just as the bullet was deflected, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Yu Xiaohua, dressed in black, was like a fairy descending to earth. Her appearance was like a shooting star in the night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up at her in astonishment. Yu Xiaohua lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with darkness. She flipped herself down, landing cleanly and nimbly, and turned to look at Yanwen, who sat in a wheelchair. Yanwen couldn't hide his excitement. Xiaohua, you come. He knew she would come. Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. Chu Jiancheng was overjoyed. Only the moment Yu Xiaohua appeared did he truly feel at ease. It was a confidence from the bottom of his heart. Yu Xiaohua was the only variable in this life-or-death battle. She was also his biggest trump card. The day before yesterday, he had already told Yu Xiaohua through Wu Tian that tonight, she needed to act at the most crucial moment. Therefore, when Lian took out his weapon, beaming with pride, he didn't panic. It was because Yu Xiaohua hadn't appeared yet. Yu Xiaohua waved her hand, and Wu Tian and Lao Lu, who had arrived, pushed Yanwen aside. The battlefield from now on was hers alone. Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Yu Xiaohua suddenly appear? Where were the people he had arranged to guard her? Zheng Dong's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua. She had indeed come. You, how are you here? Impossible. Your place is under tight surveillance. Not even a fly could escape. Even if you did come out, someone would have notified me. How did you manage this? Lian, of course, didn't know that Yu Xiaohua could appear using spatial abilities. Since her mental strength increased, her control over the area had also expanded. The moment Yu Xiaohua appeared, Lian lost all his composure. He panicked. Yu Xiaohua looked at the exasperated Lian. She spoke slowly. You talk too much nonsense. Lian's expression changed again, his teeth clenched. Fine, Yu Xiaohua. Do you really think your appearance can change anything? Lian smiled sinisterly. As he spoke, he pulled a transparent syringe from his pocket, filled with a green liquid. Behind him, the person who had been lying on the ground simultaneously pulled out the same syringe from their pocket. Chu Jiancheng was utterly shocked upon seeing the injection. Lian, are you crazy? You dare use something like this? You really are crazy. Chapter 277. Old Six frowned, staring intently at the syringes in the hands of those people, a sense of foreboding rising within him. These syringes didn't look like ordinary things. At this moment, it seemed he had already seen through the true purpose of these syringes. Chu Jiancheng's face suddenly turned grim, his brows furrowing tightly, as if they could wring water from them. Vice Alliance leader, what exactly are they holding? Wu Tian asked anxiously, Chu Jiancheng's gaze fixed on Lian, who was frantically injecting himself with the drug. He's gone mad. This madman. He couldn't understand why Lian was so insane, not only using such contraband, but also bringing so many people with him. It's over, Chu Jiancheng said with difficulty, his voice hoarse. That's a drug the Alliance just developed last month. Once injected into the human body, it can stimulate supernatural abilities in a short time, pushing the body's potential to its limit. However, it also has extremely serious side effects. The side effects vary from person to person. The most severe could be death or mental breakdown. Lian was prepared for mutual destruction. I originally thought the development of this drug had stopped, but Lian actually continued to have people develop it in secret. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Chu Jiancheng stared at Yu Xiaohua's retreating figure with a face full of horror, his voice hoarse and strained. Xiao Yu, listen to me. The drug they were injected with can only last for 2 hours at most. They completely gone mad. This drug will make people completely lose their sense of pain, and even their most basic senses. They become a bunch of monsters without any feelings. Lian, you're insane. So many people support you, and you're pushing them into hell. They're all rare superhumans in this apocalypse. Do you even know what you're doing? Lian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a mad, destructive intent. Insane? Chu Jiancheng, you're the one who drove me to this. If you hadn't been eyeing my position, why would I have dragged them down with me? You're the one who ruined them, Chu Jiancheng. Let me tell you, I, Lian, will never lose, and I will never lose to you, Chu Jiancheng. Today, it's a fight to the death. It's either you or me. Even if Yu Xiaohua comes, it won't change anything. The final winner can only be me, Lian, only me. Just then, Lian gave a sinister smile and sped up the injections. His men had quickly completed the injections. In an instant, those who had been lying on the ground seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force, suddenly springing to their feet. Their bodies began to tremble violently, their facial muscles contorted, their eyes turned bloodshot, exuding a chilling aura. These people seemed to have completely lost their minds, turning into a group of people who only knew how to attack frantically, emitting low growls from time to time, more like zombies. In just 2 short minutes, these people who were perfectly fine had become like this. Wu Tian and Lao Lu quickly stepped forward, standing on either side of Yu Xiaohua. Chu Jiancheng's group, including himself, had exhausted their supernatural abilities and reached their physical limits. They could barely stand, let alone help. Now, all their hopes rested on Yu Xiaohua and his 2 companions. But what chance did 3 people have against hundreds of people who had been injected with drugs and were now insanely intoxicated? Did they even have a chance? Even if Yu Xiaohua was incredibly powerful, could she win? There was absolutely no chance. At this moment, an atmosphere of despair enveloped Chu Jiancheng's side. Even Chu Jiancheng was gradually losing confidence. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have dragged Yu Xiaohua into this. Yu Xiaohua's eyes were like deep pools, calm and profound. Her gaze slowly fell on Lian opposite her. Lian's body seemed somewhat twisted and deformed, as if undergoing some kind of terrifying mutation. His skin was a sickly grayish-white, covered with strange patterns, as if it had been corrupted by some evil force. Behind Lian, there was an even darker, more menacing mass. Under the cover of darkness, these figures appeared and disappeared. Only pairs of scarlet eyes could be seen, flashing with an eerie light in the darkness. These eyes were like those of demons from hell, exuding an indescribable aura of evil. Yu Xiaohua, however, slowly curled her lips into a smile. These evil cultivators wanted to defeat someone like her, a righteous cultivator? Fine, she'd like to see just how potent these potions really were. You two be careful. Avoid their hands. Their hands have changed color. This potion is probably poisonous. It's all over their hands. Don't leave any survivors, they're no longer human. Only then did Wu Tian and Lao Lu notice that not only had everyone's faces changed, but even their hands had turned a different color. If their boss hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed. The 2 nodded. Don't worry, boss, we understand. Having been by Yu Xiaohua's side for so long, the 2 of them were no longer the same as before. Even facing this situation now, they remained calm. Because their boss was there, they had a pillar of support. They truly weren't afraid. They were going to fight against underhanded tactics. The next second, Lian suddenly let out a hoarse sound, like something was choking him, making everyone who heard it feel uncomfortable. His eyes were fixed on Yu Xiaohua, as if trying to see right through her. Even his eyeballs began to move with difficulty. Yu Xiaohua stood still, looking at Lian indifferently, completely disregarding his threat. Seeing Yu Xiaohua's complete lack of fear and indifference, Lian was enraged, suddenly bursting into laughter like a madman. Yu Xiaohua, ha! So what if you're powerful? Today, I show you the true power of these injections. Even if we die, I drag you and Chu Jiancheng down to hell together. No one can escape, we all die together. Yu Xiaohua declared. Just fight. Enough with the nonsense. The more indifferent Yu Xiaohua's attitude, the more Lian broke down. With a shout from Lian, hundreds of men in black swarmed forward. Yu Xiaohua took a step forward without hesitation. Then, she concentrated her mind, releasing her powerful mental energy like a surging wave. This mental energy, like an invisible net, quickly enveloped the charging men in black, instantly slowing their advance. Lian and his men had pushed their bodies to the limit using the supposedly highly contagious drugs, but they couldn't withstand Yu Xiaohua's overwhelming mental energy. Behind them, Chu Jiancheng, Yangwen, and the others watched this scene with undisguised shock in their eyes. How could one person's mental strength be so immense? And this is for hundreds of people? Chapter 278. Seeing this, Wu Tian and Lao Lu dashed off like arrows without hesitation. Their coordination was flawless. Both had honed their teamwork in real combat. Their figures moved with ghostly speed through the night, reaching the men in black in the blink of an eye. They simultaneously activated their supernatural abilities. Instantly, the night seemed to be torn apart by countless strange lights, and various colorful supernatural abilities bloomed in the darkness. Yu Xiaohua stood still. Her attacks were precise and ruthless, each strike aimed directly at the enemy's vitals, giving them no chance to breathe. Faced with Yu Xiaohua's fierce offensive, the men in black tried their best to resist, but their supernatural abilities seemed so pale and powerless before Yu Xiaohua. No matter what supernatural ability the opponent used, Yu Xiaohua could easily break it. She moved among the men in black with ease, delivering a fatal blow to each of them. In the pitch-black night, Yu Xiaohua, like a ghost, led Wu Tian and Lao Lu, moving swiftly through the numerous men in black. The three figures moved like lightning, striking each man in black's vital points with lightning speed and precision. Under the influence of drugs, these men in black had lost their normal sense of fatigue. No matter how many times they were knocked down, they could stubbornly rise and continue fighting. Yu Xiaohua's attacks, however, were exceptionally fierce. Every move accurately struck its target, leaving the men in black defenseless. Yu Xiaohua's eyes were like torches, instantly locking onto Lian's position. With a flash, he charged straight towards Lian like an arrow released from a bow. Upon reaching him, Lian seemed to have seen something terrifying, suddenly taking a few steps back, gritting his teeth, looking at Yu Xiaohua, his lips trembling. Yu Xiaohua, I kill you. He stared wide-eyed at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua stood there indifferently, her hands casually outstretched. Suddenly, two balls of flame appeared in her hands, crackling and popping, as if mocking Lian's cowardice. Lian, also a fire-type ability user, stared intently at the flames in Yu Xiaohua's hands. A disdainful sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, a mocking tone. So that's it. Looks like you're nothing special after all. Before he finished speaking, two raging flames suddenly appeared in Lian's hands, much larger than the flames in Yu Xiaohua's hands, seemingly threatening to devour everything around them. Chu Jiancheng and the others, seeing this, instantly became serious. Was Yu Xiaohua's ability about to run out? However, facing Lian's provocation, Yu Xiaohua remained unusually calm. A faint smile played on his lips. Heh, a fire contest? In the instant everyone was astonished. The flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand seemed to come alive, rushing towards the massive flame unleashed by Lian. In a flash, the two flames collided fiercely in midair, crackling and popping. Originally, Lian's raging inferno, like a ferocious beast, lunged at Yu Xiaohua with bared fangs and claws. However, unexpectedly, before Yu Xiaohua's seemingly insignificant little flame, this beast suddenly became incredibly fragile, as if under a spell, unable to withstand the engulfing power of the small flame. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the two flames, afraid to miss a single detail. No one could have imagined that the seemingly insignificant small flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand contained such immense energy and power. As time passed, the small flame gradually devoured Lian's large flame, slowly consuming it. Lian's flame, under the onslaught of the small flame, continuously retreated, shrank, and was eventually completely consumed. This scene left everyone speechless and incredulous. The black-clad men, who had been injected with the drug and were mentally impaired, were now also stunned, turning around to look at what was happening before their eyes in disbelief. Lian, in particular, could not accept this fact. His eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment, as he watched his flame vanish without a trace in an instant. You, how could you? What exactly is your flame? How could it devour such a large flame? What trick did you use? In the distance, Chu Jiancheng asked Yongwen, what level is Xiao Yu's fire-based ability? In the wheelchair, Yongwen's gaze deepened, and he shook his head. I don't know. No one knows Xiao Yu's true strength. Perhaps, no one will ever know. Yu Xiaohua gave Lian no chance to breathe. Her movements were swift and decisive, as if she had already anticipated Lian's reaction. She flashed forward like a ghost, closing in without giving Lian any time to react. Lian retreated repeatedly, his body trembling violently. His defenses were so fragile under Yu Xiaohua's fierce onslaught, utterly powerless to resist. Every kick from Yu Xiaohua was precise and ruthless, landing on Lian like a storm. Lian's body continued to retreat, his steps becoming unsteady. Finally, Yu Xiaohua kicked him hard in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Then, Yu Xiaohua landed steadily. Lian crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. His body rolled several times on the ground before slowly coming to a stop. His chest heaved violently, as he gasped for breath, his face contorted with pain and despair. Lian's eyes were bloodshot and blazing. He glared at Yu Xiaohua, his anger seemingly about to erupt. He couldn't accept this fact. He had clearly injected himself with the drug, believing it would grant him enough power to fight Yu Xiaohua. But now it seemed it was all just wishful thinking. Driven by anger and despair, Lian's reason crumbled, his mind consumed by madness. He couldn't bear his defeat, especially after the injection. This disparity drove him into a state of frenzy. However, in the next second, Lian suddenly pulled another vial from his pocket. He clutched the syringe tightly, as if it were his last lifeline. Clearly, he wasn't going to give up. He wanted to continue injecting, using more drugs to boost his strength. If he injected again, Lian would surely die. He was determined to fight to the death. Yu Xiaohua simply watched coldly, as he injected himself again. She also wanted to know, what were the limits of this drug on the human body? In her previous life, after the apocalypse, someone had quickly developed such a drug. Chu Jiancheng wanted to speak, urging Yu Xiaohua to stop Lian's madness. Yongwen stopped him. Vice Alliance leader, Xiao Yu knows what she's doing, we shouldn't interfere. Chapter 279. After receiving the second injection, Lian's body began to undergo astonishing changes, as if controlled by a powerful force. First, his eyeballs began to bulge out of their sockets, seemingly about to burst out. As his eyeballs bulged, his eyes grew larger, the black pupils replaced by white sclera, creating an eerie appearance. Simultaneously, Lian's limbs began to change. His fingers and toes gradually became long and thin, the bones at the joints twisting and deforming, making his hands and feet resemble the claws of some animal. His arms and legs seemed to be elongated, the muscles becoming exceptionally defined, brimming with power. This change utterly shocked everyone. He was no longer human. Lian let out a hoarse cry, Yu Xiaohua, I kill you. In the blink of an eye, Lian pounced on Yu Xiaohua like a tiger descending a mountain, his aura overwhelming. His speed was lightning fast, like a heavy mountain crashing down on Yu Xiaohua. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Their hearts leaped into their throats, watching this breathtaking scene with tense anticipation. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Yu Xiaohua remained remarkably calm. Her reaction speed was incredibly fast. She swiftly sidestepped like a ghost, easily avoiding Lian's head-on collision. Then, with a nimble flip, using her momentum and agility, she landed steadily on Lian's shoulder. This series of movements was fluid and seamless. However, this action completely enraged Lian. Lian went berserk, letting out a beast-like roar. Yu Xiaohua and Lian exchanged blows, while Wu Tian and Lao Lu cleared out nearly half of the men in black. Until half an hour later, Yu Xiaohua abruptly withdrew her hand. She quickly took 2 steps back, then stood firmly on her feet. Enough. Yu Xiaohua's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Her gaze swept over the chaotic crowd below, as if these crazed men in black were nothing more than insignificant ants. Yu Xiaohua took a deep breath, then darted onto the platform. Her movements were fluid and without hesitation. When she stood on the platform, all eyes turned to her. Everyone was astonished by her sudden action, wondering what she intended to do. However, in the next second, a ball of purple lightning suddenly appeared in Yu Xiaohua's hand. The lightning danced in her hand, like a caged beast waiting to break free. This ball of purple lightning was exceptionally dazzling in the darkness, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The moment the purple lightning appeared, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, seeing this, withdrew their hands and retreated to Chu Jiancheng and Yongwen's side. The boss was about to make his real move. Realizing the danger, Lian and all the men in black tried to escape. Immediately afterward, The purple lightning shot out from Yu Xiaohua's hand like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Lian and the remaining men in black below the stage. Wherever the purple lightning passed, the air was ionized, crackling and popping. The black-clad men, who had initially appeared aggressive and menacing, seemed utterly vulnerable before this purple lightning, as if they were made of paper. In an instant, the purple lightning, like a raging fire, mercilessly devoured the black-clad men. In the blink of an eye, they were completely incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash. In the darkness, only the man's piercing screams remained, a sound so tragic and chilling. The power of this purple lightning was truly terrifying. Anyone touched by it had no chance of escape. Everything it passed through was scorched earth, as if a terrible fire had just occurred. On the high platform, Yu Xiaohua stared expressionlessly at the scene below, as if it were all unrelated to her. However, only she knew that after her power level increased, her purple lightning had undergone a qualitative change. The purple lightning intertwined and swirled in the air, like a ferocious beast, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. Each bolt of lightning contained boundless destructive power. Wherever it passed, people and objects were instantly incinerated. In the end, only a charred ruin remained. The mutated Lian stood alone amidst it all, appearing utterly out of place. None of those he brought survived. They all perished under Yu Xiaohua's purple lightning. This massacre lasted only a few minutes, yet it had already claimed the lives of hundreds. The power of the lightning was terrifying. The outcome was already obvious. The purple lightning stopped before Lian, motionless, as if silently scrutinizing this survivor. Meanwhile, the second injection Lian received was gradually wearing off. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, like a broken puppet, on the verge of collapse. Without the power of the injection, he collapsed to the ground. Chu Jiansheng stepped forward, looking at Lian, his emotions a complex mix. The men Chu Jiansheng had brought were celebrating their survival. If it weren't for Yu Xiaohua, they would have been wiped out that night. Lian, you lost? Lian gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if the whole world trembled with his breath. His eyes were bloodshot, a color of anger and resentment, fixed on Chu Jiansheng, as if he wanted to devour him alive. I lost, ha ha ha. Lian suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing across the empty arena, filled with endless irony and self-mockery. If it weren't for Yu Xiaohua, how could you have beaten me? I planned everything, but I didn't foresee this accident. Chu Jiansheng, I, Lian, have never lost to you in my life. I lost to Yu Xiaohua. His voice trembled, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, Chu Jiansheng simply watched him quietly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Chu Jiansheng slowly shook his head, his gaze passing over Lian, and landing on Yu Xiaohua on the high platform. Yu Xiaohua stood there, her posture upright. She understood Chu Jiansheng's meaning. She nodded, saying nothing. Her fingers twitched slightly, and the previously still purple lightning suddenly seemed to be awakened, flashing with dazzling light once more. Chapter 280. Purple lightning coiled around Lian's entire body, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he was burned to ashes. The purple lightning then dissipated. Everyone turned to look at Yu Xiaohua standing on the platform. 6th brother and 12th brother had already gone up. Yangwen pushed the wheelchair forward, seemingly remembering something, and looked at Yu Xiaohua. People always have to part ways. Perhaps past partings can be relived, but some partings are destined to be forever. Yangwen slowly spoke, Are you leaving? Some people are destined not to be confined to this place. This is merely a temporary stop for her. Ultimately, it's a place that cannot hold her. Chu Jiansheng was stunned. Who's leaving? It's Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you're leaving? Where are you going? Yu Xiaohua expressionlessly pulled a cigarette from her pocket. The cigarette seemed weightless in her hand. With a light flick, it stood upright on her fingertip. Seeing this, Wu Tian quickly pulled out a lighter from his pocket. With a click, a flame shot up, illuminating Yu Xiaohua's cold, stern face. Yu Xiaohua lowered her head slightly, brought the cigarette closer to the flame, and took a deep drag. The spark at the cigarette tip ignited instantly, hissing. With each breath, smoke slowly billowed from Yu Xiaohua's mouth and nose, forming wisps of gray mist that swirled around her. Clad in black, Yu Xiaohua stood on the empty platform, blending seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. However, that single, scarlet cigarette tip, like a red star in the night, was strikingly conspicuous. The smoke gradually spread, carrying with it the faint smell of blood. Yu Xiaohua stared blankly at the cigarette in her hand, as if it were insignificant. With a flick of her finger, the cigarette extinguished instantly, as if by magic, leaving not a single spark. She extinguished the cigarette with her bare hand. Then, Her gaze slowly shifted to Chu Jiancheng and Yang Wen below the stage. Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly, her movements elegant and composed. Her voice was clear and cold, exceptionally distinct in the dark night. Yang Wen smiled. As expected, tonight you plan to leave after helping out. Have a safe journey, Xiao Yu. If you have time in the future, come back and visit. I always be here. Yang Wen treated Yu Xiaohua like a younger sister. In this world, he only had Yu Xiaohua, a sister with no blood relation, but who was closer than family. Chu Jiancheng, being quite sensible, didn't say anything to persuade her to stay, but instead made a promise in public. Little Yu, the doors of the Military Region Alliance will always be open to you. No matter when you return, the Military Region Alliance will always welcome you. Yu Xiaohua, along with Wu Tian and Lao Lu, left the Military Region Alliance under everyone's watchful eyes. Time flew by. 6 months later, in City C, at Villa No. 1, Wu Tian, wearing shorts and a tank top, came downstairs. Lao Lu carried a freshly brewed coffee from the kitchen. After leaving Kyoto, they drove all the way back to City C and returned to Villa No. 1. Before the apocalypse, Yu Xiaohua had already planned ahead, meticulously crafting Villa No. 1. This villa not only boasted a sturdy architectural structure, but also featured advanced security systems and ample supplies, making it an impregnable fortress. After the apocalypse, some coveted this place and wanted to claim it for themselves, but they couldn't even get through the villa's gate. It wasn't until Yu Xiaohua returned with Wu Tian and Lao Lu that the door to Villa No. 1 was opened. However, in the 6 months that followed, the world underwent dramatic changes. To survive, humanity began establishing numerous safe bases of varying sizes. In the vast northern lands, 10 major bases stood like stars surrounding the moon, centered around Liao City. Now, these 10 bases resembled steel fortresses, imposing and awe-inspiring. In the south, Qing City shone like a dazzling pearl. The eastern base, centered on Qing City, stood out among the many bases, becoming the most powerful in the entire Yan Kingdom. The eastern base gathered countless elites and resources. Its technological level and military strength were top-notch, leaving other bases far behind. And within the base, superpowered teams began to be formed to hunt zombies and exchange them for supplies. Humans developed various nutritional supplements to replace fruits and vegetables. These bases became humanity's last refuge, where people supported each other and fought against the zombies. Meanwhile, unexpectedly, the zombies seemed to be gradually adapting to this new world. They no longer attacked humans as frantically as they initially did, but began to gather in certain areas, forming their own living spaces. This phenomenon initially shocked humanity. A certain balance seemed to have been found between humans and zombies. Human defenses became increasingly sophisticated, making it difficult for the zombies to break through. The zombies are constantly evolving, learning to coexist with humans. No one can give a definitive answer. But regardless, the relationship between humans and zombies has undergone a subtle change. And what impact this change will have on the future world, no one can predict. Wu Tian, wearing slippers, sat down on the sofa casually and said, "Sixth brother, did the supplies for our mission a couple of days ago arrive? They always been delivered, haven't they?" For the past 6 months, Yu Xiaohua has almost always stayed in his own space, occasionally emerging, but never showing his face in public. Wu Tian and Sixth brother haven't been idle. They established a fairly large base in City C. Besides enhancing their abilities and training, in their spare time, the two of them go out with a special abilities team to kill zombies. It's not that they lack supplies. Now, while everyone else is surviving on nutritional supplements, they still have fresh fruits and vegetables to eat. Their lives couldn't be more carefree. They just want to train themselves. The entire C City base knew that 2 men lived in Villa No. 1, their relationship murky, but their strength was extraordinary. The base leaders had personally visited twice, begging Wu Tian and Lao Lu to help the team on missions. The two had now become hidden big shots. Many superpowered teams wanted to recruit Wu Tian and Lao Lu. With them in charge, they could practically do whatever they wanted in C City. In 6 months, they had rejected countless offers. Lao Lu put down his coffee. Maybe, a couple more days later. By the way, boss hasn't come out for 5 days. Recently, my abilities have hit a bottleneck. Tomorrow, let's go out and see what missions are available. Let's go on a mission. Wu Tian nodded. No problem. If I don't go on mission soon, I'd be useless. But every time we go on a mission, these people find an opportunity to recruit us. Refusing them is more tiring than killing zombies. Chapter 281. Time flies, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Xiaohua stepped out of her spatial dimension, her gaze falling on a note on the table. The handwriting on the note was bold and elegant, clearly left by Wu Tian. It stated that he and Lao Lu had accepted a mission together, with no return date set. In the past 6 months, although Yu Xiaohua had rarely left her spatial dimension, Wu Tian and Lao Lu would always tell her everything that had happened outside whenever she did. However, this time, instead of immediately returning to her spatial dimension to continue cultivating as usual, Yu Xiaohua rested briefly. After a short rest, Yu Xiaohua decided to leave Qi Tian at the villa and go out for a stroll alone. City C had now become a small base, with superhumans everywhere. Many people on the streets wore the same uniforms, the insignia of superhuman teams. As far as Yu Xiaohua knew, there were now nearly 100 superhuman teams in City C. Yu Xiaohua's appearance was undeniably striking, attracting attention wherever he went. Many were eager to approach him, but his cold aura instilled fear. Yu Xiaohua briefly strolled around before heading to the mission center in City C. All missions were issued here. Teams of ability users could collect mission tokens in the lobby, complete missions, and exchange them for corresponding supplies. Ordinary people could also find simple jobs at the base to earn zombie cores, which could then be exchanged for necessities. As soon as Yu Xiaohua returned to the entrance of Villa No. 1, he saw a large group of people surrounding the villa, all wearing various ability user team uniforms, more than a dozen teams in total. Yu Xiaohua paused, then walked over. Upon reaching the edge, she didn't rush in. A man in a red team uniform, seeing her standing at the edge, assumed she was also there to recruit. He was very enthusiastic, acting like they were old friends. "Sister, you're here to recruit Master Wu and Master Lu too, right? Which team are you from? I have to say, your team leader isn't taking this seriously at all. Did they only send you alone? I'm not saying this to be mean, sister, although you are indeed beautiful. Master Wu and Master Lu don't fall for that." Yu Xiaohua smiled. Master Wu? Master Lu? Hearing someone call her little brother, Master, in front of her was quite interesting. The people at the entrance were about to erupt in a huge argument. They were exchanging words, and before they could even get anyone, they were about to fight. Yu Xiaohua looked at the man, who appeared to be about 17 or 18, nodded, took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. The man saw the cigarette in Yu Xiaohua's hand, exclaimed, "Oh my God," and quickly pulled her under a tree, his eyes lighting up. "Sister, you still have cigarettes? These are good stuff. It's been almost 3 years since the apocalypse, and you can't even find cigarettes like this anymore. Can I have one, sister? It satisfies my craving, hee, I've been craving one." Yu Xiaohua smiled, then tossed the entire pack of cigarettes to the man. The man, overjoyed, quickly hid them, glancing cautiously at the people gathered at the door, like a thief. He was terrified of being discovered and robbed again. These days, robbery and assault are nothing new. The man said his name was Xiao Shui, a low-level ability user, and that he was there to accompany his captain in recruiting Wu Tian and Lao Lu to his team. Yu Xiaohua announced her name. Xiao Shui chuckled. "Sister, actually, the captain and I both know that an ordinary team like ours has no chance at all. Master Wu and Master Lu wouldn't even consider us. We're just here to make up the numbers. Our captain isn't giving up, he just wants to try. Whoever gets Master Wu and Master Lu on board can do whatever they want in City C. But our captain doesn't want to do whatever they want. He just wants to take on more missions and give more supplies. Everyone in our team comes from poor families. We want to earn more supplies for our families, so that if we die someday, we won't have to worry about them." Xiao Shui, this big mouth. Yu Xiaohua didn't say anything except his name. He just blurted everything out, wanting to introduce himself and his ancestors for 18 generations. Yu Xiaohua flicked her cigarette ash, watching the incessantly chattering Xiao Shui. She was certain he was a complete chatterbox. "What's your team called?" Xiao Shui paused, then slapped the back of his head. "Oh right, I haven't told my sister yet. Our team is called the Dragon Pride Team. What do you think? Pretty cool and awesome, right?" Yu Xiaohua paused, remained silent for a few seconds, and casually hummed in agreement. "Pretty arrogant. This is a name that most people wouldn't come up with. Just hearing the name, you can tell what kind of immature teenagers this team consists of." Xiao Shui was beaming with pride. The two were talking when, in the distance, a man with dyed yellow hair walked over. He was good-looking. His bright yellow hair was so striking that even zombies would bite him first. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Damn it, these people are so good at grabbing seats, they practically squeezed me out. Are these people crazy? I'm almost crushed into a meat patty. If they keep pushing like this, I'm going to die young. The man, cursing, approached, and upon seeing Yu Xiaohua's face, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly tidied his hair, his heart fluttering with desire. At this moment, the young man's feelings were written all over his face. It's that age when you can't hide anything. Beautiful girl. Xiao Shui, do you know this beautiful girl? Xiao Shui recounted what had just happened. The blonde-haired man said his name was Liu Debao, the captain of Long Outyan's team, and he was 21 years old. Like Xiao Shui, he practically wanted to reveal everything about his family. Yu Xiaohua listened casually. It's quite remarkable that this team has survived this long. Liu Debao waved, and 6 men and a daughter, who were crowding at the door, came running breathlessly from afar. Their hair was a riot of colors, red, blue, purple, orange, pink. From a distance, it looked like a gathering of the emo, punk subculture. Standing together, they were a spectacular sight. Adding Xiao Shui and Liu Debao, the funeral love family was complete. The men looked at Yu Xiaohua, their eyes filled with amazement. In the apocalypse, beautiful women were rarer than pandas, let alone someone so beautiful and unique. After exchanging greetings and names, they were acquainted. Being people of strong character, the Long Outyan team quickly accepted Yu Xiaohua. The only girl in Long Outyan's team was a little girl. She yelled, "Captain, I told you we should stay here and keep watch. Master Wu and Master Lu won't be back anytime soon. Just now, those guys from the Feng Yun team were laughing at us, saying that a low-level team like ours was wasting our time. If I weren't outmatched, I'd tear those stinky men's mouths apart." Chapter 282. The girl's name was Jasmine, an elegant name, but with a fiery temper. Just now, she almost got into a fight with the Wind and Cloud squad. Even knowing she couldn't win, she was still absolutely unwilling to accept defeat. If she wasn't convinced, she'd fight. She was incredibly violent. As soon as she finished speaking, several men approached from afar, looking arrogant and domineering. The leader was Li Pei of the Wind and Cloud squad, a level 2 water-type ability user, and quite well known in City C. His Wind and Cloud squad was doing very well in City C. They had always been at odds with the Dragon Outyan squad. Before the apocalypse, the woman Li Pei liked Liu Debao, thus creating a feud between them. By a twist of fate, both of them awakened their abilities after the apocalypse, survived, and both formed ability squads, making them even more like adversaries. They had already clashed several times. This time, with 2 teams simultaneously trying to recruit Wu Tian and Lao Lu, Li Pei had even more opportunity to exploit the situation. And sure enough, they came looking for trouble. Li Pei's eyes lit up when he saw Yu Xiaohua standing there. However, unlike Liu Debao's earlier admiring gaze, his eyes were filled with disgust and loathing. "Oh, isn't this Liu Debao? Ha ha, look at what you're wearing. Dressed so shabbily, you still want to recruit Master Wu and Master Lu? Your team is really overestimating itself. What were you thinking? The lowest level team dares to come to Villa number 1? You're just asking for humiliation. That's right, the Long Outyan team. With brains like yours, how could you come up with such a ridiculous name? Aren't you ashamed? Who are Master Wu and Master Lu? There are countless superpowered teams lining up in the entire City C. Why would they even look at you? Ha ha, they're dreaming, insane. They're delusional. Go home and wash up. What right do they have to stand in line here?" Hearing the commotion, the people gathered in front of Villa number 1 turned around. Watching a spectacle was ingrained in the Yen people, even in the apocalypse. Everyone came over. City C was only so big, and there were only so many superpowered teams. Everyone knew each other. Seeing it was these 2 teams was nothing new to them. Some even started jeering, wishing the 2 teams would fight right then and there. They just loved a good show. Liu Debao looked at Li Pei and his group, stepped forward, and blocked Jasmine's path. "Li Pei, what do you mean? Don't cause trouble. No matter what our team is like, it's none of your business to tell us what to do. We're all here to recruit Master Wu and Master Lu. Every superpowered team has a chance. It's all about ability." Li Pei chuckled sinisterly, his face full of disdain. "Each of you has your own ability? Everyone knows your Long Outyan team is the poorest. You're always struggling to make ends meet, barely scraping by. You just want to rely on Master Wu and Master Lu to turn your lives around, right? You make it sound so high and mighty." The people around Li Pei joined in the jeering. That's right, that's right. The Long Outyan team doesn't even know their own worth, trying to steal talent from the Feng Yun team. They're just daydreaming. They're probably not even worthy of carrying Master Wu and Master Lu's shoes. Maybe they're just here to make up the numbers, and make us look foolish, a weasel-faced man in the crowd said sarcastically. I heard that Long Aoyun's team couldn't even handle a small horde of zombies on their last mission. If they hadn't been lucky, they probably would have been wiped out. And now they're trying to steal people? That's laughable. Another obese man chimed in, exactly. Besides Liu Debao, who's got any real skill, the rest of them are just spineless cowards. I don't know where they get their confidence from. The crowd roared with laughter, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Liu Debao clenched his fists, his facial muscles trembling slightly as he suppressed his anger. Jasmine, her face flushed with rage, was about to rush forward to argue when Liu Debao grabbed her arm. Don't be impulsive. They're just trying to provoke us, Liu Debao said in a low voice. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their expressions filled with disdain for Long Aoyun's team. Some crossed their arms, their faces full of mockery. Others covered their mouths, snickering, their eyes brimming with contempt. Jasmine, her face flushed with rage, was about to rush forward to argue when Liu Debao grabbed her arm. Liu Debao took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping firmly over the people around him, and spoke loudly. Our Long Aoyun team may not be strong right now, but we have faith and courage. We come to recruit Master Wu and Master Lu because we genuinely hope to become stronger together and protect City C. Unlike some people who only know how to mock and ridicule. His words resonated, instantly silencing the mocking voices. Li Pei sneered disdainfully. All right, then let's watch how the Long Aoyun team recruits Master Wu and Master Lu, see how they succeed, and let us witness it. The crowd roared with laughter again. Liu Debao and his companions clenched their fists in humiliation. Yu Xiaohua stood to the side, watching the scene. Li Pei's eyes were already fixed on Yu Xiaohua, and a malicious smile curled at the corner of Li Pei's lips. He deliberately strode up to Yu Xiaohua, sizing her up. Hey, beautiful lady, what future do you have following Long Aoyun's team? Why not join our Fengyun team? I, Li Pei, am a level 2 water-type ability user, a big shot in City C. Follow me, and I guarantee you live a life of luxury. He patted his chest, a smug look on his face. He looked completely confident. Yu Xiaohua glanced at him coldly, not even bothering to reply, utterly ignoring him. Li Pei, having been rebuffed, still wouldn't give up, continuing, beautiful lady, don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you a chance. You should know the status of our Fengyun team in City C. Yu Xiaohua remained aloof, simply saying, no interest. Li Pei's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to be so disrespectful. She showed him absolutely no respect in front of everyone. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in a commotion. Wow, this woman's got guts, actually showing such disrespect to Li Pei, a man in a tattered jacket said with a sneer. Exactly. Doesn't she know her place? Captain Li Pei is a level 2 water-type ability user. So many women want to join the Wind and Cloud squad, but don't even have a chance. A woman with cheap lipstick shrieked in agreement. Maybe she thinks she's so great. Following that lousy Long Aoyun squad, she starved to death sooner or later. Another burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Li Pei's face flushed crimson. He pointed angrily at Yu Xiaohua. You regret this. Yu Xiaohua remained calm, as if the surrounding mockery had nothing to do with her. Liu Debao and Moli stood to the side, their eyes filled with both admiration for Yu Xiaohua and worry about the situation. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Wu Tian and Lao Lu were seen chatting in the distance. They had returned. Their gazes swept over the crowd, finally settling on Long Aoyun's squad and the Wind and Cloud squad. Across the crowd, their eyes simultaneously fell on Yu Xiaohua, who stood there. Chapter 283. Damn, the boss is out. Wu Tian and Lao Lu naturally noticed the strange atmosphere. These people had been coming to the villa every few days for the past 6 months, and they had gotten used to it. But now, this situation definitely wasn't right. Master Wu, Master Lu, we witnessed your strength firsthand. Joining our Yufeng ability team will definitely not be unfair to you too. One of the ability users spoke first, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. The crowd immediately surrounded him. Yes, our team is incredibly strong. With Master Wu and Master Lu joining us, we definitely reach even greater heights. Another ability user echoed. Master Wu, look at us. We are the flying team, and we sincerely invite you two gentlemen. Li Pei's face revealed a smug smile. He glanced at Liu Debao, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Liu Debao, look at Master Wu and Sixth Master, and then look at yourself. You're utterly useless. Liu Debao's face flushed red. Li Pei, you, Wu Tian and Sixth Master exchanged a glance, secretly amused. This Li Pei is truly tasteless. He's stealing people, fine, But to humiliate them like this, and he's even acting all smug. Wu Tian glanced at Yu Xiaohua's face, coughed, and everyone immediately fell silent, their eyes burning with madness as they stared at the two. They wished they could just take them right then and there. But no one noticed that since Wu Tian and Sixth Master appeared, their eyes had been fixed on Yu Xiaohua, completely ignoring them. Wu Tian said, "What happened? Anyone want to explain?" Li Pei immediately spoke first, his face full of obsequiousness. "Master Wu, Sixth Master, it's like this, our Yifeng team and..." "Yes, these people." He pointed to Lu Debao, Xiao Shuai, and Moli's group, his eyes full of disdain. "We wanted to invite you and Sixth Master to join our special abilities team, but this Long Oudian team insisted on joining the fray. Their team is just the lowest ranking team in Sea City, and they're dirt poor. We kindly advised them not to overestimate themselves and to go back, but they wouldn't have it. The most important thing is for people to know their place, don't you think, Master Wu, Sixth Master?" Li Pei didn't realize that every word he said precisely hit Wu Tian and Sixth Master's sore spots. Weren't they once just like Long Oudian's team, at the very bottom of the military alliance? If they hadn't met Yu Xiaohua and acknowledged her as their leader, they wouldn't have undergone this transformation. Wu Tian sneered. Those around, unaware of the situation, assumed the sneer was directed at Long Oudian's team. Li Pei was secretly pleased. It seemed Master Wu and Sixth Master also disliked Lu Debao and his overconfident group. Them? They dare compare themselves to us? They scoffed at Long Oudian's team. They're just a bunch of greenhorns. What can they do? One of the ability users said with a sneer. We're seasoned veterans, Master Wu, Sixth Master, let's get rid of them. Don't let them get in our way. Exactly. Their abilities are child's play. Another ability user chimed in. Ha ha ha, Long Oudian's team, utterly laughable. The members of the superhuman team around them burst into laughter. They treated Long Oudian's team as mere ants beneath their feet. They belittled Long Oudian's team while boasting about their own strength and achievements. Lu Debao, Xiao Shuai, Moli, and the members of Long Oudian's team all blushed. After all, they were all young men in their early 20s, hot-blooded and eager to fight, yet knowing they couldn't win, that was the most frustrating thing. Just then old Six, who hadn't spoken until now, finally spoke up. What did you say to her just now? Everyone was stunned, confused. Who was this her? As old Six's gaze fell on Yu Xiaohua, everyone turned to look at her. Their eyes immediately became ambiguous. Could it be that Sixth Master had taken a liking to this woman? No wonder Sixth Master was attracted to her. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Just now, that woman rejected Li Pei so harshly, showing him no mercy whatsoever. But now, Sixth Master has taken a liking to her, and he'd definitely be eager to offer himself up. Lu Debao and Xiao Shuai were startled and quickly blocked Sixth Master's view. At this moment, even if they were afraid, they still wanted to protect Yu Xiaohua. It was their inherent kindness, which couldn't be faked. Li Pei said, Sixth Master, this woman knows Long Oudian's team. She's pretty, but she's too clueless. If you like her, just say so. Don't worry about whether she's willing or not. I find a way to help you. Don't worry. Lu Debao turned to Yu Xiaohua and whispered, Sister, you need to talk to Master Wu and Sixth Master later. Don't do anything foolish. If they really start fighting, don't worry about anything, just run. At worst, we just get beaten up. It's okay, we're tough, we're used to it. Jasmine chimed in, Yes, sister, you're being dragged down by us too. If it weren't for us, Li Pei wouldn't be targeting you. Just run away, we come find you after we're done beating you. Don't worry, we're professionals at taking beatings. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. If you can't win, you can only take the beating. Their small team, with its low strength, barely managed to complete missions and collect supplies, living a meager existence. Being beaten and bullied was commonplace. Xiao Shuai nodded. Sister, just run. You absolutely can't get caught. This Li Pei is a pervert, always bullying girls. We absolutely can't fall into his hands. Long Oudian and the rest of his group nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaohua looked at them and said calmly, No need. Lu Debao and the others were stunned. No need to run. Then what should they do? Their sister was quite loyal. Did she want to stay and take the beating with them? Wu Tian, listening to Li Pei's words, actually wanted to laugh out loud. Where did this brainless idiot come from? Wanting to attack the boss? He's got it covered for him. Heh, if this guy's stupid, he's hopeless. Yu Xiaohua looked at Lao Lu with a half smile. Lao Lu's face stiffened. This fool was trying to get him killed. Li Pei got more and more excited as he talked. until he saw Lao Lu's increasingly ugly expression and realized something was wrong. The next second, Lao Lu's speed was so fast it caught everyone off guard. He raised his foot and kicked Li Pei's knee hard. The kick was like a thunderbolt, carrying immense force. Li Pei was completely unprepared for this sudden kick. He didn't even have time to react before feeling a sharp pain in his knee. His body jerked violently, almost losing his balance and falling to the ground. However, that wasn't the end of it. Lao Lu then quickly swung his hand and slapped Li Pei hard across the face. The slap was delivered very hard, making a crisp sound. Chapter 284. Everyone around was stunned. Why did Sixth Master suddenly start hitting me? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. What's wrong with Sixth Master? Why is he hitting someone for no reason? Yeah, Li Pei didn't do anything out of line. Could it be because of what Li Pei said? Everyone was filled with surprise and confusion, their eyes brimming with doubt as they whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the reason for Sixth Master's anger. Li Pei, the one who had been hit, was completely bewildered. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his body still frozen in the position he had been in when he was struck. He stood there, frozen in place. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. He didn't know what he had done to offend Sixth Master. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, touching his slapped cheek, his face a mixture of grievance and sullenness. Sixth Master, What happened to me? The surrounding chatter grew louder, everyone's eyes shifting back and forth between Sixth Master and Li Pei, awaiting an answer. Sixth Master wished he could beat this guy to death right now. Lu Debao, Jasmine, and Xiao Shuai had all prepared themselves to be beaten, but unexpectedly, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Not only were they not beaten, but Li Pei was the one being beaten. How satisfying! But what exactly was going on? Sixth Master took a deep breath, walked directly past the crowd to Lu Debao and Xiao Shuai, a smile on his face. Sixth Master. Sixth Master. Xiao Shuai immediately stretched out his hands, blocking Yu Xiaohua. Sixth Master, this is my sister. She's not that kind of person. Please let us go. When it comes to begging for mercy, the Long Outyan team is very professional. In front of Sixth Master, their pride as lowly mortals is truly unimportant. Sixth Master's expression froze, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes that was hard for others to understand. You mean, she's your sister? Heaven knows, if the boss agrees now, and actually acknowledges this little brother named Xiao Shuai. This kid really doesn't know how powerful a patron he's got now. This kid's luckier than theirs. Now, it all depends on whether the boss will acknowledge him or not. Yu Xiaohua paused, then nodded, giving a casual him. Is that acknowledging him? Wu Tian and Lao Lu looked at the still clueless blonde-haired Xiao Shuai. This kid's small act of kindness today has sent him soaring to great heights. Yu Xiaohua nodded to Lao Lu, his meaning clear. He didn't want to reveal his identity. What to do? Lao Lu could only bite the bullet and pretend not to recognize her. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. You all, come in with me. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, and a gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Their faces were filled with shock and envy. My God, they actually got to go in with Sixth Master. What kind of luck is that? Sixth Master personally invited them. Holy crap, what's going on with Sixth Master? The crowd's eyes were filled with jealousy, casting envious glances. A piercing gaze. Li Pei's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Lu Debao and his team, who were supposed to be unlucky, were now favored by Sixth Master. Xiao Shuai was also bewildered. My God, a pie fell from the sky. How did it fall on our team? He gripped Yu Xiaohua's clothes tightly, his face full of surprise. Lu Debao and Mo Li exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with elation. Wu Tian and Sixth Master smiled at each other, secretly marveling. This kid's luck is really good. Everyone watched as Long Outyan's team followed Sixth Master into Villa No. 1. Unaware of the shock of the crowd, Yu Xiaohua walked at the very front, with Wu Tian and Lao Lu automatically flanking her, whispering amongst themselves. Li Pei was the most terrified, trembling and pale as a ghost. This scene was destined to become a legend in the small circle of post-apocalyptic Sea City. And their fates would be forever changed. Villa No. 1. Lu Debao, Xiao Shuai, Jasmine, and the remaining members of Long Outyan's team cautiously and reservedly entered Villa No. 1. They were immediately stunned by the villa's luxury. Even in the apocalypse, such a luxurious villa still existed, and clearly, it was completely undamaged. This is truly a place where a big shot lives. Wu Tian and Lao Lu warmly greeted the members of Long Outyan's team, gesturing for them to sit down and wait a moment. Then, they turned and went into the kitchen. The members of Long Outyan's team seemed rather reserved. Like schoolchildren, they stood obediently in a row, hands tightly to their sides, not daring to even lift their heads, much less look around. How could they dare sit down? Yu Xiaohua walked straight to the sofa and sat down. This action greatly surprised Xiao Shuai and the others. They stared wide-eyed at Yu Xiaohua, their faces filled with astonishment, as if she had done something utterly unbelievable. Seeing this, Lu Debao quickly spoke up to remind them. "Sister, get up. This is Master Wu and Sixth Master's house. How can you just sit down like that?" His voice revealed a hint of anxiety and unease. He was afraid that Yu Xiaohua's action would displease Wu Tian and Sixth Master. Just then, Qi Tian strode arrogantly down the stairs and jumped directly into Yu Xiaohua's arms. Yu Xiaohua casually stroked Qi Tian, who looked completely blissful. This scene stunned everyone. This was the legendary cat owned by Master Wu and Master Lu. How could it be so affectionate towards Sister Yu? Yu Xiaohua looked at the bewildered group. "Come sit down." The group was even more dumbfounded. Was this really appropriate, acting so casually as if they were in their own home? What went wrong? Soon, they would find out. Because Wu Tian and Lao Lu, one carrying orange juice and the other a plate containing freshly made sandwiches, walked directly to the sofa under the watchful eyes of everyone in Long Outyan's team. "Boss, have some orange juice." "Boss, freshly made sandwiches, try some." A pair of large eyes, looking both comical and ridiculous, all turned to Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua picked up the orange juice, took a sip, and slowly ate the sandwich. "Boss?" Xiao Shuai swallowed hard, completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Lu Debao wasn't much better off, muttering to himself. "Boss, where did this boss come from?" Jasmine also looked completely bewildered. What had they just heard? Sixth Master and Master Wu called Sister Yu boss? Wu Tian and Sixth Master looked at the group of people standing there, stiff as corpses. They smiled. "Let me introduce you. This Sister Yu you're talking about is also our boss. It's a pleasure to meet you. Everyone, don't be so formal, please sit down." Lu Debao, Xiao Shuai, Jasmine, and the others slowly moved to the sofa and sat down stiffly. Their eyes were unfocused. Clearly, they had been greatly shocked. Sister Yu was Sixth Master and Master Wu's boss. So, they had been pretending not to know her outside. Chapter 285. The shock of this fact was clearly immense for them. The group stood there stiffly, even more obedient. Wu Tian smiled. "Don't be so reserved, sit down. Since the boss let you in, we're all friends." Hearing Wu Tian say this, Lu Debao, Molly, and Xiao Shuai finally walked to the sofa. They sat down, each turning to look at Yu Xiaohua, trying to force a smile, but unable to. Yu Xiaohua casually asked, "What kind of mission are you taking?" Xiao Shuai obediently raised his hand. "Well, Sister Yu, recently the Sea City Alliance released an S-level mission. All the special ability teams want to compete for it, because the rewards are very generous. If they succeed, they won't have to worry about supplies for at least 2 years. Everyone's eyeing this mission, but only a handful of special ability teams can take it on, and even if they do, there's no guarantee of success, so..." The group all turned to look at Wu Tian and Lao Lu sitting there. Lu Debao picked up where he left off. "So now all the special ability teams in City C who want to take on this mission are doing everything they can to recruit Master Wu and Master Lu. With Master Wu and Master Lu on board, everyone has confidence in this mission. That's why everyone's going to such lengths to come here every day, just to get Master Wu and Master Lu to join." Jasmine added, "Actually, we come here knowing we have no chance. Special ability teams, like ours, aren't qualified to take this mission. We're just here for the fun of it." Jasmine chuckled. Wu Tian and Lao Lu had heard about this. Recently, this mission was the most popular in the City C Alliance. It had been posted for 5 days, but still no one had accepted it. This was the most difficult mission since the City C Alliance was established. Lao Lu spoke up, "Boss, this mission is an S-rank mission. A small city in the southeast of City C has experienced a large-scale zombie horde, seemingly controlled by a high-level zombie. This high-level zombie is at least a level 4 zombie. It's definitely going to be difficult." Lu Debao and the others collectively swallowed hard. "What do you mean by a little difficult? Does this have to be so Versailles-like? Is this even human language?" The cruel truth hurt their fragile little hearts. Wu Tian and Lao Lu looked at the shocked group opposite them. Where did they say something wrong? Their boss could easily defeat a level 4 zombie. 6 months ago, in Qing City, their boss could easily beat a level 5 zombie. For more than half a year, their boss had been in seclusion in his own space. Their current strength was unimaginable to them. Yu Xiaohua paused. Perfect, she needed to stretch her muscles too. Tomorrow, you take them to register. Lu Debao and the others felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. Wu Tian nodded. Okay, boss, I understand. Until Lu Debao, Xiao Shui, Jasmine, and the rest of Long Aoyan's team stood at the entrance of Villa Number 1. They still felt like they were walking on cotton. It was all so unrealistic. Jasmine said, Hey, Debao, just now, didn't Sister Yu say that Master Wu and 6th Master would take our team to register? Sister Yu is taking us with her? Right. Lu Debao and Xiao Shui nodded. Yes, Sister Yu said we go together. My family's ancestral graves must be smoking, right? Yeah, our family's ancestral graves might all be smoking together. Hee. The group laughed foolishly. The onlookers nearby, seeing their silly laughter, were even more bewildered. Could it be that the people in Long Aoyan's team had been beaten senseless? They were laughing like complete idiots. Li Pei, who had been beaten, looked at them, his eyes filled with anger and calculation. He refused to believe that those idiots in Long Aoyan's team could actually hook up with Master Wu and 6th Master. Yes, that woman didn't come out. They must have betrayed her. If he had known Master Wu and 6th Master liked women like that, he would have made a plan long ago. He never expected Lu Debao and his group to beat him to it. However, with Lu Debao and his gang's abilities, they'd be rejected by Master Wu and 6th Master sooner or later. Villa Number 1. 6th Master cooked, with Wu Tian assisting, preparing a table full of delicious dishes. Over the past 6 months, 6th Master's culinary skills had reached a level of perfection. He was now definitely a good cook. Day 2. City C Mission Hall. Today is the last day for the S-rank mission. If no one accepts it, the mission will be cancelled, and naturally, there will be no generous reward. Almost 2/3 of the superhuman teams are here. The entire hall is packed. Everyone is waiting for noon to arrive, to see if anyone will accept the S-rank mission. 11:55 a.m. I said, didn't the Dragon Pride team of yesterday manage to get on the good side of Master Wu and Master Lu? Why didn't they come? Ha ha, they thought they hooked up with some big shots, but Master Wu and Master Lu are nothing. They didn't fancy them, did they? Exactly. Yesterday, it was probably Master Wu and 6th Master who took a liking to that pretty girl, so they let them in for a chat. They really thought they could win Master Wu and 6th Master's favor? Li Pei laughed the loudest among them. They're just a bunch of delusional toads, thinking they can ride on Master Wu and 6th Master's coattails to the top. They're dreaming. 5 minutes left. Now, everyone tacitly agreed that no one would accept this S-rank mission. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose at the door. The previously noisy environment instantly fell silent. Hey, look! It's Long Aoyan's team. They really came. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Wow, it's true. They really came. Another echoed, their voice filled with disbelief. Master Wu and Master Lu didn't come at all. Another person pointed out. Li Pei's previously unpleasant expression instantly brightened, filled with schadenfreude. However, Lu Debao, Xiao Shui, and Jasmine completely ignored the mocking gazes of the surrounding crowd. They walked straight to the mission window and unhesitatingly pulled out the S-rank token. When everyone saw Lu Debao actually pull out the S-rank mission token, everyone gasped in unison. The laughter that had been rising and falling just moments before suddenly stopped, as if gripped by an invisible hand. It ceased abruptly. People stared wide-eyed, their faces showing astonishment. They clearly hadn't expected Long Aoyan's team to actually come and accept this mission. This was Lu Debao's first time receiving an S-level mission token, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He tried his best to make his hands appear shaky. Li Pei stepped forward and sneered, Lu Debao, you guys are really crazy. You actually dared to accept this mission? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ha ha, you're truly insane. Do you think Master Wu and 6th Master will help you? Still dreaming? Chapter 286. Lu Debao, Xiao Shui, and Jasmine looked at the laughing faces around them. If it were yesterday, they might have argued a bit. But now, they felt that arguing with these people who only knew how to look down on others was utterly pointless. They decided not to argue further, took their tokens, and were about to leave. But how could Li Pei, who had lost face in front of everyone yesterday, let Lu Debao and his group off so easily? Li Pei walked straight ahead without any hesitation, extending his arm to block Lu Debao and his group's path. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face, as if the Long Outyan team was nothing more than a bunch of overconfident ants in his eyes. Stop! Li Pei's voice was clearly mocking. Let me tell you, today there's no Master Wu or Master Lu backing you up, yet you still dare to accept this mission so recklessly. Haha, you're simply courting death. His laughter echoed in the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Lu Debao frowned slightly. He was clearly dissatisfied with Li Pei's attitude, but he suppressed his anger. Li Pei, don't go too far. If you want to fight, our Yufeng squad will absolutely not back down. The Yufeng squad members standing behind Lu Debao also assumed fighting stances. Their eyes were firm and sharp, clearly prepared for conflict. Xiao Shuai and Moli exchanged a glance, both feeling a surge of anger. They could no longer tolerate Li Pei's arrogance. If they continued to endure it, they feared being seen as cowardly cowards. So, without hesitation, they rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight Li Pei. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd wisely made way, afraid of being drawn into the impending fierce conflict. The atmosphere between the two teams was extremely tense. A fight seemed inevitable. At the door, Wu Tian and Lao Lu had arrived long ago. Yu Xiaohua stood at the door, letting them in. She leaned against the door, a candy in her mouth, watching the two teams facing off inside. Someone suddenly shouted, "Damn, Master Wu, Master Lu, they're here." This shout successfully silenced everyone, and they all turned to look at Wu Tian and Lao Lu. The two walked in. The previously arrogant Li Pei and Yunfeng team instantly lost their bravado, their expressions as awkward as could be. The transformation from swagger to cowardice was now perfectly embodied in Yunfeng team. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. That was the hallmark of Yunfeng team. Wu Tian, his face cold, walked directly to Lu Debao and his group. Lu Debao was about to explain what had happened that day when Wu Tian nodded. I understand. Then, Wu Tian and Lao Lu looked at Li Pei with smiles, a hint of mockery hidden in their smiles. Are you always so idle? Wu Tian's words were laced with sarcasm. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. If you got the guts, why don't you try fighting me? Upon hearing this, Li Pei's face instantly turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as if he might kneel down at any moment. Gone was his earlier arrogance. No, I didn't mean that, Master Wu, Sixth Master, I was wrong. Li Pei stammered, his voice filled with fear. It's just that Lu Debao and his group overestimated themselves and accepted this S-level mission. We couldn't stand it, so we said a few words. Wu Tian's lips curled slightly. I sent them to pick up this mission. Lao Lu and I will be with them. What, any objections? His tone was calm, but the intimidating force was chilling. Those around were genuinely envious, casting jealous glances at Lu Debao and his team. Their team was incredibly lucky. How could they be so fortunate? Master Wu and Master Lu were really going on a mission with them. Li Pei's face was now indescribably ugly. Wu Tian turned to Lu Debao. They're always trying to cause you trouble. Let's settle it all today, so it won't stop in the future. What do you want to do? Wu Tian and Lao Lu were clearly asking for Long Outyan's team support. Now, Yunfeng's team couldn't be arrogant anymore. Based on strength, Lu Debao definitely couldn't beat Li Pei, that was a fact. However, if they continued to give in today, they would be constantly. Even if we can't beat them, we fight today. Xiao Shuai and Jasmine, knowing Lu Debao's meaning, stepped forward. Debao, we listen to you. Wu Tian looked at Yu Xiaohua at the door. Yu Xiaohua nodded, and Wu Tian understood what he meant. He smiled. With their boss as a cheat code, losing? That's impossible. Li Pei looked somewhat flustered and quickly said, if we really spar, and Master Wu and Master Lu side with Lu Debao and his team, then we just admit defeat. His words were clearly intended to put Wu Tian and Master Lu in a difficult position, to prevent them from favoring Long Outyan's team during the competition. Wu Tian and Master Lu exchanged glances upon hearing Li Pei's words. Master Lu's face remained expressionless. He simply replied calmly, don't worry, we will absolutely not interfere in your competition. However, there was another saying, their non-interference doesn't mean others won't interfere. Seeing this, Li Pei was still somewhat uneasy. What if the Long Outyan team loses? Master Wu and Sixth Master, please don't cause us trouble afterwards. So, please, everyone present, bear witness. Otherwise, we really don't dare to compete with him. Everyone knew their intentions. Wu Tian nodded. Don't worry, we won't cause you trouble. Li Pei was completely relieved now, and he became smug again. With the Long Outyan team's strength, they were sure to win. Lu Debao said, Master Wu, Sixth Master, if we lose today, this S-rank mission is yours. Liu Debao wanted to hand the mission token to Wu Tian. Wu Tian shook his head. No need, you keep it. You won't lose. Liu Debao was taken aback, scratching his head sheepishly. Was Master Wu overestimating them? They were self-aware enough. Wu Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, then he gently patted Liu Debao's shoulder, as if conveying some message. His gaze slowly swept over Liu Debao and the others, finally settling on Xiao Shuai. Have fun. Wu Tian's voice was soft. These words were spoken casually, yet seemed to conceal a deeper meaning. The surrounding people exchanged glances, not understanding his meaning. However, they soon understood. Suddenly Li Pei moved. The wind blade in his hand instantly rose, carrying a sharp aura, directly approaching Liu Debao and the others. Li Pei was naturally powerful. Liu Debao and the others met him head-on. Chapter 287. Li Pei, who was about to unleash his superpower, suddenly seemed to be frozen in place. His entire body stiffened. The wind blade he had gathered in his hand vanished without a trace, as if drained of its power. At the same time, the other members of the Cloud Wind Squad experienced the same thing. The fire, water dragon, and lightning abilities they controlled all instantly lost control. It was as if they had been forcibly suppressed by a mysterious force. This bizarre scene not only left the Cloud Wind Squad members speechless with astonishment, but also left the surrounding onlookers dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. The battle hadn't even officially begun, yet the Cloud Wind Squad members suddenly seemed to be collectively possessed, all their superpowers rendered ineffective. Holy crap, what's going on? I never seen anything like this before. The Yunfeng team, who were controlling the superpowers, were equally bewildered, staring down at their vanished abilities, completely panicked. Where are their abilities? Only Wu Tian and Lao Lu's gazes fell on Yu Xiaohua, who was chewing gum by the door. What kind of skill is that, boss? Mind control? Could it be that boss's mental power has become this terrifying? Meanwhile, Liu Debao, Xiao Shuai, and Moli, while shocked, unhesitatingly used their superpowers. Who would have thought such a good thing would happen? Did their ancestors' graves collectively emit auspicious smoke again? Now's the time to beat them up. In the past, Li Pei and his Yunfeng team had bullied and oppressed them countless times. However, today, the situation finally reversed. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Liu Debao and his companions launched a merciless, one-sided beating of Li Pei and his Yunfeng squad. This scene left everyone speechless. The rage within Liu Debao and his men burned fiercely. Every punch and kick was an outpouring of resentment for past injustices and humiliations. They showed no mercy, releasing their long-suppressed emotions. At this moment, showing mercy to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. The primary goal was revenge. The members of the Yunfeng squad were completely powerless to retaliate, struggling desperately under Liu Debao and his men's relentless attacks. And Liu Debao and his men fought with increasing vigor. The entire scene was incredibly intense, the air thick with tension. The onlookers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one had expected the former victim to retaliate so fiercely. In the end, Li Pei and his men were beaten until they begged for mercy, their faces bruised and swollen, not a single part of their bodies unscathed. Liu Debao and his men, still kind at heart, stopped when they saw them pleading for mercy. Liu Debao looked at Wu Tian and Lao Lu. Master Wu, Master Lu, let it go. Our feud with the Yunfeng team ends here. Let's go! Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. This kid is still too soft-hearted. He only thought that beating them up would vent his anger. But in the apocalypse, soft-heartedness is the worst thing you can do. Sometimes, soft-heartedness can be your downfall. Just now, if the boss hadn't controlled Li Pei and the others, it would be Liu Debao and his group being beaten to a pulp right now. And Li Pei and his group wouldn't have let Liu Debao and his friends off the hook. Yu Xiaohua watched this scene, and the next second, she withdrew her mental control. Li Pei and the others felt their powers return, and watching Liu Debao and his group's departing figures, their eyes suddenly hardened. Li Pei and the other members of the Yunfeng team exchanged glances, their eyes filled with killing intent. Wu Tian and Lao Lu sensed this instantly, but neither of them warned them. Some losses you only realize after you suffered them yourself. Sometimes, weak kindness can be your downfall. Stop right there. With that roar, the next second, Li Pei and the members of the Yunfeng squad erupted like a powder keg, instantly unleashing powerful energy. Their bodies trembled slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to thicken with the force of this power. Li Pei's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared intently at Liu Debao and the others, his hands clenched, an invisible force gathering in them. At the same time, the other members of the Yifeng squad also unleashed their unique abilities. Instantly, various lights intertwined, forming a dazzling screen of light. Before Lu Debao and the others could react, Li Pei and the Yifeng squad rushed towards them like lightning. This sudden attack caught Lu Debao and the others completely off guard. They watched in horror as their combined power attack overwhelmed them. The surrounding people looked on with disdain. Although they looked down on the Long Outyan squad, they had already let Li Pei and his group go. Why were they attacking them from behind? At this critical moment, Wu Tian and Lao Lu acted with lightning speed. Their movements were as swift as the wind, leaving no time for anyone to react. In a flash, as if by telepathy, they perfectly coordinated, instantly shielding Lu Debao and the others. Then, without hesitation, they activated their supernatural abilities. In an instant, light radiated, and power surged forth like a torrent. Although Li Pei and the others outnumbered them, they were no match for the overwhelming power of Wu Tian and Lao Lu. Wu Tian and Lao Lu's attack was like a thunderbolt, unstoppable, easily neutralizing the attacks of Li Pei and the others. Li Pei was shocked. Sixth Master, Master Wu, how could you go back on your word? You actually helped Lu Debao and the others. Have you forgotten what you just said? You wouldn't interfere in our fight. Li Pei displayed his shamelessness to the fullest. Those around him scoffed. Wu Tian sneered. You're the ones who don't know what's good for you. Lu Debao let you go, yet you repay kindness with enmity. You really have no shame. Li Pei's face flushed red. With that, Wu Tian and Sixth Master launched another attack, forcing Li Pei and the others into a retreat. Just as Wu Tian and Sixth Master were about to completely crush Li Pei and the others, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. This figure emanated a strange light, and every move he made carried a powerful sense of oppression. The mysterious man waved his hand, blocking all of Wu Tian and Sixth Master's attacks. Enough, stop fighting. The mysterious man spoke, his voice deep yet extremely authoritative. Everyone was stunned, wondering who this mysterious person was, and why he had suddenly appeared. Seeing a savior, Li Pei immediately twisted the truth, claiming that Wu Tian and Lao Lu had conspired to help Long Outyan's team bully them. The mysterious person listened, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and slowly spoke, In this apocalyptic world, unity is essential. Yet you are fighting amongst yourselves. What kind of behavior is this? As he spoke, he removed his hat. The crowd gasped in surprise. Chapter 288. The mysterious figure slowly lifted his veil, revealing a stunning face. Everyone stared intently, and it was none other than Ouyang Weiqi, the founder of the Sea City base. Ouyang Weiqi's appearance surprised everyone. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. Everyone straightened up, their expression serious, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Ouyang Weiqi's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Wu Tian and Lao Lu. His expression remained relatively mild, seemingly without much dissatisfaction towards the two. However, when his gaze fell upon Long Outyan's team, his expression suddenly darkened. His previously gentle eyes sharpened. Clearly, he was extremely displeased. He didn't even want to hear Long Outyan's explanation, directly condemning them, wanting to blame today's disturbance on this low-level team. You accepted an S-rank mission? A low-level superpowered team like that would be suicide. Even with your help, it's extremely risky. Why would Master Wu and Master Lu join such a team? There are plenty of high-level superpowered teams in City C. You can choose any of them. Please choose carefully. Seeing Ouyang Weiqi arrive, Li Pei suddenly felt confident. He had been terrified just moments before, but now, he was smug again. Wu Tian sneered. Sorry, helping Long Outyan's team is our boss's decision. As for Mr. Ouyang Weiqi, it seems you're showing favoritism today, blindly listening to Li Pei and his Yifeng team twist the truth. I really can't condone this attitude. Master Lu's gaze turned cold. With a leader like you, the future of City C is truly worrisome. Ouyang Weiqi's expression changed. Sixth Master, why be so harsh? Regardless of who started this, let's leave it at that. Even if Wu Tian and Sixth Master knew they couldn't beat Ouyang Weiqi, it didn't matter. They had a boss, after all. Ouyang Weiqi wanted to bully others? Dream on. Everyone heard Wu Tian's cry of boss. Who was the boss of Master Wu and Sixth Master? Why had this person never shown himself to be the boss of these two big shots? How powerful must this man be? Lu Debao and the others' eyes lit up. Even Ouyang Weiqi's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Wu Tian and Sixth Master had someone backing them? The next second, Wu Tian suddenly cried out pitifully, Boss, someone's bullying me. Help! Wu Tian had now learned the cuteness trick of 12. When faced with a situation he couldn't win, he called for his boss's help. Not shameful at all. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, exchanging glances, all wondering if the other person was some hidden big shot. Who exactly did Master Wu call? Just then, a soft voice, as gentle as a feather, drifted into everyone's ears. The voice, though soft, seemed to carry a hint of nonchalance, arousing curiosity. "Excuse me, thank you." This simple sentence, like a spell, instantly silenced the previously noisy scene. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Then, Yu Xiaohua walked in through the door. As if under a spell, the crowd automatically parted to make way for her. All eyes were fixed on Yu Xiaohua, scrutinizing her curiously as she suddenly appeared. At this moment, the arrival of a woman undoubtedly added an air of mystery to the already tense atmosphere. Li Pei's expression changed. Why is this woman here too? She must have come with Master Wu and the others. If it weren't for this woman, why would Master Wu and Sixth Master have helped Liu Debao and the others? The moment Ouyang Weiqi saw Yu Xiaohua, his face tightened. Clearly, to these onlookers, Yu Xiaohua was just a pretty woman. But for Ouyang Weiqi, he immediately sensed the unusual aura emanating from her. Seeing this, Li Pei didn't hesitate to belittle her. "Mr. Yuqi, please don't be fooled by this woman. It's because of her that Master Wu and Sixth Master went to such lengths to help Liu Debao and the others. It's unbelievable that such shrewd men as Master Wu and Sixth Master could be so easily bewitched by this woman." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuqi's already sharp gaze sharpened even further, fixing intently on Yu Xiaohua like a hawk. He scrutinized Yu Xiaohua from head to toe, as if trying to see right through her, a thorough examination. Under Ouyang Yuqi's gaze, Yu Xiaohua showed no sign of flinching or unease. She met Ouyang Yuqi's gaze, a faint smile even appearing on her lips. However, this smile only deepened Ouyang Yuqi's suspicions. This woman, she felt she was far from simple. But then something even more surprising happened. Wu Tian and Lao Lu walked directly behind Yu Xiaohua, while Liu Debao and the others automatically stepped in front of her. Comparing backers, there's always someone stronger. Ouyang Weiqi's position wasn't built on the backing of someone as naive and arrogant as Li Pei. This woman didn't seem like the type to sell her body. "Miss Yu," before she could finish, Wu Tian interrupted Ouyang Weiqi with a single boss. This boss was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Wu Tian, then on Yu Xiaohua. He called her boss? How could that be? Then, everyone saw Yu Xiaohua nod slightly, uttering a casual This directly confirmed Wu Tian's claim of being the boss. Ouyang Weiqi's pupils contracted slightly, his face remaining impassive, but his heart was in turmoil. If this woman was the leader of Wu Tian and Lao Lu, it could only mean she was stronger than both of them. Was that possible? A woman? Li Pei's face stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just as everyone was in shock, Yu Xiaohua spoke up. "If you're going to make a move, don't waste time." Ouyang Weiqi's strength was at most that of a level 4 ability user. Yu Xiaohua didn't intend to waste too much time on him. Ouyang Weiqi's expression froze. "Miss, don't be so arrogant. Today's trouble was all caused by Long Aotian's team. You and I only just met, we could be friends. Why get into a conflict over such a lowly team?" Even now, Ouyang Weiqi was still trying to shift all the blame onto Liu Debao and his group. Yu Xiaohua smiled. There was really no point in saying more. Chapter 289. Yu Xiaohua waved her hand. Wu Tian and Lao Lu immediately understood what she meant. Was their boss losing patience and about to attack? Wu Tian and Lao Lu led Liu Debao and the others aside. Ouyang Yuqi's expression changed slightly. Was this a prelude to attack? The surrounding people were shocked. Was she going to start a fight at the slightest provocation? Holy crap, was she really going to be so aggressive? The next second, Yu Xiaohua suddenly raised her hand without warning. A blazing flame appeared out of thin air in her hand. This flame seemed to erupt from her palm, instantly illuminating the entire hall. The moment the flame appeared, the temperature in the entire hall seemed to ignite, rising sharply. People felt a wave of intense heat wash over them, and they instinctively retreated, fearing they would be burned by the terrifying flames. Everyone stared in astonishment at the flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand. Just who was this woman? Those who had initially thought Yu Xiaohua was merely a pretty face had been completely proven wrong. However, she's a fire-type ability user, but have you forgotten that Mr. Yuqi is a water-type ability user? Even if this woman is powerful, she can't defeat Mr. Yuqi, right? The crowd erupted in discussion, everyone chiming in. Ouyang Yuqi's gaze was fixed on the flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand, his face turning extremely grim. He clearly hadn't expected Yu Xiaohua to have such abilities, and a sense of apprehension had arisen within him. Ouyang Yuqi was a water-type ability user, and seeing the flame in Yu Xiaohua's hand, a sneer flashed in his eyes. Overestimating herself. Yes, water and fire are incompatible. Mr. Yuqi's water-type ability perfectly counters her. This woman is probably too impulsive, thinking she's something special just because she has some superpowers. I think she's overestimating herself. She get what's coming to her later. Mr. Yuqi is a renowned expert in this area. She's no match for him. That flame looks intimidating, but it'd be extinguished by water. Perhaps Mr. Yuqi can put out her fire with a single, effortless move. Sigh, what a waste of such a handsome face. She's about to be utterly defeated. The crowd's discussions grew louder, all convinced that Yu Xiaohua was doomed. Then, a smug smile appeared on Ouyang Yuqi's lips. He quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful stream of water surged from beneath his feet, forming a water wall to protect him. At the same time, water arrows shot towards Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's eyes sharpened, and the flame in her hand instantly grew larger, meeting the water arrows head-on. Just as the flame met the water arrows, everyone thought the flames would be extinguished as if they met their nemesis, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not only were the flames not extinguished, but they surged even higher. The flames instantly engulfed the water arrows, transforming into fiery serpents that lunged towards Ouyang Yuqi. Ouyang Yuqi's expression changed, and he hurriedly manipulated a water wall to defend himself. The fiery serpents crashed against the water wall, creating a deafening roar and sending steam billowing out. Seizing this opportunity, Ouyang Yuqi waved his hands, transforming the water wall into countless water blades that shot towards Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua dodged the water blades. Flames coalesced around her, forming a massive fire shield. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuqi once again unleashed his power, creating a giant water tornado around him that swept towards Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua pushed forward with both hands, and the fire shield transformed into a wave of fire, colliding head-on with the water tornado. Instantly, water and fire mingled, energy overflowed, and the entire hall shook violently. Those around scrambled for cover in fear, terrified of being caught in the powerful energy blast. Yu Xiaohua remained indifferent. This Ouyang Weiqi is quite skilled. And Ouyang Weiqi, as the person directly involved, felt the power of the flames Yu Xiaohua had unleashed. This time, it was Ouyang Weiqi's turn to attack first. A water dragon, even larger than before, appeared in his hand. The crowd gasped. Yu Xiaohua remained motionless, watching the water dragon approach her. Just when everyone thought Yu Xiaohua had no way to avoid it, a smile appeared on her lips, and her hands rapidly formed hand seals. A water dragon. Coincidentally, she had one too. In an instant, a water dragon even larger than Ouyang Weiqi's appeared in her hands. This water dragon radiated a deep blue light, its scales shimmering, its aura astonishing. Two water dragons collided violently in midair, the immense impact causing the entire hall to shake violently. Water splashed everywhere, forming a mist that enveloped everything around. Everyone stared in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Ouyang Weiqi was especially shocked, his eyes wide open, utterly bewildered. How could Yu Xiaohua, a fire-type ability user, wield such powerful water-type abilities? Dual-type? She was a dual-type ability user? Yu Xiaohua controlled her water dragon, completely shattering Ouyang Weiqi's water dragon. As the water receded, she stood rooted to the spot, not even moving. Her gaze remained calm as she looked at Ouyang Weiqi, as if she had merely performed a trivial act. Ouyang Yuqi fell to the ground in a sorry state. Since arriving in City C, Ouyang Yuqi had never lost face in public like this before. The scene was oppressively silent. A shout of "Holy crap!" shattered the tranquility. A deathly silence fell, followed by a deafening roar of astonishment. My God, a dual elemental ability user. This is simply heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed excitedly. She's amazing. Her fire and water abilities are so powerful. Following her will definitely guarantee our survival. Lu Debao and the others are incredibly lucky. Another person said, their face full of admiration. No wonder Master Wu and Master Lu call this Miss Yu boss. This is simply heaven-defying. Someone in the crowd exclaimed loudly. Everyone chimed in, expressing their admiration for Yu Xiaohua. The Lanaotian team is about to turn things around. A young man shouted. Seriously, Mr. Yuqi's loss was too humiliating. It felt like Miss Yu hadn't even really made a move, and he was already defeated. It's so shameful. Others echoed. Those who had initially doubted Yu Xiaohua were now completely won over by her strength, their eyes filled with awe. Yu Xiaohua stood quietly, listening to the crowd's words, her heart utterly calm. Lu Debao and the others were also dumbfounded. It seemed like this group of blonde-haired kids was about to hit the jackpot. Honestly, they never expected Sister Yu to be so amazing. That was Ouyang Yuqi. He was defeated just like that, without even lasting 3 moves. This was absolute crushing. So nonchalant. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some kind of game. A dual elemental ability user? This was the first time they ever seen one. Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. A dual elemental ability user? Who did they think they were looking down on? Chapter 290. The killing intent and humiliation in Ouyang Weiqi's eyes were almost impossible to conceal. He had never been so humiliated. Today, losing to a woman, his reputation in City C was utterly ruined. Yu Xiaohua looked at Ouyang Weiqi. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they grow back in the spring breeze. Therefore, Yu Xiaohua acted without hesitation. The surrounding air instantly turned icy, and a large amount of water vapor condensed in her hand. In the blink of an eye, a giant dragon formed from water coiled behind her, letting out a deafening roar. The dragon bared its fangs and claws as it pounced on Ouyang Weiqi, freezing the ground in its wake. Ouyang Weiqi stared wide-eyed in terror, desperately using his supernatural abilities to resist. But against Yu Xiaohua's powerful water-based abilities, resistance was utterly useless. Absolute crushing defeat. The water dragon opened its blood-red maw, pouncing on Ouyang Weiqi with lightning speed, like a hungry tiger devouring its prey. Ouyang Weiqi had no time to react, not even a scream, before being swallowed whole by the water dragon. His screams echoed in the dragon's throat, only to be instantly drowned out by a spray of water. The surrounding people watched in horror, helplessly watching Ouyang Weiqi being devoured by the water dragon. After swallowing Ouyang Weiqi, the water dragon didn't leave immediately, but circled in place for a while, seemingly savoring its victory. Then, it slowly swam away. The crowd watched in shock. This water dragon was nothing like the kind emitted by other water-based ability users. It seemed to possess its own consciousness. This was terrifying. As the water dragon receded, the water gradually returned to calm, leaving only ripples on its surface. Ouyang Yuqi's corpse, like a heavy stone, fell from the water dragon's mouth with a loud bang, crashing heavily to the ground. The sound was particularly jarring in the silent environment, a testament to Ouyang Yuqi's death. The crowd stared at the lifeless body on the ground. The man who had just been so arrogant was now dead. Meanwhile, Li Pei, who had been hiding in the crowd, was so terrified he was about to wet himself. Seeing the situation was dire, he turned and ran. Yu Xiaohua's gaze fell on the fleeing Li Pei. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals, and a massive wall of water appeared out of thin air, blocking Li Pei's path. Immediately afterward, several sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, instantly piercing Li Pei. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yu Xiaohua, his body slowly collapsing. The surrounding crowd turned pale with fright at the sight, casting even more fearful and awe-inspiring glances at Yu Xiaohua. In this apocalyptic world, the strong rule. No one dared utter a word. Lu Debao, Xiao Shuai, and Moli never imagined such a day would come. Li Pei, who had always bullied them, was dead just like that? Is this the power of the strong? And Ouyang Weiqi, a powerful figure they hadn't dared to even glance at before, was dead just like that. Ouyang Weiqi and Li Pei died so suddenly. This unexpected turn of events terrified the remaining members of the Yufeng squad. The once arrogant Yufeng squad now seemed to have had their souls ripped away, their faces were ashen, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Faced with the horrific scene before them, they could no longer bear the fear in their hearts, their legs buckled, and they all knelt on the ground. These people began frantically begging for mercy. "Miss Yu, we were wrong, we really won't dare to do it again. Spare us, Brother Debao, it was all our fault before, we shouldn't have bullied you." She even slapped herself. "Master Wu, Sixth Master, spare us. We only bullied Brother Debao because Li Pei told us to, we were wrong." Yu Xiaohua looked at Lu Debao and the others, who stepped forward. "Their lives are yours to decide." With that, Yu Xiaohua walked away. Wu Tian still said, "Debao Xiao Shuai, in the post-apocalyptic world, kindness will be seen as a weakness. Once is enough." Lu Debao and Xiao Shuai exchanged a glance. Jasmine stepped forward, drew her knife. She was the quickest to make a decision. In the post-apocalyptic world, there's no room for kindness. They had already learned their lesson today. If it weren't for Sister Yu, they would all be dead. Behind them, came the shrill screams of the Yufeng squad members. For the first time, fear flickered in everyone's eyes as they looked at Liu Debao and his group. The Long Altian squad was truly about to rise to power. Because of what happened today, in the future city, the Long Altian squad would truly transform from a low-level superpowered team into an untouchable force. Yu Xiaohua, hearing the screams behind her, took out a cigarette and lit it. A promising student indeed. Liu Debao and his group caught up with Yu Xiaohua. Looking at her now, Liu Debao and Xiao Shuai were all a little shy. Thinking back, just yesterday they had tried to chat up Sister Yu because she was pretty. They never imagined that in just one day, because of Sister Yu, their lives would be completely different. Yu Xiaohua looked at the embarrassed group, their heads a riot of colors, none of them looking up, which was strangely cute. Let's go! When Liu Debao returned to the entrance of Villa No. 1, and they got into the luxury jeep, the group still felt a sense of unreality. They were almost there? Shouldn't they prepare supplies or something? Leaving without any preparation? Wu Tian noticed their unease and smiled. Don't be nervous. With the boss here, you don't need to prepare anything. You soon be gaining experience. Liu Debao scratched his head. Gaining experience. That was a zombie horde led by a high-level zombie. Was that phrase inappropriate? They arrived at the town. The group got out of the car and looked at the devastated town, which was teeming with hundreds of zombies. Stepping into this town meant facing a fierce battle. Long Altian's team was nervous. After all, it was an S-rank mission. Yu Xiaohua lifted her foot, about to walk straight inside, with Wu Tian and Lao Lu following. Sister Yu, Master Wu, Lao Lu, shouldn't we observe first? Are we just going to go in like this? They didn't doubt Sister Yu, Master Wu, or Lao Lu's abilities, but wasn't this a bit too hasty? No need to waste time. Follow the boss, let's go in. Once inside the town, the air was filled with the stench of rotting zombies. Just one breath was enough to make one want to vomit. Yu Xiaohua pulled Qingtian out of her spatial storage. Its appearance left Liu Debao, and the others even more bewildered. Holy crap, where was that cat hiding? They thought. They were dumbfounded. But it clearly appeared out of thin air. Jasmine swallowed hard, cautiously tugging at Lao Lu's sleeve. Lao Lu's mind raced, and he looked at Jasmine. Jasmine said, Sister Yu, you're also a space-age ability user, 6th Master. Liu Debao and the others silently perked up their ears. Lao Lu looked at the terrified Jasmine. Was he really that scary? He nodded slightly. Chapter 291. Liu Debao swallowed hard. So, Sister Yu, she's not just a dual elemental ability user, she's a triple elemental ability user? Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance at the bewildered and shocked group. Forget it, better not to tell them. The eldest is not only a triple elemental ability user. These kids are too fragile, let's not discourage them further. Even so, Liu Debao, Xiao Shuai, and Molly's expressions were already quite blank. In the apocalypse, it's difficult for humans to awaken even one ability, let alone 3. A full 3? Is there any justice in this world? How can there be such a dimensional attack even in the apocalypse? Does anyone want people to live? Yu Xiaohua told Qingtian to find the hidden zombies. Qingtian reluctantly strode in, his gait arrogant and domineering. Liu Debao rubbed his eyes. At that moment, what he saw wasn't a cat, but a person walking with cat-like steps. Oh my god! Xiao Shuai said, Sister Yu, sending a cat to find zombies, aren't you really sending such a cute little thing to its death? They were genuinely confused. Just as he finished speaking, Qingtian, who had been walking away, stopped and turned back to look at Liu Debao and the others. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Where did this group of kind-hearted fools come from? Then he continued walking. Liu Debao and the others saw Qingtian's gaze. Holy crap, they were being looked down upon by a cat? Lao Lu stepped forward, seemingly to comfort them, but actually delivering another sharp blow. Get used to it. You're not the first people Qingtian has looked down on. Don't be so surprised, it often looks down on people. Xiao Shuai and the others were on the verge of tears. They showed no sign of being comforted. On the contrary, they felt even worse. What to do? A cat always looks down on people? Listen to that, is that even human language? Soon, Qingtian returned, jumping directly into Yu Xiaohua's arms and meowing twice. Master, we found it. It's in an abandoned building in town. Those things are all hiding in that abandoned building. There's a high-level zombie, probably around level 3. Yu Xiaohua nodded. Let's go, we found it. Xiao Shuai and the others were shocked. Found it already? Was it really that fast? A cat found the zombie's lair so quickly. They're not even as good as a cat. Sure enough, even the big boss's cat is better than a person. Now it's not just comparing people, it's using a cat to subjugate them. It's too tragic. The group closely followed Chinkian's instructions, crossing a barren grassland, and arrived at the abandoned building. The abandoned building, towering 7 or 8 stories high, resembled a colossal monster, standing silently on this desolate land. Its exterior was ravaged by time, the original walls were covered in mottled marks, some sections even peeling away to reveal the steel and concrete beneath. Most of the building's windows were shattered, shards of glass scattered on the ground, reflecting the faint sunlight. The building's doors were tightly shut. Yu Xiaohua released his spiritual power, and instantly sensed the location of the zombies. The level 3 zombie was on the top floor. The other lower-level zombies were on the 3rd and 4th floors. Yu Xiaohua turned to Wu Tian and Lao Lu, saying, "You two take them to the 3rd and 4th floors. There are about 70 zombies there. I go to the 8th floor. After we cleared them out, we meet up here." Wu Tian and Lao Lu nodded. A level 3 zombie, they and Lu Debao were just causing trouble for their boss. Dealing with some low-level zombies was just a way for them to gain experience with Lu Debao and the others. Lu Debao and the others knew their own strength. They were no match for high-level zombies. They better stick to the low-level ones. After separating from them, Yu Xiaohua went straight to the 8th floor alone. Soon, in a corner of the 8th floor, Yu Xiaohua spotted the level 3 zombie. It was enormous, emanating a nauseating stench of decay, its murky eyes filled with ferocity. Sensing someone approaching, the high-level zombie roared and lunged at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua dodged to the side, simultaneously throwing a punch that struck the zombie's shoulder. The zombie, in pain, attacked even more frantically. It extended its sharp claws, reaching for Yu Xiaohua, who nimbly dodged, searching for an opening. After several rounds, Yu Xiaohua seized the opportunity, gathering her lightning-based power, and a thick bolt of lightning instantly struck the zombie. The zombie was struck by the lightning, its body trembling, letting out a painful howl. But it didn't fall, instead, it charged again. Yu Xiaohua frowned and increased the output of her lightning-based power. Countless bolts of lightning rained down, engulfing the zombie. The zombie also let out a series of howls, summoning its companions. However, it couldn't summon them all, because on the 3rd and 4th floors, Wu Tian and Lao Lu, along with Lu Debao and the others, had already held off the zombie horde. Just as Yu Xiaohua was attacking with all her might, she vaguely noticed that this level 3 zombie could actually resist the damage from the lightning. A thought flashed through her mind. Could there be something strange about this level 3 zombie? Otherwise, with her lightning power, a level 3 zombie wouldn't have lasted this long. In her past life, many zombies evolved not through their own abilities, but through other fortuitous encounters? Could it be? Yu Xiaohua's eyes lit up. If it was as she suspected, then this would be effortless. While dodging the level 3 zombie's attacks, Yu Xiaohua carefully observed. Sure enough, after a while, she noticed something strange about the abdomens of the 3 zombies. Something seemed to be wriggling inside. The bulging parts rose and fell slightly with the zombies' movements, as if something was about to burst out. The timing was perfect. So, without hesitation, she mobilized her lightning power, gathering it in her palm. As the energy continued to gather, dazzling lightning began to flash around her palm, crackling sounds echoing in the air. Then, she thrust her palm forward forcefully. A thick bolt of lightning shot out like an arrow, striking directly at the abdomens of the 3 zombies. The zombies' abdomens were torn open, revealing a sky-blue bead. Just as she suspected, it was the wind bead she had seen in her previous life. Wind beads were naturally formed after the apocalypse. Only 3 had appeared in the 10 years of her previous life. She hadn't expected it to be hidden in a level 3 zombie. This zombie hadn't completed its evolution, otherwise, with this wind bead, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with today. This wind bead enhanced the zombie's resistance to lightning. Without the wind bead, the level 3 zombie could no longer withstand Yu Xiaohua's attacks. She gathered powerful lightning and wind blades in her hands, merging them together, and struck the zombie fiercely. The zombie was hit by this blow, its body instantly torn apart, collapsing to the ground. Having dealt with a level 3 zombie, Yu Xiaohua put away the wind bead. Finally, the level 3 zombie was reduced to ashes by the lightning strike. Yu Xiaohua put away the wind pearl, rinsed it clean, and turned to go downstairs. Chapter 292. Night gradually fell. Darkness, like ink, slowly seeped into the entire sky. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, exhausted, finally finished clearing the zombies, leading Lu Debao and the others. Their bodies were covered in blood and filth. Wu Tian and Lao Lu were alright, but Lu Debao and the others were so tired they could barely lift their arms. The moment they stepped out of the building, a breath of fresh air rushed towards them, bringing a sense of relief. However, the scene before them surprised them. The smell of meat? Lu Debao and his friends couldn't remember the last time they eaten fresh meat. After the apocalypse, even animals mutated one after another, meat was long gone and stale. Forget about meat, the instant noodles and other fast food available to humans were all expired. To be honest, having anything to eat was good enough. It was better than nutritional supplements. As long as it didn't kill them, they make do. Even a bag of instant noodles was being auctioned off in the apocalyptic base's auction house, let alone meat. Ahead, not far away, several tents stood neatly arranged, with a small stove beside them, wisps of smoke rising. On the stove were neatly arranged fresh meat skewers, and beside them were plates of various kinds of meat skewers and fresh vegetables. If it weren't for Yu Xiaohua sitting there grilling skewers, Lu Debao and his friends would have thought they were starving and dreaming. Wu Tian and Lao Lu walked over first. "Boss, we go." The two took the seasonings from Yu Xiaohua and continued grilling skewers. Lu Debao and the others quickly followed, sat down in front of the grill, looked at the meat, looked at it again, and confirmed, it's meat. They can eat it raw. No need to grill it, it's too much of a waste of time. They're not that particular. The group of people were practically drooling. Yu Xiaohua then took out a cigarette and casually waved it. The previously calm fire in the stove seemed to be under a spell, instantly bursting into a blazing fire. Lu Debao and his friends were practically begging to kneel and kowtow to Yu Xiaohua. Soon, the meat skewers were ready. Lu Debao and the others sat obediently in a row, plates in hand, waiting for Wu Tian to feed them. Old Six, carrying a plate, walked to Yu Xiaohua's side. "Boss, have a taste." Yu Xiaohua picked up a skewer and took a bite. Not bad. Old Six also tried one, then asked, "Boss, are we leaving Sea City next?" He knew his boss had been in Sea City for too long. If it weren't for the accident involving Long Aodian's team, they should have already left Sea City. Where was his boss's next destination? It was hard to guess. So, Old Six simply asked, "Jiang City." Yu Xiaohua remembered that in a year, Jiang City would experience a heavy snowfall. After this snowfall, an extremely rare magnolia flower appeared in the Tianshan Mountains of Jiang City. This flower had one major effect. It could stimulate human supernatural abilities. Now, only wind-type abilities remain. The only magnolia flower in the apocalypse, the only one capable of activating human abilities, is her only chance to awaken her wind-type abilities. No matter how perilous the harvesting process, she will try. Six's brother was startled. "Jiancheng? Boss, why would you want to go to such a far place?" But he also knew that his boss must have her reasons. So, their next destination was Jiang City. He had a feeling they would be staying in Jiang City for a long time this time. The next day, Yu Xiaohua, seeing Lu Debao and the others reluctant to part, gave them the crystal cores from the low-level zombies they had cleared out the day before. These crystal cores were useless to her, Wu Tian, and Lao Lu. But it was different for Lu Debao and the others. Lu Debao and the others were too embarrassed to accept the gifts. If it weren't for yesterday, with Master Wu and Sixth Master, how could they have dealt with so many zombies? Sister Yu had already given them some. Even with their thick skin, they couldn't bring themselves to take it. Wu Tian and Sixth Master tossed them the bag containing the crystal cores. "Take them. The boss has plenty of these low-level zombie crystal cores. These are what you deserve. Don't be shy. Use these crystal cores to cultivate well, and you won't have let the boss and us down." Debao, Xiaoshuai Moli, in this apocalypse, the strong are respected. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to become strong. The future is bright. I wish you all the best. Perhaps seeing their past predicament in the military alliance reflected in Lu Debao, Wu Tian was willing to speak more sincerely, hoping they would do better. In this apocalypse, kindness and malice coexist. Lu Debao and the others were kind children. After this experience, they should have grown up. But the connections between people, their encounters and separations, are all predetermined. Their connection ended here. Lu Debao, along with Xiao Shuai and the others, bowed deeply to Yu Xiaohua, Wu Tian, and Lao Lu. To them, the three were like second parents. Without them, they would forever be the ones bullied to death, manipulated at will. After everyone said their goodbyes, Lu Debao and the others drove back to City C, while Yu Xiaohua, along with Wu Tian and Lao Lu, headed towards Jiancheng. After a month, Yu Xiaohua and the two finally arrived in Jiancheng. As soon as they stepped into Jiangcheng, a sense of decay overwhelmed them. The sky was a hazy gray, as if shrouded in a thick layer of gloom, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. The streets were filled with abandoned vehicles and ruins, the stench of rotting zombies mixed with the smell of dust, permeating the air. The climate here was extremely strange. During the day, it was unbearably hot, the ground scorching hot, as if it could melt the soles of your shoes. At night, however, it was bitterly cold, the howling wind sounding like the roars of countless evil spirits. The further they went into the city, the more mysterious it seemed. Strange sounds could be heard from time to time, but the source could not be seen. The tall buildings in the distance looked like giant monsters in the darkness, silently staring at them. Suddenly, a horde of gigantic, bizarre-looking zombies burst from the ruins. Their eyes flashed with an eerie red light as they pounced on Yu Xiaohua and his companions. Yu Xiaohua's eyes sharpened, and he swiftly drew his weapon. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, seeing this, immediately grabbed their weapons as well, and the three formed a triangular formation, confronting the zombies. The gigantic zombies were incredibly fast, reaching them in an instant. Yu Xiaohua struck first, his weapon flashing like lightning as he stabbed a zombie in the head. The zombie was accurately struck, and fell to the ground with a thud. Wu Tian wielded his broadsword, hacking at the oncoming zombies. The blade flashed, and limbs were severed one after another. Lao Lu nimbly weaved through the horde of zombies, precisely slitting their throats with his dagger. However, the number of zombies increased, seemingly endless. Suddenly, an exceptionally large zombie charged out from behind. Yu Xiaohua's eyes turned cold. He gathered all his strength and charged towards the giant corpse, engaging it in fierce close combat. Chapter 293. In that instant, the gigantic zombie roared, charging at Yu Xiaohua again like a raging beast. Yu Xiaohua swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the zombie's attack, and simultaneously, with lightning speed, lightly stepped onto the zombie's shoulder. Using the zombie's momentum, Yu Xiaohua leaped into the air. With a low shout, scorching flames erupted from her palm, forming a massive fire serpent. The fire serpent, writhing in flames, hurtled towards the gigantic zombie. The zombie was startled by the sudden attack, but its thick hide meant that the fire serpent only caused its rotting flesh to smoke, without inflicting fatal damage. The zombie angrily swung its arms, trying to swat away the fire serpent, while simultaneously opening its blood-red maw, attempting to bite Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua somersaulted in midair, nimbly dodging the zombie's attacks. She conjured flames again, this time transforming them into countless sharp fire arrows, raining down on the zombies. The fire arrows pierced the zombies' bodies, causing them to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, while the zombies were distracted by the fire arrows, Yu Xiaohua unleashed her power again, creating a massive wall of fire that tightly bound the zombies. The fire wall burned ever brighter, and the zombies struggled within it, ultimately turning to ashes in the raging flames. Yu Xiaohua landed slowly. Lao Lu seized the opportunity to help Wu Tian up. The two rejoined the battle. The three worked together, gradually suppressing the zombies' onslaught. An hour later, they finally wiped out the entire horde of zombies. Looking at the zombie carcasses scattered on the ground, the three wondered what unknown dangers awaited them in this border city. Yu Xiaohua took out a map she had prepared beforehand. She had collected maps of the entire Jiang city before the apocalypse, making preparations for this day. The vast city was almost deserted. Jiang City's geographical location was inherently sparsely populated. After the apocalypse, many fled, others mutated, and now many small towns had become desolate, with only zombies roaming. Yu Xiaohua released her mental energy, and the three found an open space. With a wave of her hand, a luxurious RV appeared on the open ground, leaving Wu Tian and Lao Lu dumbfounded. Once the two got into the vehicle, their vision blurred even further. Good heavens, following the boss really is like going to hell without suffering. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were on vacation. Great, all I want to do is lie on this RV's huge bed, and live a life of blissful oblivion. The entire luxurious RV gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, its lines sleek and technologically advanced. The RV's exterior is made of a special alloy material, making it incredibly sturdy and able to withstand the impact and bites of zombies. The wheels are huge and thick, with deep treads to ensure stable driving in various complex road conditions. Stepping inside the RV, the space is spacious and comfortable. The living room features a soft sofa and a high-definition smart display screen, as well as an advanced air purification system to ensure fresh air inside the RV. The kitchen is fully equipped with an induction cooker, microwave, refrigerator, and even a small baking oven. The bedroom is cozy and quiet, with a soft and comfortable bed and a built-in wardrobe. The bathroom is clean and tidy, equipped with a solar water heater, providing hot water at any time. This is the post-apocalyptic RV that Yu Xiaohua built at great expense on the black market in the US before the apocalypse. Of course, this is just one of them. There are 2 more identical ones. Yu Xiaohua built a total of 3. Wu Tian was so moved he almost cried. Boss, in this life, I'm sticking with you. In the next life, even if I become a ghost, I still cling to you. I'm so happy, it's unbelievable. Boss, you're awesome. Lao Lu smirked. Alright, even as a ghost you won't let the boss go. Are you repaying a debt of gratitude or seeking revenge? Wu Tian chuckled. Lu Zi, I'm just getting carried away. Lao Lu nodded. I can tell. Yu Xiaohua said, for the next year, we be staying in Jiancheng. You guys will stay in this RV. In a couple of days, we're going to Tianshan. You two should rest well these 2 days. Wu Tian and Lao Lu immediately became serious. We understand, boss. Tianshan? A mysterious mountain range. Where is what the boss wants? Even the boss is so cautious about this place, so of course they have to be extremely careful too. Before nature, even the most powerful humans are insignificant. They weren't fighting powerful zombies, but rather the unpredictable forces of nature. For the next 2 days, Yu Xiaohua, along with Wu Tian and Lao Lu, cleared the entire small town of zombies, collecting a considerable amount of zombie cores. They lived in a small town near Jiancheng, essentially isolated from the world, dedicating themselves to clearing zombies and collecting cores. Wu Tian and Lao Lu had both broken through their ability barriers, becoming level 4 ability users. Their progress was rapid. Yu Xiaohua's ability had finally reached level 7. Level 7 ability users, even in his previous life, 10 years after the apocalypse, were extremely rare. Her strength was terrifyingly astonishing. As for what was happening outside, they knew nothing. They were busy clearing zombies, mutated animals, and plants every day, too exhausted to pay attention to anything else. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had gone by. Yu Xiaohua calculated the time, and knew it was almost time. In her previous life, the magnolia flower needed 3 months to mature, and she had to ensure there were no unforeseen circumstances. Even in such a remote place as Tianshan, someone had found the magnolia flower in her previous life, which meant that someone would set foot in Tianshan again in this life. She immediately decided to set off. The 3 of them drove their RV towards Tianshan, searching for the magnolia flower that could help her awaken her special abilities. Along the way, the scenery outside the window became increasingly desolate. Occasionally, a few zombies would wander by the roadside, chasing after the RV. The 3 of them easily dealt with quite a few of them along the way. As they ventured deeper, the temperature dropped sharply, and snow began to fall outside the RV. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains. Here, howling winds and raging blizzards made the RV sway precariously. Had it not been specially modified, it would have succumbed to the harsh conditions. The environment of the Tianshan Mountains is extremely harsh and extreme. Braving the wind and snow, Yu Xiaohua and his companions found a clearing at the foot of the mountain after the snow subsided slightly, set up camp, and secured the RV. Further in, the RV couldn't go any further, and they would have to walk. That was the real test of their strength. The 3 of them were already bundled up in windbreakers, mountaineering gear, and protective suits, completely covered except for their faces. Even their eyelashes were frosted. Just as they were about to rest, a strange sound came from outside the RV. Chapter 294. Officer Yu Xiaohua checked the surveillance footage and discovered a group of half-frozen zombies, staggering towards the RV. Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. These days, zombies are lurking even at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains. Can't things ever get any quieter? These zombies moved slowly in the low temperature, but there were many of them. Wu Tian and Lao Lu were about to get out. Yu Xiaohua told them to wait. She got out of the RV alone, and saw the stiff zombies surging towards them in the distance. She stood there, casually waving her hand, and the purple lightning in her hand instantly swept towards the zombie horde like a winding dragon. The purple lightning flashed in the darkness, crackling and popping. Wherever it struck, the zombies were hit, their bodies instantly turning to ashes under the ravages of the lightning, raising a cloud of dust. Wu Tian and Lao Lu watched this scene through the RV window, their mouths agape in shock. The zombies, which had been slowly moving, were utterly powerless against Yu Xiaohua's purple lightning, falling in droves. In just a few moments, the once dense horde of zombies had vanished by more than half. Yu Xiaohua remained expressionless, continuously unleashing lightning from her hand until the last zombie was eliminated, and only then did peace return. With a flick of her sleeve, the lightning dissipated, and she calmly returned to the RV. Her current strength against these zombies was no different than a college student fighting elementary school students. The three of them ate dinner, and as darkness gradually fell, night completely enveloped them. The three of them didn't feel cold in the RV, enjoyed a delicious hot pot meal, and went to bed early. Over the next few days, the three didn't rush into the mountains, allowing themselves to acclimatize to the environment and climate. On the fifth day, Yu Xiaohua stored the RV in his spatial storage, and the three continued their journey deeper into the Tianshan Mountains. The deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Gale-force winds whipped through the air, carrying blizzards, and visibility was extremely low. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and the mountain ahead showed signs of collapse. "Get out of the way!" Yu Xiaohua shouted, and the three quickly dodged to the side. Huge chunks of ice and rocks tumbled down the mountain with tremendous force. Having barely escaped this ordeal, before they could even catch their breath, a flock of mutated eagles swooped down from the sky, their sharp talons and beaks terrifying. Wu Tian and Lao Lu immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. Yu Xiaohua, on the other hand, released purple lightning again, forming a protective net in midair. The lightning collided with the eagle's attack, emitting a dazzling light. After a fierce battle, the three repelled the eagles. Before they could even relax, the ground where they stood suddenly shook violently, then rapidly collapsed. The three ran at top speed, but the collapses were becoming more and more frequent. Wu Tian and Lao Lu were ultimately a step too slow. "Boss, run! Boss, run!" Yu Xiaohua quickly turned around. Behind her, the collapsing ground was about to swallow them, plunging them into darkness. Yu Xiaohua saw an underground river beneath the collapsed ground, and a thought struck her. She had a spatial ability, the worst outcome would be entering it, but Wu Tian and Lao Lu couldn't. She decided to take a gamble. "Stop talking nonsense, protect your heads." The howling wind and the roar of collapsing snow filled their ears. Now, the heavy snow and fog obscured their surroundings, making it impossible for them to see anything clearly. After an unknown amount of time, with a plop, the three fell into an underground river. The icy water instantly enveloped them, the current swift and relentlessly pounding against their bodies. Wu Tian and Lao Lu struggled desperately, trying to surface. Fortunately, all three were good swimmers. A massive whirlpool appeared ahead. The whirlpool, like a bottomless pit, emitted a terrifying suction force, rapidly pulling the three of them in. The instant they were swept into the whirlpool, Yu Xiaohua, enduring the impact of the water, conjured purple lightning in his hands to stabilize himself. However, the whirlpool's power was too great. The purple lightning protected the three of them, enveloping their entire bodies. Seeing this, Wu Tian and Lao Lu dared not be careless. They quickly activated their internal abilities, forming a thin energy shield around themselves to resist the impact of the water. However, the power of the water was simply too great. Even with the protection of their abilities, they were still left dizzy and disoriented. In the swift current, Wu Tian and Lao Lu could only cling tightly to each other to avoid being swept away. Yu Xiaohua was at the forefront, seeing her gave them a sense of security. After an unknown amount of time, the three finally felt the current slow down, and then they were swept into a dark cave. All three were soaked, but temporarily safe. Yu Xiaohua looked at the disheveled two. "Are you two alright?" Wu Tian and Lao Lu shook their heads. Apart from some minor scrapes from the fall, they were unharmed, just looking a bit disheveled. Yu Xiaohua took out 2 sets of clothes from her spatial storage, and gave them to change into, then changed into new clothes herself. After the three had changed their clothes, they took in their surroundings. They were in an underground river cave, filled with a damp, decaying smell. The surrounding stone walls shimmered eerily in the darkness, and the sound of the flowing river echoed in the narrow space, adding to the sinister atmosphere. Suddenly, Wu Tian pointed to a stone wall not far away, his eyes wide with shock. What is that?" Yu Xiaohua and Lao Lu looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw a swarm of enormous red ants crawling out from a crack in the stone wall. Each ant was the size of a fist, its dark red exoskeleton gleaming metallically in the dim light. Their antennae twitched incessantly, as if they sensed the intruder's presence. Yu Xiaohua's face darkened. These red ants didn't look like good things. They hadn't appeared since the apocalypse in their previous life. Clearly, they were unique to this place. Wu Tian and Lao Lu stood ready. The swarm of red ants moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to surround the three of them. The next second, the red ants suddenly let out a piercing hiss, as if signaling an attack. Immediately afterwards, they surged towards Yu Xiaohua and the others like a raging tide. Faced with the sudden attack, Yu Xiaohua acted swiftly. Instantly, a huge fire dragon erupted from her hand, rushing straight towards the swarm of red ants. Where the fire dragon passed, several red ants were instantly struck by the flames, crackling and popping before being burned to charcoal. A burnt smell filled the air, making everyone nauseous. Be careful. These red ants' teeth have mutated, they might be poisonous. Don't get bitten. Yu Xiaohua shouted. Hearing Yu Xiaohua's warning, Wu Tian and Lao Lu didn't dare to be careless, they immediately activated their special abilities. Chapter 295. Yu Xiaohua watched as red ants continuously crawled out of the river in walls. The next second, her eyes sharpened, and flames in her hands spread like fire dragons, instantly incinerating the red ants in their wake with crackling sounds. A pungent, acrid smell filled the underground river cave. Wu Tian and Lao Lu watched in stunned silence. The boss had unleashed her ultimate move. As the flames raged, the red ants' attack gradually weakened. Yu Xiaohua withdrew the flames. Let's go. The three of them cautiously proceeded along the cave passage, the surrounding environment becoming increasingly eerie. The temperature inside the cave was also plummeting. Suddenly, a low roar came from ahead. Yu Xiaohua activated her spiritual power. This underground river cave really did have quite a few good things. Wu Tian and Lao Lu also sensed an even greater danger. Full of vigilance. As Yu Xiaohua rounded a bend, a gigantic mutated spider, radiating an eerie glow, appeared before them. This spider was over a meter tall, its 8 eyes flashing with ferocious light. It spun silk, slowly approaching them. Yu Xiaohua unleashed his power again, flames shooting like arrows at the mutated spider. Meanwhile, in Qing City, at the eastern base, Pei Xingyue leaned back on the sofa, eating fruit grown at the base that lacked any real fruit flavor. Beside her was tea that Wen Xian had prepared before leaving that morning. For 2 years, Wen Xian had remained consistent, personally attending to Pei Xingyue's every need. No matter how busy the base's missions were, Wen Xian would always spend time with Pei Xingyue whenever he had the chance. Pei Xingyue lived a life of luxury, expecting everything to be done for her. She almost felt like a useless person. The only bad thing was that Pei Xingyue missed Yu Xiaohua. Her Xiaohua, how is she doing out there? 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. It was one thing for Xiaohua not to miss Xian Ke, but what about her adorable self? Didn't Xiaohua miss her at all? Another sigh escaped her lips. Ada silently took out a cookie that the base had just experimented with. It was called a cookie, but it only tasted like a cookie. It couldn't compare to the real cookies from before the apocalypse. But even this one was a highly sought-after item outside. Miss, you've been sighing for half an hour now, countless sighs. You're missing Miss Yu again, aren't you? Miss, you're lovesick, it's incurable. Pei Xingyue kicked him. I'm lovesick for Xiaohua to the bone. Without Xiaohua, what kind of life have I lived these past 2 years? Air, like a ghost, silently poked his head out from behind, counting on his fingers. Miss, you're probably living a very ordinary life. For example, when you wake up in the morning, Second Master has already prepared coffee and snacks for you. At noon, if Second Master isn't working, he come back to make lunch for you. No matter how busy Second Master is, he come back every night to fetch water for you to soak your feet, and he even give you a massage before bed. Oh, and if you're hungry in the middle of the night, Second Master will get up to make you a midnight snack. Over the past 2 years, Second Master, who never lifts a finger in the kitchen, has successfully become a good family man, taking on the roles of your husband, nanny, cook, and masseur. Oh, and during those few days of the month when you're in a bad mood, Second Master will also have to be your punching bag. Miss, is this the kind of life you're living? Ada and Ayer looked at Pei Xingyue with a "you have the nerve to say that" kind of look. The Second Master practically spoiled the eldest Miss rotten. The eldest Miss had gained at least 5 pounds in the past 2 years. Furthermore, they felt the Second Master was raising her like a child. The eldest Miss was now practically a giant baby. Pei Xingyue chuckled, sharpening her knives at Ayer. The three were talking. When Xian returned, heading straight for Pei Xingyue, not even glancing at Ada and Ayer. The two exchanged a glance. They were used to this situation where the Second Master seemed completely oblivious to them, even though they were standing right there. Their presence was zero. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, Wen Xian still maintained his refined and elegant demeanor, even more mature and composed than before, exuding a unique charm of a mature man. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wen Xian and Pei Xingyue. Wen Xian gently walked to Pei Xingyue's side and tenderly kissed her forehead, as if this simple gesture conveyed his boundless love. He gazed at Pei Xingyue, watching her nestled comfortably on the sofa, a soft blanket covering her. Her long hair cascaded down the sofa back like a waterfall, her eyes slightly closed. Sunlight fell on her face, outlining her beautiful features, making her look like a serene painting. Wen Xian's heart melted at that moment. He was captivated by Pei Xingyue's adorable appearance, his heart filled with tenderness and love for her. Then, he looked at Ada and Aer. The two immediately and quickly left, not daring to linger for even a minute. With that look from Aer, if they stayed any longer, they'd be in for a beating. A lover is like a flower. Over the years, Wen Xian has truly nurtured Pei Xingyue well. Pei Xingyue reached out and wrapped her arms around Wen Xian's neck, nuzzling him affectionately. "Honey, my legs are sore." Pei Xingyue delicately placed her slender hand on Wen Xian's broad shoulder, then slowly wrapped it around his neck, gently embracing him. She leaned forward slightly, the distance between them growing closer, their breaths mingling. Pei Xingyue's cheek pressed against Wen Xian's neck, feeling the warmth of his skin and the rhythm of his breath. Like a docile kitten, she gently rubbed against him, pouting. "Honey, my legs are so sore." Her voice held a hint of languor and dependence. With just one word, honey, Pei Xingyue could perfectly capture Wen Xian's heart. Wen Xian's heart instantly melted. At times like this, he wished he could give her his whole heart. "Honey, let me massage you, baby. You haven't even left the house these past few days. How about I go out with you for a walk?" A new auction house opened at the base, and a lot of people from other bases are coming here to bid and trade. "Let's go take a look, just to relax." Pei Xingyue used to love crowds, but in the past 2 years, she's become more reserved and doesn't like joining in on excitement anymore. However, thinking about how she's practically atrophied from staying home all the time, she figured she should get out and about, so she agreed to go out with Wen Xian tomorrow. Oh right, that brat Xian Ke, all he does these past 2 years is deal with base matters, not a single day off. He really thinks he's made of iron. Go tell him I'm going to the auction, and he has to come with me, or I go to his office and cry. Chapter 296. Anyway, let him handle it. Wen Xian smiled helplessly. You feel sorry for Xian Ke, but you insist on being stubborn and soft-hearted. Fine, your husband will pass on a message. Dad's health has been very poor lately. The doctor has seen him. Dad's body is barely being maintained by the base's advanced healing ability users. In just a few days, Dad's time will come. Pei Jun, a man who once dominated his life, could not escape the end of his days. Since Yang Xian's incident, Pei Jun's heart had been tormented by deep self-blame. Every night, he would lie in bed, tossing and turning, reflecting on how many mistakes he had made in the past. Those details he had overlooked, the harm he had caused to Pei Xian Ke and Pei Xingyu, were like sharp swords, constantly piercing his heart. This repression brought by self-reproach was an unspeakable pain. For 2 years, this pain had followed him like a shadow, finally completely destroying Pei Jun's body. In those 2 years, Pei Xian Ke hadn't visited him once, undoubtedly deepening his pain and loneliness. In contrast, Pei Xingyue visited him twice a year. However, the interactions between father and daughter were always silent and awkward. Each time they met, they simply sat silently, speechless, as if an insurmountable chasm stood between them. When she heard the news that her father's time was near, Pei Xingyue's hands trembled involuntarily. She bit her lip tightly, forcing back tears. In this life, their father-daughter bond was shallow, and it had finally come to an end. She couldn't quite describe the feeling. Was it resentment? Countless days and nights had passed, and she had harbored resentment towards her father's favoritism and indifference towards Xian Ke. Those hurts were etched into her heart like a brand. But now, he was dying, and all the resentment seemed less intense. It didn't even seem like much anymore. So many years of estrangement should finally dissipate. Pei Xingyue closed her eyes, her mind filled with the few rare moments of her father's presence during her childhood, a vague and distant warmth. She took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Let me be alone. I go see him tonight. You don't need to come with me. Wen Xian knew she was sad and pulled her into his arms. Baby, cry? Pei Xingyue first sobbed softly, then tears fell, one by one, onto Wen Xian's clothes, making his heart ache terribly. Xian, am I too heartless? I resent him for treating Xian Ke badly, but it seems I've forgotten how good he was to me. How could the bond between father and daughter be so easily severed? Wen Xian patted his back gently as he spoke. Xingyue, no one is at fault. Go and properly send Dad off. In the ward, Pei Jun lay weakly on the hospital bed, his once resolute face now etched with weariness. Pei Xingyue quietly walked to the bedside, looking at him. All the resentment and bitterness of the past gradually dissipated in that moment. She reached out and gently grasped Pei Jun's withered hand. "Dad, I'm here." Pei Jun slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Pei Xingyue, his eyes were filled with complex emotions, guilt, relief, but he was too overwhelmed to utter a single word. He could only tremblingly reach out his hand, stammering, Xingyue, you're here, Dad. Am I ugly? Ugly?" Pei Jun was now emaciated. Pei Xingyue looked at him, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. The past no longer mattered. At this moment, she only hoped her father could pass away peacefully. Pei Xingyue reached out and grasped Pei Jun's hand. "Dad, you're not ugly. Are you very tired?" Now, Pei Jun was clinging to life. After seeing Pei Xingyue, he had only one thought left, to see Pei Xianke one last time before he died. Pei Xingyue saw the expectation in his eyes. "Dad, I already sent Ada to find Xianke. Please wait a moment." Pei Xingyue sat down and whispered many things in Pei Jun's ear, stories from their childhood, those warm moments between father and daughter, one by one. Pei Jun's eyes gradually focused, as if suddenly regaining their spirit. The sky gradually darkened, and the light in Pei Jun's eyes dimmed further. Finally, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Pei Jun seemed to hear them. His gaze fell on the door. The next second, the door opened. Wen Xian stood in the doorway. Just as Pei Jun's last glimmer of hope vanished, Pei Xianke emerged from behind Wen Xian. He had finally come. Pei Xianke entered, looking at Pei Jun's excited expression on the hospital bed. Pei Jun's eyes lit up instantly, his lips trembling as he tried to say something, but only managed weak sounds. Pei Xianke walked to the bedside, looking at him. Did all those years of indifference and estrangement matter at this moment of impending farewell? Actually, they never did. "Xianke." Pei Jun managed to utter these two words, his eyes filled with guilt and anticipation. Pei Xianke took a deep breath and slowly said, "Yes, I'm here." His voice remained cold. Pei Jun reached out, wanting to grasp Pei Xuan's hand. Pei Xingyue, standing to the side, stepped forward and clasped their hands together. Pei Xianke glanced at her, but didn't pull away. Pei Jun's hand was dry and cold, yet it conveyed a complex emotion. "I'm sorry," Pei Jun said with his last ounce of strength. Pei Xianke looked at him, silent for a moment. "I forgive you." All Pei Jun wanted was this forgiveness. Hearing these words, tears welled in Pei Jun's eyes, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. His hand slowly loosened, his eyes gradually dimmed, and with a trace of satisfaction, he left this world. In the corridor, Pei Xianke lit a cigarette, the same kind as Yu Xiaohua's. Before Yu Xiaohua left, she had deliberately left behind 10 large boxes of cigarettes. When Xian arranged Pei Jun's funeral, a small ceremony attended by important figures from the base. After the funeral, everything at the base remained as usual. A month later, deep in the Tianshan Mountains, a solitary tent stood, a sliver of warmth in this icy wasteland. Inside, Wu Tian and Lao Lu were wrapped tightly in thick snowsuits, warding off the biting cold. Outside, snow fell heavily, blanketing the world in white. The wind howled, making the tent rustle as if it might be blown away at any moment. They had been there for almost a month. That day, after struggling to emerge from the underground river, they searched their way to this place. The leader left them enough supplies and food before setting off alone to search for the legendary magnolia flower. Their strength was still insufficient. Wu Tian and Lao Lu knew that their leader had his own plans and goals. Now they could only wait for Yu Xiaohua's return. Wu Tian started a fire, cooked 2 packets of instant noodles, and added 2 sausages. The tent was filled with food left by Yu Xiaohua, enough for the 2 of them to eat for 2 years. Chapter 297. Wu Tian ate instant noodles while thinking of Yu Xiaohua. "Our boss has been gone for almost 10 days. I wonder when he'd be back." Old Six looked at the sighing Wu Tian. "Boss, he might not be back anytime soon. Let's do as he said. If he hasn't returned in half a month, we go down the mountain and wait for him. The snow is getting heavier. At most half a month, otherwise we won't be able to get out." Wu Tian nodded. They weren't worried about Yu Xiaohua's safety. Because Yu Xiaohua had her spatial ability, they just needed to avoid hindering her. Half a month later, Wu Tian and Old Six still hadn't seen Yu Xiaohua return. They packed their bags and left, intending to wait for her return in the small town they had agreed to meet. Year after year, day after day, spring turns to autumn, and 3 more years have passed. In these 3 years, the apocalypse has undergone another dramatic transformation. The zombies' evolutionary speed far exceeds human expectations. They have even learned simple tactical coordination, and have begun to launch organized attacks on human bases. In these 3 years, the zombies have begun to systematically attack human bases, each attack resulting in mutual destruction. Humans have paid a heavy price in their fight against the zombies. Most humans now rely on potions and nutritional injections to survive. Fresh vegetables and fruits are a thing of the past. Humans seem to have forgotten the taste of these things. They have gradually become accustomed to using nutritional supplements to maintain bodily functions. Each base has a special ability team that goes on missions and exchanges supplies, while ordinary people, protected by those with special abilities, perform simple tasks within the bases to survive. The Eastern Base and the 10 special zones in the north of Yen Kingdom have the most developed resources, advanced weaponry, and have attracted the most talent, becoming the giants of the north and south respectively. 8 years after the apocalypse, the extreme weather gradually stabilized. Aside from occasional unpredictable changes, humanity had adapted to these weather patterns. The town where Wu Tian and Lao Lu lived was frequently harassed by zombies. While clearing out the zombies, they waited anxiously for Yu Xiaohua. In these 3 years, their supernatural abilities had also improved significantly. One day, Wu Tian and Lao Lu, exhausted from jointly killing a level 5 zombie, returned to the town. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a figure standing in the courtyard. Their weapons instantly fell to the ground, their eyes widening in shock. Yu Xiaohua slowly turned around, looking at the 2 men who stood there, their hands trembling with shock. The current Yu Xiaohua possessed an even more outstanding aura than 3 years ago. Her posture was upright, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Her eyes were deep and resolute, concealing countless stories. She wore a specially made black outfit, embroidered with mysterious silver patterns that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Her long, black hair was tied up, no longer short, but still neat and tidy. Wu Tian and Lao Lu stood there for a long time. Wu Tian finally reacting, his eyes reddening, he rushed forward and hugged Yu Xiaohua tightly. His voice trembled, "Boss, you're finally back." Yu Xiaohua gently patted his back, then smiled at Lao Lu. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lao Lu's eyes also welled up with tears. He scratched his head. "Boss, you're back." Yu Xiaohua nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm back." For the past 3 years, Yu Xiaohua had been protecting the blooming of the magnolia flower. 3 years ago, she found the magnolia flower, but it had only bloomed halfway, not fully open. She went directly into the spatial dimension to cultivate. A year later, the magnolia flower finally bloomed. After picking it, she wanted to prevent it from withering, so she chose to consume it on the spot. For a full 6 months, she realized this magnolia flower was indeed a unique and precious thing. Absorbing it, forcibly activating her wind elemental ability, almost cost her her life. While she was absorbing the magnolia flower, Qi Tian was always by her side. After she successfully absorbed the magnolia flower, Qi Tian, due to its power, successfully fell into a deep sleep. She stayed with Qi Tian in the spatial dimension for another year. 2 days ago, Qi Tian woke up. Old Six cautiously asked, "Boss, did it work?" Forcibly activating an ability was already too bizarre. Even if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. "Boss, did you succeed after 3 years?" Wu Tian also looked excitedly at Yu Xiaohua. Yu Xiaohua's lips curled slightly as she looked at the 2 curious people. Under the astonished gazes of Wu Tian and Old Six, she casually raised her hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from her palm, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. This gust of wind, as if imbued with life, rushed towards the century-old tree in the courtyard. A crisp snapping sound rang out, and the tree was instantly cleaved in 2. The broken trunk flew through the air, splinters flying everywhere, making the entire courtyard tremble. Wu Tian and Lao Lu stared in stunned disbelief. 3 years. Boss really did awaken his wind elemental ability. He succeeded? He actually succeeded. What level is this wind elemental ability? At least level 5, right? Damn, this is terrifying. So, Boss now possesses wind, fire, lightning, water, plus mental abilities, and spatial abilities. He's got it all. He's truly got it all now. After the apocalypse, he became the #1 person with all types of superpowers, and perhaps the only one in the future. Boss, your wind-type superpower must be level 5 by now, right? Yu Xiaohua looked at the 2 of them, counting on his fingers. After thinking for a moment, he decided against it. Level 5. Let them think what they want. These 3 years of isolation from the world. Yu Xiaohua truly knew nothing about what was happening outside. Wu Tian and Lao Lu, living in this small town, occasionally encountered other superpowered individuals and exchanged a few words, gaining a general understanding of the outside world. They told Yu Xiaohua everything they knew. The next day, Yu Xiaohua led Wu Tian and Lao Lu away from the small town, heading towards Liao City. In the past 6 months, Liao City's 10 special zones had suffered several zombie hordes. Compared to the south, the evolved zombies preferred to stay in the north, so the 10 special zones had been attacked by zombie hordes quite a few times in the past 3 years. Wu Tian and Lao Lu thought that once their boss came out, he would be eager to go to Qin City to see young Master Pei. 5 years. Their boss had been gone for 5 years. Wu Tian cautiously reminded her, "Boss, you see, in these past 5 years, young Master Pei has been eyeing his women quite a bit. Just the other day, a team of superhumans came over, and Lao Lu and I casually asked about it. Guess what? That team of superhumans was actually from Qin City. They said that before, many people wanted to seduce young Master Pei. After all, someone like young Master Pei is a hot commodity. Boss, do you think we should go to Qin City and check things out?" Yu Xiaohua's lips curled into a cold smile as she slowly pulled a cigarette from her pocket and lit it. As the smoke slowly rose, her face appeared and disappeared in the smoke, making it difficult to discern her true thoughts. Chapter 298. Yu Xiaohua stubbed out her cigarette. So did they succeed? Wu Tian and Lao Lu exchanged a glance. Well, they hadn't succeeded. According to the superpowered team, all the women who tried to get close to young Master Pei were kicked out of the base. Young Master Pei is famous for keeping male dogs around him. They heard that Miss Pei and Second Master Wu were living a very sweet life. As for anything else, they didn't know. The cold wind in Liao City was like a knife, sharply blowing through the streets, making people shiver. In a corner of the city, there was an inconspicuous building, the office of the 10 Special Zones base. Inside the office, when Ryuan sat at his desk, his gaze fell on the calendar on the desk, a complex emotion welling up inside him. More than 7 years had passed, time had flown by so quickly, catching him off guard. When Ryuan couldn't help but think of Yu Xiaohua. Where is boss now? Is she alright? In these 7 years, they, along with Xiao Chong and Nanji, had established the 10 special zones according to the original plan, fulfilling boss's expectations. But boss seemed to have vanished into thin air, without a trace. When Ryuan's fingers gently stroked the calendar, as if he could feel the passage of time through the thin paper. 7 years is enough to change many things. However, no matter what, when Ryuan firmly believed that boss would be watching over them silently from somewhere, proud of their achievements. After Ryuan brought her mother back from the eastern base, she passed away less than 2 years later. And during these years, the 10 special zones and the eastern base maintained very close contact, sharing information. A few days ago, Yu Chong and Nanji visited the eastern base, a trip they make every year. They both share someone they miss. Yu Chong and Shin Nanji got together 2 years ago, after many twists and turns, finally coming together. It was Yu Chong who confessed. Over the years, Yu Chong has grown the most. He has shed his youthful naivete and impulsiveness, and is now capable of handling things independently. Shin Nanji spends most of her time researching various potions. In the past 2 years, the potion she developed to help ability users restore their powers has been sought after by bases throughout Yin Country. The name Shin Nanji is now a household name in Yin Country. After the military alliances team arrived in the 10 special zones, when Ryuan assigned specific positions based on each person's abilities, and they have consistently performed well, not disappointing anyone. Suddenly, Yu Chong knocked on the door and entered. He had now shed his naivete and matured. Brother Ryuan, someone just reported that another wave of zombies is heading towards our base. This is the 3rd zombie horde in a month. The ability users at the base haven't even had time to rest lately because they're fighting off these hordes. These zombie waves are strange. It feels like they're holding back some tricks. They're getting harder and harder to deal with. A few days ago, my brother-in-law wrote to say he'd be bringing people to Liaoshi before the end of the month. Brother Wen and sister Xingyue will be coming too. It'd be a big celebration then. Yu Chong had already started calling Pei Xianke brother-in-law for years. What should have been a group celebration turned into a lonely affair because Yu Xiaohua wasn't there. Bai Ryuan nodded. You've been working hard lately, Xiao Chong. Nanji's been spending all her time in the lab lately. Did you two have a fight? What was it about this time? When this young couple has a fight, they stop talking to each other. One's in the lab, and the other's in the office all day. And the reasons they argue are simply laughable. 2 mature adults arguing about something even children wouldn't argue about. Yu Chong sighed. 5 days ago, Nanji didn't lull me to sleep or say goodnight. I got angry and started arguing, and Nanji just ignored me. What could I do? She wouldn't even let me into the lab. I'm suffering, brother. Bai Ryuan. Bai Ryuan threw a file at him. If I were Nanji, I'd kick you to death. Lull me to sleep? Are you a 3-year-old? Yu Chang pouted. Humph, brother Ryuan, you don't understand love. I don't blame you. I'm leaving. In just a few days, the zombie horde struck again, like a raging flood. However, what was unexpected was that this zombie horde was completely different from the past. Its ferocity was beyond imagination. 4 days ago, Bai Ryuan and the others thought it was just an ordinary zombie horde attack. Who could have predicted that this was merely the prelude to a nightmare? While the zombie horde at that time posed a certain threat, compared to now, it was nothing. At the entrance to the base of the 10 special zones. On the city wall, looking into the distance, beyond the massive alloy gates of the 10 special zones. Rock solid. The world had become a grinding mill of flesh and blood. 4 days and 4 nights of intense fighting had long since drained every inch of life from the land. The air was thick with an unbearable stench, a deathly stench born from the mixture of rotting flesh, gunpowder smoke, and the acrid smell of burnt supernatural energy. The ground was unrecognizable, soaked in dark red, almost black, corpse blood and the blood of human victims, a murky mess. Each step stirred up sticky threads of blood. Limbs, severed arms, and broken weapons lay scattered everywhere, piled high, only to be tossed aside by new explosions and supernatural shocks in an endless cycle. A horde of zombies. A true, endless horde of zombies. They crawled out from the wilderness, the ruins, and even the polluted rivers further out, roaring and pushing, like a relentless, filthy wave crashing against the seemingly impregnable rock of defense. Low-level zombies were merely expendable resources. The real nightmare was the various mutated creatures mixed in with the tide. And most despairing were the 5 figures standing far behind the horde, like embodiments of nightmares. Level 7 mutated zombies. Their intelligence was no less than that of humans, but their strength far exceeded imagination. They didn't even go all out, only occasionally launching precise and terrifying attacks, yet time and again tearing huge gaps in the defenses that the Special Zone's defenders had painstakingly secured. Eastern Zone 3 alloy barrier breached. Repeat, Eastern Zone 3 breached. Iron Wall Squad all dead. Need reinforcements. Immediate reinforcements. A desperate shout came through the communicator, immediately replaced by a sharp screech and an explosion, leaving only the crackling static of electricity. This was the most devastating zombie attack since the establishment of the 10 special zones. These zombies were determined to conquer the 10 special zones. Almost all the zombies from the north had poured into this place. They wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. And all the superhumans in the 10 special zones had been fighting the zombies here for 4 whole days. Chapter 299. For 4 days, they hadn't rested a moment, constantly engaging in a desperate battle with the zombies. However, the number of zombies was simply too great, and they seemed tireless. Wave after wave surged forward, keeping the ability users constantly on their toes. In this brutal battle, ability users suffered continuous casualties. Many of them were already seriously injured, but they still gritted their teeth and continued fighting. If the 10 special zones were breached, the entire northern lands would become a zombie apocalypse. The healing ability users were even more exhausted. Their hands trembled uncontrollably from overuse of their abilities, making even raising their hands extremely difficult. On the city wall, Bai Ryuan's face was grave as he looked down at the zombies that had finally come to a temporary halt, and in the distance, at the 5 high-level zombies controlling the horde. If these 5 zombies weren't eliminated, the zombie horde would eventually breach the special zone's gates. Then, everything would be over. Bai Ryuan's own abilities were nearly exhausted. He himself was barely holding on. The special zone's potions were almost gone. They seemed to have truly reached a dead end. According to the timeline, young Master Pei would arrive with reinforcements in at least 3 days. But the reality was that they couldn't hold out for 3 days. At most, they could only last 1 more day. Yu Chang and Shin Nanji walked up, leading the other ability-using teams guarding the other 2 small gates. Their bodies were covered in filth, only their weary eyes showing. Behind them, all the ability users in the special zone lay collapsed on the ground, their faces filled with endless despair and exhaustion. Bai Ryuan said, "Chang, this time, I'm afraid we won't see the boss return. It's my fault for not taking good care of you and Nanji." Shin Nanji shook her head. "Brother Ryuan, no one owes anyone anything. If we really can't hold on, we all done our best. Even at the very last moment, we can't back down." Yu Chang nodded, wiping the blood from his face. Nanji is right, Brother Ryuan, you done very well. It's just that I won't see my sister anymore, but she will definitely be proud of us. Just then, 7-year-old Xiaodumio ran over. He had grown up now. Moreover, at the age of 3, he awakened a healing ability, becoming the youngest ability user in the base. He had been on missions with Bai Ryuan and Yu Chang since he was little, far more mature than other children his age. Uncle Bai, Aunt Nanji, Uncle Shuqiang, Domyu won't leave. Domyu will die with you. Little Domyu's face was full of determination, but Bai Ryuan and the other two had long treated him like their own son. They could die, but little Domyu was too young to die. The three exchanged a glance. Yu Chang acted swiftly, taking advantage of Xiao Domyu's momentary lapse in attention to knock him unconscious. He then handed Xiao Domyu to his subordinate, instructing him to take him away. Night quickly enveloped the land, as if darkness had swallowed the entire world in an instant. The zombies, who had rested briefly during the day, were now active again. Like hungry wolves, they launched a new and fierce attack on the human base. Worse still, as time passed, more and more zombies poured in, forming a massive zombie horde. This horde was even larger than during the day. As far as the eye could see, it was a dark, boundless sea of death. In the darkness, the zombies' crimson eyes gleamed with an eerie light, like demons from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Below the base, a rough estimate suggested at least several thousand zombies were gathered, a staggering number. Faced with such a disparate power, the people inside the base knew this battle was hopeless. However, faced with this desperate situation, they did not choose to retreat, resolutely opening the base's gates. All the surviving superhumans within the base stood behind Bai Ryuan, Shin Nanji, and Yu Chang. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes resolute, utterly fearless. On this special day, the superhumans of the special zone were filled with a determination to die for their cause. They unhesitatingly decided to defend the base and protect this land of the north with their lives. Bai Ryuan stood at the forefront of the group, his voice booming like thunder in the night sky. Move out. At his command, the superhumans behind him unleashed their abilities. In an instant, the darkness seemed to be torn apart by a dazzling light. The once pitch-black world was instantly illuminated. Lights of various colors intertwined, creating a magnificent and colorful scene. Some superhumans could unleash raging flames. Some could manipulate water to form massive water curtains, blocking the zombie horde's attacks. Some superhumans could control the power of wind. These superhumans possessed diverse abilities, but their goal was the same, even if it meant death. To protect the base, to defend the north. Time ticked by. The superpowered individual's abilities eventually ran out, but the zombies continued to surge forward. One after another, the superpowered individuals fell, the scene utterly horrific. Bai Ryuan gritted his teeth. He looked at the fallen superpowered individuals. If this continued, they would be wiped out. An hour later, after killing a zombie, Bai Ryuan finally collapsed, kneeling on the ground, his hands covered in blood. Yu Chang and Shin Nanji were in the same state. They had tried their best, they truly couldn't win. Yu Chang now had only one regret, not being able to see his sister one last time before he died. He looked at Shin Nanji beside him, and gripped her hand tightly. Nanji, I never make you angry again. I was wrong. Shin Nanji squeezed his hand back, as warm as ever, a testament to the love they had shared for 7 years. Fine, in the next life, if you make me angry again, I never speak to you again. Shin Nanji didn't want to live alone, and she wasn't going to hide in the spatial dimension anymore. This life ended here. The next second, one of the 5 zombies hiding behind the scenes, manipulating everything, moved like a ghost, striking Yu Chang's unsuspecting back with lightning speed, launching a sneak attack. It all happened so fast that no one present could react. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's claws were already close to Yu Chang's back like lightning, about to tear him to pieces. Get out of the way! No! Get out of the way! A horrified scream erupted from the crowd. But the zombie was simply too fast, giving Yu Chang no chance to dodge. However, at this critical moment, Yu Chang's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he reacted instantly. Without hesitation, he reached out and forcefully shoved Shin Nanji aside, ensuring she was safe from the sudden attack. Immediately afterward, Yu Chang swiftly turned to face the level 5 zombie, fearlessly unleashing the last vestige of his supernatural power. Chapter 300. Yu Chang was determined to perish together with the zombie. His supernatural power surged forth like an ignited powder keg. The powerful energy raged within his body, threatening to burst him apart. Shin Nanji's face was ashen. Bai Ryuan cried out, "No, Xiao Chang, stop! Stop! Everyone anticipated Yu Chang's fate. The zombie went even more frenzied, as if celebrating its victory. Suddenly, a low, cold voice echoed in the air. Is that all you got? The voice seemed to come from the underworld, sending chills down everyone's spine. However, for by Ryuan and Shinonji, the voice was incredibly familiar. So much so that the moment they heard it, their bodies jolted, and they looked up in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the direction the voice came from, the sky. An unprecedented excitement appeared on both their faces. It was a complex expression of surprise, joy, and disbelief. Boss! Sister Jiahua! The next second, something unexpected happened. The surging power within Yu Chang suddenly deflated like a dam with its plug pulled. His body, deprived of its power, collapsed limply like a punctured balloon. Sister! Space seemed to be kneaded by an invisible hand, distorting slightly for a moment. Then, a figure appeared abruptly in midair like a ghost. Yu Xiaohua appeared. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flying wildly in the night wind, seemingly blending into the darkness. Her eyes were deep and cold, devoid of warmth, shining like cold stars yet sending chills down one's spine. In the pitch-black night, Yu Xiaohua's face was like a blooming poppy. Everyone, including the zombies, stopped, staring at the suddenly appearing Yu Xiaohua. The zombies, in particular, sensed an absolute danger. Yu Xiaohua landed, looking at the zombies frozen in place by her mental power, and walked step by step to Yu Chang. The siblings hadn't seen each other for 7 years. Yu Chang immediately became like a child, tears streaming down his face. Sister, you're back. You're finally back. Yu Xiaohua stepped forward, wiping away Yu Chang's tears without any hesitation. Alright, stop crying, sister's here. The moment Yu Xiaohua appeared, Yu Chang suddenly felt confident. With that, my sister's here? Watch me beat you all to a pulp look on his face. Sister, those zombies bullied me. Yu Xiaohua looked at Bai Ryuan and Shinonji, whose eyes were also silently reddening. You worked hard. Bai Ryuan shook his head. Boss, you're finally back. Nanji, Sister Xiaohua, I missed you so much. The other Special Zone's ability users, seeing the excited Bai Ryuan and Shinonji, and hearing Yu Chang call out sister, immediately knew Yu Xiaohua's identity. Everyone in the 10 Special Zones knew that the real boss of the Special Zone wasn't Bai Ryuan, but Yu Chang's sister. She was the one who provided the base's initial supplies. 7 years have passed, and everyone in the Special Zone thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. The real boss of the Special Zone has returned. Are they saved? However, it seems that no one holds out much hope. This zombie horde is not something one person can defeat alone. Perhaps, it's just another person going to their death. Yu Xiaohua turned her head to look at the zombie that tried to ambush Yu Chang, but was immobilized by her. A level 6 zombie? Quite arrogant. It dares to hurt her brother. The high-level zombie sensed the danger and tried to run away, but it was too late. Yu Xiaohua's mental strength was no match for this level 6 zombie. Yu Xiaohua spoke up. Ryuan, take the men and retreat. Bai Ryuan paused, then nodded, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Okay. At Bai Ryuan's command, all the ability users began to retreat. Shinonji helped Yu Chang up. Yu Chang knew he couldn't trouble his sister at this time. Sister, I wait for you. His sister would never do anything without certainty. Yu Chang didn't even dare to imagine her current strength. The three of them absolutely trusted Yu Xiaohua. With Yu Xiaohua here, the zombies, which had been restless, seemed to have their throats choked, not daring to move. Only after everyone returned to the city wall did someone remember the zombies' immobility, and notice the anomaly. Boss Bai, just now, those zombies didn't ambush us? Yeah. I also noticed that those zombies seem quite frightened. Could it be that they're afraid? Seemingly having guessed a possibility, everyone stared wide-eyed at Yu Xiaohua's back below. But was that possible? One zombie being afraid was understandable, but there were thousands of zombies, and 5 high-level zombies controlling them from behind. It sounded too far-fetched. Someone asked timidly, Brother Chang, we're all back. So your sister is down there alone. Is she really going to manage? Brother Bai, Sister Nanji, aren't you worried? The three exchanged glances, shook their heads collectively, and said in unison, no worries. Then, a gasp rang out, look, holy crap. Below, Yu Xiaohua stared expressionlessly at the zombie that had suddenly attacked. Her eyes were as cold as a frozen pool, devoid of any emotion. She didn't even flinch. With a slight movement of her arm, seemingly casually waving it, a sharp wind blade shot out like lightning. The wind blade spun rapidly in the air, lunging at the zombie. This wind blade appeared effortless, but the power it contained was astonishing. Like the Grim Reaper scythe, it mercilessly tore through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Then, the level 6 zombie, which had forced Yuchong to self-destruct, turned into a pool of blood mist, dissipating into the world without leaving even a fragment. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. Just one move. Just one move. That was a level 6 zombie. Dead, dead. What kind of power was this? Yuchong looked at Shinonji and Bai Ryuan. A wind blade. It was wind. His sister had activated her wind-type ability again. That meant that now, his sister was an all-elemental ability user. If this were told to others, probably no one would believe it. After killing the level 6 zombie, Yu Xiaohua immediately turned her gaze to the remaining 4 level 6 zombies. Then, she spread her hands, and flames slowly rose from her palms, growing larger and larger until the enormous flames instantly illuminated the entire night sky. She was like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Everyone was shocked. Just now, it was wind blades, now it's flames. A dual elemental ability user? She's actually a dual elemental ability user? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. After the apocalypse, dual elemental ability users are extremely rare. Today they truly seen something amazing. With a flick of her finger, a level 6 zombie's life was over. To witness such a scene is unforgettable. Chapter 301. Where the flames passed, the zombies were instantly incinerated. They didn't even have a chance to react. The air was filled only with the smell of countless burning zombies, and the echoing screams of agony. The remaining 4 zombies, controlled from behind the scenes, continued to roar, urging the zombies to continue their attack. The people on the city wall watched from below. They were all dumbfounded. Half an hour had passed. These zombies didn't even have the chance to get close to Yu Xiaohua. The fireballs Yu Xiaohua unleashed were like freebies, raining down upon them. And the zombies were almost completely wiped out. The previous dark mass was gone. At first, the people in the special zone were on edge, worried about Yu Xiaohua. Now, they finally understood why Brother Bai, Brother Chong, and Miss Nanji weren't worried at all. Because Miss Yu's superpowers were simply inexhaustible. The vast differences in human capabilities were on full display at this moment. Such strength is terrifying. What level does one need to be to possess such power? 7 years into the apocalypse, the highest level superhuman to appear now is Pei Xianke, the leader of the Eastern Base, who is now an 8th level dual element superhuman. Bai Ryuan, Yuchong, and Shinonji exchanged glances, a hint of excitement in their eyes. Perhaps. The scene below was astonishing. Yu Xiaohua's final, massive fireball wiped out all the zombies in its path. The entire ground was scorched, as if it had survived a terrible fire, leaving behind a trail of blackened and charred remains. These thousands of zombies were all dead within an hour. Everyone watching the scene was speechless. 4 days and 4 nights. They had fought these zombies for 4 days and 4 nights. Now, one person had wiped them all out. Everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Now, she was facing not ordinary zombies, but 4 level 7 zombies. Could she still win? Level 7 zombies could easily wipe out the base. Low-level zombies were no match for high-level zombies. Bai Ryuan spoke, his tone incredibly firm. Boss, you definitely win, you definitely will. Yu Chong and Shinonji nodded. My sister won't lose. Yu Xiaohua lowered her hand, and looked at the 4 level 7 zombies standing opposite her, as tall as mountains. Level 7 was indeed very powerful. But, trying to use it as practice isn't a bad idea. The 4 level 7 zombies were thinking about how to tear Yu Xiaohua apart. But Yu Xiaohua's thoughts were much simpler. For free punching bags had arrived. Yu Xiaohua slowly curled her lips into a smile. The next second, she released all her mental power. Just now, she had been suppressing her mental power. Now, this was her full strength. As her mental power was released, not only did the 4 level 7 zombies feel fear, even the onlookers in the special zone felt an instant difficulty breathing. Wow, what kind of power is this? Mental power, it's actually mental power suppression. No, I feel like I can't breathe. So just now, Miss Yu was hiding her strength. This? A 3 elemental ability user. No, not 3 elemental, look. Look! Look! In that instant, Yu Xiaohua was lifted off the ground by a powerful force. A gigantic water dragon was coiling and dancing beneath her feet. The dragon's body was as large as a mountain, its claws outstretched, holding Yu Xiaohua in midair. Yu Xiaohua stood on the dragon's back. Looking up, everyone saw a massive jet of water shooting straight into the sky from the dragon's mouth, as if to pierce the clouds. The jet of water, like a white dragon, tumbled and roared in the air, its immense power awe-inspiring. The next second, something astonishing happened. Yu Xiaohua slowly extended her fair hand. The moment she extended her hand, the entire night seemed to be disturbed. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning ripped through the night sky. However, this lightning didn't strike her. Instead, as if alive, it coiled around her. The purple electric sparks intertwined to form a mysterious cocoon of light, tightly enveloping Yu Xiaohua. My god, is she a water-type ability user, or a lightning-type ability user? No, not a dual-type ability user at all. Miss Yu is a quadruple type. My god, my heart can't take it. My god, it's unbelievable. Is this the end of the world? The first all-around ability user. I can't believe my eyes. Am I seeing a god? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. She's a god. She is a god. She's no longer human. Everyone stared blankly at Yu Xiaohua in midair. Yu Chang's eyes were red. These past 7 years, his sister must have suffered a lot. Otherwise, how could she be like this today? Bai Ruyuan clutched his heart. His boss was always the most awesome one. Shen Nanji smiled. 7 years, reborn from the ashes, Sister Xiaohua was destined to be the most dazzling. Yu Xiaohua stared expressionlessly at the 4 zombies trying to escape. As high-level zombies, they had already sensed Yu Xiaohua's immense strength. Trying to run? Unfortunately, it was too late. Yu Xiaohua's calm voice rang out. You're very lucky. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere was supposed to be serious, but somehow, they really wanted to laugh. Lucky? Miss Yu's words could utterly crush the zombies. These 4 high-level zombies were probably going to cry their eyes out. Just then, Yu Xiaohua lightly raised her arm and casually waved it. The purple lightning in midair seemed to come alive, surging towards the 4 level 7 zombies with an unstoppable, all-destroying power. The 4 level 7 zombies mustered all their strength, trying to resist this terrifying lightning. However, Yu Xiaohua's lightning power was too immense. The lightning coiled around them like venomous snakes, unleashing destructive energy with frenzied force. The level 7 zombies roared in agony, their bodies trembling under the lightning's onslaught, their skin charred and muscles torn apart. Meanwhile, the water dragon beneath Yu Xiaohua's feet was equally relentless, lunging at the zombies with its claws outstretched. The massive jets of water slammed into them, sending them tumbling about. Under the combined assault of lightning and water, the 4 level 7 zombies gradually lost their ability to resist. Finally, with a soft shout from Yu Xiaohua, the lightning and water dragon unleashed their final power, utterly pulverizing the 4 level 7 zombies. The entire ground was scorched once more, filling the air with a pungent odor. The people in the special zone watched this scene with awe and shock in their eyes. Yu Xiaohua slowly descended, withdrawing her powers, her gaze calm and resolute. Just then, Pei Xianke arrived with his entourage. She had barely landed when her gaze fell upon Pei Xianke, who was approaching in a distant carriage. Long time no see. Chapter 302. After that night, Yu Xiaohua became the fearsome, legendary queen of the apocalypse. The events of that night spread throughout the Yin kingdom. Yu Xiaohua's name resounded like thunder. She controlled the 10 special zones. That night, when Pei Xianke arrived, he said nothing. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, he stepped forward and embraced Yu Xiaohua tightly, wishing he could merge her into his very bones. His longing was so intense that words were inadequate at that moment. Later, Pei Xianke simply handed over the eastern base to Pei Xingyue. He claimed he couldn't live without his wife. What could Pei Xingyue do? She could only accept it. Then, Pei Xianke simply stayed in the 10 special zones and refused to leave. Normally, he managed the household affairs, while Yu Xiaohua handled external matters. This became one of the most outrageous legends of the post-apocalyptic world. Pei Xianke gave up everything for his wife, willingly staying by her side. But no one dared to laugh. After all, that woman was none other than Queen Yu Xiaohua. What kind of being was she? Who wouldn't want to be a love-struck fool like Pei Xianke? Unfortunately, they didn't have that chance. Year after year, the zombies were gradually wiped out by humans. Human civilization was gradually recovering. Yu Xiaohua brought the entire northern lands under her control. In this life, she became the true queen of this apocalypse through her own efforts. 3 years later, Qin Tian tore through space. Despite its reluctance, it knew its destiny wasn't here. Yu Xiaohua personally sent it away. Life is destined for separation. She couldn't selfishly leave Qin Tian behind. Wu Tian and Lao Lu were also sent to other parts of the northern lands to establish bases. Every year, everyone would return to Liao City and stay for a while. Both of them got married. The 6th brother married Jasmine, from Long Outyan's team in City C. The two were destined to be together. Jasmine pursued the sixth brother, and it took her quite a bit of effort. In the end, the sixth brother had a wife-chasing moment. Anyway, it was a happy ending. The two remained very loving. Wu Tian's wife, whom he rescued from a damsel in distress, was also a very gentle girl. Later, Yang Xian and Chu Jiancheng learned that the 10 special zones were established by Yu Xiaohua. Yang Xian would visit every 2 years and stay for a while. He maintained contact with Yu Xiaohua, Pei Xingyue, and Wen Xian lived a blissful life. Wen Xian spoiled Pei Xingyue his entire life. The sixth brother and Zheng Shushu got together again. Zheng Shushu confessed her feelings. The sixth brother ran away that very night, but was caught by Zheng Shushu and punished for a night. Old Six is gay, and there's no going back. Zheng Shushu is the same, she spoiled him rotten, and the two lived a shameless life together. As for the two brothers, Ada and Air, they're still single. They find wooing women too troublesome, so they simply gave up. Yu Chong and Shen Nanji didn't want to stay at the base forever, so they traveled all over the country, clearing out zombies. Every year, they would return to the special zone for 2 months before continuing their journey. Little Domia later followed Yu Xiaohua, learning from her. One day, Pei Xianke woke up and didn't see Yu Xiaohua. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw a greasy-looking boy fawning over Yu Xiaohua. Even though Yu Xiaohua was over 40, she still looked stunning and hadn't aged a bit. Now, just by sitting there, a single word from her could send countless people swarming to her. These past 2 years, for some reason, some small groups outside have started trying to curry favor with her, and even started sending her men? All sorts, every type imaginable. Yesterday one was sent, and Pei Xianke didn't let her sleep all night. This man's jealousy hasn't diminished with age, in fact, it's only grown stronger. Pei Xianke smiled. Very good. Tonight, continuing, Yu Xiaohua had the young puppies who came to her door sent away. Turning her head, she saw the smile on Pei Xianke's lips. She felt a pang of regret. Back then, she shouldn't have been lustful at first sight.